Magic and the Legacy of Slavery in Madagascar. David Graeber. When I went to Madagascar, I took with me a lot of Dostoevsky, The Prince, The Brothers Karamazov, notes from underground, and various collections. There was also some Gogol and Pynchon, but it was mostly Dostoevsky. I think this is one reason this book is so long. I didn't really notice at the time, but much later, Dalebsman remarked to me that my portrait of Rat Sisyphe in Chapter 9 bore a striking resemblance to Dostoevsky's character studies. After some contemplation, I realized, yes, actually, what I've written here could be considered a kind of cross between an ethnography and a long Russian novel. At the time I was writing, I just thought I was trying to write a dialogic ethnography. It had always irritated me in the 1980s and early 90s that you saw so many monologues about why anthropologists should be more dialogic. Why don't they just shut up, I'd ask, and write a dialogic ethnography? At the time, Bakhtin had just been rediscovered by the American Academy. Dialogism was all the rage. I had read Rabelais and His World, and a host of books and essays by and about Bakhtin, but for some reason I'd never actually read Bakhtin's book about Dostoevsky, where he really lays down his pragmatic analysis of dialogic writing. Instead, I unconsciously cut back to the source. The result is a book in large part about character. For one thing, it's full of characters, both in the sense of eccentrics and oddballs, and also in the sense of protagonists of stories. This means it's also about the edges between politics and history, places where the tacit horizons of everyday life are always being challenged and negotiated on a daily basis, and therefore, where new things can emerge. After all, stories about such anomalous characters are both the main way we do what we consider normal, and also a reservoir of possibilities during moments of change. But it's also about character in the more conventional sense, what people are made of, their personal and moral qualities. Of course there are many ways to be dialogic. Most ethnographies are at the very least in dialogue with other scholars in the discipline. Mine might be considered somewhat lacking in this regard. Certainly there is some of this, but I did not write as an intervention in any particular current debates, whether in anthropology, Malagasy studies, or anything else. The theory, except, arguably, at the end, is entirely idiosyncratic and follows my own concerns. Some thought this unwise. Here my thesis advisor, Marshall Solins, was quite understanding and supportive. But of course, he said, paraphrasing Thucydides, you are writing a jewel for all times. There was a bit of an irony, certainly, since he was in the middle of writing an essay making fun of Thucydides for saying this, but then, he also knew we were all still reading Thucydides 2,500-odd years later, so it was hard to take it as anything but reassurance. At any rate, I am certainly very glad I did not frame this book as an intervention in some current debate, because had I done so, it would never have been published. As it was, it took several years to write, and about a decade to publish. In the intervening time, there have been some fascinating studies, Jennifer Cole's on the Betsa Misiraka that touches on related themes of memory and violence, Sandra Evers on slavery and Southern Betsy Leo, that would have been quite exciting to bounce off of this one. But all that will have to wait. Instead I have simply added more recent references that I think the interested reader might wish to follow up, and largely left it at that. It seemed more honest to leave the book as a dialogue with those with whom I was really in dialogue at the time I wrote it, rather than patching in occasional paragraphs pretending I had been in dialogue with someone else. I did, and myself a little disturbed, in the course of writing, with some of the imperatives of academic production. The standard, nowadays, is that a monograph should be both ethnographic and a work of theory, and at the same time, organized around a single major point or argument. I was continually being advised to reorganize the book in this way. Why don't you broaden its appeal, colleagues told me, by making it a book about the crisis of the state in Africa. It should be a book about the weight of the past. It should be a book about slavery. The advice was nothing if not well intended, and made a great deal of sense considering the fact that most academic books sell copies largely when they are assigned in courses, but it always sat uneasily on me. It seemed somehow to do a kind of violence to the experience. It's all a little reminiscent of arguments that, say, Balinese culture is about hierarchy or ritual or some such nonsense. A culture isn't about anything. It's about everything. People don't live their lives to prove some academic's point. The ambition of ethnography used to be, at least, I always thought it was, to describe or at least give access to a universe, a total way of life. While this might seem, in retrospect, to have been a bit overweening and simplistic, it seems at least more respectful than reducing the lives of one's former friends to illustrations of a single theoretical argument. Obviously, the book is hardly lacking in theoretical arguments, but I like to think they arise in dialogue with my interlocutors in Madagascar. The only one that doesn't, in fact, a theory about narrative I hatched while working in the archives in the capital, is there mainly to be shot down when I start listening to the stories people actually tell, though I do think it's an interesting theory in itself. Let me turn to acknowledgements. First of all, I must thank the editor, Rebecca Tolan, for being so patient with me, and for contributing so much to bringing this into being. Sometimes I think editors should be listed as co-authors. Instead, their names often do not appear anywhere in the book at all. Also Christy Long, who helped immeasurably in straightening the manuscript out. Let me list some others: students, colleagues, and friends who have contributed in one way or another to its creation: Maureen Anderson, Nina Bott, Maurice Bloch, Richard Berger, Alan Kai, Durba Chattaraj, Jennifer Cole, John Komaroff, Jean Komaroff, Jennifer Dragon, Sandra Evers, Jillian Feely-Harnick, Magnus Fiskusho, Thomas Hansen, Laurie Hart, Joseph Hill, Jennifer Jackson, Ivan Karp, Pierre Larson, Michael Lamp, Nutila, Moon Healy, Lauren Lewa, Enrique Meyer, Wyatt McGaffey, Christina Moon, Dalebsman, Ilona Raitt-Simmering, Ali Rajan Arison, Jean-Amy Rakoto-Risoa, Jacques Rakoto-Naivo, Gertis Renault, Mika Ritsima, Stuart Rockefeller, Marshall Solins, Ariane Schultz, Michael Silverston, Raymond D. Smith, Terrence Turner, David Watts, Hilton White, Zhen Zhong, everyone at the Ars of Vampire Nina, especially Nico, whom I miss enormously, Chantal and Patricia and Parson and all my other self-appointed research assistants, everyone mentioned in this book, especially of course the families of Armand and Maidana, but really everyone. The book itself is meant to stand as thanks, tribute, and testimonial. It was for you, to try to preserve something of the integrity of your perspectives, as I perceived it, that I was willing to GHD so long to keep the book in its present form. Generally speaking, Malagasy, of the sort spoken around Erevanamamo, is pronounced not too differently from English. Malagasy speakers often say that English pronunciation is much easier for them than French. However, there are a number of differences. O is pronounced hu as in book, how is pronounced ho as in oya is pronounced e as in seen, I is pronounced hi as in high. Unstressed os and is are often unpronounced, and terminal as may or may not be, so that Andriana, for example, is often pronounced Andreen. Some other differences. H is usually not pronounced in the Marina dialect, or is very muted. J is pronounced dz, as in adz. G is always hard, as in goat. Also, if an I precedes a K, that K is followed by a Y sound. Ikala, girl, is pronounced Ikyala. The combination tray can often become a DCH sound, so that Satroka, hat, is pronounced Sachka, and Mahya. Naratra, pleasant, pleasurable, is pronounced Mathnach. 13. Notes on Malagasy pronunciation. I was RSD drawn to Betafo because people there didn't get along. Many of its inhabitants were practically not on speaking terms with one another. Now, it is a notorious thing in Madagascar that when a community is divided in this way, no one wants to talk about it. Certainly, not to outsiders. Rather than trying to win them over to their own side's perspective, people are much more likely to see the whole situation as shameful for all involved. When dealing with outsiders, the impulse is always to emphasize the solidarity of one's community, so as to gain a kind of moral authority that comes from embodying it. When that solidarity clearly does not exist, as in Betafo, people retreat into silence. In Betafo they didn't do that. Or at least, among the RST handful of people I met from Betafo, there were several more than willing to talk about its icks. Mainly because, for one reason or another, they wished to rise above them. And while they always remained the people I knew best, once a wall of silence cracks it tends to collapse entirely. Once word gets around that someone has been talking, then everyone starts to think perhaps it would be better to make sure their own perspective gets a hearing, too. Anyway, so it was in Betafo. The RSD person I met from Betafo was named Armand Graeber Avelo. At the time I was living in Erevanamamo, a town of about 10,000 people, where Armand was known as the man who trucked in bananas from the coast. He supplied most of the vendors in and around town. 2 or 3 of his employees were usually to be seen in the marketplace, in front of a vast pile of bananas, young men unusual for their red berets and military-style clothing. I should explain here that roughly a third of the population in this part of Madagascar were called Alona Maindi, black people supposedly. 1. Betafo, 1990. More African than the white majority, one and mostly made up of the descendants of 19th-century slaves. Unlike most other black people in rural Marina, Armand and his workers affected a style that recalled something of the African nationalist posture popular in the capital in the late 70s and early 80s, mixed with the more generic idiom of a third world revolutionary. They listened to reggae and funk music. Armand, tall, slightly bearded, with a swagger, at least, by Malagasy standards it was a swagger, that was tempered by his obvious good nature, was a prime mover in local left-wing politics. Armand saw himself as rising above the divisions in Betafo partly because he saw himself as an actor in a much larger world. He was a man of humble origins who had worked his way through college. For all the Africanist posturing, he ultimately saw those divisions, largely, divisions between black and white, as simple racism, the result of rural ignorance and narrow-mindedness, the very thing which reasonable people should unite to overcome. This, anyway, was what I was eventually to discover, because Armand and his wife, Nati, eventually became good friends of mine. At RST, though, I only knew him because of my friend Ramos Parson. Parson was a biology teacher at the Catholic high school, and his wife had a hotly, a booth where she sold food in the marketplace. During my RST 2 months in Aravanamoa I used to hang around there all the time. Armand was an old drinking buddy of Parson, and would often drop by in the afternoons when he was nished with business and had nothing else to do. At that time I was gathering oral histories in the regions surrounding Aravanamoa, Parson often accompanying me. On hearing of my project, Armand immediately volunteered to take us to Betafo, where, he said, there was a notable Andriana, a royal ancestor, named Andriana Boninalona, whose descendants still occupied the place today. Everyone assumed that Andriana were intrinsically interesting. The hills were dotted with royal tombs, sites of curing and pilgrimage. But Andriana also had a broader meaning. It referred not only to kings or royal ancestors, but it was also used to refer to their present-day descendants. Of the white population, about a third were themselves Andriana, the rest were referred to as Hova, or commoners. The factions in Betafo were not just white and black, they were seen much more as a matter of nobles and their former slaves. As a result, Armand ended up taking us to talk to 2 different people. We went RST to a hamlet called Morafeno to talk to a black person, one of Armand's own relatives, a very old and rather eccentric astrologer named Ratsizafi. Only afterwards did he take us to speak with a representative of the Andriana, the President Focontani, too in the nearby village of Belanitra. Now, even at the time, it did strike me that the president seemed nervous about something. Not that I thought much about it, perhaps he was just a shy person, or found my presence intimidating. Anyway, he seemed to loosen up considerably as time went on. After a while, all of us, Armand, Parson, the president, and myself, ended up walking together to the ancient village of Betafo, its center now largely abandoned and overgrown. We gazed admiringly into the vast moat-like ditches that surrounded the village, admired the stonework of some fallen pillars and the remains of a ruined mansion just outside it. I made sketches, inspected the ancestors' large white tomb inside. It was a pleasant visit, informative enough as such visits went, but I had no idea of the undercurrents running beneath it all. Which was, no doubt, what everyone would really have preferred. Or, not quite everyone. I should make a confession here. Actually, the president had every reason to be nervous, seeing me walk in with Armand, fresh from a visit with Ratsizafi. No doubt he spent the RST hour or so of our meeting hoping I wouldn't ask him who Ratsizafi was, or about anything he had told me, and when he became more relaxed, it was only because I never did. This was not surprising, considering I hadn't really understood much of what Ratsizafi said. When I had met him, he was coming back from the Elds, with a spade over his shoulder and a wool cap on his head, drinking rum from a hip. I turned on my tape recorder by a tree and he began to tell us stories in an old, cracked voice, talking mainly to Armand and not to me, softly at RST, more and more forceful as he consumed the additional rum we'd offered him but also a lot more slurred. At the very end, caught in a sweeping gesture, he tripped and fell over. "Oh, he's all right," said Armand, as I moved to help him up. "It happens all the time. He's used to it." To be honest, I had no idea what the story was even supposed to be about. It was only when Parson and I began trying to decode the recording later that I began to realize how interesting it really was. But what really made up my mind to concentrate on Betafo was when I met a woman named Mayadonna. RST met her completely by accident. Together with another friend from town, Chantal, I had wandered into Betafo on the RST day of the Lunar New Year. This is a day marked all over Marina, indeed, all over Madagascar, by rituals called Fanasanana, and Armand had assured us that Ratsizafi always celebrated it by Sakri. King a sheep, or at least a chicken, and that while Armand himself couldn't make it, Ratsizafy would in no way mind if we sat in. Unfortunately, the message reached me somewhat secondhand, or maybe it was just another example of my still uncertain command of the language, because when I set off that morning all that I was completely sure of was that I was going to Betafo to see some Fanasanena. So, around 10 a.m. I was standing once again in the overgrown and largely abandoned center of Betafo, with Chantal, near the tomb of the Andriana ancestor, wondering why the place looked as deserted as ever, cursing myself for being so stupid as to follow advice that I had obviously not even understood instead of simply going to the top of one of the famous mountains near Aravanamamo, where there were sure to be lots of people Sakri. King, staring at the stump of my cigarette and wondering whether it would be alright to just throw it in the grass. Or were we just in the wrong part of Betafo? In fact we were. Ratsizafy was off Sakri? King and Morafeno. I never found that out till much later, however. There were 3 houses near us. 2, traditional 2-story red clay houses with high-pitched thatch roofs, looked empty. In one, more modern-looking, there were signs of life. We came to the door, called Hodio, and a woman emerged, thin-faced, about 40, with a guarded intelligent manner and one crooked tooth that jutted extravagantly from the corner of her mouth. She listened silently as we tried to explain that I was doing research on Malagasy history and customs, that we had actually been here before, once, but that we had heard there was supposed to be this ritual going on today, though it didn't seem there actually was one, and if she knew anything about this we would certainly be obliged, or if not, as seemed likely, we were sorry to bother her and would just be on our way. Well, I don't know anything about Fanasanena, she said, but I could tell you something about history. Come inside. Inside was a large room with a double bed and several rattan chairs. The woman, Mayadana, shooed away a couple of chickens that had wandered in from the yard, introduced us to her husband, son, and daughter, sent the daughter off to the kitchen to make us coffee, and began to narrate the history of Betafo. For the next 2 hours or so, she talked almost continually. She told us about the origins of the local Andriana. Her family was Andriana, these being the nobles whose ancestors RSD founded the community, described traditional customs and taboos. It was a very traditional community. There was no end to customs and taboos. Her family systematically violated them. We break all the ancestral customs, she said. We've only been living here? Years now, we're still used to the life of the capital, to living like normal people, and all of a sudden we're supposed to completely give up eating onions and garlic? But of course, one has to be secretive about these things. If you grow garlic, you have to grow ores around them to disguise the smell. People are always scolding us, threatening to tell Ratsizafy, but no one's ever caught us red-handed. And she also intimated something else. These aren't really ancestral customs, she said. Not ours, anyway. Really, all this fuss about taboos was part of a game played by Ratsizafy and his cohorts, a way of intimidating the Andriana and making their lives more difficult. Before I go any further, let me remark that Mayadana was a stupendous verbal performer. Also, a very enthusiastic one. During this RST meeting, during which she incidentally never even stopped to ask me who I was and why I was interested in Betafo, her husband, a handsome man of maybe 50, remained almost completely silent. Occasionally, he would try to throw in some gruff comment or to answer one of our questions, but only to be immediately overwhelmed by Mayadana's of words. It didn't seem to bother him particularly. But for me, the effect was almost surreal, because one thing I had consistently noticed in rural Marina was that women always deferred to men when it comes to the telling of history. I had even seen mothers insist I interview their sons, and then proceed to coach them when they made mistakes. Mayadana seemed entirely unaware of this convention. Even more odd, when now and then she got stuck for a name or a date, she would always turn to her 12-year-old son. Actually he was 15, but I thought he was 12 at the time. He had a baby face, who would then, in a slightly bored tone of voice, supply it. It was 1931, Mom. I suppose I could have written this family off as eccentrics, anomalies, misplaced members of an educated elite entirely unrepresentative of the community around them. Instead, my main thought was that I really liked them. Perhaps it was Mayadana's way of immediately making me feel complicit in transgression, perhaps it was her sense of humor, or the fact that she so obviously wanted to talk to me, to talk about things others preferred not to. But when she urged me to come back soon, I decided that she meant it, so I did. Before long I was a regular visitor. Nati, Armand's wife, had only good things to say about Mayadana and her family. They were decent people who wanted to get along with everyone. It wasn't their fault that so many of their neighbors wouldn't have anything to do with them. It was typical of the tensions in Betafo, Nidhi said. Their neighbors were black people, Mayadana was white. Nidhi herself seemed genuinely depressed by the whole business. I remember once a man named Desi, an Andriana from the village of Belanitra, where I had met the president Focontani, came to visit Armand on some minor business. Armand was out, Nidhi invited him in, but Desi preferred to hover outside the door for 20 minutes or so until her husband showed up. That's what those people from Belanitra are like, she told me afterward. Perfectly polite, they'll always say hello, exchange pleasantries. But then that's it. You never feel you could really get to know them. Armand's opinion was that the tensions in Betafo had not been going on for very long. When he was growing up, Betafo was a really strong, solidary community. It was only since he had come back from college, really, that it had gotten to the point where people in the northern and southern halves of the Focontani wouldn't even invite each other to weddings and funerals. The native break had only happened about 3 years before. This was an opinion I would hear repeated quite frequently over the next year or so, during which time I became more and more immersed in the affairs of Betafo. Most people, in fact, were willing to be even more precise. The native break occurred in 1987, during a communal ordeal that ended in disaster. Over and over, I heard the story of the disastrous ordeal of 1987. In its own way, it served as a charter for the rupture of the community, though the fault lines had been evident long before. It marked the point where no one could any longer deny them. It was Maidana herself who told me the story the RST time, during our RST meeting, though I had little idea of its import at the time. The basics of the story were this: there had been a spate of robberies in the community of Betafo. The Focanalona, the communal assembly, decided to hold a collective ordeal, which was a way of invoking the power of the ancestors to punish whoever was responsible. The usual practice was to have everyone drink some water which had been mixed with earth taken from the ancestral tomb. But there was a problem. The inhabitants of Betafo were of two different ancestries. So they took dust from the tombs of both major ancestors and mixed them together. Mixing them, however, turned out to be a terrible mistake. Here is her own RSD account of the affair. Mayadana, there was a time here when there was lots of petty thievery. If there was manioc growing in the elds, if there was corn growing in the elds, then there would be someone stealing it. So we'll hold an ordeal, they said. They were going to hold an ordeal. So over in Belanitra, you know where that is? There's a Focontani of? Say in town there, and everyone, the entire community all gathered together there. And they took a bowl and put water in it. They got some dust from here, and someone else went to get dust from over there, pointing northeast because there's a tomb up there, 2. 3. That is, one of the people organizing the ceremony collected dust from around the Andriana tomb in the center of the Betafo, a few yards from the house where Mayadana was telling me this, while another went across the rice elds to a hill to the northeast, where the ancestor of Ratsaisofi, the astrologer, was buried, and got some there. Generously, Mayadana allows Ratsaisofi's claim that his ancestor was some kind of Andriana as well. Mayadana, now, that too is the tomb of an Andriana, it belongs to the people from Morafeno. But you know, the two of them were rivals. That is to say, the Andriana who lived here, and the one who lived over there. They were opponents. Rivals. So they took the bowl of water and dropped some gold into it. Gold. Then they took the dust from here and the dust from there, and when they'd added that, the people all lined up. One by one, each was taken up and given a spoonful of the water to drink. And each drank it, saying as they did, "We drink this water, so that if it was ever I who stole, if it was ever I who did this, if it was ever I who did that, then let those two ancestors kill me on the spot, as it would be both the two ancestors who would, how do you say, who'd smite them." So, what, you say, happened next? It was summertime. It was the middle of summer. And according to the belief around here, both of these ancestors were of Andriana status, but the two of them had been chasing each other around constantly in the past. They both used to live here, you know, but then there was a GHT, and one was defeated and left. And later his children made those tombs. David, what was his name? Mayadana, Rainidamina. From Morafeno. Nowadays they have their tomb way over there, they don't come around here anymore. David, and he and Andrianum Beninalona, were they related? Mayadana, there was some slight relationship. But, they didn't get along, and the one was defeated and driven away. He left. But despite that, during the ordeal, they combined the two. After all that happened, They were combined during the ordeal. So what happened then? Now, I don't know if this was really true, or just a coincidence, I have no idea. But this is what happened. It was summertime, like it is now, and the rain was due. The rice had all been harvested. It started raining hard. And the rice belonging to the people who had called the ordeal the rice belonging to the person from Morafano was all swept away. Carried away by the rainwater. It went all the way down to Ambodavanya, and only his laughs. It was really funny. Really funny. All the rice he'd harvested wound up down there, more than a kilometer away. And what? So they started asking, so how come all of our rice got carried down into the Elds by the water, but your rice didn't get carried off? None of your rice was carried off at all? And some people said, yeah, well, didn't you put people who didn't get along together in the same bowl? The rain came. And wouldn't it be carried away by the rain? So it was obvious what had happened. And from then on there haven't been any more ordeals. Not anymore. The person from Morafano is again the aged astrologer Ratsizafi. He and an Andriana named Sli, one of Mayadana's neighbors, had been the main organizers of the ceremony. When the rain struck, for then, they struck only the rice of those two men, the men responsible for having mixed the two ancestors together. The more I learned about these ancestors, the less surprising it seemed that they should have been irate at having been combined together in one bowl. In fact, I began to wonder how it could ever have occurred to anyone to mix them in the RST place. Even in death, they were actively hostile, veritable icons of hostility. One, the ancestor of the black people, was said to have fought a magical battle against the Andriana, who tried to enslave him. This was the story Ratsizafi was trying to tell me, the RST day. To this day, he is said to be so bitter about the whole affair that his tomb cannot be opened without hanging a cloth across the door, because if he catches sight of the village of Betafo again, whirlwinds strike the town. At the same time, I was told that if a black person so much as touches the tomb next to Mayadana's house, guns go off inside. Ratsizafi himself, though he had spent his entire life in Betafo, has never been known to set foot in that quarter of the village. Anyway, the ordeal set off a whole chain of events, a rapid polarization in which the ancestors appeared to become an active force in tearing the community apart. Mayadana implied so much herself when she ended the story by 8. Telling us how most black people, who constituted the vast majority of the population of the north half of the Fokontani, mostly living just a stone's throw away nearer to the rice Elds, began to follow Ratsizafi's example and avoided the central area, with its hostile tomb, entirely. 5. Mayadana, and after a while, no one came up here anymore, either. That is to say, no longer would people come through here, they would go around on that lower road instead. Softly, there are people saying that we're mean, but we really aren't mean. About 6 months later, Sli, one of the two organizers of the ordeal, the noble one, suddenly fell even more afoul of this same ancestor. He was struck by an economic catastrophe. Within the space of months, he went from being one of the richest men in Betafo to a landless, penniless pauper. He had offended Andrianum Beninalona, people said, by marrying a woman descended from slaves, and as a result lost everything. Though, some added that his downfall did also have a more immediate cause in the machinations of his rivals, including, in fact, the astrologer himself. If nothing else, those rivals were certainly the ones to by it. They ended up with almost all his land, and this, in turn, became the ash point around which long-standing resentments about the gradual encroachment of former slaves on noble property exploded into outright hostility between the two sides. The ordeal, in other words, was taken to presage what happened in its wake. It was proof that it was impossible to join two such ancestries together in a single community. By crystallizing tensions that had long existed, on a more covert level, in a form that could be made completely public, the story could both make it easier for people to act on them, and afterwards, imply those actions were inevitable. But why should ash would have become the point around which a community breaks apart? To ask such a question is, ultimately, to ask a question about history. To answer it, one would have to understand how people like Armand, Ratsizafi, Mayadana, and their neighbors imagine their place in society, who or what they feel they represent and who represents them, their origins and destinies, and the moral stakes that are at play. It is to ask what kind of actions they consider to be politically significant, or for that matter, as the example of the feuding ancestors implies, what sorts of being constitute politically significant actors, along with a whole host of other questions about power, authority, action, justice, value. It would be an enormous undertaking. This is what I am going to try to do. 9. Before delving into these questions, however, it would be useful to draw back a step, RST, and explain what brought me to Aravanamamo and the RST place, what sort of community Betafo was, and a little about what sort of ELD work I ended up conducting there. Aravanamamo and Betafo. I arrived in Madagascar on June 16, 1989. For the RST 6 months I was there, I lived in Antananarivo, the capital, studying the language and doing archival research. The National Archives in Antananarivo are a remarkable resource. In their collection are thousands of documents from the 19th century Kingdom of Madagascar, most from the highland province of Imarina, which surrounded the capital. Almost all of it was in Malagasy. I went through hundreds of folders, carefully copying out everything concerned with the district of Eastern Amamo, the part of Imarina in which I intended to work. Eastern Amamo seemed, at the time, to have been a rather sleepy place, a rural hinterland far from the tumultuous political struggles of the capital, but at the same time insulated from the unstable fringes of Imarina, half-empty territories full of raiding bandits, industrial projects, and periodic revolts. It was a place where not much ever happened, and thus, the perfect ELD on which to study the slow-moving processes of social and cultural change I was interested in. What had attracted me to Eastern Amamo, in other words, was almost exactly the opposite of what attracted me to Betafo. Once I felt I had a minimal command of Malagasy, I set out for Aravanamamo, the major town of the region. It was not at all difficult to get there. Aravanamamo is only an hour from the capital by car. Before long I had established myself in town, and had begun making regular trips to the surrounding countryside, gathering oral histories, keeping an eye out for a likely place to do more detailed research. Aravanamamo is a town of some 10,000 people that clusters around a stretch of the main highway leading west from the capital. In the 1960s and 70s, it had been the home of the national airport, which sat in a broad valley to the south of town, but though the airport brought money and employment, it never seemed to become an integral part of the town's economy. It was largely a thing grafted on. The road from the airport did not pass through Aravanamamo itself, there wasn't even a place for travelers to spend the night there. In 1975, the airport was replaced by another, nearer the capital, 6 by 10. 1990, all that remained to show it had once been there was the battered plywood shell of an empty restaurant, standing where the airport road merges with the highway just on the outskirts of town. The current town centers on a taxi station, a wide asphalt expanse, flanked by 2 great churches, Catholic and Protestant. At most hours, it was crowded with vans and station wagons, filling up with passengers and bags and crates and heading off the capital, or further west down the highway. On the southern edge of the taxi stand is a wide-spreading Montana tree, a very ancient sycamore that is considered the symbolic center of the town, the mark that it was once the place of kings. To its north is a marketplace with food stands and red-tiled arcades, which every Friday LLS to overflowing with rural people and vendors under wide umbrellas. The town itself clings to the road, only there is their electricity. Its houses are mostly 2 or 3 stories, with graceful pillars supporting verandas around the second and high-pitched roofs of tin or tile. Aravanamamo is the capital of an administrative district of the same name. It contains several government offices and 3 high schools, 1 state school, CEG, 1 Catholic lycée, and 1 Protestant one. There is a clinic and, on a high bluff somewhat to the west of town, a small prison. Together with the gendarmes' barracks near the old airport, a post of say, and a bank, these constitute the government presence. There was once a factory nearby, but it had been abandoned for years by the time I was there. No one I knew was quite sure what, if anything, had ever been produced there. The town's commercial economy fell almost completely outside the formal, taxed, regulated sector. There was a pharmacy and 2 large general stores, but that was about it. Otherwise, the population conformed to the general rule for Malagasy towns: almost everybody grows food, everybody sells something. Streets were fringed with dozens of little booths and stores, all stocked with the same narrow range of products: soap, rum, candles, cooking oil, biscuits, soda, bread. Anyone who had a car was a member of the taxi collective, anyone who had a VCR was a theater operator, anyone who had a sewing machine was a manufacturer of clothing. The province of Imarina has always centered on the gigantic irrigated plains surrounding the capital, Antananarivo, which have long had a very dense population and been the center of powerful kingdoms. In the 19th century, the Merina Kingdom conquered most of Madagascar. Since the French conquest of 1895, Antananarivo has remained the center of administration. 11. And the surrounding territory remains the ancestral lands of most of Madagascar's administrators and educated elite. The territory that now makes up the district of Erevanimamo was always somewhat marginal. It was late to be incorporated into the kingdom, and it was never more than weakly integrated into the networks of cash and patronage centered on the capital. So it remains. Now, as then, it is a political and economic margin, a place where not much ever happens. To the north of Erevanimamo is a rolling country of endless red hills, some covered only with grass, others wooded with eucalyptus trees, stretches of tapia, which look like dwarf oaks, and occasional stands of pine. The hills are cut by narrow twisting valleys, each carefully terraced for the cultivation of irrigated rice. Here and there rise granite mountains, supposed to have been the seats of ancient kings. In this back country, there are no paved roads. People walk, very few can afford bicycles. Goods are transported in ox carts, along mud paths that are, even in winter, too rutted for any but the toughest automobiles. With the start of the summer rains, they become impassable. It is largely because of the difficulties of communication that there is no large-scale commercial agriculture, despite the proximity of the capital. Farmers do end up carting a fair proportion of their crops to markets in town, and much of this ends up helping to feed the population of Antananarivo, but it's all piecemeal. Individual cultivators selling to very small-scale merchants in an endless multitude of tiny transactions, almost as if people were intentionally trying to ensure that the meager profits to be had from buying and selling local products ended up divided among as many hands as possible. Betafo lies along the southern arc of a long mountainous ridge called Ambahidradambi, most of it only a 30 to 40 minutes walk from the center of Erevanimamo. It is close enough that one can live in town and still cultivate one's elds in Betafo, as many people do, or have a house in both places and move freely back and forth between them. Armand's family took the latter course. Usually about half of them were to be found in Betafo at any given time, the rest in town or elsewhere. At any rate, it is not an isolated place. Now, when I say Betafo, I am not referring merely to a village. True, at its narrowest, the word refers to the center of an ancient village, to Maidana's house and the two houses next to it. At its broadest, however, it encompassed a large number of settlements spread out across two Fokontani, whose residents 12. Shared a common historical identity. When I was there in 1990, this broader Betafo consisted of roughly 15 settlements, with 80 houses, and perhaps somewhere between 300 and 500 people. It's hard to come up with? Gurus more precise. Settlements vary enormously in size. Any place of human habitation is called a tanana, town, even if it is only a single isolated house. It's hard to count people because everyone moves around so that it's hard to draw a line and say who is a resident and who is not. Armand's family being only a typical case in point. Particularly in winter, the agricultural off-season, large proportions of the population disperse to the city, to town, or other distant parts pursuing trade. Most rural communities in a marina have some economic specialization, which occupies people especially in winter. In one village, the men will all be butchers, in another the women all weave baskets, or make rope. Spaces in the marketplace in Erevanimamo are mapped out as much by the origin of the vendors as by the goods they have for sale. The people of Betafo have been traditionally known as blacksmiths. Nowadays, roughly a third of its households still have smithy outback. Of those who do not, a very large number are involved in supplying smiths with iron ingots, and selling the plows and shovels they produce in markets and fairs in other parts of a marina. What had started as a local effort had, by the time I was there, expanded dramatically, since in most of the region to the west of the capital, Betafo was mainly known for selling plows. Despite the fact that no one in Betafo itself actually produced plows, the plows were all manufactured in other villages in the vicinity of Erevanimamo, with iron supplied by speculators from Betafo. The intensi cation of commerce is one response to the economic crunch that has caused a dramatic fall in standards of living throughout Madagascar since the 1970s. It led to a great increase in side occupations, so that in any one household, one woman might be spending much of her time running a coffee stand in town, or weaving, another making fermented manioc to sell to vendors in the market, one man driving an ox cart part-time and spending several months a year selling pineapples in a different part of the marina, yet another might only drop by in the country occasionally, spending most of his days reeling disposable lighters near the taxi stand in town. All this makes membership in a community like Betafo a bit hard to deny. Not that I was trying to gather much in the way of statistics. As I have said, my RST work was on oral history. I started visiting villages like Betafo, usually accompanied by one or two Malagasy friends from 13. Erivanamamo. I never had a formal research assistant, but there were always people actively helping me with my work. I've already mentioned the names of two: Parson, the biology teacher, who helped me especially when RSD arrived, and school was out of session, then Chantal, a woman in theory performing her year of national service at the time. Since in practice, this meant having to put on a green and brown uniform twice a week and give a geography class at the SEG, she had little else to do. These were also the people whose families I was living with. For all the time I ended up spending in Betafo, I never permanently relocated there. The fact that I lived in Erivanamamo, only occasionally spending the night in Betafo, obviously has had an effect on my vision of the place. Among other things, it means that I have a much more intimate familiarity with the minutiae of everyday life in town. But living in Betafo would have led to all sorts of problems. It would have made it almost impossible to avoid being identified with one faction. What I ended up doing was spending more time with Maidana's family than any other, but making a point, whenever I did sleep over, of always doing so at Armand's house, never theirs. I felt this struck a nice balance, a balance it would have been impossible to strike had I been forced to choose a single place to stay. Research on spirit mediumship and curing was also much easier to do in town. It's not that there were no mediums in Betafo, there were, and they played an important part in its political life. It's just that the ones in Erivanamamo seemed much more interested in working with me. 7. So if here too I will be forced to LL out my description and analysis of Betafo, in part, with information drawn from other sources, it is largely because I always preferred to deal with the people who seemed the most enthusiastic about having me around. A word on this latter point: like most anthropologists, I spent a lot of time thinking about the political aspects of conducting research. It is hard not to be a little self-conscious in a milieu where urbanites seem to and a special joy in telling me how Terry ed country folk were a Vazaha, people of European stock, such as myself, and country folk, how Terry ed children were. For most Malagasy, the very word Vazaha evoked the threat of violence. Fortunately for me, it also had as its primary meaning Frenchman, and, as I endlessly had to explain, I did not speak French. Speaking only in Malagasy took a lot of the edge off things. But conducting research itself had associations. On the one hand, 14. Imarina is a highly literate society. No one had any problem understanding what I meant if I said I was an American student carrying out research for his doctorate in anthropology. Nor did anyone seem to doubt that this was a legitimate, even an admirable thing to be doing. But techniques of knowledge were very closely identified with techniques of rule, and I quickly got the impression that there were certain sorts of inquiry people were much more comfortable with than others. Perhaps I was overly sensitive, but as soon as I got the feeling I was moving onto territory someone didn't want me delving into, I desisted. I would rather people talk to me about the things they wanted to talk about. As a result, I probably know more about the distribution of property in Betafo in 1925, or even 1880, than I do for the time I was there. Property surveys were the sort of the thing a government would carry out, backed by the threat of force. This meant that there were extensive records in the archives. It also meant I myself didn't want to do one. Even the act of systematically going from door to door surveying household size would have been, well, rude. Lack of hard numbers seemed a minor price to pay. The quality and texture of this study follow directly from my style of research. It mostly consists of people talking, often, of many talking at once. I rarely conducted formal interviews. Instead, I would take out my tape recorder and turn it on whenever I had the slightest excuse. Usually I would ask some questions or raise issues, but, once everyone was aware of the sort of topics that interested me, things would often follow of their own accord, particularly if Maidana, or someone like her, was in the room. It had helped that verbal performance is so much appreciated in Madagascar, rather than people freezing up or becoming STI-ed. The presence of a tape recorder would often set people into playful competition in conversational skills, wit, or knowledge. Of course, in a place like Betafo, who said what in front of whom was a question full of politics. The political aspects of conversation are one of the major theoretical issues of the book. As Maidana's case makes clear, avoiding topics people didn't want to talk about did not mean I only got the official version of events. To be honest, I often found authoritative accounts rather boring. They interested me insofar as they were full of holes. I always assumed when you see hesitation, confusion, tension, ambiguity, when people seem to want to talk about something and not to want to talk about it at the same time, that this was the surest sign there was something important going on. It was usually easier to explore. 15. Such territory with women. Women may have regularly deferred to men as the authoritative voices for representing the community, but as often as not, they would push the men on stage only to subvert their message as soon as they were done with it. Even the old woman who took me to her son to narrate village history ended up interrupting him, as soon as he was drawing to a close, to tell the story of a notorious local witch, completely shattering the image of solidarity he had just done his best to convey, and causing much consternation among the assembled menfolk. Things like this happened again and again. At times it seemed to take on an almost ritualized cast. In the end, I came to conclusion that it was this very process, men building up the placid surfaces that women would then mischievously puncture and expose, that history and moral discourse really consisted of. The object only existed when it had been halfway ripped apart. The very existence of the state. Shortly before I left for Madagascar, an American who had done a lot of work there warned me to be very careful poking around the countryside. State authority, he said, was dissolving. In many parts of the island, it had effectively ceased to exist. Even in Marina there were reports of folk on Nalona, village assemblies, beginning to carry out executions. This was one of those concerns forgotten almost as soon as I actually arrived in Madagascar. In the capital there was quite obviously a functioning government, almost every educated person seemed to work for it. When I moved to Aravanamamo, things did not seem particularly different. Certainly, people talked about the government all the time, everybody acted as if there was one. There was an administrative structure, of CES where people typed up documents, registered things, kept track of births and deaths and the number of people's cattle. One even had to get permission to carry out the most important rituals. The government ran schools, held national exams, there were gendarmes, a prison, an air-field with military jets. It was only in retrospect, once I left, that I began to wonder whether what he told me might actually have been true. Perhaps it was simply my own bias, the fact that I had always lived under an F-scient and omnipresent government, that made me read the cues the wrong way. Perhaps there really wasn't a state in Baitafo at all, perhaps not even in Aravanamamo, or anyway, not one in any way like what I or other Westerners have come to assume a state is like. 16. The key issue in most Western definitions of the state is its power to coerce. States use violence to enforce the law. The classic definition here is Weber's, an organization will be called a state insofar as its administrative staff successfully upholds the claim to a monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force in the enforcement of its order, 1968 I:54. 9. A definition like this is mainly a way to focus the mind, it is not much use for determining whether or not any particular organization is a state, since for that, everything depends on how one defines successfully. But as often, Weber manages to capture the implicit common sense behind modern Western institutions, one in no way foreign to the Malagasy state, which was organized very much on a Western model. And most Malagasy, I think, would have agreed that the ability to apply force in this way was, essentially, what made a state what it was, even though, in most of the Malagasy countryside, the state had in reality become almost completely unwilling to do so. In the capital, there were police. Around Aravanamamo the closest thing to a police force was a unit of gendarmes who had a barracks somewhat to the west of town. Mainly, they patrolled the highway. Occasionally, I was told, they would GHD bandits further west, but they did not like to travel into the countryside. Outside of town, or not along the highway, gendarmes would never show up unless someone had been murdered. Even in town, they did not act much like police. In Aravanamamo I heard a lot about a bully named Henri, a powerfully built man, perhaps insane, some said he was just pretending, who terrorized its inhabitants for years, posing a constant threat of rape or beatings. Henri used to help himself to merchandise at the local shops, he never paid for anything. After much discussion the young men of the town Nally decided to join together and kill him. As it turned out, they didn't quite succeed. Badly wounded, Henri managed to take refuge in the Catholic Church and demanded sanctuary, claiming to be persecuted because he was mentally ill. The Italian priest hid him in the back of a van and smuggled him out to an insane asylum. He was soon discharged. He beat the other patients, but didn't dare show his face again in Aravanamamo for many years to come. But why hadn't the gendarmes done anything about him, I'd ask. Haven't you seen Henri? People would reply. He's enormous. But the gendarmes had guns, I said. Yes, but even so. Occasionally, there might be a clash between principles of order. The immediate cause of the 1987 ordeal at Baitafo, for instance, was the theft of a whole storage pit full of rice belonging to a notable elder. The suspected thief, 17, was eventually killed, beaten to death by men from another village. Some said he was beaten to death by the folk on Nalona, implying that this was a legitimate action. There seems to have been a tacit rule that the folk on Nalona can take matters into its own hands when even a man's parents are no longer willing to defend him. 10. In this case the victim's father had refused to defend him before the folk on Nalona in Betafo, even though he must have been aware of what that might open the way to. The man who attacked him thus probably felt they were within their rights. This, however, did not stop the gendarmes from appearing to arrest 2 of them, though that, in turn, seems to have been because some witnesses disagreed and went to the gendarmes demanding justice. Nonetheless, the point remains that it took something that extreme, an eyewitness to murder appearing on their doorstep, to inspire the gendarmes to venture onto the mud roads that lead out into the countryside. All these were very exceptional events. The most significant thing about violence in Aravonimamo is that there was very little of it. Murders were shocking, isolated events, there were very few henres. Nonetheless, rural assemblies had to develop all sorts of creative strategies to overcome the reluctance of the forces of order to enforce the laws. The practice of holding communal ordeals itself was one. 11. Another was the peculiar custom of advance confessions. In cases of assault, especially, the folk on Alona would often resolve matters by forcing the culprit to sign a statement confessing responsibility for any harm the victim might come to in the future. The papers would then be deposited with the gendarmes in town. In this case the state was being used as a kind of ghost image of authority, a principle but not a threat, since if the culprit ignored the warning, unless he actually murdered his victim, the folk on Alona themselves would have to be the ones to arrest him and carry him down to the gendarmes of, say, the papers would merely make it much more likely that he would then have to spend some time in jail. Theories of social class almost always assume that a key role of the state, perhaps its most important role, is to underpin property relations. Contractual, market relations can only exist because their basic ground, the basic rules of the game, are enshrined in law. Those laws in turn are effective only insofar as everyone knows they will be backed up, in the last instance, by clubs and guns and prisons. And of course if the ultimate guarantor of property relations is state violence, then the same is true of social classes as well. But in a place like Betafo the state simply did not play this role. I cannot imagine a situation under which it would dispatch armed men to uphold one. 18. Person's right to exclude another from their land, let alone to enforce a contract or investigate a robbery. This too was something whose full significance dawned on me only afterward, because everyone acted as if the government did play a crucial role in such things. The government kept track of who owned each piece of land. Whenever someone died, the division of their elds and other property was meticulously recorded at the appropriate of cess. Registering property, along with births and deaths, was one of the main things such of cess did. There were all sorts of laws concerning land, and no one openly contested them, just as when talking in the abstract, they always talked as if they felt land registration did give an accurate picture of who had ultimate rights to what. In practice, however, legal principles were usually only one, relatively minor, consideration. If there was a dispute, legalities had to be weighed against a welter of traditional principles, which usually provided more than one possible solution to any given problem, the intentions of former owners, and not least, by people's broader sense of justice, the feeling, for instance, that no accepted member of the community should be completely deprived of the means of making a living. Certainly no one would think of taking the matter to court, except in a few rare cases where one of the disputants was an outsider. Even then, the court served mainly as a neutral mediator. Everyone knew no one would enforce a court decision. 12. There are various ways one might choose to consider the meaning of all this. One would be to assume that marina culture has a different conception of the state than the Western one. Maybe the protection of property is simply not one of the functions anyone expects a government to fool? To the extent people seem to say otherwise, they might just be paying lip service to alien principles imposed by the French colonial regime, but in fact, the pre-colonial marina state was veritably obsessed with protecting property. King Andrian Ampoina Marina, its founder, emphasized this role constantly in his speeches. Law codes, beginning with his own, always made the regulation of inheritance, rules about buying and renting, and the like, one of their most important areas of concern. Even the registration of lands predates the colonial period. Records began to be kept in 1878, 17 years before the French invasion. On the other hand, Existing evidence gives us no reason to believe that people then paid much more attention to this elaborate legal structure than they do today, although neither is any record of anyone openly challenging it. Legal systems have always been accepted in principle, and appealed to only. 19. Very selectively in practice. Mostly, people go about their business much as they had done before. It is this phenomenon, I think, which gives the best hint as to what's really going on. Let me make a broad generalization. Confronted with someone bent on imposing unwanted authority, a typical Malagasy response will be to agree heartily with whatever demands that person makes, and then, as soon as they are gone, to try to go on living one's life as if the incident had never happened. One might even say this was the archetypically Malagasy way of dealing with authority. Admittedly, it is hardly a strategy limited to Madagascar. Something along these lines is often considered a typically peasant strategy. It is an obvious course to take when one is in no way economically dependent on those trying to tell one what to do. But there are many other routes to take, all sorts of possible combinations of confrontation, negotiation, subversion, acquiescence. In Madagascar, where there has always been a strong emphasis on avoiding open confrontation, the preferred approach has always been to do whatever it takes to make them happy until they go away, then ignore them. It even takes on a cosmological dimension. Malagasy myths on the origins of death claim that life itself was won from God in a deal that humans never really intended to keep. Hence, it is said, God kills us. The mythological point is, I think, suggestive. One might well argue that this whole attitude is ultimately one with the logic of Sacre? Say, which at least in Madagascar is often explicitly phrased as a way of fobbing off the divine powers with a portion of what is rightfully theirs, so as to win the rest for living people. The life of the animal, it is often said, goes to God, hence, implicitly, we get to keep our own. Consider then the curious fact that all over Madagascar, Sacre? Shell rituals, or their functional equivalents, such as the Famadiana rituals of Imarina, always seem to require government permits. The fact that this permit has been received, that the paperwork has been properly done, is often made much of during the ceremony itself. Here is a fragment of a speech from the Betsumisaraka of eastern Madagascar, spoken over the body of a Sacre? Shell ox, for this ox is not the kind of ox that lazes in its pen or shits anywhere on entering the village. Its body is here with us, but its life is with you, the government. You, the government, are like a great beast lying on its back. He who turns it over sees its huge jaws, so we, comrades, cannot turn that beast over. It is this of? Shall permit that is the knife that dares to cut its hide, the axe that dares to break its bones, which comes from you who hold political authority. Ali 1984 59-60-20. Not only is the state good simultaneously as a potential force of violence and its victim, the act of acquiring a permit becomes equated with the act of Sacre? Say itself. The main point I am trying to make here is about autonomy. Filling out forms, registering land, even paying taxes, might be considered the equivalents of Sacre? Say, little ritualized actions of propitiation by which one wins the autonomy to continue with one's life. This theme of autonomy crops up in any number of other studies of colonial and post-colonial Madagascar, notably, those of Gerald Althabe, 1969, 1978, about these same Betsumisaraka, and Gillian Feely-Harnick, 1982, 1984, 1992, on the Sakalava of the Northwest Coast. But in these authors it takes on a sort of added twist, since both suggest that, in Madagascar, the most common way to achieve autonomy is by creating a false image of domination. The logic seems to be this: community of equals can only be created by common subordination to some overarching force. Typically, it is conceived as arbitrary and potentially violent in much the same way as the traditional Malagasy god. But it can also be equally far from everyday human concerns. One of the most dramatic responses to colonial rule, among both peoples, was the massive diffusion of spirit possession. In every community, women began to be possessed by the souls of ancient kings, whose will was considered, at least in theory, to have all the authority it would have had they been alive. By relegating ultimate social authority to entranced women speaking with the voices of dead kings, the power to constitute communities is displaced to a zone where French officials and police would have no way to openly confront it. In either case, there was the same kind of move: one manages to create a space for free action, in which to live one's life out of the grip of power, only by creating the image of absolute domination, but one which is ultimately only that, an image, a phantasm, completely manipulable by those it ostensibly subjects. To put the matter crudely, one might say that the people I knew were engaged in a kind of scam. Their image of government had, at least since the colonial period, been one of something essentially alien, predatory, coercive. The principal emotion it inspired was fear. Under the French, the government apparatus was primarily an engine for extracting money and forced labor from its subjects. It provided relatively little in way of social benefits for the rural population. Certainly, from the point of view of the rural population it didn't, insofar as it did concern itself with its subjects' daily needs. It was with the conscious intention of creating new ones, of transforming their desires so as 21. To create a more deeply rooted dependence. Nor did matters change much after independence in 1960, since the RST Malagasy regime made very few changes in its policy or mode of operation. For the vast majority of the population, the common-sense attitude was that the state was something to be propitiated, then avoided, insofar as it was in any way possible to do so. It was only after the revolution of 1972 that things really began to change. An anti-colonial revolt in its origins, the 72 events introduced a succession of state capitalist, military-based regimes, from 1975 until 1991, dominated by the guru of President Didier Ratsiraka. Ratsiraka found his political inspiration in Kim Il-sung of North Korea. In theory, his regime was dedicated to a very centralized version of socialist development and mobilization. From the beginning, though, he was uninterested in what he considered a stagnant, traditional peasant sector with little revolutionary potential. In agriculture as in industry, his government concentrated its efforts on a series of colossal development schemes, often heroic in scale, involving massive investment, funded by foreign loans. Loans were easy enough to get in the 1970s. By 1981 the government was insolvent. Ever since, Malagasy economic history has mainly been the story of negotiations with the IMF. There is no room here to enter into details on the effects of IMF-ordered austerity plans. Say it to say their immediate result was a catastrophic fall in living standards, across the board. Hardest hit were the civil service and other government employees, who made up the bulk of the middle class. But, aside from a narrow elite surrounding the president himself, who stole liberally, pauperization has been well-nigh universal. Madagascar is now one of the poorest countries on earth. For Ratsiraka's peasant sector rural areas not producing key commodities, this whole period was marked by the gradual withdrawal of the state. The most onerous taxes from the French period, the head tax, cattle tax, house tax, intended to force farmers to sell their products and thus to goad them into the cash economy, were abolished immediately after the revolution. Ratsiraka's regime, RSD, ignored rural administration. After 1981, it increasingly became the object of triage. The state, its resources ever more limited as budgets were endlessly slashed, was reduced to administering and providing minimal social services to those towns and territories its rulers found economically important, mainly, those which generated some kind of foreign exchange. Places like Erevanamamo, where almost all production and distribution was carried out outside the formal sector anyway, were of no interest to 22. them. Indeed, it is hard to imagine anything that could happen there, short of the area becoming the base for armed guerrillas, hardly a possibility, that would seriously threaten the interests of the men who really ran the country. 13 resources for rural areas dried up. By the time I was in Erevanamamo, the only sector of administration that was receiving any significant funding was the education system. Even here the sums were paltry. The main government role was to post the teachers, who were sometimes paid at least in part by parents' associations, provide curriculum and administer the tests. The latter, particularly the baccalaureate examinations, were of particular concern to the center because they were the gateway into the formal, state sector. Those who passed it had to undergo several weeks of military training and then carry out a year's national service, though, as I've pointed out, this mainly consisted of lounging around in meaningless make-work jobs. But national service was, I think, important. It was a way of marking passage into a domain where effective authority really did exist, where orders had to be obeyed. For those not ensconced in the educational system, the government provided nothing, 14, but it also had next to no immediate power over their lives. Still, even in the countryside, government of cess continued to exist. The typewriters were often crumbling, functionaries were often reduced to buying their own paper, since they could no longer requisition any, but people dutifully continued to fill out forms, requesting permission before uprooting trees or exhuming the dead, reporting births and deaths, and registering the number of their cattle. They must have realized that, had they refused, nothing would have happened. So, why did they play along? One might, I suppose, call it inertia, sheer force of habit. People were still running the same scam, propitiating the state without having noticed its huge jaws were toothless. Certainly, memories of colonial violence were still vivid. Many times I was told of the early days of mass executions, or of how terry royal people used to be when they had to enter a government of the endless pressure of taxation. But I think the real answer is more subtle. Memories of violence were mainly important because they net what people imagined a state to be about. I found little notion that the state, for all its socialist pretensions, existed to provide services. At least, no one much complained about the lack of them. People seemed to accept that a government was essentially an arbitrary, predatory, coercive power. But the one theme of official ideology everyone did seem to take seriously was the idea of Malagasy unity. In the highlands, at least, people saw themselves as Malagasy. They 23. Hardly ever referred to themselves as Marina. Malagasy unity was a constant theme in rhetoric. It was the real meaning, I think, of the Malagasy acts that inevitably accompanied any major ritual, whose official meaning was to mark that the forms had been laid out, the event approved. It seems to me that it was the very emptiness of the state which made it acceptable as a unifying force. When it was powerful, the state in a marina was essentially seen as something French. This remained true even in the early years of independence. The 1972 revolution was and foremost an effort to achieve genuine independence, to make the state truly Malagasy. For the highland population, I would say, this effort was largely successful, if only because at the same time, the state was stripped of almost all effective power. In other words, the government became something along the same lines as the ancient kings discussed by Althaib and Fili Harnack, absolute, arbitrary powers that constitute those they subjugate as a community by virtue of their common subjugation, while at the same time, extremely convenient powers to be ruled by, because, in any immediate practical sense, they do not exist. Provisional Autonomous Zone. In contemporary anarchist circles it has become common to talk of TAZ as temporary autonomous zones. Hakim Bey 1991. The idea is that, while there may no longer be any place on earth entirely uncolonized by state and capital, power is not completely monolithic, there are always temporary cracks and sures, ephemeral spaces in which self-organized communities can and do continually emerge like eruptions, covert uprisings. Free spaces? Occur into existence and then pass away. If nothing else, they provide constant testimony to the fact that alternatives are still conceivable, that human possibilities are never crossed. In rural Marina, it might be better to talk about a provisional autonomous zone, rather than a temporary one, in part, to emphasize that it does not stand quite so outside power as the image of a TAZ implies, but also, because there is no reason to necessarily assume its independence is all that temporary. Betafo, even to a large extent Erevanimamo, stood outside the direct control of the state apparatus, even if the people who lived there passed back and forth between them and zones, such as the capital, which are very much under the domination of the state. Their autonomy was tentative, uncertain, it might be largely swept away the moment a new infusion of guns and 24. Money restores the apparatus, but then again, it might not. Some might consider the current situation scandalous. Myself, I consider it a remarkable accomplishment. After all, austerity plans have been imposed on nations all over the world, few governments have reacted by abandoning the bulk of the population to govern themselves, nor would many populations have been so well prepared to do so. I don't mean to romanticize the situation. What autonomy rural communities have has been won at the cost of grinding poverty. It is hard to enjoy one's freedom if one is in a constant scramble to have enough to eat. Institutions of rule, most obviously schools and Christian churches, still function, and in the same hierarchical way as ever, even if they did now largely lack the power to back up their efforts with the threat of physical force. Nor was a place like Betafo one within which people dealt with each other in a particularly egalitarian fashion, far from. If it had been, people there wouldn't have been getting along so badly. In order to understand what happened in Betafo, then, one must understand that it was a place that stood effectively outside state power, then, that it did not stand entirely outside it. For all the efforts to maintain zones of autonomy, the reality of coercion has by now reshaped the terms by which people deal with each other. In certain ways, it has become embedded in the very structure of experience. In Imarina, just about everyone considers themselves a Christian, about 2/3 of the population is Protestant, 1/3 Catholic. Many regularly attend church. The government may no longer have the means to compel children to attend school, but attendance is still close to universal, at least at the primary level. At the same time, however, There is a certain ambivalence about both these institutions, particularly the schools. As I already remarked when speaking of the politics of research, the educational system in America has always been seen as a tool of power, and always, too, identity. Ed with Vazaha. The present educational system took form under the French colonial regime. It is important to bear in mind that this was not a regime that could ever make the remotest claim to being the expression of popular will. It was a regime imposed by conquest, maintained only by the constant threat of force. It is worth considering for a moment what maintaining a credible threat of force actually requires. It is not merely a matter of having an adequate number of men willing to use violence, not even a matter of arming and training them. Mostly, it is a matter of coordination. The crucial thing is to be 25. Able to ensure that a sufficient number of such violent men will always be able to show up, whenever and wherever there is an open challenge to one's authority, and that everyone knows that they will indeed do so. But this, in turn, requires a great deal. It requires an extensive cadre of trained functionaries capable of processing information, not to mention an infrastructure of roads, telephones, typewriters, barracks, repair shops, petroleum depots, and the staff to maintain them. Once built, such an infrastructure can and doubtless will serve other purposes as well. Roads built to transport soldiers will also end up carrying chickens to market and people to visit their ailing relatives. But if it wasn't for the soldiers, the roads would never have been there, and at least in Madagascar, people seemed perfectly well aware of that. Most of the people who work in a state bureaucracy, pretty much any state bureaucracy, anywhere, are, on a day-to-day level, much more concerned with processing information than with breaking people's skulls. But the same is true of soldiers and police. Rather than see this fact as proof that violence plays a minor role in the operation of a state, it might be better to ask oneself how much these technologies of information are themselves part of the apparatus of violence, essential elements in ensuring that small handful of people willing and able to break skulls will always be able to show up at the right place at the right time. Surveillance, after all, is a technique of war, and Foucault's panopticon was a prison, with armed guards. Viewed from Madagascar, the essentially violent nature of the state is much harder to deny. This is not only because of its colonial history. It is also because most Malagasy, at least the ones I knew, are accustomed to different standards of perception. The best way to put it is that, unlike most Americans, they did not see anything particularly shameful about fear. This was one of the things it took me longest to get used to. Seeing grown men, for instance, gazing into the street and casually remarking "scary cars, I'm scared of those oxen." For someone brought up as I had been, it was very disconcerting. I may not come from a particularly macho background, by American standards, but I had been brought up to assume confessions of fear, at least fear of being physically harmed by others, were at least a little bit embarrassing. Most Malagasy seemed to indeed the subject pleasant and amusing. They took a veritable delight in telling me how afraid some people were of Vazaha, sometimes, even, how much they themselves were. That governments work largely through inspiring fear in their subjects was simply obvious to them. It seems to me that, insofar as Western social science has a tendency to 26. Downplay the importance of coercion, it is partly because of a hidden embarrassment. It's shameful to admit to the degree to which our own daily lives are framed by the fear of physical force. 15 schools, anyway, are ultimately a part of this apparatus of violence. In Malagasy, one does not speak of education as conveying facts and information so much as skills. The word used, fahaizana, means skills, know-how, practical knowledge. The kind of fahaizana one acquires at school, however, was seen as an essentially foreign one, a fahaizana vazaha, opposed, as such, to Malagasy forms of know-how. The techniques taught in school were seen as, essentially, techniques of rule. In part this is because the school system was itself part of the infrastructure of violence. It was designed primarily to train functionaries, secondarily, technicians. The style of teaching was entirely authoritarian, with a heavy emphasis on rote memorization, and the skills that were taught with the expectation they were to be employed in workshops, or classrooms organized around certain forms of social relation, what might be referred to as relations of command. The assumption was always that some people would be giving orders, others were there to obey. In other words, not only was this system designed to produce the competences required to maintain an infrastructure of violence, it was premised on social relations completely unlike those current in other aspects of daily life, ones that could only be maintained by a constant threat of physical harm. The ambivalence toward research and book learning, then, was based on a perfectly sensible appreciation of the situation. Everyone considered knowledge in itself a valuable, even a pleasant, thing. Everyone recognized that the skills one learned in school opened spheres of experience that would not otherwise be available to types of information and networks of communication that span the globe. But these skills were also techniques of repression. By training people in certain methods of organization and not others, how to keep lists and inventories, how to conduct a meeting, the system ensured that no matter what their purposes, any large-scale network they put together capable of coordinating anything, whether it be an historical preservation society, or a revolutionary party, will almost inevitably end up operating somewhat like a coercive bureaucracy. 16 Certainly, one can, and many did, try to rework these devices to operate in a more consensual, democratic manner. Armand, for example, was involved with a party trying to do precisely that. It can be done, but it is extremely difficult, and the tendency, the drift, is for any system created by people trained in these competencies, no matter how. 27. Revolutionary their intentions, to end up looking at least a little like the French colonial regime. Hardly surprising then that most people wrote these techniques off as inherently foreign, and tried as much as they could to isolate them from Malagasy contexts. This is one thing I mean when I say that coercion had become internalized in the structure of experience. There was a whole domain of experience, characterized by certain, ultimately coercive ways of dealing with other people, which everyone to some degree participated in, even if they tried to limit their effects. And in Betafo, there was the added problem that these forms of knowledge were nightly associated with certain people more than others. One might say there were three important groups in Betafo: rich nobles, poor nobles, and slaves. This would not be strictly accurate. The nobles were never really nobles, the slaves are certainly no longer slaves. But the English words evoke much the same associations as the Malagasy words Andriana and Andivo. Most Andriana did imagine their ancestors to have been wealthy and powerful relatives of kings. Most black people did imagine their ancestors to have been bondsmen, held hands, people kidnapped from their homes to be bought and sold like cattle, prone to be punished arbitrarily by their masters, most all the things normally called to mind by the English slave. During the 19th century, most Andriana were simple farmers, but there were a handful of very wealthy families. These were the families who owned by far the largest share of slaves. After the French conquest and the abolition of slavery, in 1895, most of them managed to end positions in the French administration. Within a generation, they had moved out of Betafo entirely, giving a portion of their land to former slaves, and arranging for the rest to be sharecropped by them. Their present-day descendants live in Antananarivo, or in Paris. They have moved on to an entirely different social class. Most of Betafo's Andriana remain what they have always been, poor farmers. Even if they see themselves as descendants of lords and slave owners, many are convinced that as a group they are slowly declining into poverty, even as the black people advance, as punishment for this ancient guild. I said in the last section that rights and land were not really determined by the law, but rather by consensus, a weighing of custom against a broader sense of justice. Such a consensus though is always easier to arrive at where everyone is kin, or at the very least, where there is a certain feeling of commonality. Where the community is divided between two groups that see themselves as of entirely different origins, whose main past relations have been based on 28. Exploitation and oppression, and a third that doesn't even live there. This can be much more difficult to do. The existence of a class of absentees meant that, at least in Betafo, the sudden disappearance of coercion did make a difference in the status of landholding. It meant the slow process by which former sharecroppers had been taking over land around Betafo sped up dramatically. In fact, the former absentee class would have probably had next to nothing left, by the time I showed up, had it not been for the arrival of Maidana and her family. Maidana was a nice person in an impossible situation. She was a woman who enjoyed science, fiction novels and classical music, the wife of a civil servant named Claude Rambato who had followed him to postings all over Madagascar, a woman who had lived all her life within the apparatus of state. Then, in the 80s, salaries collapsed. A series of stomach operations forced her husband into early retirement. They had 6 children, but none yet old enough to take government positions of their own. With no source of income, they were forced, for the time being, to move back to Claude's mother's natal village, and support themselves as best they could by farming the land that had until then been worked by descendants of their former slaves. Having lived all their lives in an environment negged by state power, they found themselves growing rice in village in which state power did not exist, among people who saw her family as the living representatives of an historical tradition of repression. I think they made a sincere effort to do whatever it took to get along, They studiously avoided doing anything that could be interpreted as placing themselves above their neighbors. Still, many of those neighbors refused from the start to have anything to do with them. After the ordeal, it got worse. There are people saying that we're mean, Maidana complained, the term she used, Maziaka? Erche, savage, cruel, being one that is usually applied to ancestors, and particularly to her own ancestor in the great white tomb next to her own house, the one that people were really avoiding when they started staying away from that part of the village. Maidana's complaint expresses perfectly the fusion of ancestor and descendant that was the real basis of people's shariness in having her around. They did not really distinguish between the power of slaveholding ancestors and modern bureaucrats. They were considered to be essentially the same thing. The historical traditions I collected didn't have much to say about the colonial period. Neither did they address the sort of issues I've been talking about in these last two sections, at least, not directly. But stories about the 29. Pre-colonial past, and particularly, those about masters and slaves, can be read as veritable meditations on the nature of coercive power. This is an issue I will be treating in more detail in the next chapter. For now, Suf? Say it to say that this was an even more fundamental way in which coercion had become embedded in the structure of daily experience. The very existence of a division between black and white people is seen as testimony to a history of violence. In Betafo, both groups suddenly found themselves confronting each other within a de facto autonomous zone, a place where the props of state violence had suddenly been kicked away. The result was a political struggle, in the end, a major political confrontation. But as the story of the ordeal makes clear, this struggle was not carried out by anything we would consider conventional political means. True, there were periodic elections. Most black people were adherents of the ruling party, Arama, most white ones, to the theoretically pro-Soviet AKFM. But no one took party politics very seriously. Formal political institutions, in a place like Betafo, had become almost meaningless. The accustomed strategy of dealing with power was to fend it off and try to establish an autonomous, Malagasy domain outside its site, one sheltered from the political domain and the threat of violence on which it was based. The result was that, when state-sponsored institutions began withering away, new ones did not arise to replace them. 17 With no overtly political sphere, or none to speak of, politics had to be conducted through other means. As a result, everything became political. Particularly, everything Malagasy. Manipulating stories, interpreting dreams, making veiled hints about the possible extent of one's magical powers, preventing others from eating garlic, claiming credit for freak acts of weather, such things became the principal medium of politics. Why you might want to read this book. Men make their history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. Karl Marx. The rest of this book is not, for the most part, about the relation between Betafo and the state, real or imagined, but about how politics is actually conducted in such unusual circumstances. This is a book about the relation between 30. Politics and history, about what it means to act politically, to act historically, about the point at which one begins to slip into the other. As with any work of anthropology, this work sets out from the assumption that the best way to gain insight into such pan-human questions is to look at people who seem to go about the same things in the most unfamiliar ways. People in rural Marina do, indeed, carry about an implicit theory of history, of the way the past continues to shape and influence the present, which is very different than that carried about by the typical inhabitant of Cleveland or Singapore. The tradition of the dead generations does indeed weigh like a nightmare on the brains of the living, often, literally. But this is more than simply a comparison of assumptions about the meaning of history. I also wanted to write a particular, somewhat experimental, sort of ethnography. Perhaps the best way to put it would be, one which would treat ordinary people, people like Armand, Maidana, Ratsisofi, as historical characters. By this I mean, treating them not as exemplars of something other than themselves, or at least, not primarily so, but rather as actors, human beings actively shaping the world in which they exist, even if they are, like any of us, not entirely aware of the degree to which they are doing so. People who have the capacity of acting in ways that no prior model would have been able to predict. Social science, after all, is very good at describing things that have already occurred in such a way as to imply they could have been predicted beforehand. It is rarely able to actually predict anything. I wanted to write in such a way as to keep an awareness of this alive in the account itself, to retain a sense that one can never be completely sure what these people are about to do. It's not that I am trying to deny the degree to which their lives are shaped and constrained by larger forces, I just don't want that to be the only point. In a way, what I'm trying to do is perhaps not that different from what I've said so many Malagasy themselves were doing, carving out a small, somewhat tenuous space of autonomy and freedom within social theory itself. This is also why the theorizing focuses so consistently on action, not asking what is politics, but what is political action. Not history, but historical action, an approach which is no doubt made easier by the fact that the Malagasy cosmology itself assumes that the world ultimately arises, in one way or another, from the play of human intentions. The emphasis on characters, in turn, leads to an emphasis on character, a moral dimension which runs throughout the book. A lot of the next 3 chapters are about understanding how people in Betafo sit in judgment on 31. Each other. This is a social world that is not only rife with human purposes, but with people actively discussing the rights and wrongs of them. Inevitably, then, as with Michael Lamke's work on moral practice, 1992, which this very much recalls, this leads to an emphasis on the political status of narrative, gossip, secrets. It also means the people I talk about the most are not typical members of the community, most are characters, oddballs, eccentrics of one sort or another, but this is probably inevitable too. Much of the moral life of a community, probably anywhere, is spent in endless conversations about such people, and they usually end up playing a role in its most dramatic political events. After mapping this out, I will follow with a brief history of Betafo, Chapter 5, and a detailed account of how the game of politics is actually played there, Chapter 6. Betafo, I argue, is just the kind of anomalous case that allows one to question the very meaning of politics, and much of the chapter is concerned with developing a theory of the relation of political action and representation that could work in such a context. At this point, it's possible to look again at the Rat-Sisyphi as historical characters. By this I mean, treating them not as exemplars of something other than themselves, or at least, not primarily so, but rather as actors, human beings actively shaping the world in which they exist, even if they are, like any of us, not entirely aware of the degree to which they are doing so. People who have the capacity of acting in ways that no prior model would have been able to predict. Social science, after all, is very good at describing things that have already occurred in such a way as to imply they could have been predicted beforehand. It is rarely able to actually predict anything. I wanted to write in such a way as to keep an awareness of this alive in the account itself, to retain a sense that one can never be completely sure what these people are about to do. It's not that I am trying to deny the degree to which their lives are shaped and constrained by larger forces, I just don't want that to be the only point. In a way, what I'm trying to do is perhaps not that different from what I've said so many Malagasy themselves were doing, carving out a small, somewhat tenuous space of autonomy and freedom within social theory itself. This is also why the theorizing focuses so consistently on action, not asking what is politics, but what is political action. Not history, but historical action, an approach which is no doubt made easier by the fact that the Malagasy cosmology itself assumes that the world ultimately arises, in one way or another, from the play of human intentions. The emphasis on characters, in turn, leads to an emphasis on character, a moral dimension which runs throughout the book. A lot of the next 3 chapters are about understanding how people in Betafo sit in judgment on 31. Each other. This is a social world that is not only rife with human purposes, but with people actively discussing the rights and wrongs of them. Inevitably, then, as with Michael Lamke's work on moral practice, 1992, which this very much recalls, this leads to an emphasis on the political status of narrative, gossip, secrets. It also means the people I talk about the most are not typical members of the community, most are characters, oddballs, eccentrics of one sort or another, but this is probably inevitable too. Much of the moral life of a community, probably anywhere, is spent in endless conversations about such people, and they usually end up playing a role in its most dramatic political events. After mapping this out, I will follow with a brief history of Betafo, Chapter 5, and a detailed account of how the game of politics is actually played there, Chapter 6. Betafo, I argue, is just the kind of anomalous case that allows one to question the very meaning of politics, and much of the chapter is concerned with developing a theory of the relation of political action and representation that could work in such a context. At this point, it's possible to look again at the royal authority. 2. Of conquest, captives started to ow into the marina country rather than out of it. Before long a fair proportion of the population was composed of people kidnapped from the coasts. These were the ancestors of the black people who remain in a marina today, even after their liberation in 1895, The former slaves were never absorbed into the wider population. After Radama died, power passed to a clique of military officers, who ruled in the name of a series of queens. The first, Ranavalona I, 1828–1861, Radama's widow. Ranavalona I is mainly famous for breaking the alliance with England and for expelling the missionaries, and promoting a pantheon of royal idols, or Sampi, as a kind of religion of state to rival Christianity. After some uncertain efforts to find a middle ground, Ranavalona II, 1868–1884, converted to Protestant Christianity. She marked the act by having the idols burned. The Marina government hoped to re-establish an alliance with England as well, but in the end, England proved an indifferent protector. The British government turned its back when a French expeditionary force marched on Antananarivo in 1895, and Madagascar became a French colony. It was a continual irony of French rule that, while the colonizers always claimed to be protecting coastal people from Marina domination, they were also always forced to rely on Marina civil servants to run the country. Marina had an enormous advantage in education. There had been a functioning school system in place for decades before the French invasion. Most of the children of the old elite, the Marina bourgeoisie, as they came to be known, managed to quickly reposition themselves as functionaries, doctors, pastors, teachers, merchants, pharmacists, and engineers. What I am mainly interested in, however, is not the perspectives of such people, but of what are in a Marina called Alonat Sotra, simple people, the vast majority who continue to spend most of their time in small towns like Caravanamamo, rural communities like Betafo, or the poorer districts of the capital, and who even members of the elite tend to refer to on matters they consider distinctly Malagasy. What I would like to do over the next few chapters is to explain how authority is seen to work among such simple people, about legitimate, and illegitimate, ways of acting in the world. I'll start by talking about royal authority. Since there have been no actual royalty in a Marina for a century, it is, perhaps, less important to understand what the Marina kingdom was really like than to understand what people think it was like now. Still, it might be useful to start with a brief glance at royal ritual, since it's perhaps the best way to understand basic assumptions about the nature of society and cosmos that continue to provide the grounds for human action to this day. Royal idols. When Europeans first went up to the interior province of Marina in the early years of the present century, wrote the missionary James Sibrey in 1880, they found a number of idols held in veneration by the people. In addition to the household idols or Sampi common to every house, and those held in special veneration in different villages and districts, were some 15 or 16 particularly which were seen as protecting the sovereign in the kingdom as a whole. Sibrey 1880–298. Actually, these idols were, as Sibrey himself went on to point out, simply elaborate versions of objects referred to as odi, usually translated amulet or charm. There were an infinite variety of odi. Odi meant to prevent the bearer from being attacked by crocodiles, to guarantee the success of a journey, to inspire sexual desire, or make one's opponent's tongue trip over his words in court. They tended, though, to have very specific purposes. Sampi provided a more general protection for whole social groups. Their keepers would, periodically, assemble the people under their protection and have them sprinkled with water in which the Sampi had been washed to fortify against sorcery, disease, and other dangers. Royal Sampi, Sampi Nondriana, Domenichini 1977, Berg 1979, were believed to have the power to bring together a kingdom, and protect it against hail, locusts, bandits, foreign armies, witchcraft, famine, rebellion, and disease. They always accompanied the king during public ceremonies and military campaigns, as the material embodiments of royal power. When missionaries arrived in Marina in 1817, dubbed the Sampi idols, and dedicated themselves to their extirpation, the result was an ongoing political crisis. Why they should have been labeled idols at all, on the other hand, is not all that easy to understand. True, in some ways they did resemble the idols of the Old Testament. They were material objects that were also thought of as intelligent beings. They were both oddly shaped pieces of wood, sometimes said to have human or animal form, and invisible spirits with their own names and personalities. They had their own keepers and houses, and one occasionally even hears of their being fed and clothed, much like Mesopotamian or biblical idols. But in at least one sense, the identification is downright bizarre. The Old Testament condemnation of idols, after all, is based on their being images, specific, visible objects as opposed to a universal, invisible God. But Sampi were in no sense images. It is difficult to answer the inquiry of what shape and appearance are the national idols of the Malagasy, writes one missionary, Ellis 1838:399, because, so far from their being publicly exhibited, it is considered impious to endeavor to get a sight of them. In fact, like odi, sampi were made up of pieces of rare wood, bark, or roots, along with beads and silver ornaments, which were always kept hidden inside in a horn, box, or small satchel. Even when sampi were brought out on the end of poles to be displayed before the people, they were wrapped in red silk cloth. Such objects could be referred to generically as fanafodi, medicine, classed together with simple herbal infusions, and indeed even royal sampi were dipped in water and sprinkled on the king's subjects. Still, most Malagasy sources, for example, Khaled 1908-82-85, were careful to stress that their power did not derive from any intrinsic virtue of the ingredients, but from the will of an invisible spirit that operated through them. It is a peculiar feature of the Malagasy cosmos that the spirits that inhabit it are largely invisible, formless, nameless, incorporeal. With few exceptions, they are generic beings, completely lacking in defining features. Spirits embodied the possibility of creativity, action, or growth, a power that in Malagasy is referred to as hasina. As sheer potential, they were undefinable. Spirits were generic beings, invisible, which hid away in deep caves or could only be glimpsed from the corner of one's eye. They disappeared as soon as one stared directly at them. The ambiguity was itself a way of saying they are powerful, that they could not be defined by what they were, but simply their capacity to act, create, or have perceptible effects on the world. Graeber 1996b. When spirits do acquire names, or more specific identities, it's by association with some object, a rock, a tree, an odi, through which they can act. Such objects are said to be masina, usually translated sacred, but which mainly means to have hasina, which is precisely the invisible capacity to affect the world in visible ways. Deliver 1974-144-145. Hence, the power of an odi or sampi was identified with some generic spirit or disembodied intelligence that could be appealed to in prayers and otherwise treated like conscious beings, but without the charm itself. The spirit's power was simply an abstraction. The specific powers of a particular charm were based on its particular ingredients, or even more, of their names, which determine how this generic capacity or hasina could actually make itself known. 3. By this ritual logic, one might say it was the fact that the ingredients of charms were hidden from sight that gave them their capacity for action. Intentions, desires, and a kind of social contract. Two things are critical here, I think. First, odi were capacities. They almost never worked on the owner, but gave the owner the capacity to have effects on someone else. Rifle charms never make their owners impervious to bullets, they make those shooting at their owners miss. Love magic does not make the user beautiful, it invokes desire directly in another. Rather than acting on the holder, the hidden elements of charms were, ultimately, identified with their holder's own ability to act upon the world. Second, all of this involved a kind of flickering awareness that it really was human beings who created the world that they lived in. Spirits were nothing in themselves. They were little more than raw potential. They only became specific powers, the capacity to do some specific thing, rather than sheer capacity in the abstract, through association with a specific object. 4. Even more important, the connection between object and spirit was not simply fortuitous. It was always the result of human action. Someone made the object, or dedicated it, or made offerings or vows to it, or otherwise imbued it with hasina. If a piece of wood had the power to ward off hail, or a spring to cure infertility, it was because someone wanted it that way. Even the invisible powers lurking in rocks and trees are ultimately the result of human purposes. 5. The way people talked about medicine often seemed only one or two tenuous steps away from social science. Not only that it was ultimately human intentions that shaped the social world, but also, that this was largely through the power of words. Words themselves could be said to have hasina insofar as they are persuasive. Deliver 1974-143, and it was, ultimately, the names of the various objects that made up odi, a bead called capable of bringing together, a root called to turn aside, that determined what they could do. In the 19th century, it was once common when making an appeal to the invisible powers, to accompany one's words with an object, a bit of wood, a bead, a silver ornament, whose form represented, in visual form, the action one was asking those powers to take. Most often, one would place such an object in a bowl on the ritual shelf in the northeast corner of one's house. If one's prayers were in fact answered, the object would preserved permanently, it would become an odi, the embodiment of a force capable of carrying out the action on a regular basis. As such it would no longer be displayed, but hidden in a horn or a box or a sack, wrapped in red silk, or otherwise put out of sight. This was not the only way odi were created. Probably it was not even the most common. But the example underlines how much Odi and Sampi are basically externalized intentions, material embodiments of their creators' desires and purposes. More often, though, the process was collective, a matter of agreement. Edmonds, 1897, another missionary, claims that most Odi were consecrated by a pledge of allegiance on the part of those who wished to employ it, until the consecration service has been held, and the pledge of allegiance given. The charm, although finished as regards its construction and general characteristics, was only a piece of wood to them. Op. Cit. 62. In the end, it was the action, and the social agreement, again through words, which gave it power. All Odi and Sampi, even the most famous, had to be maintained by rituals, also referred to as manasina. 6. Otherwise their power to benefit humans would eventually fade away. All this was developed most explicitly in royal ritual. In the 19th century, the verb manasina was most commonly used for the act of presenting gifts of money to the sovereign. This was partly because whole silver coins, the kind that were given in such ceremonies, were themselves called hasina. 7. Hasina had to be given every time the king made an official appearance, and during public assemblies there was an elaborate protocol in which representatives of each of the various ranks, orders, and geographical divisions of the kingdom offered it in turn. But in presenting these coins to the king, they gave him hasina in the other sense as well. When they are used as elements in charms, see Graeber 1996b, unbroken coins were seen to represent wholeness and perfection. Here, they implied the integrity of the kingdom, the hope that its unity should remain intact. The act of giving a coin as a token of loyalty, then, can be seen as itself creating the king, or, at least, creating the power by which he unifies the kingdom, in a word, his hasina. 8. 19th century texts always speak of royal power as a matter of gathering people together, mahavri, or maimari, making them all agree, monarchy, to royal rule. The kingdom was imagined as a grand assembly. But when such grand assemblies were actually held, assembled people expressed their agreement by offering hasina, in effect, creating the power by which they had just been brought together. The people became a people in their act of recognizing a king, who embodied their will to be united as a people. All this rather recalls European social contract theories. The analogy should probably not be pushed too far, but hasina did, in fact, have to be presented to the sovereign whenever two of his subjects made a contract with one another. Legal documents show this was one of the principal ways royal ritual actually entered people's daily lives. If a group of villagers agreed on the division of a piece of property, if a child was adopted, a field mortgaged, a slave sold, then hasina had to be given to the king. Otherwise the contractual agreement had no legal standing. It was as if royal power had to be created over and over again. As if people continually had to recreate the power which bound them together in a moral community, to recreate the force which guaranteed it. This was also, I should add, very much an alien force of violence, set apart from the society whose relations it guaranteed. The king, one a familiar proverb, has no relatives. And while official rhetoric and histories tend to avoid the subject, more informal accounts, for example, Rayambana N.D., and European witnesses, make it clear that sovereigns communicated their power particularly through spectacular displays of violence, as when whole villages were put to the poison ordeal, and the guilty smashed to death with rice pestles, or in which dozens of courtiers suspected of witchcraft were publicly dismembered, and their still living heads and torsos thrown off cliffs. What all this implies for present conceptions of a moral community will have to wait for the next chapter. For now, let me turn to Andriana as a social class. Being an Andriana, the sovereign could be referred to as Andriana, but the term was also applied to a broader social class. In principle, all Andriana were descended from some Marina king, by link of no more than 7 generations. After 7 generations, one slipped back into the status of Hova, generally translated commoner, which was the condition of the bulk of the population. The Marina king Andrian Ampoina Marina, 1789–1810, divided the Andriana into a hierarchy of 7 orders. One can find the following list in just about any book on Malagasy history. 1. Zanak Andriana. 2. Zazamarole. 3. Andria Masanavalona. 4. Andriantam Pokuindrindra. 5. Andrianam Boninalona. 6. Andriandranando. 7. Zanyadralambo. In fact, these are not even all groups of the same type. Members of the first 3 somewhat resembled what we would call a landed nobility. They almost all held estates, called monokli, territories within which they had the right to receive a share of taxes and labor services, decide judicial cases, and the like. The first two are made up of particularly close relatives of Andrian Ampoina himself, and their descendants. The third was, in theory, made up of the descendants of an 18th-century king, though in fact it consisted mainly of the descendants of minor Marina rulers who had agreed to accept Andrian Ampoina's authority, and were thus allowed to keep a certain measure of power within their old dominions. They lived scattered across Marina, and generally had little to do with one another. The other four groups were much less like noble orders, and more like territorial descent groups, what Maurice Bloch calls demes. Their founders were said to have been royalty, or nearly so, but otherwise, there was little to distinguish them from commoner demes, aside from certain privileges and exemptions such as the right to wear red coral beads, not to pay most taxes, or never to be executed except by strangling with a silk cord. Their territories were almost all limited to the area immediately surrounding the capital. This is not because there were no similar groups claiming royal origins in other parts of Imerina. Imerina was full of groups claiming genealogical links to some dynasty or other. But only those favored by Andrian Ampoina were recognized in the official hierarchy. Before unification, a typical kingdom would be a complex patchwork of local demes, Andriana, Hova, and Mendi. Each deme had its own historical traditions, or tantara, mainly concerned with how it had come into alliance with the ruling dynasty, each, its own set of privileges and exemptions, and privileged forms of royal service. Deliver 1974. The fact that one deme had the exclusive right to tile the roofs of royal tombs, or another, to circumcise royal infants, or provide certain plants or animals to be sacrificed at important rituals, was an integral part of its standing in the kingdom as a whole, and an essential part of that group's tantara as well. Kings were the final arbiters in such matters. In fact, one gets the impression Marina sovereigns spent a fair amount of their time ruling on whether some group could indeed claim Andriana status, or whether another really had the right to maintain some legal immunity they claimed to have been rewarded them by some former king. Each decision would be marked by an arimbato, or standing stone, that would be raised in a deme's territories as permanent memorial. Royal power, then, might have had to be continually recreated, but one of the main things it accomplished was to establish what was permanent. All of this, of course, completely vanished with the abolition of the monarchy. The stones are still there, but, if the place I was in was at all typical, no one any longer remembers what they were once supposed to mean. Once royal rituals were no longer being carried out, there was no point in remembering who had what ritual privilege. I found no trace of them in oral traditions of the present day. On the other hand, the oral tradition is no longer the only one. Since the colonial period, royal authority has been replaced by the authority of historians and books. Mission-educated Marina had already begun writing down historical traditions in the 1860s. In the 70s, a Jesuit missionary named Khaled gathered together a large number of historical manuscripts and published them in a series of printed editions that appeared over the next several decades. The resulting collection, called The History of Sovereigns of Imerina, Khaled 1908, has remained, after the Bible, the most popular book in the Malagasy language ever since. It in turn has become the basis for innumerable historical studies, as well as the core of the Malagasy history curriculum every child in the country has to learn, from primary school on up. Imerina is a very literate society. Historical knowledge is taken seriously. It is not at all uncommon to find dusty old books on Malagasy history, in French or Malagasy, tucked away in chests in rural houses. People would often bring them out for me. But one reason for this interest is that, at least for those who claim some connection with the grandees of the Marina Kingdom, and this means, a very large percentage of the educated people of the capital, these written histories continue to be the foundation of their status. And those claiming expertise in such matters are very often called on to fulfill precisely the functions kings used to render authoritative rulings on the claims to status of one or another group. It suffices to flip through the Furakatana, a Marina encyclopedia written in the mid-20th century by two Protestant ministers, to get a feel for this intellectual world. It is a work of incredible erudition, but many entries consist of little more than detailed demonstrations of why one or another group's claims to Andriana status cannot possibly be justified. I would occasionally hear the same sort of thing in Erevan Imamo. I particularly remember a rather pretentious friend of Betafo's schoolteacher who was visiting from the city, and with whom I had a discussion of the history of Imamo. The region to the west of the capital is called Imamo, after the ancient kingdom that used to dominate it. It was only around the year 1800 that it was incorporated into the kingdom of Imerina. Imamo's original inhabitants, he told us, slipping into French as he did so, were not Indonesians or Polynesians, but Arabs. When conversation turned to local Andriana, He solemnly informed us that he had discussed this matter with a noted professor of Malagasy in the capital, and had been told that, since Imamo had been independent from the Merina kingdom until a very late date, claims to Andriana status that went back to rulers earlier than Andrea Massinavallona, 1675–1710, could not possibly be authenticated. In other words, only links to the royal family in the heartland of Merina, which are documented in written sources like the Calit's history, could really be considered proof of status. Now, even by these exacting standards, the Andriana of Betafo were bona fide. They belonged to the Andrianum Beninalona, the fifth grade of nobility, who originated from a region called Fifarana, to the north of the capital. The man who founded Betafo is said to have emigrated from there, and while there is no written record to confirm the story, other Andrianum Beninalona accepted it. In this the inhabitants of Betafo resembled the Andriandrinato, members of the sixth grade of nobility who live just across the mountains to the northwest. Their ancestors are from central Merina, and thus their names appear in the history books. This cannot be said of most other groups in the region who claim Andriana status, since their histories, as the professor noted, went back to undocumented royal lines. Questions of status are one of the few areas where literate traditions had much effect on popular ones, a fact that raises some troubling questions even about a study like this, which might well end up being used as further evidence for the status of Betafo's Andriana. It makes sense to rural people that books should weigh in on such matters because such books are themselves associated with a certain sort of power that nobles also embody. However, popular views of that sort of power are themselves profoundly ambivalent. Lords and soldiers. When I first moved from the archives in Antananarivo to gathering oral histories in the environs of Aravanamamo, I came armed with a fairly extensive set of terms I had become familiar with from documents from the 19th century Merina kingdom. The kingdom itself was organized on the principle of phantom poena, or service. Everyone had to provide phantom poena of some kind. Free people provided service to the sovereign, slaves, to their masters. The free male population was divided into two classes called Borzano and Miramila, civilians and soldiers. Borzano were called up for several months of every year to perform public works. Miramila could be called up at any time to serve in the army. The most important nobles held estates called monokli, and the commoners who lived there, who could also be referred to as monokli, had to provide labor services for them as well. Those who held the estates were referred to as tampamonakli, owners of monokli. These terms were part of the essential vocabulary of power of the time. They appeared constantly in official documents. After months of reading, transcribing, and dipping through such documents, I had grown thoroughly accustomed to them. So when I first started asking about local history, I'd occasionally find myself tossing one out. So, what kind of phantom poena did people used to have to do around here? Was this village part of a monokli? Who was its tampamonakli? Almost always, such questions seemed to give informants pause. People would respond in careful, measured tones, delivered with slightly furrowed brows, as if being forced to deal with a matter of some delicacy. It did not take me long to realize they did not think I was asking about royal service. They thought I was asking about slavery. In fact, almost all the terms listed above, miramila, phantom poena, ten monokli, even tampamonakli, are now used mainly as euphemistic ways of saying slave. In oral traditions, all power relations, or at any rate all direct relations of command, have come to be seen as so many refractions of slavery. The identification of slaves with miramila, soldiers, is particularly startling, since in the 19th century, slaves would have been the last people allowed to carry guns. Still, there's an obvious reason soldiers are people who follow orders. The relation of officers and soldiers is the quintessential relation of command, 11, and insofar as there was a consciously defined notion of giving orders, then, it was always identified with soldiers in militarized institutions. As I pointed out in the introduction, this is still true for most rural Merina today. The ancestor of the Andriana of Betafo is called Andrianambalona. 12 He is supposed to have migrated from Fifarano many generations before. When telling the story, descendants would almost always point out that he came accompanied by a number of soldiers, miramila. 3 of these soldiers were said to be buried under the largish granite slabs that lay at the foot of his tomb. Whenever the ancestor is removed from his tomb to be rewrapped with silk cloth, they had to be removed and wrapped as well. Now, when I first heard about these miramila I was excited and gratified, because I had long suspected the founders of Betafo were military colonists from the region of Fifarana, established there by King Andrianampoinimarina. This looked like confirmation. I ended up having a number of thick-headed exchanges on the subject before finally figuring out who these soldiers were really supposed to be. A leading man from Betafo told me that Andrianambolalona had been originally posted there by the central government. You know, like a functionary. And the soldiers, were they sent with him? Well, he would have soldiers to protect him. But in fact all the people here were like that, because they were all his servants, Mpanampani. Another time Chantal and I were talking with Ratsizafi, the old astrologer. He was trying to explain that his ancestor was really an equal of Andrianambolalona, both had their Tampamanakli, but at the same time, that unlike them, his family did not keep slaves. What exactly were these Tampamanakli? I asked. Ratsizafi, Tampamanakli, they were like soldiers. However, the ones over there, next to Andrianambolalona, they were the noble's laborers, Mpiasa. Chantal, they were his Manakli? David, still too slow to pick up on the fact that Manakli and Tampamanakli are here being used as synonyms, so, Manakli were laborers, and Tampamanakli soldiers? Ratsizafi, look, we had our enemies, like King Ahibandrianambananalona. They would try to attack our ancestor, so he had Manakli to shoot back at them. Theirs were here to the north, ours down to the south. David, so it was the Manakli who were to the south? Ratsizafi, both men had Manakli to protect them. Our ancestor had his guards over here, Andrianambananalona too was guarded. And so on. The term, as several of my friends ultimately had to explain, is really just a euphemism for, well, you know. Mpiasa, workers. Mpanampo, servants. Someone suggested, someone who had just met me and was obviously generalizing about Vazaha, you probably hire people, sometimes, to help you do things. Right? Well, it was sort of like that. 13 Even in their explanations, no one wanted to actually have to use the word andivo, slave, by now a virtual obscenity. And, I found, with just about every tomb of a famous Andriana it was the same. The people who showed it to me would be sure to point out the slave tomb nearby. One never saw slave tombs anywhere else. It was as if the owning of slaves itself was proof of Andriana status, and the two tombs formed a necessary complement. Andriana consisted of the ability to command others, and relations of command were, in their essence, relations of slavery. Probably the most famous single ancestor to the west of the capital is one Andriancianica, whose descendants, called the Zanyakon Titra, live scattered across southwestern Amarina. 19th and early 20th century sources represent him as an Andriana who agreed to renounce his status and become Hova in exchange for land and protection for his followers within the dominions of a more powerful ruler. Clark 1896, Rasamuel 1948, C.F. Danieli 1952. 14 By mid-century, his spirit had been added to the ranks of Andriana used by mediums to help in curing the sick, and his tomb, located not far from the highway, about halfway between Aravanamamo and the capital, was attracting pilgrims from far and wide. By this time, the story had begun to change. A report from the 40s, Pete's 1951, already has his mediums conveying the same story I heard about him in 1990. Long ago I was asked to be a king, he says, but I refused, he says, because I did not want to have slaves. OpCit:457. This is precisely what people I knew always said about Andriancianica. It was his defining feature, Tsimiti Manandevo, he wasn't willing to enslave others, or to treat others as slaves. This, they said, was the reason he abandoned his Andriana status. Like most Andriana who cure the sick, Andriancianica was said to have his special soldier or servant in his case, known as Rakotomaditra, who continues to help him in his work, and whose tomb lies next to his own. Several people assured me that Rakotomaditra had originally been Andriancianica's slave. His master had released him from bondage when he released all his other slaves, but Rakotomaditra continued to serve him afterward out of love and gratitude, both in life and in death. In this case, as in many others like it, the power of Andriana is seen as almost indistinguishable from that of a slaveholder. It's hard to be more precise because there appear to be a number of not entirely consistent notions jumbled together in people's minds. In oral traditions, soldiers could be simple laborers, or they could be some kind of armed retainer, or sometimes, even, soldiers. The images jumped around. Similarly with Andriana, the picture would swing back and forth between wealthy people who own lots of chattel slaves, and kings who treated everyone like slaves. The one constant was the notion of chains of command, of orders backed up by the threat of force. It's also distant from the way the 19th century kingdom liked to imagine itself that one can only ask what happened in the interim. 15. Phantompoana and slavery. Even under the 19th century Marina kingdom, the giving and taking of orders was, in fact, largely confined to relations between people who weren't kin, or even neighbors. The authority of elders and ancestors was seen largely as a matter of imposing taboos and restrictions, of stopping people from acting rather than of telling them what to do. The state worked on different principles. It was just that this had not yet become a particularly salient issue. The key term here is whanompoana, service, which originally referred primarily to ritual services that subjects owed their king. In principle, though, a sovereign could demand almost any work as service, Callet 1908-718, just as masters could demand any sort of whanompoana from their slaves, and successive Marina rulers did their best to expand their subjects' obligations. Andrian Ampoina Marina, 1789-1810, levied men to carry out irrigation projects around the capital. His successor Radima I, 1810-1828, used it as the basis by which to recruit young men for industrial projects, a European-style army, and mission schools. Radima's conquests, continued under his successor Ranavalona I, 1828-1861, were also responsible for bringing hundreds of thousands of slaves into a marina. By the early 1840s, slaves already made up about 40% of the marina population. The class of truly large-scale slaveholders was, from the beginning, a small one, largely confined to the cliques of military officers who, by then, were in de facto control of the state, and some members of the high nobility, but most slaves were owned by small proprietors. In fact, it was perhaps only the poorest fifth of marina households had no access to slave labor whatever. 16. The spread of slave labor allowed for increasing exactions on the free population. From the time of Radima, adult males not serving in the military were organized into brigades called up regularly for months of whanompoana. With the Queen's conversion in 1869, the scope of whanompoana was expanded even further to include universal compulsory education in mission schools, building of an attendance in local churches, and a host of new labor obligations. Most of these appear to have been widely resented, even if most marina accepted the underlying principle of personal service to the sovereign. The effect on daily life was undoubtedly a vast growth in the scope of relations characterized by the direct giving and taking of orders. It is important to remember that the 19th century marina government was essentially a military government. Almost all important officials, even in the civil administration, held military rank, and civilian whanompoana brigades were organized in exactly the same way as military units. Even the schools, primary education became compulsory by the late 1870s, acted mainly as recruiting centers for the military. From the beginning, there is evidence that these principles of organization and conduct were considered profoundly alien from those which applied in everyday affairs. But even within households, this was a time when more and more of the daily interaction was taking place between masters and slaves. In the early years, the slave population was made up overwhelmingly of women and children, who were generally under the direct authority of their owners. But as the influx of slaves tapered off in the 1850s and the proportion of slaves born to their condition increased, so too did the proportion of adult males. Apparently, owners found it extremely difficult to keep grown men under their systematic control. While the matter needs much further research, most male and a substantial proportion of female slaves appear to have won a large measure of autonomy, becoming a voting stratum of itinerant craftsmen, porters, laborers, and petty traders, only occasionally under the direction of their masters. One important result of all this is that wage labor in a marina, whether it be the work of artisans, porters, or servants or other workers in Europeans' households or enterprises, was entirely performed by slaves. They had become the only section of the marina population willing or able to work for wages. 17. Whanompoana as slavery. French forces conquered a marina in 1895. Both the monarchy and the institution of slavery were abolished a year later. Numerous commentators at the time noted that the liberation of the slaves had a much more profound impact on marina life than the fact of conquest itself. Under the new regime, whanompoana was the one major institution of the marina kingdom that was left in place. In fact, forced labor probably intensified in the first years of colonial rule, with the mass levying of men for infrastructural projects such as the building of roads and bridges. Of course, under the colonial regime whanompoana applied equally to everyone. For masters and slaves to have had to work side by side under foreign oversight must have made an enormous impression on people as a tangible expression of their newfound equality and common subjugation to the French. After emancipation in 1896, a French official wrote, questioned on this occasion, a woman of the highest caste of nobility, rich, the owner of numerous slaves, responded with melancholy, "What does it matter if our slaves have been freed? Haven't all Malagasy, beginning with the Queen, now become slaves of the French?" Carroll 1898 38-39. In theory, Phnom Penh was only maintained for a few years. In reality, it continued in one form or another until the late 1940s, maintained by an ever-changing series of laws and legal subterfuges. Freemagoxy 1975, 1978. When colonists found it difficult to find anyone willing to sign labor contracts, additional laws were issued exempting those holding such contracts from corvée. This allowed employers to set pretty much whatever terms they cared to, making wage labor and forced labor practically the same thing. Raison 1984-180-4. This only reinforced people's aversion to anything that resembled it. Though by the 70s and 80s almost everyone in rural Merino was forced to combine farming with crafts, petty commerce, or wage labor, the last was by far the least popular alternative. Most descendants of free people will only fall back on agricultural day labor when there is no alternative, and even then, prefer to work on a temporary basis, and mainly for kin. In the countryside and small towns where the vast majority of Merina live, long-term relations of wage labor between adults basically do not exist. Even in the city they are rare, outside of the very limited formal sector, which consists mainly of the government itself, and other colonial institutions. The only exception is the descendants of slaves, still a third of the population, and still considered a caste apart. With little access to land or other resources, they follow much the same occupations they did at the end of the 19th century, and remain the only people who are normally willing to work for wages. In this light, it's easier to understand why the meaning of the word Phnom Penh is now closer to the English term servitude than service. 18. And wage labor, forced labor, military service, any relation based on the giving and taking of orders, considered so many refractions of slavery. Even educated people like Maidana could occasionally talk about how, for instance, the French treated their slaves much better than the British, referring by this to policies of colonial rule. What seems to have happened is this. The authority of elders and ancestors had always been seen as essentially negative, a matter of stopping, binding, and restraining rather than telling people what to do. The authority of kings, particularly as enshrined in Phnom Penh, was always rather different. By the end of the 19th century, the meaning of Phnom Penh had been broadened to include obligations to pay taxes, perform military service, attend state schools and even churches, all the institutions which were later to become the bulwarks of the colonial state. At the time, they were already seen as somewhat foreign, military, partaking of the same broad category of relations as those between masters and slaves. 19. After 1895, they became identified completely with foreign domination. Schools, offices, and workshops were seen as places in which orders were to be followed without question. Malagasy life came to be seen as based on utterly different principles. One reason the memory of slavery had become so embarrassing, then, was that it was a contradiction within their sense of national identity, a continual reminder that they had once treated their fellow Malagasy in the same way as foreigners were now treating them. Indeed, if slavery set the measure of all other relations, it was not a subject people liked to talk about. To the contrary. It was more the sort of issue no one wanted to talk about but that everyone seemed to end up talking about anyway, if only in hushed tones and euphemistic language, whenever they discussed the past. It was as if the continuing presence of a population of ex-slaves, living in close if often uncomfortable proximity with the descendants of their former masters, had made the whole issue so troubling that it had to be continually hidden, until in the end it began to seem the hidden reality behind everything. All this was not simply a matter of abstract symbolism. While colonial phrasebooks leave one with the impression that French officials and colonists hardly spoke to their subjects in anything but the imperative voice, 20 at the same time, standards of decorum in rural villages began, as Eleanor Oakes first pointed out, Oakes, Keenan, 1974-131-34, to emphasize above all the impropriety of giving orders. People will go to great lengths to avoid the appearance of ordering other people around. It was not considered a Malagasy way to behave, but something disrespectful, urban, French. The reluctance to openly command others is part of a more general aversion to any relationship in which one party is seen as directing the actions of another. This aversion is the real explanation for dislike for wage labor. Most rural people nowadays will occasionally hire themselves out as day laborers, but when they do, they tend to work in teams, and teams operate autonomously. Often I found myself watching workers hired to replant or harvest someone else's rice fields animatedly discussing how best to proceed while their employer watched silently from a few yards away, not presuming to tell them how to go about their work. It was much the same with groups of men gathered around a broken bicycle or car. I could never figure out, just from watching such groups, who, if anyone, was supposed to be in charge. Even fathers would avoid openly directing their adult children. In fact, the more someone aspired to be seen as a legitimate figure of authority in a rural community, the more they would avoid to appear to be publicly giving orders. Perhaps if one had shown up in a Marina village 200 years ago, things would have not looked very different. But once the principle of phantom poena began to be identified with foreign domination, negative authority became the only kind people took to be wholly legitimate. To be Malagasy came to mean rejecting entanglement in relations of command as far as it was practical to do so. Witches, charms, and hidden dangers. Madagascar, of course, is no longer a French colony, but as I've already said, these attitudes have by no means disappeared. Simple people still tend to see the government and governing classes existing at a certain fundamental remove from Malagasy life. 21 Even in the country, though, relations of command have not been by any means eliminated. They continue to exist, if often in rather euphemistic forms, in any number of different aspects of daily life. Teachers and bureaucrats have affected a more consensual, Malagasy style since independence, but the schools and offices are basically the same. Malagasy do hire one another, if rarely for very long. Elders do direct other people's actions, if usually indirectly or under a consensual veneer. Like memories of slavery, relations of command in everyday life tend to be suppressed and hidden, and as such, they become social issues much more important than they would otherwise have been. The result was a social milieu teeming with hidden purposes, where everyone, elders most of all perhaps, were trying to get others to do things without being able to fully acknowledge they were doing it. One measure was news stories about dangerous medicine that began to circulate since the colonial period. Graeber 1996 c. This was always one of the main ways in which people's suspicions about the dangers lurking in their social world tended to take concrete form. All sorts of rumors appeared, unprecedented in the 19th century, all of which centered on Odi that, in one way or another, turned people into slaves. There were charms used to protect fields that would seize thieves that entered into them at night and force them to spend the night digging ditches or carrying baskets of manure. There were women who enslaved men by means of love medicine, odifitia, and had them working constantly to enrich them, or otherwise exploiting them. There was fawning lavadora, a charm could take possession of its victims, however far away, and compel them to travel to their summoner by the quickest means available, only regaining consciousness when they arrived. Even more significant were shifts in ideas about witches, the ultimate embodiments of moral evil. In the 19th century, witches were mainly pictured as women who prowled about villages at night in bands, dancing naked on tombs to revile the dead, taunting the sick by rapping on their doors and windows, working elaborate spells to make their enemies waste away and die. Haile 1893-11. By the 20th century, though, new stories began to circulate about the origins of such witches. They were women who had used too much love medicine. Having acquired Odi to bend others to their will, they found themselves, instead, possessed by the power of their own medicine, which seized them and forced them to assemble in night covens. And what witches did to their victims also changed. They still danced on tombs and knocked on shutters, but their main activity was now riding men like horses. Witches enchant any men they meet on the road at night, mount on their backs and drive them along until dawn, make them eat dirt or otherwise abase themselves, then finally abandon them, filthy and exhausted, on their doorsteps before dawn. It was as if the ultimate nightmare fantasy of Marina society had become the sheer power to dominate and control the actions of others. The pure abstract intentionality of the spirit behind the charm burst free from all controls. The reader might by now be left with the impression that the inhabitants of rural Marina are simply anti-authoritarian. Nothing could be further from the truth. First of all, the attitude described in the last section, however pervasive, is only that, an attitude. It is rarely formulated explicitly. No one ever told me it is wrong to tell others what to do, or we Malagasy do not believe in giving orders. That would have been palpably absurd, since people do in fact give each other orders all the time, particularly women, who in households are always sending children off on errands, assigning each other tasks, assigning tasks to their menfolk. It is mainly in public contexts that orders are considered inappropriate. Second of all, the authority of elders and ancestors is considered, especially in public contexts, absolutely legitimate, indeed, as the very foundation of social order. Elders and ancestors are seen as legitimate, however, largely because they are not seen as operating like kings, or for that matter, bossy women. Rather than telling others what to do, they are seen as properly intervening in human affairs in order to tell others what not to do. This is not to say that this sort of negative authority, as I call it, is not fraught with ambivalences of its own. One to understand what that is, however, and how these structures of legitimate authority operate more generally, One has to begin by understanding the Marina kinship system. Descent groups. Marina descent groups, which Bloch calls Demas do, are structured around tombs. 3 tombs, old earthen tombs or newer, concrete ones, are everywhere. Negative authority. In the Marina countryside, they are the chief way history becomes inscribed on the landscape. Every deme has its ancestral territory, and its one most ancient tomb, that of its great ancestor or raisum, and a number of others that are seen as having spun off from it. All are within that deme's ancestral territory. Members include anyone who is descended from that ancestor who also chooses to be buried in one of the tombs. They need never have actually lived on the deme's territory, though to qualify for access to a tomb, one should at least hold on to a rice field or two in the territory, a piece of the ancestral land. There are all sorts of rules as to who can and cannot be buried in what tomb, but most people have a very wide range of choices, at the very least, between their mother's and father's tomb, and usually, between 4 or 5 different tombs. The kinship system is thus cognitic, marital residence is flexible, everyone knows other places they could live, other families they could belong to, other communities where they might be able to stake some kind of claim. Most young people spend at least some time in the city, or moving about between different relatives. As a result, becoming a significant rural elder or ancestor is a matter of pulling people together. In practice, this above all means acquiring enough land and property to prevent one's children and grandchildren from drifting away. Hence, in rhetoric, tombs are often represented as crossed centers, stones of memory from which children tend to drift away in all directions. At the most abstract, ancestral authority is a matter of constraint, binding, holding people in. Again, space does not allow a detailed discussion, but there is a basic contradiction between the interests of fathers and sons. Even in the pre-colonial 19th century, the typical fairy tale success story featured a young man who abandoned his home to seek his fortunes, acquired wealth, translated it into land and tombs, and then prevented his own children from doing as he did, so that they would maintain his memory on death. If a father managed to become a famous raisum, the chief ancestor of an important tomb, it almost necessarily meant obscurity for his children. Yet at the same time, most of the important men in a given community derived much of their authority from the memory of a father or grandfather who was a prominent elder, one who would eventually have to be forgotten if their own names were to endure. For the contradiction is played out, in part, by the dual representation of ancestors, alternately, as benevolent figures who give blessings to the living, or as terrifying ghosts that haunt the neighborhood of tombs and murder children. It is perhaps most clearly played out in Famadiana, rituals in which the bodies of the ancestors are removed from their tombs in order to be given new silk shrouds, called lamamina. These are the principal occasions in which ancestors are remembered, and relations between the living and the dead reworked and re-established. The ancestors, it is said, would come in a dream to a descendant, complaining of being cold and demanding to be wrapped in new shrouds. Irina, a woman from Betafo, told me that, some 60 years before, in 1931, her ancestor Andrian Ambulalona had appeared in a dream to one of his descendants to demand they hold a famadiana. This, she said, had long been his custom. He would appear to announce he and the other occupants of the tomb were cold, and needed to be taken out and wrapped in new silk mantles, lamamina. As always, his descendants quickly got together and organized the ritual, but, in their hurry perhaps, forgot to exhume the bodies of the 3 soldiers buried at the foot of the tomb. The afternoon after they'd finished, she said, the town suddenly caught fire and burned to the ground. The next morning he appeared again and said, "If you don't wrap us all, next time I'll kill you outright." So they got the tombs ready again and re-wrapped them. Augustine, the former President Fontani, told me an even more extreme version. In his, there had already been a fire, which had destroyed half the houses on Tampontenana, in the center of Betafo, when the survivors organized the ceremony. Unfortunately, since the tomb was constructed in a very archaic way, with the bodies at the bottom of a deep tunnel, they never noticed the body of Andrian Ambulalona's daughter. Augustine, when they were carrying out the famadiana, they completely forgot about his daughter. They didn't notice her when they were wrapping the bodies. So afterwards the fire came again. For a second time the houses burned. Afterwards, the woman's father appeared to Razov Indrazaka and said, "Why didn't you wrap my child?" Right afterwards he appeared to give a sign to the inhabitants. This Razov Indrazaka is dead now, but at the time, he was the real elder in charge of taking care of that ancestor. So that's who he appeared to. "We're still cold," said Andrian Ambulalona, "because my daughter hasn't been wrapped with cloth." He had already murdered some of them, and now he said, "There will be more disasters to come in the future, if you don't wrap us." As we shall see, The fire of 1931 is seen to mark a decisive moment in the history of Betafo. It was the disaster which put a final end to Betafo's ancient glory. The point here is that it illustrates the degree to which ancestral memories are seen as an imposition on the living, an imposition backed by the threat of terrible punishment. Most ancestors, perhaps, were not quite so arbitrary and violent. The woman herself remarked that Andrian Ambulalona was unusually arrogant and cruel. 5. But insofar as ancestors intervened in the lives of their descendants, it was almost always to constrain or attack them. In the countryside, at least, ancestral memories were the organizing principles of all significant local groups, and the basis of all authority within them. As the embodiments of the moral unity of the little communities made up of their descendants, they were the ultimate guarantors of moral good, though even here, people were a bit uneasy about the means by which they did so, largely, by imposing rules that were always framed as taboos, fati, and mercilessly punishing transgressors. But insofar as they were simply trying to preserve their own, individual, memories, this violence became even more difficult to justify, and, as we will see, it became very hard to maintain a patina of sanctity around ancestors at all. In fact, the symbolism of constraint is played out even at the moment of the ritual rewrapping of corpses. I've argued, Graeber 1995, that what Famadiana really do is to covertly reverse the direction of this constraint and violence, so that it is turned against ancestors. The word Famadiana in fact means, among other things, reversal or even betrayal. While in theory such rituals are held to memorialize the dead, what they actually do is allow them to be forgotten. Over the course of the rituals the dead are danced with, manhandled, tied extremely forcefully with ropes or ties, and thus reduced to dust inside the hard silk mantles, then ritually locked inside their tombs, again, a form of constraint continuous with a form of violence. The destruction of the bodies of the dead also allows their names to be forgotten, which most ancestors are, as soon as those who knew them in life have also died. Ancestors fading from memory are eventually consolidated in the same cloth with ones whose memories are more likely to endure. Parents and elders. Fathers, unlike mothers, rarely gave orders to children. Sometimes people would tell me that fathers could command, me biko, their children while the latter were still economically dependent, that is, before they married and received land of their own, but the implication always was that this was a simple recognition of reality, a matter of compulsion and not legitimate authority. Once a son was independent, a father could give orders if he liked, but that didn't mean the son would have to follow them. A community's most respected figures, its elders or Rayama and Reni, 6 were of an age where their children were likely to be independent. Their authority, instead, was seen as drawing on that of ancestors, and it took 2 quintessential forms, admonition, anatra, and cursing, ozona. Even a man whose children were independent could publicly admonish them. In fact, it was felt that any respectable elder should be able to intervene with appropriate admonitions when confronted with unruly or stubbornly disobedient youth. Proper anatra should be couched in a highly conventionalized, proverbial language akin to formal oratory, kabari, which was felt to be intrinsically persuasive in itself. The ability to use such language was considered one of the defining features of an elder, cf. Block 1971, 1975, 1985. But most people I knew insisted that almost no one really knew how to do it anymore. Every time there was a fight or public quarrel between kin I would hear people sighing that if this were any proper sort of community, there would be elders capable of straightening such things out. In fact, this is perhaps the archetypal occasion for such admonition, when young people, driven by selfish and individualistic motives, end up quarreling or even coming to blows, and a figure of authority appears to remind them that it is the duty of kin to show respect for their ancestors by behaving decently. And, in fact, on those occasions when I did see anatra unambiguously employed, this was more or less the situation. The imagery, I found, tended to emphasize containment in space. Unruly youth were inevitably likened to birds, Verona Monane Latra, who fly off in all directions, ignoring their duty to God and the ancestors, abandoning their parents and ancestral lands, or at least, forgetting their ancestral responsibilities. Now, as Maurice Bloch, 1975, has pointed out, this is not a form of speech that anyone would consider arguing with. When an older person, especially a parent, breaks into this mode of discourse, everyone falls silent and looks a little bit embarrassed and chastened. They at least make a show of accommodation. If they didn't, it would be taken as a sign that they were not completely sane. I witnessed some examples of this myself. One day I was sitting in Armand's room in Arivanamamo, chatting with Nidhi and several of Armand's siblings, when his mother appeared, carrying a large basket of supplies she was intending to carry to her house in a village half an hour's walk away. She sat on the edge of the bed next to Armand and began talking about quarrels within the family. At first her tone was conversational, if rather weary, as she described how endless it all seemed, how indignant she became when her children tried to draw her in. At one point, she said, she herself had practically ended up fighting with one of her daughters, and she was a woman who hated fights. As she went on, her voice became more cadenced, rhythmic, more verbal figures started appearing in it. As your mother, she said, I cannot love one of you more than any other. I love you all equally. Well, Nidhi said helpfully, how can you argue with that? By this time everyone was staring at the ground and looking slightly sheepish. She continues. But this is my final word, I say. If you love all your kin, whether your brothers or your sisters, I say, then I am still living, here, to bind you all together, and to give you my blessing by the coin and by the stone. 7 And if you no longer love your kin, I say, and you are all able to support yourselves, then go. Go then, all of you, on the highway that is straight for you, because you all have long wings, I say. You are all birds with long wings, so go and do what you must to make your living. But beware of evil, because disaster hangs above the heads of each and every one of you. And if you want to all end up clubbing each other with cudgels, she said, do that too, but she refused to stand in judgment and say which was more to blame than any other. After a while, she returned to a more conversational mode, discussing particulars with Armand and Nidhi, who as eldest had the greatest right to speak. Whenever things seemed about to reach a point of contention, though, she'd begin to slip back into anatara, signaled especially by references to God and the ancestors and the telltale essay, and opposition would melt away. When people used the word baiko, command, they were almost always talking about relations based ultimately on force. Everything would always go back to talk of property rights, land registration. Tribunals, gendarmes, and prisons lurked not far in the background, perhaps not very convincingly, since everyone knew the state would not really intervene. But still, those were the images. Anatra had no such violent implications. It was seen as an appeal to conscience, to the hearer's intrinsic sense of right and wrong. Asking the hearer to remember the ancestors was reminding her of the very ground of her being. With ozona, or cursing, one returns to compulsion once again. This was the ultimate sanction of ancestral authority. Any elder could admonish a younger person, but ozona was effective only on one's own descendants. 8 It was a power to be invoked only if a child or grandchild proved utterly resistant to admonition. While I only heard of 2 or 3 instances of this actually happening, the possibility was always being alluded to. Curses were always said to take the same form, which was always a negative formulation. You will never have any children. You will never find prosperity in your life, or you will never enter the family tomb. In other words, one did not punish a descendant by directly harming them, inflicting a disease, or causing them to lose the wealth they did have, but instead by imposing a constraint, by specifying something they will never be able to do. This is perfectly consistent with the other meaning of the verb to curse, manazona, which is to impose a taboo on someone. This too was something one could only do to one's own descendants, and members of any deme would share a certain set of fati, or taboos, assumed to have originally been imposed this way. Ancestral taboos could be said to fall into 2 types. Some were rules meant to ensure the maintenance of a harmonious and bounded group. The basic list varied little from deme to deme. It is fati to steal from kin, to sell land to outsiders, usually, to dabble in dangerous forms of medicine, always, to marry a descendant of slaves. Others were more arbitrary. There would often be some neighboring deme, of roughly equal status, which descendants were forbidden to marry. There was inevitably a set of food taboos. Certain animals and plants descendants had to avoid under certain conditions, restrictions which especially tended to focus on the consumption of onions, 9 and pork. All ancestral regulations tended to be phrased negatively, as fati, 10 and since it is almost exclusively through enforcing fati that ancestors played a role in their descendants' daily lives, I think it's no exaggeration to say that the power to impose restrictions, ozona, was the very essence of ancestral authority. But this fact makes the stories concerning the origin of fati, there are almost always such stories, all the more surprising. Most were overtly comic, clearly intended to poke fun at their ancestral protagonists. Take for example, the children of Andriamaso Andro, who live directly to the west of Betafo, who are famous for not being allowed to eat a certain type of caterpillar called bucana. 11 There's a story which explains why, a story I was told repeatedly, and enthusiastically, anytime anyone had the slightest excuse. When their ancestor, Andriamaso Andro, first arrived in the territory, a sudden brush fire sent thousands of caterpillars swarming from the surrounding trees. He immediately ran out and started scooping up handfuls to eat, stuffing himself continually until he became completely sick, whereupon, realizing what a foolish thing he had done, he cursed his descendants never to eat another caterpillar again. Irina told me the same kind of story to explain her demise fati on pork and garlic. One of their ancestors was addicted to the stuff. Irina, he was immensely fat they say, so they say mind you, I don't know if this is really true or not, but he still kept eating the stuff anyway. He didn't want anything else to eat with his rice but that, and really cooked up good. So his body split open, I guess. He was so fat he burst apart and died. 12. Thus inspiring Ozona on the part of his surviving kin. Similarly, many of the stories I heard about the origins of marriage taboo seem to go out of their way to make the ancestors absurd. The most common motif has the ancestors of the two groups quarreling over a piece of land or some such, and agreeing to stage a fight, between their bulls, or dogs, or in one case the ancestors themselves held a kicking contest, to determine the winner. When the loser refused to keep the deal, they both ended up cursing their descendants never to marry the descendants of the other. Often, the narrators don't make much of a secret of what they thought of such behavior, as in the case of the young man who explained to me the origins of a fati on marriage between his own deme, the Andrianum Boninalona of Betafo and the same Andriama Soandro, one he claimed had since been abandoned. Young man, so they both cheated, and one who was beaten started the cursing. What a bunch of idiots. Laughs. Then I guess later on their descendants came to their senses and said, oh, what a stupid thing that all was, let's just mix together now. This is admittedly about a taboo that is no longer, completely, observed, but the tone is not unusual. In stories like this, the ancestors are almost always made to seem at least a little bit ridiculous. The vast majority of the stories I heard about taboos were not about their origins, but the consequences of violating them. These stories were quite serious, even frightening. Someone grew garlic where he shouldn't have, his rice was destroyed by hail. Someone else ate goat meat and swelled up to twice his normal size, or stole from his cousins and so sank into poverty, or tried to transfer a body from the family tomb in violation of its regulations and was blasted by lightning and died. 13. It would be difficult to overestimate the importance of these little narratives of transgression and retribution. Only a handful of old men had more than the sketchiest knowledge of their demes history, but there was no one, young or old, male or female, who could not recount a dozen of these stories. And it was almost exclusively these stories that described how ancestral power actually manifested itself to living people, how ancestors continued to play a direct role in the daily lives of their descendants. The remarkable thing is that when they did, it was almost always by attacking them, in fact, by actions which, had they been carried out by a living person, would have been instantly condemned as the most reprehensible kind of witchcraft. No one would openly suggest that ancestors were anything like witches. 14. In public discourse, older men particularly, especially prominent ones on the way to someday becoming ancestors themselves, always represented them as the benevolent guarantors of the unity and moral integrity of their descendants. 15. But they would also usually grow noticeably uncomfortable when the subject of ancestral retribution came up. It seemed to be mainly women who passed these stories on. And most of the women I spoke to did not hesitate to express their opinions about the ancestors' behavior. In fact, the word that came up most often in talking about them, Maziaka, means savage, violent, or cruel. Some older and more venerable women would try to cast the issue in moralistic terms, the ancestors are merciless in punishing evildoers, but most narrators were keenly aware of the arbitrary nature of these restrictions, as the tenor of the stories about their origins make abundantly clear. Ancestors, then. To recap. Within the household, women would issue orders freely. Children were sent off on errands, older sisters directed their juniors in washing clothes or taking care of infants, mothers directed their daughters in cooking or sent their sons to mind the cows. All this is done with relatively little circumlocution. But as Eleanor Oakes, 1974, has already written, there is a kind of continuum of verbal styles. At one extreme is the kind of direct, simple speech women use at home, on the other, elaborate formal genres such as kabari, or anatra, identified with prominent men and public occasions, a form of rhetoric where one shows respect to one's listeners by being subtle and indirect. Outside the household, orders always implied relations of legality and force, ways that Malagasy people should not really be treating each other. Instead, authority should properly reside in the ability to assert moral values in formal rhetoric, and to admonish those who did not abide by them. This is why I call it negative. It was always seen as a matter of preventing or restraining others from acting, rather than inspiring or initiating action. Another way to put this would be that there was no notion, or anyway, no positively valid one, of what in English would be called leadership. The proper role of public figures was not to initiate projects of action, but to maintain the solidarity of a group by intervening to stop individuals from engaging in action likely to disrupt it. Orders, then, were a way of making people do things, based on an ultimate appeal to violence. Admonition was a matter of stopping them from doing things, by an appeal to conscience. Usually, this meant reminding them of the fact that they were all members of the same moral community. Still, the threat of ancestral violence was always lurking in the background. Most moral communities were based on ancestry. They were maintained by the imposition of restrictions backed up by the constant threat of punishment. The result is that negative authority had a double valence. On the one hand, it could work by appealing to similarities, as in Anatra, to one's identity with the ancestors who made one who one is. On the other, it reproduced something like the model of a group of living descendants being made into a community of equals in relation to an overarching, and somewhat arbitrary, force of violence. In this case, that force is alien at least insofar as the people who make it up are dead. In either case, ancestral authority was seen as acting by binding, constraining, restricting, especially, on containing people in space. Communities were centered on stone tombs? Crossed in the ancestral earth, seen as stones of memory from which young people and descendants had a constant tendency to take wing and why away. It was a tension which worked itself out above all in Famadiana, where, after imbibing huge quantities of rum, descendants reversed the normal direction of constraint by removing the ancestors' bodies from their tombs to tie on new shrouds, a process of tying that was carried out so violently that the bodies literally fell apart, so that they could be safely locked back in the tomb. Oaths, ordeals, blood brotherhood. What, then, of people who aren't of the same descent? Almost anyone in a Marina village was likely to have at least a few neighbors who she did not consider even remotely related, and many communities were, like Betafo, made up of several groups of entirely different ancestry. How did one invoke the notion of a moral community then? This was always a problem. But there were, generally, two ways to deal with it. First, one could simply pretend. Villagers would tend to act as if everyone they dealt with on a day-to-day basis is kin, Havana, of some sort or another, even if they would admit privately that it wasn't really true. Block 1971-99-102. Second, there were certain formal rituals which were meant to create ties between unrelated people, fatidra, or blood brotherhood, which joined two individuals, and collective ordeals, or fitsitsihina 16 which joined together local groups, Cousins 1963-91-95, Khaled 1908-831-851. In either case, the method was the same, to create mutual obligations between people by creating some kind of overarching power of violence, which would, like ancestors, threaten terrible punishments. In this case too, the more a person identified with ancestral authority, the more they tried to cover up the element of violence. The whole subject of ordeals was fraught with euphemism. I think it would be useful to give an illustration. An account told me during an early visit to Andrianoni, the Mainti quarter of Betafo. I had come in search of Augustine, the former President Fontani, only to discover that he wasn't in. Instead I was introduced to his cousin, Jean-Marie. Jean-Marie reminded me a bit of Armand. He was in his 30s, had the same robust and self-confident manner, the same tendency to tout traditional male virtues, though he also had a constant air of playful irony Armand lacked, and was much more guarded and suspicious. We sat down on a large Fiat rock near the bridge, a little concrete dam set on the watercourse that runs north of the village. I pulled out a pack of expensive Malagasy cigarettes, lit one, offered him another, set the pack on the rock between us with a gesture intended to invite him to help himself, and he asked me what sort of thing I was interested in learning about. I had only just heard Maidana's account of the disastrous ordeal of 1987. It seemed a good illustration. Customs, I said. Take the custom of placing gold in ancestral earth and water and drinking it, which I believe it called fitsitsihina, imprecations. Customs like that I find very interesting. Well, in order to understand imprecations, began Jean-Marie, you have to first understand something about fatidra, or blood brotherhood. Jean-Marie, two people love each other, so they do a fatidra together. The fatidra is done by means of imprecations, fitsitsihana. Say it's you and me performing the fatidra. This is how the drawing of blood is done. We take a piece of liver, and put it on the winnowing basket used for imprecations, sahafa fitsitsihana. And we two curse each other. Then, if for example it's David and I who've performed a fatidra to become brothers, whatever I possess, no matter what it may be, and everything you yourself may own, We can't hide it from each other, because we've become like brothers from one womb. The liver is cut up in the winnowing basket, it's cooked just a bit on the fire because you know it's not the custom to eat raw liver, because it's cats that eat raw liver. It's heated up a little bit, braised a bit, and cut up on the winnowing basket. Then the blood is dripped on, and smeared into the chopped meat, which is daubed with a bit of the blood. Then my share too is chopped and daubed there. And from then on, David and I are like brothers from one womb, and we can't hide anything from each other. This was the custom of people in the olden times, mutual love. And in these times, if I don't have enough to live on, but you, however, do, then you can't hide anything from me. You say, Jean Marie, I have a match here with me, but you have no match to light. You have to help me out. Such was the fadidra in olden times, mutual love and imprecations. And now, in the present day, as for what you were referring to earlier, all that taking from the tomb, mifendre fashana, adding gold and the rest, well, say for example David's matches were to disappear. But when David's matches and cigarettes were lost, there was no one else around except us here. Still, I'm not willing to say it was I who hid your things. I won't produce the matches, because I like the matches. I like those cigarettes of yours. So I hid them to keep for myself. But you're sad 17 because you didn't give me those things, I just went off and stole them. So let's go take dust from each other's tombs, say those people who all didn't take it. So they bring gold and a needle. David, and a needle. Jean Marie, yes, and they take earth from the mouth of the tomb. And they say you among the ancestors, if it's at the tomb, for instance, our family has come here before you ancestors who are buried here, so and so and so and so, because, as you know, my things are lost. I have a grievance against whoever took this thing. But I won't just go around accusing people, rather, let them be judged by the needle and the tomb dust which we've put together here as imprecations. Then they put water in the plate, and take the earth and the needle and the gold, and put that in, and everybody drinks some. In olden times, this was masina, sacred, effective. Absolutely masina. And back in those days of old, there was no thievery, because people all trusted one another. Nowadays, however, there are many who end up working for others, and they end up stealing. But in former times that was really how it was. This is a remarkable presentation, one which manages to be at the same time bold, in teasing me, and extremely squeamish. On one level, the whole thing was an extended comment on my would-be egalitarian gesture of offering to share the cigarettes. Here I was, a foreigner of doubtless unimaginable wealth, suggesting that, at least while we are sitting there, we should treat my luxury cigarettes as common property. Anyway, it provided an irresistible point of departure when I started asking about customs meant to create relations of commonality between radically different kinds of people. But the example also opened up on some real tensions, questions about how even genuine kin should deal with one another. No one, such as the formal principle, has the right to turn down a request for help from a kinsman if that request is based on legitimate needs. But if so, everything then depends on how one defines a legitimate need. Define it expansively enough, and one would justify leveling all differences of property. At the same time, everyone also insisted it was very wrong for kin to steal from one another, a stipulation clearly meant to maintain those same distinctions. The talk of transparency and openness, stealing becomes hiding, is typical of this sort of moral rhetoric, at least in part. It is a way of papering over such ambiguities. Though, Jean Marie is not really disguising the fact that there may be a problem here. What his account is really suppressing is references to physical violence. This is what I mean by squeamish. The account veers aside each time it threatens to approach any act that remotely resembles violence, say, the fact that the two parties cut their skins to obtain the blood they place in the liver, or even, the fact that they eat the liver afterward. Certainly he never mentions what the imprecations themselves actually consist of. In fact, 19th-century sources, Ellis 1835 1-187-190, Cowlett 1908-851, Cousins 1968-93-4, Sibry 1875-223-227, provide some examples of the actual words. Both parties invoke Lord Fatidra, Andriampatitra, a mere personification of the power of the ritual, and vow that they will never fail to provide food when the other is hungry, or to protect the other when in danger. Usually the description of obligations is relatively brief. Most of the invocations consist of elaborate and detailed descriptions of the disasters, death, famine, devastation, that should befall those who fail to live up to them. No one I knew could provide such detail. The custom, I was told, is not much practiced anymore. but everyone agreed that Fatidra is a means to bind people together in a relation similar to kinship, and also seemed aware of the ultimate point, that by taking in each other's blood and pronouncing the stated imprecations, the parties to a Fatidra create a force which acts in the same way ancestors would, by threatening to destroy them if they do not behave properly toward each other. And like Jean-Marie, everyone recognized that communal ordeals, which were still carried out, were basically the same thing. One of the more common forms in fact had almost exactly the same form. Instead of all drinking water, everyone in the community partook of a piece of liver over which imprecations have been pronounced. 19 In either case the principle is similar. While Jean-Marie is again reluctant to enter into details, the imprecations themselves again consist of invocations, addressed to an invisible power, God and the ancestors, or occasionally, some specific ancestor, which is asked to destroy anyone who has violated the principles of communal morality. This ritual logic has been around a long time. 19th century kings used it when they made their subjects take oaths of loyalty, arranging symbolic objects, calling on the invisible powers to destroy them should they betray their obligations to the king. 20 Like Fatidra, then, these created moral ties, and mutual responsibilities. Royal poison ordeals, called tangina, after the nut-bearing plant which provided the poison, were meant to detect and punish those who had transgressed them. 21 In minor cases, tangina could be given to a chicken or a dog, in major ones, directly to the suspect. As one missionary source puts it, tangina was used why for the detection of infamous crimes when ordinary evidence could not be obtained, such as witchcraft and treason, and it was believed that there was inherent in the fruit some supernatural power, a kind of searcher of the hearts, which entered into the suspected person, and either cleared him of guilt or convicted him. The mode in which it was administered was by giving a portion of 2 nuts rubbed down in water or in the juice of a banana, the culprit having previously eaten a little rice and swallowed 3 small square-shaped pieces of a fowl's skin. Tepid water was after a few minutes administered to cause vomiting, and the proof of innocence was the rejection of these 3 pieces uninjured. Cybri 1875-282 Those found guilty were, in most instances, immediately pounded to death with fanoto, the heavy wood poles used for beating unhusked rice. Though even if the ordeal was fairly administered, Cybri adds, there was an amount of risk of poisoning, and on occasion, when tangina was given en masse to whole villages suspected of disloyalty, as often happened during the reigns of Andrian Ampoina Marina and Ranavalona I, hundreds might die as a result. Anyone found guilty by the tangina was considered a witch and hence could not be buried in the family tomb. They were buried in simple graves and forgotten. Tangina, perhaps even more than the Sampi, became something of a cause célèbre in the 19th century. In the eyes of Christian missionaries, it was not only a symbol of heathenism, but of royal brutality as well. Radama II abolished the use of tangina amongst other judicial reforms in 1861. But, abandoned for over a century, the poison oracle still holds a great place in the popular imagination. Most of the people I knew could have repeated the basic facts of Cybri's above account almost verbatim. Tangina was considered one of the defining institutions of Malagasy times, Tani Gassi. 22 Still, tangina was not, and never has been, entirely distinguished from other forms of ordeal. People regularly spoke of them as if they were at best slightly different aspects of the same thing. 23 The basic notion, of having people call on a higher power to visit destruction on them if they were guilty, was precisely the same. The main difference was that in contemporary Fitsitsihina, that power is usually identified with the ancestors. In tangina, like Fatidra, it was a complete abstraction, an invisible conscious force which existed only to observe and punish. 24 But one result of their identification is that all ordeals in general are seen as in a sense belonging to Tani Gassi. As such, they become emblems for an imagined, one-time communal solidarity believed to have since frayed or largely disappeared. Certainly this was true in Badafo, where Jean-Marie began by talking of Fitsitishina as if it were abandoned long ago, despite the fact that I had begun by asking about one conducted 2 years before. True, there had been a broad revival of ordeals in the years just preceding my arrival, and people were a bit reluctant to admit this to an outsider. But there was also a much broader tendency to represent all Malagasy political institutions as things of the past. In ancient villages, for instance, residents would usually show me the kianja, a cleared space said to have been a gathering place for meetings, oratory, and other public business, in former times. Occasionally I would later learn they were still used for exactly the same purposes, but no one would spontaneously mention this, or in fact volunteer any information on current meeting places. Insofar as people were willing to admit to collective action, politics, It was always in the past. The result was, as we will see, is that such tokens of history were often treated as if they still retained a power to act all of their own accord. More on the Marina social contract. Here is Armand talking about ordeals in Parsons hotly in the marketplace of Erevanimamo. Armand, and they made their imprecations. Tangina and chicken liver, I mean, chicken skin. Because if you eat that, it doesn't take long, just 1 week, and if you're a witch, you just die. And that's how you get those people buried in witch tombs. 25 Parson, and witches, if they're fed liver and tangin nowadays, what happens? Armand, but nowadays, you know, nowadays there's no more unity of purpose, Faris and Kina. None. Back then, the unity of purpose in one place was a really powerful thing. Now our town is broken into 4 or 5 factions. If there's, say, a funeral, it's each faction to themselves. But it didn't used to be that way. Even if it was just slaughtering an animal or some little thing like that, everyone in town would come. I still remember it well. Say someone killed a pig for Christmas, we'd come and take our choice of cut. But now that doesn't happen. That's why it no longer stands. If there's a witch, no one will believe it, because, and this includes me, people don't trust each other anymore. David, but aren't there still witches? Armand, there are. Where's there a town without witches? There's no such thing. They must exist. But they're not detected. The notion of Faris and Kina, or unity of purpose, is, as much as transparency, central to Marina notions of moral community. It ties into a broader conception in which individual action is generically suspect. This is extended even, in fact, especially, to individual leadership. Collective action and collective projects should ideally stem not from some leader's initiative but arise spontaneously from the unity of intention of a solidary moral group. Hence, the practice of carrying out collective ordeals can itself be taken as a sign of an essentially solidary, unified community. The logic might seem puzzling at first, anyway, it did to me. After all, if it were not for witchcraft, which is the very definition of antisocial behavior, ordeals would be unnecessary. But in a community as factionalized as Betafo, Armand is saying, such collective ritual cleansing is impossible. The witches exist, but they remain hidden because no one trusts each other enough to do what's necessary to root them out. To really understand Armand's reasoning, though, it would pay to look in a little more detail at the history of judicial institutions in a marina, and the role they have played in the definition of communities. In particular, I want to look at the term Fokon Nalona, which I have already translated communal assembly. By at least the middle of the 19th century, it had become a common custom for the inhabitants of a number of adjacent villages, which may or may not have traced common descent, to establish a series of rules to help regulate their mutual relations. Such compacts were called Fokon Nalona agreements, Fanakenum Pokon Nalona, and they mainly consisted of a list of fines to be levied against thieves, or those who failed to participate in collective projects like the maintenance of irrigation works. To seal the agreement, an ox or sheep would be killed in sacrifice, and a standing stone raised, usually in the kianja of the central village. The stone was meant to serve as a memorial, and in a sense, as the concrete embodiment of the agreement afterward. It would also become the place where the Fokon Nalona would meet for resolving disputes and carrying out ordeals, cf. Julian 1905, Condominas 1960-84-86, Block 1971b, Raison 1991-382-83. 26 In the existing literature on Madagascar, the word Fokon Nalona is often used as if it referred to a concrete institution, a certain type of popular organization with its own historical origins, its own institutional history. 27 A lot of the debates about the origin of the Fokon Nalona, or historical transformations of the Fokon Nalona, seem to me entirely misplaced. In everyday speech, Fokon Nalona really just means everybody. Or, a more specific definition would be everybody who lives in a particular locality, especially when they are all gathered together regardless of descent. There is no reason to believe this has not always been so. Fokon Nalona refers not so much to an institution as a principle, the principle that matters of local concern, whether it be the maintenance of drainage ditches or the resolution of disputes, should be resolved by bringing together everyone who lives in the locality to discuss them, rather than, say, by delegating authority to mediators, office holders, or any kind of representatives. 28, and also, a series of broad principles concerning how people should conduct themselves on such occasions. Fokon Nalona meetings, then, are local gatherings, their scale varying with the scope of the problem they gather to resolve. The root principle seems to be that anyone affected by the decision has a right to take part in the debate. They are not based on dissent, though it may often be that all the people assembled are Havana, or kin, and even if they are not, discussion is often carried out in what might be called a kinship idiom, as if they were. But there is also a certain ideology of voluntary agreement which might be considered particular to the notion of a fokanalona, and which stands explicitly apart from the ascriptive nature of kinship. The word fanakina, agreement, is derived from the verb monaiki, to agree. In modern Malagasy at least it can mean contract, treaty, or covenant. But at its broadest, the notion of agreement here goes well beyond that implied by the English number of adjacent villages, which may or may not have traced common descent, to establish a series of rules to help regulate their mutual relations. Such compacts were called fokanalona agreements, fanakenum pokanalona, and they mainly consisted of a list of fines to be levied against thieves, or those who failed to participate in collective projects like the maintenance of irrigation works. To seal the agreement, an ox or sheep would be killed in sacrifice, and a standing stone raised, usually in the kianja of the central village. The stone was meant to serve as a memorial, and in a sense, as the concrete embodiment of the agreement afterward, it would also become the place where the fokanalona would meet for resolving disputes and carrying out ordeals, cf. Julian 1905, Condominas 1960-84-86, Block 1971b, Raison 1991-382-83. 26 In the existing literature on Madagascar, the word fokanalona is often used as if it referred to a concrete institution, a certain type of popular organization with its own historical origins, its own institutional history. 27 A lot of the debates about the origin of the fokanalona, or historical transformations of the fokanalona, seem to me entirely misplaced. In everyday speech, fokanalona really just means everybody. Or, a more specific definition would be everybody who lives in a particular locality, especially when they are all gathered together regardless of descent. There is no reason to believe this has not always been so. Fokanalona refers not so much to an institution as a principle, the principle that matters of local concern, whether it be the maintenance of drainage ditches or the resolution of disputes, should be resolved by bringing together everyone who lives in the locality to discuss them, rather than, say, by delegating authority to mediators, office holders, or any kind of representatives. 28, and also, a series of broad principles concerning how people should conduct themselves on such occasions. Fokanalona meetings, then, are local gatherings, their scale varying with the scope of the problem they gather to resolve. The root principle seems to be that anyone affected by the decision has a right to take part in the debate. They are not based on dissent, though it may often be that all the people assembled are Havana, or kin, and even if they are not, discussion is often carried out in what might be called a kinship idiom, as if they were. But there is also a certain ideology of voluntary agreement which might be considered particular to the notion of a fokanalona, and which stands explicitly apart from the ascriptive nature of kinship. The word fanakina, agreement, is derived from the verb monaiki, to agree. In modern Malagasy at least it can mean contract, treaty, or covenant. But at its broadest, the notion of agreement here goes well beyond that implied by the English. 70. Tried to turn the fokanalona into an institution of state. The obligation to give hasina after every fokanalona decision basically came down to a statement that all agreements were, ultimately, the agreement to have a king, whose power guaranteed it. Similarly, no ordeals were allowed except for the tangina, and that could only be administered by royal representatives. This is why it is difficult to clear references to tsitsihina in 19th century literature. Before 1861, applying an ordeal other than tangina would have been treasonous. After 1861, all such practices were outlawed. It is very unlikely that they were entirely abandoned, but there are certainly no records of them in official documents. Their importance has to be reconstructed from oral traditions. Oral traditions of the present day, however, are full of stories about oaths, stones, and ordeals. The memory of such rituals still plays a central role in how communities demean themselves. In any ancient village, there was almost certain to be a stone of imprecations, vado tsitsihina, where, people would say, ordeals used to be performed in Malagasy times. Sometimes these stones were actually part of ancient tombs, more often, they simply stood in the middle of the kianja or some other public place. Often, people would explain that these were places where the elders of long ago had gathered together to make a vow, that any who violated the rules of their community would be called before it for judgment. Usually they would say a sheep or ox in doing so. Always, enforcing the rules would involve periodic tsitsihina, carried out at that spot. Older men who narrated local history would always launch into paeans to the resulting honesty of the people of old, their truthfulness and respect for one another's property. Often, the narrators were quite explicit about explaining how such stones were dedicated by people of different ancestries, in order to create the means by which they could live together. But almost no one stuck to this way of representing things consistently, mainly because no one wished to imply that such ordeals were still being conducted in the present day. So there was another model. The Sakri? Say and dedication of the stones could also be seen as rituals which gave Hasina to Manasina, the stone, which, thus consecrated, acted of its own accord. Hence, many older men would boast how to this day, in their communities, people can leave their tools and shovels out after a day's work, even leave bales of rice out under their terraces overnight. Why? Because if anyone dared steal them, the invisible power of the stone would drive them out. Somehow, they'd simply leave. All the more quickly if one tried to do something truly insidious such as using witchcraft. 71. This kind of rhetoric had its problems, too, or anyway people clearly felt it did. Thus even here, narrators would often become vague and slightly uncomfortable. First of all, it soon became clear such stones did not simply push people away, they acted, much like ancestors, to punish offenders, to make them grow sick and die. Secondly, most objects so consecrated also needed to be maintained. Even if one no longer Sakri? Said sheep, they almost always had taboos, and observing these was itself as way of giving them Hasina. In this they were less like ancestors than like Hoti, objects which always had a slight tinge of immorality, and insofar as they attacked their victims, were witchcraft. As a result people would tend to shift back and forth between the two ways of representing things, not entirely comfortable with either. In Betafo there were two such stones, one in front of the church, another barely visible under the long grass that now covered the old Kianja below Andrian Ambulalona's tomb. My Adana told me that no one dared to use this latter stone, the ancestor was so? Erche that they feared if their accusation was unjusty? He might well destroy them. A neighbor insisted the stone's Hasina had nothing to do with that of the ancestor. What made it Masina was the fact that people had once performed rituals to consecrate it, Manasina. It had indeed been very Masina in the past, however, he really couldn't say whether it was still. 72. You should be careful when you go asking people about beads, Chantal told me one day, early on in my researches. For weeks, I had been going to the market and buying beads, drawing colored pictures of each variety in the pocket-sized notebooks I always carried around, and then showing the pictures to anyone I thought might be able to tell me their names and purposes. Because when you start talking about fanafoti, medicine, she said, the RSD thing people are going to think is that you're going to bewitch someone. But there are good uses for medicine, I insisted, since many others had told me that there were. Chantal, after all, was partly city-bred and a devout Catholic, she had almost become a nun. If anyone was going to be opposed to fanafoti on principle, it was likely to be her. Maybe, yes, she admitted, but very little. The vast majority are evil. Even beads? I asked, since I had been under the impression that beads were almost universally benevolent, and she said yes, even beads. I was dubious. A few days later, when Chantal and I were talking to an old man in a nearby village called Antihanab, I brought up the matter to him. I have been making this collection of beads, I explained, holding out a few, but I'm a little worried what people are likely to think. Oh, there's no need to worry about that, he told me. Beads are not used to harm anyone, they're all just protection. A rovana, nothing anyone could conceivably object to. The man was a simple farmer, his manner was modest and unassuming, but Chantal was only 20 years old, and on such Malagasy topics at least, she could only yield to the intrinsic authority of a rural elder. Really? She said meekly. I hadn't realized. She never brought the matter up again. 73. Character. 4. Protection. I started with this story because it makes it clear that there were different frameworks by which one could assess another's character. Chantal was worried that I might develop a bad reputation just by being associated with beads. According to Christian teaching, any such medicines were holdovers from heathen practices, phantom poanasape. They are the very definition of darkness, ignorance, and evil. But she also knew very well that while all of her rural neighbors considered themselves Christians, and were familiar with this sort of rhetoric in sermons or Sunday school lectures, they did not see them as in any way relevant to immediate practical concerns. One might almost describe the result as a kind of split hegemony. To a certain degree, there was a high culture based in the church, which no one openly mocked, opposed, or contradicted. In plays and novels, Sampi, idols, odi, and heathen practices were all represented as intrinsically evil. Witches were servants of Satan, they prayed to idols as a way of invoking demons. In my own experience, even those ordinary people who enjoyed such works as literature saw them as existing at a total remove from practical reality. Perhaps they could be imagined to express some ultimate moral truth, but no one thought real witches, ones who might really accost you if you stay out late at night, were anything like that. This was true even of the educated. When it came down to practical matters, or Malagasy forms of knowledge, even they differed. When it came to practical questions, everyone tended to fall back on what was generally referred to as the Malagasy perspective. This could be summarized quite simply. To use odi or other invisible means to harm others is witchcraft. Witchcraft in any form is absolutely wrong. It is wrong even if it is unintentional. But here is the problem. As Richard Andriamangiato points out, 1957, Malagasy moral reasoning tends to set out from the assumption that, since one can never really be able to know the full Rami cations of any action one might undertake, one must always act in the knowledge that one's actions are almost certain to have some negative repercussions on others. Since the power of odi is so much greater than that of ordinary human action, this means that anyone employing such powers is in a special moral jeopardy. Not only are they almost certain to harm others, they are almost certain to do so in very serious ways. It follows that the only way of using medicine that is entirely above suspicion is to use it to prevent 74. Others from carrying out even more harmful actions. This is what the elder was referring to when he talked about protection. Protection medicine intervened to prevent harm, whether it closed the jaws of crocodiles, forced enemies' bullets to miss, blunted the power of malicious witchcraft, or ected hail from crops. Thus, ethic of protection obviously paralleled the ethic of negative authority, the authority of elders themselves, which also held that the most legitimate way to act was to prevent others from acting in ways likely to damage others. Actually, one might well say both were exactly the same thing. Political authority was similar to medicine in that it enhanced one's power. For that very reason, elders and those using medicines both had to take even more precautions than usual not to do anything for which others might ably blame them. Actually, talk about medicine, speculation about who might have access to what sort of invisible power and what they might be inclined to do with that power, was one of the more common ways to discuss questions of personal morality. This made the weakness of Christian discourse all the more surprising. Once, when poking around bookstands in the capital, I happened on a Malagasy language pamphlet about love medicine. On the cover, it promised to reveal all the secrets about a very famous kind of odi called Phoningalavitra, summoning from afar, often used to retrieve absconded lovers. I bought it and tried to read it when I got home, but after the few pages put it aside, the author seemed more interested in showing off his knowledge of Egyptian and Babylonian numerology than discussing the ingredients of odi. A few days later one of Chantal's many sisters shyly asked me if she could take a glance at it, shyly, because love medicine was considered morally dubious, though she did have a fairly legitimate cause. She had a 2-year-old son whose father had recently run off to another city. The next day she returned the book with an expression of utter disgust. "It tells you to make prayers to Satan," she said. Everyone in the room expressed shock and outrage. They all considered themselves devout Catholics. "That's not Malagasy," several said. The consensus was that this was obviously some urban intellectual's nasty little fantasy about what magic should be like. The very fact he brought Satan into it was enough to show the man had no idea what he was talking about. Hence Chantal's deferential attitude, her willingness to accept that rural elders would really know about such Malagasy forms of know-how. 75. Chunks of wood as tokens of character. All this is not to say that church attitudes did not have their effects. While no one, even the most pious, was willing to see all forms of medicine as satanic, the association with heathenism, with serving the idols, was enough to ensure that all were at least seen as morally problematic. This was true despite the fact that medicine was ubiquitous. Anyone who went to a traditional cure, for example, had to do with the stuff in some capacity, and almost all gurus in a community were assumed to at the very least have access to some powerful Malagasy knowledge. But at the same time, just about anyone could, if they saw adopt an air of pious disdain or self-righteous condemnation of them for that very reason. It all contributed to a moral universe where rumors, stories, and judgments about medicine became one of the principal means of speculating about the troubles in society, as well as one of the main ways of assessing any man or woman's character. Most of what I have said about 19th century odi was still true when I was there. Odi were still collections of powerful substances, mainly consisting of chunks of wood, tapakazo, but occasionally including other elements, that were typically preserved in a sack, oxhorn, or bottle. The wood, or roots, or leaves, or other substances could be taken like medicine, the leaves crushed, the wood scraped to produce a powder that one could drink or anoint on the body mixed with honey, rum, or water, but most odi were also seen as having the power to act invisibly, at a distance. As before, this power was seen to derive from the conscious agency of an invisible spirit, the individual elements being merely conduits. The question was how to justify all this. Some spoke of medicine as if it were a simple matter of technical knowledge, a Malagasy fahaizana, or know-how, which one learns through study much like the foreign know-how that one learns in schools and colleges. Others took a more holistic position that set itself squarely against this. Elders would often, for instance, tell me how they knew astrology or had the power to cure certain ailments, but make a great point that this was not something they had learned from study, but rather had come to them spontaneously, a gift of God, the ancestors, or both. Many Christians stress the difference between medicine that bore some resemblance to the Western variety, also called fanafodi, and medicine that obviously did not. For example, even a devout Protestant pastor would not see anything wrong with the traditional herbal infusion, but he would likely think. 76. There was something deeply wrong with manipulating beads. In addition, since sampi were always spoken of as chunks of wood, urban Christians would often make a great distinction between the use of wood and roots as medicine, which they treated as self-evidently immoral, and the use of concoctions made of leaves. I rather doubt if anyone, in the countryside, observed such distinctions systematically, but almost anyone was capable of invoking them in order to condemn someone they didn't like. Finally, elders who had received their abilities directly from God or the ancestors always also insisted that they never charged money for using them. There was a feeling that the effects of grace should not be tainted by considerations of pro-t. Now, these people were very much a minority among curers and practitioners. The overwhelming majority of the latter were professionals, falling into two broad types: Mpanantro, astrologers, expert in the Malagasy lunar calendar, and Zanyadrano, or mediums, who communed with the spirits of ancient kings. Such people were referred to collectively as Mpamasi, and all of them cured illness, particularly those caused by witchcraft, and provided their patients with medicine, either as part of the cure or for help or protection. All of them charged money for their services. Medicine was an extremely commercialized business, and in this it was not much different than most other aspects of Marina society. This was, after all, a place where even in small villages where practically everyone is related one may nd a little booth on the path leading to the rice elds where someone's selling coffee. People are always buying and selling things. But what was significant about medicine is that almost all practitioners felt at least a little bit uneasy about this fact, and, while most did, in fact, charge crossed prices, almost everyone I talked to agreed that in principle, they shouldn't. A proper Mpamasi should leave it up to the patient to decide how much they felt the cure was worth. This sort of rhetoric was especially useful if one wished to cast doubt on the political standing of elders, since elders were in principle individuals of sterling character, very icons of morality, and it was therefore rather unseemly for them to be seen to be playing around with medicine. Betafos Andriana were especially prone to invoke this sort of rhetoric against the local Mainti, condemning them for their use of beads and chunks of wood. Once when I was visiting Armand I heard his mother do the same, after telling the story of an Andriana man who had been visited in his dreams by the soul of a lost Sakalava traveler who had died and been buried in the side of a nearby hill. Character. 77. And ended up building a shrine to it, launched into a prolonged and largely whimsical denunciation. So doesn't it say in the Bible not to worship any gods but me? So you're saying one should go straight to God, objected Nidhi, and not do anything to give yourself life, or protect yourself? Witchcraft is wrong. But if you're not using it to hurt others, then what's the problem? Rasa? Ndriva would have none of it. Is worshipping some dead body any better than worshipping a piece of wood? Or, at least she managed to keep it up for a minute or two before? Now they're starting to giggle, whereon everyone in the room also burst out laughing. Moral persons. In doing eld work, as in ordinary life, one is constantly hearing people describing one another to you, trying to give you a sense, for instance, about what you really ought to know about some man or woman that you have not met. In Madagascar, I found, such descriptions rarely dwelt on exterior features like physical appearance, dress, or manner. When asked to provide a description of someone they had, say, met why in the marketplace, most people would usually just note age and gender, then try to provide what scraps they could about the stranger's origins, occupation, skills, or about any position they might hold, a pastor, a schoolteacher. Almost never would they have anything to say about what they looked like. Even adolescent boys talking about girls, or vice versa, would rarely go beyond a summary of size, complexion, and general attractiveness. Even here, descriptions would turn quickly to remarks about the other person's possible capacities, dispositions, knowledge, and intentions. The really important qualities of a person were always assumed to be those invisible to the eye. As one famous proverb puts it, "Ny fane no alona, character de nes the person." There was a whole vocabulary with which to assess another's character. Probably the most common way to express approval of someone, for example, was to call them tsara, good, or tsara fane, of good character, roughly equivalent to the English good-natured or nice guy. To call someone this was to say that they were gentle, kind, benevolently inclined toward others, not easily moved to anger. The opposite is ratsi fane, bad-tempered, a nasty person, which grades into maziaka, erche, savage, or cruel. 78. There are a lot of other ways to approve and disapprove of another's character. One important term is hendry, sensible, to which takes on its meaning mainly as the opposite of two of the most common words used to cast aspersions, adala, insane, idiotic, senseless, and meditra, naughty, rebellious, badly behaved. A sensible person, then, is one able to conform to social conventions. Those who are adala are not capable of doing so, those who are meditra do not care to. I never heard anyone spontaneously describe another person as hendry, but adala was probably the most common way of completely dismissing someone. It also covered a lot of the same ground as the English stupid. As for meditra, it was used incessantly whenever children were around, and, in a more broad, descriptive sense, to anyone who intentionally violated rules or moral conventions. Actually, there was a rich and often used vocabulary for implying that others were not in their right senses, matched only, perhaps, by the endless ways of describing them as annoying. 3. At the time I was in Madagascar I developed the somewhat whimsical theory that this richness stems at least in part from a strong disapproval of public confrontation, so that every day, ordinary people were obliged to stoically endure behavior that got on their nerves, and then went home and complained about it. The non-confrontational ethos, anyway, was real enough. If I so much as began to protest when a storekeeper tried to cheat me, my companions would almost instantly start trying to shoof me away, telling me Azamaitabataba, don't make a scene, literally, don't make a racket, just let it go and don't come back to this store in the future. By the end I became so accustomed to Malagasy standards that during my RST month in America I was completely disconcerted and confused whenever I saw two people openly arguing in public. Similarly, calling people violent, swaggering, overly assertive, etc. was strong condemnation. There was very little sense of respect or approval for such behavior, or anything remotely resembling an ethos of machismo, a feeling one has to put up a front of potential physical violence in order to retain honor or respect. Instead, such behavior was itself mostly likely to be considered shameful. Probably the most common term of approval was tsotra, which literally means simple. This is a term with none of the negative associations it would have in English. I never heard it used in anything but a positive way. Tsotra is the opposite of both fetsi and miavona. The RST means crafty, devious, or deceitful, the latter, arrogant or pretentious. To be simple, then, means to be open, direct, and unassuming. Unlike most of the negative terms I'm discussing here, fetsi is not exclusively a term of condemnation. One can use it admiringly of someone who comes up with a particularly good ploy in bargaining, or a clever stratagem of any kind. There is a night ambivalence here. Moral rhetoric may dwell incessantly on the value of honesty, transparency, and fahamarinyana, truth. There may be innumerable proverbs against lying, but in ordinary life, people seem to proceed on the assumption that all human relations necessarily involve an element of deception. It is foolish to admit everything one is about. There will always be false fronts, hidden motives, stratagems. People were always laughingly accusing each other of lying, happily responding to any opinion with which they happened to disagree, or any account they wouldn't have told precisely the same way, with lenga zany, that's a lie. When even an embellishment of narration becomes a lie, lies in themselves cannot be all that morally objectionable, and indeed the general opinion seemed to be that lies were only evil if done with evil ends in mind. One might go even further. An ethos of avoiding confrontation necessarily meant that at least in certain circumstances, tact and diplomacy, in other words, benevolent lying, was a virtue. Eleanor Oakes, 1974, emphasizes this in her discussion of formal rhetoric. in which speakers are admired especially for their ability at making their points indirectly, avoiding transparent speech which might cause someone affront. Still, Tsotra was purely a term of praise, and a very common one. A person to whom it would not even occur to think in terms of such subtle stratagems was valued, considered especially admirable, perhaps, insofar as the way they were acting was obviously impractical. Nidhi's response to her mother-in-law's facetious diatribe about the heathen Adriana was a perfect example of how a simple person would behave. It's not that she was not perceptive enough to realize that her mother-in-law was being facetious, she just didn't like to play such games herself, so she responded to everyone as if they were being perfectly serious. Anyone who makes a point of emphasizing their superiority over others can be called miavona, arrogant, stuck up. In principle, the term is not applied simply to those who are wealthier, more talented or influential, but those who it or intentionally try to place themselves above others. In practice, the line can become rather blurred. Alone at Tsotra, simple people is, as I've remarked, the word used for the common people, ordinary folk as opposed to the elite, implying the latter are all at least a little miavona in comparison. 80. In rural communities, miavona especially applied to anyone who onto their wealth, those who went around in city clothes, for instance, wearing shoes, carrying parasols or other accoutrements most of their neighbors would never be able to afford. Maidana and her family claimed that this was particularly a problem in Betafo. After unintentionally offending their neighbors on several occasions, they got to the point where they even avoided wearing clothes that seemed unusually white and clean. But it was not as if anyone ever expressed this openly. As an ideal, we are all one community, therefore we should all be the same. Perhaps the notion could be said to lie embedded in the way everyone talked of commonality, in rhetoric, where everything was one ancestry, one ancestral land, one community. Perhaps too the ethos of love and sharing, of identity, cation with one's fellows and their needs, could be said to lead in this direction, though as I've already pointed out, it was not usually taken this far. But in practice, the reason you did not dare to wear clean clothes, to be seen as arrogant, was for fear of envy. Others would see your greater wealth or happiness and resent you, and probably use sorcery against you and you would end up sick. Insofar as people openly discussed it, the desire for equality, in fact, it was almost never as a positive ideal, but as a terrible moral evil. I heard a great deal about envy. Of all the hidden motives and emotions assumed to lie behind ordinary interaction, envy was considered the most dangerous and destructive. When one asked what drove people to bewitch each other, the reply was always automatic: it was because of alanana, of envy. By this they did not so much mean envy in the sense of covetousness, the desire to acquire some good or advantage because one's neighbor had it, but in the purely destructive sense of wanting to deprive them of it, or harm them in some other way out of resentment. Fialanana, envy, was considered continuous with ankasamparana, spite, resentment. The latter was a synonym for sorcery. To manao ankasamparana, perform an act of spite was to injure someone through the use of medicine. All of this was considered the very definition of evil. Sex, envy, and community. In the introduction I alluded to a certain notion of Malagasy solidarity, a sense that all Malagasy were equal at least in their common opposition to some overarching force of arbitrary violence. Again, the ideal had little positive expression, apart perhaps from common oratorical gores like Malagasy Tsivakivolo, the Malagasy people, a single interest head of hair, a uniform mass of identical elements undivided by any further subdivisions, a nice image of perfect equality. When generalizing to foreigners such as myself, some would speak of a Malagasy national character knit by mutual love and love of the land, even a certain lack of competitiveness, at least in comparison to us Vaziha, but even more powerful was the tendency to ni Malagasy character by its typical vices, of which the primary one was envy. If one person strives to advance themselves, I was often told, everyone else will try to pull them down. This was the reason for malevolent sorcery, and malevolent sorcery itself was considered a particularly Malagasy phenomena, just as Tongola meant onions, and Tongola Gassi, Malagasy onions, was the word for garlic. Odi were charms or remedies, but Odi Gassi, Malagasy Odi were those specky Kelly used to do harm. This view of Malagasy character was one I heard most consistently from curers, who were, of course, the great experts on malicious sorcery. Should someone fall sick, it was an astrologer or medium who would reveal who had intended to harm them and the means they had used. Curers would always insist their spirits would not permit them to take vengeance or otherwise harm those responsible for the sorcery, but they would reveal their identities. Hence, any community was endlessly creased by suspicions of hidden envy and malice. It was considered notorious that more often than not it was close kin or other intimate acquaintances who were most likely to be named as the culprits, though these suspicions were always somewhat diffuse and tentative, since everyone also knew cures often turned out to be wrong. Betafo, according to many of its inhabitants, was notorious both for its envy and its sorcery. In fact, I suspect this was a constant. The feeling that a community was crisscrossed by continual covert aggression was the inevitable underside of the ideal of equality, transparency, and solidarity touted by its elders. And just as all personal interaction was assumed to be marked by a certain degree of hidden motives, the reality of envy ensured that communities were full of subtle rivalries and endless manipulations and strategies. Most dramatically, envy was thought to inspire continual sexual intrigue. Here I should point out that Madagascar is a society when sexual relations are, from the age when one becomes physically capable, considered an entirely normal and expected part of life. Strict marital fidelity, by either men or women, is seen more as a touching sign of devotion than anything one could normally expect. Some would emphasize the positive aspects of sexuality, as a means of bringing different sorts of people together, at least in Betafo. I was also told there was a direct connection between sex and envy. If you are envious of another person, the natural response is to try to seduce that person's wife or husband. Quite often, in relations of mutual rivalry, two men would each be having the affair with the wife of the other, or two women with each other's husbands. I.R.S.T. got wind of all this one day when talking to Madame Mariel, Betafo's schoolteacher, and her husband. The exchange began when I didn't understand an expression she used, Maravadi, which literally means many spouses. I didn't realize that vadi can be used more loosely to refer to any sexual partner, and thought she meant that they frequently remarry. Mariel, and they're all Maravadi. Whether male or female, there's some with four, even. They. David, you mean they separate a lot, or die a lot, or what? Mariel, no, I mean they're all envious of each other so they all steal each other's wives and husbands. Did you notice how below Betafo, the reason for there being all those creatures appearing in the water at the present time? It's because everyone's bewitching everybody else, because of all this stealing spouses. They're all stealing each other's spouses so they do medicine, and in the end, after all this medicine has piled up there, it starts to, turn into creatures. It's the children here who discovered it. There are lots of creatures twisted around each other, coming out the mouth of the spring to the east of town. Just before Christmas they were telling me about this in school, how they're afraid to go down there because they're all dangling off the pipe the water comes out of. When they poke around down there at Vey in the evening, there are huge numbers of them all coiled together there. Her husband, laughing, so they run away. David, these are like snakes, then? Her husband, like snakes, but all coiled up. Like lots of them all twisted together. The logic was this: people are envious of one another. Therefore they try to seduce each other's wives or husbands. Therefore they resort to medicine, love medicine to win over their target's affections, or sorcery, in revenge for sexual rejection, or to frighten a victim into compliance. The easiest way to get an odi or other bits of medicine into someone else's house is to place it where they get their drinking water, so people in Betafo were endlessly sneaking down to the springs surrounding the village, hiding medicine. So much evil medicine? Nally built up in some of these places that the stuff started to coalesce and turn into monsters, so when the children arrived with their plastic buckets to gather water in the evening, they would be teary Ed and run away. Later I brought Mariel's story up to Nevo, my Adana's teenage daughter. She hadn't heard about the monsters. She had been spending most of the last few weeks in Arivanimamo, attending the lycée, but she strongly affirmed the connection of envy and sexual intrigue. Nevo, stealing wives and husbands, that's what really rules here. In Betafo, Belenitra, it's just some of them that do it, but where we live, everybody does. And of course it's got to lead to quarrels, everybody's because people hear about it and they get angry. David, Armand tells me that's one of the reasons he doesn't really live in Betafo. If his wife isn't willing, people are likely to bewitch her. Nevo, the way it usually works, each one steals the others. That is to say, one man's wife is the other man's lover, each takes the wife of the other. Almost always it's like that. Like in our case, it was Norbert wanted to take Mom. David, I've heard that when it gets like that, people will be afraid to eat in one another's houses. Nevo, we don't eat in anybody's house, absolutely. If it's around Betafo, we just won't eat there at all. This guy steals wives. I've actually seen this in Betafo. Somebody starts feeling weak all the time, and it's this person does love medicine, that person does love medicine, this person does black love medicine, That person does this person does that. David, black love medicine? Nevo, that's if you're ting with Odie? Tia. It can happen that, say you do Odie? Tia, and you have a rival. You get the girl. But there are some people who can make a person detest someone else, not love them blackly. One makes her love you. The other makes her hate your rival. Medicine is a really heavy thing, it really rules there. The image of envy coalescing in the springs and turning into snake-like monsters is an unusually striking one. I never found anyone else who'd rm it. But Nevo's concerns were universal. The constant assumption of hidden intentions lead both to a constant level of suspicion, and an nightly complex politics of suggestion. Every unusual gesture could be read as an indication of malice or desire. The assumption that certain people had the means to directly intervene in others' wills or desires could lead to endless calculations. To take a random example, if a man or woman was widely reputed to know love medicine, one could hardly be held fully responsible for an adulterous liaison even if one had oneself initiated it. There is a long-standing literature on the relation of egalitarianism and envy, by anthropologists as well as political and philosophical thinkers, for instance, Scheck 1968, Foster 1972, Benzaev 1992, 1993, etc. In it, it is often remarked that one is much more likely to be envious of equals, or near equals, than people who are vastly more rich or powerful. Envy demands a certain parity, or at least, the ability to imagine oneself in that other person's shoes. 5. In this sense, envy becomes a kind of destructive empathy. One has to be able to imagine oneself enjoying another person's situation in order to experience anger and hostility at the realization that one is not, in fact, enjoying it. What this implies is, RST of all that envy is the inevitable concomitant of any fairly egalitarian community. Secondly, that it arises from a perverse dislocation of the very feelings of sympathy and identity. Cation that people like Jean Marie claimed was the basis of community itself. If love was a matter of identifying with others, feeling their happinesses and sadnesses as your own, 6. Identifying with their needs, and so forth, then envy was when that ability to identify perversely snapped back into hatred and the resentful desire to destroy. Of course, when two envious people steal each other's spouses, one can imagine the real meaning is related to the problem of love, sharing, and property already outlined above, a failure of the love one should have for one's kin and neighbors, expressed in a failure to share property, leads to a revenge which takes the form of imposing a community of love and sharing on a different level, one which would have a more immediately emotionally distressing impact. The problem with much that has been written on the subject of envy, particularly, with attempts to prove the desire for equality itself is rooted in envy, is that they treat envy as a motivation which arises entirely of its own accord, completely detaching it from the motives of those who become its objects. Foster, for example, argues that envy is a universal feature of social life by taking as his prime example the envy of a poor, undernourished peasant family for their neighbors who have abundant supplies of food, 1972-169. Now, aside from the point that envy is probably not the best description of the emotion such a situation is likely to inspire, 7. This is an example which leaves the motivations of the wealthy neighbors entirely unproblematic. Obviously, anyone would want to make sure their family had enough to eat. Similarly, many discussions of envy take, as their initial examples, envy of another person's beauty, talent, or luck, qualities that other person never made any effort to acquire, or even chose to have at all. But if the aim is use the concept of envy to describe attitudes toward wealth and property, this is not the most revealing place to start. It would be much better to begin, as people in Betafo seem to do, with such phenomena as the display of wealth and sexual rivalry. Why does a man wish to be seen in ashy clothes, or with a beautiful woman hanging on his arm? It is hard to deny that such people desire to be envied. In other words, much of what drives people to accumulate wealth to begin with is a desire to arouse feelings of envy in others, to encourage others to imagine how nice it would be to be in their position, and then to have to live with the fact that they cannot. Thus envy was not simply a product of egalitarianism, as some would like to claim. It is a driving force behind the desire to accumulate and to establish hierarchies that threaten to break egalitarian communities apart. A place like Betafo, then, was caught up in a constant, shifting play of identity, cations in which people were constantly imagining themselves in other people's shoes, but in which sympathy could easily reverse and become destructive envy. In this way, at least, envy really was the underside of communal solidarity, and witchcraft an inevitable perversion of communal love. 86. Imarina, remember, is divided into ancestral territories, each belonging to the descendants of a single named ancestor who is, usually, said to have migrated there sometime in Malagasy times. Roughly a third of such Demas claim Andriana, or noble status, the rest are Hova, or commoners. There was usually a little story about that founding ancestor, where he came from, why he left, how he moved to the territory on which his descendants now reside, how he net its boundaries, created its villages, named various prominent aspects of its landscape. Often there was a story about how he divided up the territory among his children, the senior lines always being located furthest to the east. Only a few old men, or very occasionally women, would feel entitled to tell such of shul histories, though most could give a sketchy account of more recent history, of the prominent elders, almost always, said to be just recently deceased, who had gone on to found later settlements. For most people, this is what local history, Tantara, largely consisted of. Certainly, if you asked about local history, this is what they would think you were asking about. But there were other strains of history, which came out in other contexts, ranging from accounts of ancient royalty to covert, shameful rumors about how masters had once treated slaves, stories about relations of dominance and oppression, injustice, punishment, and guilt. In this chapter, I want to examine both of these ways of looking at history. I also want to provide a thumbnail sketch of Betafo's history, comparing the official history with what can be reconstructed from written records. Even for this relatively obscure part of Imerina, documentary records are surprisingly rich. It is possible, for instance, to patch together a good deal of the history of Betafo's three most prominent 19th-century families. A brief history of Betafo. 5. Two sides of the mountain. Heading north from Erivanimamo is a fairly wide road, or, I call it a road mainly because that's what people there call it, and because it was once partly paved with stones. By now the one stretch which still shows traces of paving is the most difficult to walk on, since the remains of paving stones stick out of the clay at unpredictable angles. But it's only really like that just to the north of town. After a bit the stones disappear and the road becomes a simple expanse of hard red earth, wide enough for 3 or even 4 people to walk abreast, though also cut by deep ruts of ox carts which would make this impossible. The road runs along low hillsides, fringed with high grass, often descending on one side to stretches of tapia forest or stands of eucalyptus. One periodically passes people walking, in the summer, ox carts, filled with pineapples, since that's the main cash crop of the area, roll toward Erivanimamo. On Sundays and Mondays young men pass by driving troops of cattle towards the great weekly cattle market outside the capital. Only very exceptionally would anyone take an automobile along this road. About half an hour's walk from Erivanimamo a side path veers off west to Betafo, another, east to a place called Kianja. The crossroads, such as it is on a slight hill, and marked by a tiny thatched coffee stand, which seems to pop out of nowhere. Here a woman from Kianja sells greasy rice cakes and sweets and exchanges gossip with passers-by. I used to stop here almost every day, sit down, and drink a cup of coffee before passing on to Betafo. From the grassy spot in front of the coffee stand, Mount Ambohidratum looms smooth and granitic, a huge round rock about 10 minutes walk to the north. It's a dramatic sight, especially in the summer when dozens of tiny springs within the rock come to life and thin sheets of water coat most of its sides, so that when caught at the right angle by the sun, the whole mountain seems to glisten. Actually, this peak is only the easternmost of a chain of peaks, collectively named Ambohidratum. The territory of Betafo lies below them, to their south. If one continues north, however, to the mountain, the road curves to hug the rock, at some spots digging itself so deep into the red mud of the hillsides that one is often walking through something like a hallway, between walls of roots and crumbling earth. At other spots the granite cliffs of the mountain bulge out above. Erosion plays weird effects, there are cracks and fissures and even sudden inexplicable holes opening in the ground. Pedestrians become fewer. For most of the way, it's almost impossible to make out much of the surrounding countryside, at least in the summer. One knows one is approaching a place of human habitation by hearing it, the rhythmic drip of water indicating nearby paddy fields. The northern side of the mountain is less sheer and there are foothills and crags. Paths branch off the road, heading up through bushy forest. One leads to Andrinovalona, a village sheltered by the woods. Just a short ways to the north, one breaks out of the woods entirely and ends oneself looking out over a stretch of open country, dotted with settlements and terraced valleys. Behind it, directly to the north, is the imposing Sugarloaf Mountain of Ambohitrambo. It is Ambohitrambo that really dominates the district. It can be seen for miles all around, and which is said to have been the seat of its ancient kings. Andrinovalona is the most ancient village of Ademe, which calls itself the Zanakandri Andrinomarina, and holds the tomb of its Razum. Directly between the two mountains is an even larger village called Manjakazaza, a child rules, the most ancient village of the twin Deme called the Zanyakandri Malahasima. Both Demes are Hova, commoners, but known for their industrious habits and prosperity. According to some, the two ancestors were brothers, according to others, unrelated friends. At any rate, the two ancestries see themselves as closely related. There is a story about how Manjakazaza got its name. It's a story just about anyone in the region north of Aravanamamo could tell you. I recorded at least 20 different versions of it during the time I was there, no two quite the same. But the core of it runs something like this. There was a king who ruled this entire region from the peak of Ambahi-Trambo, who had a son named Lailosa. Lailosa was extremely arrogant and badly behaved. He used to order his father's subjects around arbitrarily. There are stories about how he would whimsically make his servants take his cattle up and down the mountain, and especially, how he made the women of the country work endlessly making silk and weaving it into gigantic silk cables. With these cables, he intended to build a bridge between the two peaks. According to some, he would not deign to walk on the hillsides, but only on the tops of mountains. But all describe the bridge, a kind of elaborate tightrope with two cables below for his feet, one on top for his hands, and how his father Nali took pity on the people's suffering, and cut the cord while the son was halfway across it, so that he tumbled to his death. The place where he landed they say is now called Manjakazaza, a child rules, because he was just a child, but he lorded it over everyone, Zazafozani Fan Enchikajaka. Such was the end of the kings of Ambahi-Trambo. At least, this is what many narrators add, and this is what makes the story so poignant. In order to save his people, the king Sakri set his own posterity, even, as it turned out, the institution of kingship itself. One could say the story parallels Andrian Sianica's, who Sakri set his Andriana status because he didn't want to treat others as slaves. And indeed, like Andrian Sianica, Lailosa has become a curing spirit. He has his own doheny, an ancient tomb atop an ancient tower on the very summit of Ambahi-Trambo, where people come regularly to Manasina and invoke him. However, Andrian Sianica has descendants. In fact, in some versions, he abandoned his status in order to win land for them, Sakri, king power for the sake of posterity. Lailosa's story is more tragic, because his father was forced to give up both. Since Lailosa is the only ancient king most local people know anything about, it can be said that the main thing the kings of Imamo are remembered for is self-destruction. One of the times I heard this story, it was from a man from Andrinovalona named Ranaivosan, a very short, energetic, mustachioed man who claimed to be 70 years old, a skilled astrologer who carried bits of wood and an ancient silver coin in his pocket, folded inside a white silk handkerchief, and who everyone recommended as the great expert in local history. Ranaivosan had his own theory about most everything. In his version, it wasn't silk they made the bridges from, but human hair. Lailosa had all the women's tresses sheared and then had them weave it into cables. The ancestors of the twin Demes, he told me, were not really related to each other. In fact, they were only ancestors in a manner of speaking. They had originally been of shulls sent out by the royal government to administer the local population. I never found anyone else who agreed with him on this point, but what I wanted to draw attention to here is the peculiar, dual nature of his moral rhetoric. Taking us above the village to a large old tree, he pointed out at rock near its foot. Under that, he said, was Andriano Marina's tomb. The stone was sometimes used for carrying out ordeals. One need merely rub it, make one's oath, and within 3 days justice would be done. It was because of the moral character of the man buried there. He was a man who held on to the truth. Maidana Fahamarinyana, if anyone in the village was crooked or cruel, his power would it them or drive them away. This is exactly the sort of rhetoric familiar from Chapter 3. But having said it, he immediately went off in a completely opposite direction. The chief of 500 was not buried in a proper tomb, he simply dug a great pit and threw in all his wealth, creating a huge bed of silver coins. That's why no one has ever performed a famadiana for him. He knew that if the grave were opened, they could take away his money. So he made a rule, Ranaivosan, if anyone holds a famadiana for me, he said, if they kill chickens, it has to be 100 chickens. If they kill cows, it has to be 100 cows. If they kill pigs, it has to be 100 pigs. So his descendants haven't been able to do it. He was taking precautions, because if they did have a famadiana, then they would be able to take away the money. So until this day he just sits there, he's never had a famadiana. 91. The desire for money would be the main reason for anyone to want to hold such a famadiana, if Ranaivosan account is to be believed, because in fact, Andriandranomarina no longer has any real descendants. Ranaivosan, he no longer has any descendants. His real descendants, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, posterity, whatever, are all gone. It's the descendants of those he governed who remain. And it's the same with those kings on top of Mount Ambahitrambo. You can't nd any real descendants anymore. If there are any left at all, it's just a few. You see, in former times, they had the custom of doing things that were against the law. Because their way, say for example they had bought some person, they would chop off his heels. Because of that they had guilt, zini, before the word of God, and when that guilt was revealed, their descendants didn't. Because of his bad habits, the king's descendants have become scarce. He had people's heads cut off. If someone was found guilty before him, they wouldn't say anything, they wouldn't do anything, they'd just go right off and cut off his head, or cut off his heels, or all sorts of things like that. So they were guilty according to the word of God, and in the present, they have very few descendants. If you really examine the matter, it's the same with the descendants of the kings in the Rova, the palace in Antananarivo. Very few remain. Because they had customs that were against the law, against the word of God, so the majority of them ended up damaged by it. Ranaivosan's Andriandranomarina is a weird amalgam of ancestor and oppressor, but the moral vision, at least, is perfectly consistent. Powers of command, here, as always, represented simultaneously as royal power and the power of masters over slaves, are, at least in the grandest scheme of things, essentially illegitimate, even criminal. Particularly, they are the negation of descent. Andriandranomarina is concerned to keep his money made it impossible to have any proper relations with his descendants. The Andriana's power made them have no successors at all. In the end, Lelos's fate was that of all Andriana. Such power annihilates the families of those who practice it. Their lines died out. They're gone. If they still have a presence in the territory, it is only through traces, their names, stones, trees, stories, a presence seen as fundamentally alien by the people who live there, the descendants of those they once governed and oppressed. All of this is very much in contrast with Betafo. Lelos's story has little place in the historical consciousness of Betafo. People know it, certainly, it's a famous story, but few see it as having any real relevance to their own community. This is at least partly because Mount Ambahitrambo is not visible from anywhere in Betafo, it lies hidden behind. 92. Ambahidradimbi, whose successive low peaks form the northern backdrop of the Deme. Generally, stories cluster around the main visual landmarks of an area, and a territory is assumed to have belonged to whatever king resided on the nearby mountaintop most visible from within it. Betafo is thus somewhat sheltered, as neither of the two major nearby royal mountains, Ambahitrambo and Ambahipanampo just west of Arivanamamo, are visible from it. But even more important is the fact that the inhabitants of Betafo are Andriana, and therefore, they do not think of themselves as having been anyone's subjects. Insofar as they see a connection, they identify with the kings. Even more importantly, Betafo is not exclusively Andriana. It is divided between Andriana and their former slaves. People from other Andriana demes in the region, for instance the Andriandranando of Ambarobe, to the northwest of the mountains, told me they considered Andriana status mainly a thing of the past. After all, everyone marries everyone else nowadays, so no one is pure Andriana or pure Hova, but in Ambarobe there was no longer a population of black people nearby. In Betafo, the Andriana's sense of who they were, of what it meant to be noble, was almost obsessively net in relation to the issue of slavery. Compare then the very different conversation I had with Irina's mother Ramanana, the elderly matriarch of Antanides Andriana. Here is her summary of the history of Betafo, a history she only produced after much assurance from Mayadana that this was for the sake of a foreign student writing a book, and not to be openly discussed by her neighbors. In Betafo, said Ramanana, the white people had been defeated. They had owned slaves, and mistreated them, and once the former slaves managed to get their own land and resources, they rapidly began getting the better of them. Ramanana, in the earliest times, there was a market in slaves. There were two men who were slave dealers, and they would have the slaves carry baskets of manure on their heads, absolutely, saying, "Mine is strong. Mine is strong." And people here in Betafo would buy them. Now many of these servants were trustworthy, and they really worked hard for our ancestors. So the hearts of those elders rolled open, and they said, "Here is land for you to own." Land near where they were living. "Here's some land because you are a good and faithful servant," as it says in Holy Scripture. And then our numbers began to grow fewer, until in the present time. Now, I won't cut my statement off, I'll really make it perfectly clear, the white people have been defeated. They had money, they had more than they needed, so they all got slack. And what the ancestors had given them, they let it drain away. There's what really happened. 93. Madonna, well, that's clear enough. There were servants. So the idea is that at the very beginning, they didn't have anything. However, those that benefited their masters were given land. So their circumstances improved. And once they had money of their own, they could start buying out the Andriana, because the Andriana didn't have the energy to carry them to work. So the Andriana were defeated. They began selling their rice fields, selling their rice nurseries, selling every kind of land to the people who had once been their servants. That's why people say the Andriana have been defeated. They've become feeble, they don't have the strength it takes to work at all. Those bellies, however, need to eat. So they're obliged to sell, and the slaves' property increases. And when their property has increased, so does the number of their descendants, so now it's they who end up bossing people around. While of those who were once the slave owners, only a few remain. Ramanana, what really did it? Perhaps, they made them work too hard. That's why the owners were so quickly defeated. That's my understanding of the matter. They ordered them around too much, saying, "You, boy, you do so and so." According to the story I've heard, anyway, the slaves didn't even get to sleep in the same place as other people, they had to sleep together with the pigs. Madonna, I've heard about that kind of cruelty as well. Ramanana, that's what really did it. They ended up brooding, distracted, their hearts carried a guilt, zani, and so they were defeated. There were two different, overlapping explanations of the Andriana's situation being offered here. One, the one emphasized by Madonna, was that as slave owners, the Andriana had lost their taste for work. Hence as soon as the two were on anything like equal footing, they weren't able to compete. This was a very common way of representing things. But behind it lay another, more like naive sense. The Andriana had abused their power, they carry a burden of guilt, and so now they are few in numbers. Even the reference to scripture, extremely unusual in such historical accounts, recurs. This too was a very common way of thinking about Betafo's history. From all I can make out, just about all the Andriana of Betafo at least suspected their current poverty might be punishment for ancient guilt. But it was not the sort of thing anyone liked to openly discuss. The difference between the two sides of the mountain, between Betafo and Andrinovalona, is especially striking because archival sources make clear that in the 19th century the socio-economic status of two communities was almost precisely the same. Both were dominated by a handful of prominent families who owned most of the slaves. In both, the majority of families were relatively poor. True, one was Andriana and one was Hova. But about all this meant in practice was that one was exempt from certain kinds of royal 94 service. After the French conquest, in both communities, the wealthier families all left. Now, the Hova of Andrinovalona see themselves as the scions of the oppressed, who have become prosperous even as their oppressors have slowly died away. The Andriana at Betafo see their own ancestors as oppressors, and feel they are growing poorer and declining in numbers as the result of that ancient guild. 4. The Andrianum Boninalona of Betafo, of Shul Histories in the RST chapter. I mentioned my initial meeting with Raja Ona, the President Focantini. Armand led me in to see him in his home, next to the small white building which housed the Focantini of Ses. He had been warned of my coming, and when I arrived, two of his sons were sitting over a little chest where they had arranged one or two French books about the history of Madagascar, and a small handwritten notebook. Here is what he, RSD, said when I turned on the tape recorder. President, now, we, then, have our great ancestor, Razum, who appeared here, whose name was Andrianambolalona. David, the great ancestor of Betafo? President, yes, the great ancestor here in Betafo. The man's name was Andrianambolalona. And his RST arrival here took place in the year 1713. 1713, reading the date in French from the notebook. And the date of his death, he died in the year 1741. As for the woman who was his wife, her name was Rifatsitsifanamponealona, and she in turn died in 1732. They had a single daughter, named Rasa Nandrasana, who in turn died in 1797. The dates of birth and death were carefully written out in the little notebook, a book which was otherwise full of accounts, information about plant medicine and the like, and the president seemed to feel that these very precise dates were the main signi? Can't think he had to convey to us, whenever Armand and I asked more specky See questions. He kept apologetically explaining that he only knew what the oral traditions, Lovenso, had to say on this issue. He didn't have anything actually preserved in writing. Granted, I was a foreign researcher asking questions about history, and foreign books represented history largely as a matter of names and dates. I was also speaking with this man in his capacity as President Fontani, whose main duties involved keeping track of names and dates in official documents. He was clearly trying to give me what he would want. But this was 95. The only time I asked anyone about local histories and found them presenting me with dates, let alone precise dates from a period in which there was no one in Marina who had even heard of the Western calendar. After a bit of further discussion, in which Armand and I coaxed him into telling us a bit of the oral traditions, the president escorted us past the huge ruined mansion of Aunt Simone Katie to Tampontanana and showed us the Razum's tomb, a large concrete structure, recently whitewashed. On the door at the top of the tomb, written in careful red letters, were the following words: Andrian Ambul Alona October 2, 1713. When he did get around to the oral traditions, the President Fontani's account was a fairly typical example of Deme origin stories. His ancestor had originally come from Fifarana, but abandoned that place in search of new lands. He came RST to Betafo, then moved to a hill called Ambohimandrahitra further west, then after some other peregrinations returned to Betafo once again. The story differed little from most of the other versions I heard. The most complete version I recorded was told not by him but by one Rukotovao, one-time pastor of Betafo's Protestant church, now a farmer and blacksmith in Ambohimanjaka. He was the man who had given the speech detailing the Deme's history at the great ancestor's last Famadiana, so this was as close as I ever got to an official history. Certainly it was the only one which forms a coherent narrative. Rukotovao told me. We come from Fifarana, to the northeast of Antananarivo. There were the origins of our earliest ancestor, Andrian Ambul Alona. The name of his wife, though, I forget, it was long ago, and I'm a person of a later time. If you really think about it, we don't even know how many generations it's been since then. We must be at least the 12th generation of descendants. At the very least, the reason they left Fifarana, it was because the land there was scarce and, they say, infertile. It hardly produced crops at all, so he went to live in Betafo. But having lived here in Betafo, he still looked out to the west where there was still lots of forest, and the land largely unoccupied. So he moved south and settled to the northeast below Ambaribe, to the south of Fiatanana. But he didn't end up settling there either. He followed that valley west and settled rather far away, on the peak of Ambohimandrahitra. And having settled there on the peak of Ambohimandrahitra, well, we are the FTH rank of Andriana. That is, historically, we are the FTH in descent from the sovereign. There are 7 ranked ancestors, and we're descended from the FTH. But the Andriamaso Andro, who already lived around Ambohimandrahitra, were descended from the 4th. So the two groups didn't get along because these others were arrogant. Whenever our ancestors were hosting a celebration. 96. For a child's RSD haircut, the others wouldn't come, so he and his wife didn't stay on there. They said, let's leave this place, because what's with this? So they separated from them. He came back to live down to the east of Ambaribe again, and then moved to Fiatanana, where he founded a church. And having founded a church there, he found himself hemmed in because most of the land around there belonged to people living in the east. Since there wasn't enough land, he went off to ask the king who was in Antananarivo for some, saying, there's a territory we'd like to settle there. So the owners of the land here were shunted aside to the east side of the present road. It was by pushing them aside that we got ourselves a place here. So when he lived in Fiatanana, he built a church there. And then he moved from there to Ambohinatau, but he didn't really like that spot either. So, now he moved back to Betafo. It was there in Betafo he found his posterity, it was there he had his children. He had 6, a single daughter, and sons. 4 of those sons are buried in those tombs in Betafo, but the FTH is on the hill behind Ambaribe to the west. He went on to detail how the daughter is buried with her father, the RSD 3 sons in a tomb called the Telamilohatra, or 3 in a row, the 4th in Andrianoni, the FTH, the one everyone else said had moved away after quarreling with his older brothers, somewhere to the west. Characteristically, Rukotovao skipped over the note of Khan Ikt until Mayadana tried to pin him down on the matter. Mayadana, but they say he moved out here because the kids didn't get along with one another. Rukotovao, this is the reason they didn't get along, they were building that church. David, the one here in Betafo? Rakotovau, the one here in Betafo, and while they were building the church, the one youngest son got distracted playing some game. He was making little clay sculptures and jumping around there in the doorway. So the Vey brothers got into a GHT, they ended up all attacking each other, and the one who lost ran away to Ambahinatau saying, "I'm going so we won't have to live together anymore." This, actually, was a typical approach to incidents of conflict in Malagasy times. If you can't skip over the issue entirely, then try to make the whole thing look ridiculous. The reader will recall the account of the quarrel between Andrianambananalona and Andriamasoandro in Chapter 3, in which all the characters were represented as acting like sh children. Rakotovau's narrative goes further than most in systematically omitting or euphemizing every incident of conflict, where most accounts represent the 97. Razum's relations with Andriamasoandro as an outright quarrel or contest, he makes it a mere lack of sociability. So too in the case of the previous inhabitants of the eastern part of the territory, Maidana had to question him again before he explained what was really happening here, that the land was already occupied by Hova, and that the Razum appealed to the king to have them forced away. Their descendants ended up in the villages to Betafo's northwest. Later, I asked if there were any previous inhabitants of the western half of the territory as well. David, so was there no one else living here when THRD came? Rakotovau, well, there were other people over there, pointing east, but here in the west it was still open. That's how he was able to settle here. Or, really, it was abandoned land, Tani Holo, as there were Vezimba who lived here. The Vezimba were driven away with music, and sent off westwards. David, how's that? Rakotovau, the Vezimba were driven off with music and drums, and went off west. They beat drums, and shot off guns, David, and it was Andrianambananalona who did this? Rakotovau, yes. That's how he was able to get land to live on here. In this context Vezimba means aborigines, savages, the one-time inhabitants of a territory whose descendants have been driven away. The motif of frightening away the aborigines with music and loud noises is a common one in Merino oral traditions, though I didn't hear it often in Betafo. What I really want to draw attention to, though, is how consistently details like this are covered up in the original account. The narrator tells his story as if convinced there is another, more dramatic story behind it, which shouldn't be revealed, at least at RST. If the audience doesn't make the effort to tease out the hidden episodes afterward, it all remains unsaid. Stripped of all conflict, the official version, the 1D for recitation at public events or narration to foreign researchers, becomes a simple, monotonous account of apparently whimsical movements in space. The great ancestor arrived, he settled here, then he moved there, then he came back here again, all without the slightest shred of motivation. I reproduce this text not only to show what such origins accounts are like, it is fairly typical, not only to make a point about the suppression of conflict, but also to provide a framework on which to look at the actual origins of the Andrianambananalona of Betafo. It might not be a very interesting story, but there is every reason to believe large parts of it are true. All the most important 98 elements in his account, the arrival from Fiferana, the conflict with the Andriamasoandro, the appeal to the central government, and the break between Protestants and Catholics, the story of the quarrel over the church, might well re-act actual events. Historical reconstruction. Let me take the three major elements of the story in turn, and see what documentary evidence can be brought to bear on the subject. These are: 1. The origins of Betafo's Andriana. 2. Relations with the Andriamasoandro and other groups. 3. The split between Protestants and Catholics. Origins. There is every reason to believe the ancestors of Betafo's Andriana did come from the region of Fiferana, the ancestral territory of the Andrianambananalona. They appear to have been military colonists, Voanho, established there by the Marina king Andrianampoina when he conquered the then independent kingdom of Aravanamamo. Until 1806, Aravanamamo had been the seat of an independent principality, which, like Ambohibaloma to its north, traced back to an ancient western kingdom called Amamo. In 1806, King Andrianampoina, having managed to unify all the old warring principalities of Old Marina, led his armies into the region west of the Ambifotsi River. The war lasted 2 years, but by the end of it, the rulers of both principalities were killed and the entire territory was secured. Andrianampoina installed his own relatives in the two capitals, but he also granted lands to 3 groups of devoted followers from his own home territory north of the capital, one small group of Hova from the Tsimiambohole Deme and two groups of Andriana, the Andriandranando, placed in Ambatimivalana, and the Andrianamboninalona, placed in Betafo. 6. The Hova occupied a village called Ambahitsoa, on the northern slopes of Mount Ambahitrambo, the two Andriana groups on either side of Mount Ambahidradimbi. 1. A famous group of smiths, presumably placed where they 99. Were to control access to the village of Vadalevi, which had important iron deposits, the other, in Betafo, to safeguard Aravanamamo. All three groups seem to have been declared exempt from the most onerous forms of royal service, and were grouped together in an administrative district of their own, a 100, this meaning a group obliged to provide 100 men for royal labor projects, whose chief of 100 always seems to have lived in Betafo itself. 7. At the time, each group probably consisted of a dozen or so families. Relations with the Andriamasoandro. Just about every version of the origins of Betafo records some kind of trouble with the Andriamasoandro, the people who lived to its immediate west. Most add that Andrianambolalona had once moved to live on Mount Ambohimandrahitra, in the heart of Andriamasoandro territory, and was eventually forced to leave and return to Betafo. This story too appears to have an historical foundation. In 1808, one of King Andrianampoinimarina's sons attempted a rebellion, the plot was discovered and the prince was put to death. According to 2 18th century kingdoms. 19th century traditions, Kalat 1908 to 1040, 1044, among this prince's most prominent supporters were the Zanakandriamasoandro of Vadalevi, descendants of the former royalty of the kingdom of Imamo. After the rebellion was put down, the king had the entire Deme removed from their ancestral territories around Mount Ambohimandrahitra and reduced to servile status as punishment. While the text makes no mention of their neighbors in Betafo, who had been established there only a year or two before, it would hardly be surprising if they took advantage of the opportunity, or even, if they were granted the now empty lands. At any rate, the text does go on to say that in 1810, representatives of the Andriamasoandro appeared before the king and asked for his forgiveness, whereon he relented and allowed them to return. Whereon the Andrianamboninalona would, presumably, have had to return to Betafo once again. 8. The rift between Protestants and Catholics. In this case, we are dealing with an event that certainly did occur, already in 1878, when the RST records were written down. The populations of Ambohinatau and Fiatanana in the southwest of the territory, who traced descent to the youngest of the Vey brothers, were entirely Catholic, the rest of the Deme uniformly Protestant. It is not entirely clear how, or why, this happened. During the late 1860s and early 70s, after the Queen's conversion, just about every group in Imarina converted to Christianity. The usual pattern was for the more privileged to convert to Congregationalist Protestantism, which was effectively the kingdoms of Shul religion. Those with some sort of grudge against the established order would then convert to Catholicism, which was at the time barely tolerated by the regime. Sometimes, however, the split would simply echo traditional rivalries. If one political faction was the RSD to embrace Protestantism, their rivals would almost inevitably become Catholic. Raison Jurd 1983, Ellis 1986. Something like this appears to have happened in Betafo. Oral traditions and documentary evidence, such as it is, Con. Rm that the Protestant church was founded, RST, in the village of Betafo itself. The parish included the entire Andrianamboninalona territory. As we shall see, the chief of 100, Andriamaharo, was probably also the organizer of the local church. Later, the junior branch of the Deme that inhabited its southwest broke off and converted to a rival faith. 9. Ramina, the longtime catechist from Ambaribe, told me that the RST church was in Betafo. Ramina, and all of the descendants of Andrianamboninalona would pray together there. They were all Protestants, there were no Catholics yet. But the people from here in the west, Fiatanana, Ambaribe, Ambohinatau, used to arrive for services late, often they would show up in the afternoon. And there were leaders, Lahaib, of the church, we still remember them, and those leaders of the church kept watch for each person? Cross the number of people, other than the leaders themselves of course. They had watchmen at the door of the church, they say, and they would hold up torches and count the people as they came in. Whoever came late was beaten, and they would put pebbles on the ground and make them kneel on the pebbles in the middle of the church. And that they say was what caused the separation. A man named Rukotorivo, from Ambohinatau, led the rebellion against this high-handed behavior. Ramina, because he knew that there was a priest in Aravanamamo at that time, his wife, it was he who bought the book from the priest, The Catholic book which had everything in it from catechizing to evangelizing. He used it to teach the people, and so all the descendants of Andriana Bon and Ilona here in the West became Catholics. He was the catechist. This is a very unusual account, because it presents a legitimate grudge between groups of roughly equal status. Normally, accounts of past conflicts fall into one of two kinds: either the parties are vastly unequal, kings and subjects, masters and slaves, in which case the matter is represented as oppression, or they are equal, in which case it is represented as foolishness. The latter was the approach taken by Ricoto Vau, the former Protestant pastor, when recounting the same events, as also by Ranaivo the Bold, another Protestant, who told me the church really split up because the elders were so caught up in their own egotistical quarrels they didn't think about religious matters at all. It all came to a head one Sunday when several elders actually came to blows in the middle of holy services, and half of them stomped off, vowing never to return. Ramina's account instead appeals to the idiom of oppression. It's curious that the priest in his story would have demanded money for his book, but then, Ricoto Ivo seems to have been a very wealthy man. He was probably the richest man in Betafo next to Andriamaharo himself. He also seems to have been a very old man, at least in his late 60s or 70s at the time. While Ramina's account of the brutality of the church elders might well be accurate, Ranaivo the Bolt's version is probably not entirely inaccurate either. The whole thing probably came down to a quarrel between two important elders from different parts of the Deme. Even the image of the elders exchanging punches inside the church is silently similar to Ricoto Vau's story about the Vey brothers inside the same building that one might feel in suspecting it is the echo of an actual historical event. The hierarchy of tombs. The other point of all such histories is to establish hierarchical divisions within the Deme. 11 Hence the importance of the ancestors? Vey sons. In fact, no one in Betafo could trace an unbroken genealogy that connected them to any of these Vey sons. Relatively few could trace beyond their own great-grandparents. 12 If they could place themselves within the hierarchy at all, it was because of the position of their family's tomb. In principle, all the tombs located within a Deme's territory can be placed along an overall genealogy because they were all founded by descendants of the same ancestor. Here's how it works in the abstract. Say a man moves to a new, empty territory and founds a village there. He has 4 sons, and when he dies, they build him a new tomb, and divide the village into quarters, with the eldest son taking the part furthest to the north or east. Each is ultimately buried in a tomb in their respective quarter. Once, it is assumed, each group of descendants occupied their own quarter, next to their ancestor's tomb, in which they too would eventually be buried. But as time went on, it grew crowded, and many of them began to move farther and farther west across the territory, founding new villages for their own descendants. As time went on, too, these most ancient tombs began to fill up, and some families started building new tombs closer to their homes. Over time, there would be a third generation of tombs, even a fourth. Anyone who expects to be buried in one of these new tombs will still remember which of the old tombs it came out of, so as a result, the organization of tombs inscribes a pattern of historical memory in the landscape, in a form that makes it seem one of its most permanent features, since tombs, whether ancient earthen tombs or new ones made of granite and cement, were the largest and most durable structures one saw in the countryside, much contrasting with the mud brick walls and houses of the living. 13 It also makes it possible for people to remember which line they are descended from, and hence, their seniority within the Deme. So it works in theory. In reality, no one was quite sure how the parts all together. In Betafo, Andrian Ambul Ilona was buried with his wife and daughter in an impressive white stone tomb in the part of the village everyone called Tampontanana, literally, the top of the town, the very center of its 3 rings of moats. 4 of his Vey sons 14 were also buried in Betafo. 3 are, as Ricoto Vau explained, in a group of 3 tombs called the Telemilohatra, the 3 in a row, located in a little walled enclosure directly to the west of the church. The 4th is a single isolated tomb within another walled enclosure, further west. It's called Andref and Ny Kianja, to the west of the Kianja. The youngest son, the one who quarreled with the others, is not buried in the village. His tomb is near an abandoned settlement on a low hill in the very far west of Betafo's territory, half an hour's walk away. He is now considered the ancestor of Betafo's Catholics, who live in the village of Ambaribe. No one remembered the brothers' names, 15, but people did indeed trace back to their tombs, and several told me that all Andriana were ranked accordingly. However, when I tried to get details about this ranking system, I failed miserably. No one could provide a complete list, Many in fact insisted there were 7 divisions, not they, though they were unclear as to why, and the vast majority didn't have the slightest idea where they were supposed to. Tn. There was a broad feeling that those buried in the Telomilahatra, especially those who used to live on Tampontanana, were the most exalted, but that was about it. 16. This is not to say there was no way of sizing up another person's ancestry. One could categorize people by where they were originally from, which meant, in practice, in which of the 17 ancient quarters of Betafo their original tomb was located. These were indeed ranked, and just about everyone agreed as to their order, which ran like this. Tampontanana was, as I've said, the area in the very center of the 3 rings of huge circular ditches that surrounded Betafo. It was considered to be the home of the wealthiest and most exalted Andriana. Some even insisted it was only this area which was Betafo proper, strictly speaking. Though the RST3 brothers are not actually buried there, they are sometimes spoken of as if they were, since most of the famous ancestors buried with them are assumed to have lived there. Otsimon Kati, to the south of the moat, is really just an extension of it, since its founder was originally from Tampontanana. It never consisted of more than a single house, now ruined. Nsahasoa is a walled compound directly to the southwest of Tampontanana, presently uninhabited. It was once the home of the descendants of Andriamaharo, a family nearly as prominent as the Tampontanana Andriana. It still contains their tombs. There are 2 of these, Andriamaharo's own, and that of his son Andriamiharivo. Both probably date to the 1860s or 70s. 18. Everyone assumed Andriamaharo must have been quite close to the Razum, but no one had the slightest idea how he into the overall genealogy. 19. They were certain, however, that his descendants were second in rank to the Andriana buried in the Telomilahatra. The ancient inhabitants of Avarakati, north of the moat, and Andrianoni are usually represented as Little Andriana, farmers and blacksmiths rather than slave-owning aristocrats. The RST is a small quarter to the east of the Protestant church, which now houses a single Andriana family, whose head is named Ranaivo the Bold. Directly west of the church are 4 extremely old tombs, barely visible as low mounds rising from the dry brown grass. They are probably even older than the 3 in a row. They are also located directly to their east. These should really have been the senior ones. In fact, they fell outside of accounting completely, partly, because almost no one could remember who was buried in them. 20. The most ancient tomb in Andrianoni is the Andrefan Anwaikianja, the 4th of the Ve brothers, and it is assumed to have been largely his descendants who inhabited Andrianoni when it was still an Andriana settlement. Nowadays, its inhabitants are almost all Mandi. There are also 2 more recent tombs there, considered offshoots of it. Most of the Andriana currently living in the territory of Betafo can at least trace back to one or another of these tombs, through some link or other. Still, the historical structure was loose, and it was in constant mutation. Ambitious men or women would build new tombs, moving in the bodies of 1 or 2 illustrious ancestors to be its Razum. Tombs would be emptied and begin to disintegrate. The inhabitants of Andriana villages to the west of Betafo, Antanadi, Embaribe, Mboam and Jaka, and Sahavari, had their own tombs, which sometimes were said to come out of tombs in Betafo proper, sometimes, from tombs now sitting amongst abandoned villages nearby. Often only 1 or 2 old men even claimed to know the details. The really important thing is simply that everyone assumed such a hierarchy did exist. Betafo in the 19th century, a thumbnail sketch. As I said in the introduction, the area surrounding Iravanamamo was always far from the center of political events. It was a place where not much ever happened, hence, it is little mentioned in major historical sources or foreigners' accounts. There is not a single reference to Betafo in the Tantara Ny Andriana, Khaled 1908, in the writings of Malagasy historians like Ray Ombana, in the Furakatana, the Malagasy Encyclopedia, or in any missionary account. Similarly, I wasn't able to nd mention of the place in any published source from the colonial period. However, there are a huge number of administrative documents from the Merina Kingdom preserved in the National Archives in Antananarivo, including 2 census documents from 1842 and 1880, and by carefully sifting through them, and comparing them to colonial period documents, I was able to reconstruct a good deal of what late 19th century Betafo was like. 21. Among the latter were a series of manuscripts written by a former inhabitant of Betafo named Rakotonarivo Auguste, some of which preserve genealogical information which he claims to have learned from men and women born in the 1860s and 70s. If that information is accurate, and Andrian Ambulalona was indeed a real person, the President Folcontaines dates might not have been that far off. He would probably have been in his prime in the early 18th century. 22 He certainly would have been dead by 1808. Now, it seems unlikely that the original military colonists from Fiferana were all descendants of a single individual. 23 It is not inconceivable, the dozen or so households which RSD settled in Betafo might have traced descent to someone who had lived in Fiferana in the 18th century, and they might have moved his body when they built their tomb at the center of its newly constructed moats, to represent the unity of the community. More likely, though, Andrian Ambulalona was the great ancestor of one or two of Betafo's most prominent families, and it was only in the latter part of the last century that he came to be seen as the founder of Betafo as a whole. But all this is only speculation. What the two census documents do reveal mainly concerns the distribution of property. While Betafo grew in size between 1840 and 1880, the overall economic picture stayed pretty much the same. In 1841, there were 91 households consisting of about 227 individuals, 24 as well as a total of 140 slaves. In 1880, it was 144 households of 348 people, and 226 slaves. In both periods, slaves made up about 40% of the total population. And while there was a slight tendency for the rich to become richer, the basic distribution of wealth remained pretty constant. In both periods, a handful of very wealthy families controlled a large chunk of the entire slave population, 28% in 1841, 40% in 1880, with the rest of the slaves divided up surprisingly evenly. Only the poorest third of families had no access to slave labor whatsoever. Probably, in practice, the real dividing line was between those who still had to descend into the mud to work there, and those who could have them entirely worked by servile labor. Certainly this is how the great Andriana of past times are imagined nowadays. And some of these wealthy families do seem to have managed to live lives of leisure. They have all their needs attended to by slaves, wrote William Johnson, a Quaker missionary who worked in the region in the 1890s, their beds made, clothes washed, food cooked and even cut up for them, so there is nothing much to do but eat food and sit about talking scandal, in Ratram O'Haranozy 1986-202. 109. These dynamics become clearer if one turns to the histories of the leading families of Betafo. Great Men of 19th Century Betafo, Part 1, Andriamaharo. In the second half of the 19th century, Betafo seems to have been divided between two families, one, which descended from a man named Ramanosoa, dominated Tampontanana, the other, and the descendants of a certain Andriamaharo. While Ramanosoa's family seem to have had the best claim to seniority, the earliest records, from 1841, indicate Andriamaharo's was currently ascendant. At the time Andriamaharo himself appears as chief of 100, which was as close as there was to an of Shalirikajai's leader of the community. He was probably the richest man in Betafo, with 16 slaves. 25 According to oral traditions, it was he who maintained the Sampi which protected the community from hail and other dangers. According to traditions, Andriamaharo had 3 wives, founded a small walled precinct of his own, just south of Tampontanana, and divided it between descendants of the 3 of them. It seems unlikely though that there was ever a time when all of his descendants lived there, because his line was extremely prolific, and the precinct itself was not particularly large. Details are sketchy, but one has the impression of a family well connected to other noble families in central Amarina, and at the fore of Betafo's ritual life. Oral tradition makes Andriamaharo the keeper of the local hail charm, and though the old man was probably dead by 1867, the founding year for Betafo's Protestant Church, Clark 1887-141, church documents always place his son and heir Andriamaharivo at the head of the congregation, and lists of church elders consist almost exclusively of other members of the family. 26 The Catholic tradition suggests they conducted themselves, at RST, in an entirely coercive fashion, as was not at all uncommon in these early years, when missionary oversight would have been almost negligible, and community leaders often treated church attendance as service to the Queen. 27 By the 1880s, when documents allow the community to really come into focus, Andriamaharivo appears to have still been living in the walled precinct of Antsahasoa, with a somewhat reduced estate of 12 slaves and 15 head of cattle, in part shared by a larger group of Andriamaharo's descendants, which by then consisted of at least 6 or 7 other households. 28 The family was clearly on the decline. During the years before the French invasion, few members held prominent and the acta registries that began to be kept after 1878 record them gradually liquidating their relatively meager remaining stock of slaves. 29 By RSD generations of the colonial period, the decline of the family's fortunes became precipitous. Not a single member of the family attained an of Officially recognized position in Betafo, as notable, pastor, teacher, or the like, let alone won a place in the administration or passed into the liberal professions as doctors, medics, or families of Betafo. Great Men of 19th Century Betafo, Part 1, Andriamaharo. In the second half of the 19th century, Betafo seems to have been divided between two families, one, which descended from a man named Ramanosoa, dominated Tampontanana, the other, and the descendants of a certain Andriamaharo. While Ramanosoa's family seem to have had the best claim to seniority, the earliest records, from 1841, indicate Andriamaharo's was currently ascendant. At the time Andriamaharo himself appears as chief of 100, which was as close as there was to an officially recognized leader of the community. He was probably the richest man in Betafo, with 16 slaves. 25 According to oral traditions, it was he who maintained the sampi which protected the community from hail and other dangers. According to traditions, Andriamaharo had 3 wives, founded a small walled precinct of his own, just south of Tampontanana, and divided it between descendants of the 3 of them. It seems unlikely though that there was ever a time when all of his descendants lived there, because his line was extremely and the precinct itself was not particularly large. Details are sketchy, but one has the impression of a family well connected to other noble families in central Marina, and at the fore of Betafo's ritual life. Oral tradition makes Andriamaharo the keeper of the local hail charm, and though the old man was probably dead by 1867, the founding year for Betafo's Protestant Church, Clark 1887-141, church documents always place his son and heir Andriamaharo at the head of the congregation, and lists of church elders consist almost exclusively of other members of the family. 26 The Catholic tradition suggests they conducted themselves, at RST, in an entirely coercive fashion, as was not at all uncommon in these early years, when missionary oversight would have been almost negligible, and community leaders often treated church attendance as service to the Queen. 27 By the 1880s, when documents allow the community to really come into focus, Andriamaharo appears to have still been living in the walled precinct of Antsahasoa, with a somewhat reduced estate of 12 slaves and 15 head of cattle, in part shared by a larger group of Andriamaharo's descendants, which by then consisted of at least 6 or 7 other households. 28 The family was clearly on the decline. During the years before the French invasion, few members held prominent and the active registries that began to be kept after 1878 record them gradually liquidating their relatively meager remaining stock of slaves. 29 By RSD generations of the colonial period, the decline of the family's fortunes became precipitous. Not a single member of the family attained an officially recognized position in Betafo, as notable, pastor, teacher, or the like, let alone won a place in the administration or passed into the liberal professions as doctors, medics, or, Part 2, Ramanosoa and Tampontanana. According to Mayadana's mother-in-law Elizabeth, there was no love lost between Tampontanana and Andriamaharo's descendants. Residents of Tampontanana used to spit in disdain every time they passed the wall of Antsahasoa. But by the time Betafo's affairs leap into focus, when active registries begin in 1878, they had clearly replaced them as its most important family. In part, this was a result of the same reforms that created the registries themselves. By the late 1870s, rural parish schools had been functioning long enough to produce their RSD crop of students, and the Prime Minister instituted a set of reforms, meant to create the institutional framework for a centralized state. At the time, the Marina Army was full of men in their 50s and 60s who had been drafted in their youth and spent most of their lives languishing in some provincial post or as an aide-de-camp of some important military official. In 1876, the Prime Minister allowed most of them to retire to their ancestral lands, at the same time, commissioning them as a rural constabulary, called the Sakazam Bohitra, friends of the villages, charged with keeping the peace, arresting criminals, keeping registries of sales, contracts, and adoptions, maintaining roads, and ensuring children continued to attend the schools. The country was divided into districts, each with a complement of between 20 and 40 retired officers. Each was also provided with 2 or 3 younger soldiers, armed with and 2 secretaries, generally, selected from among the brightest graduating students in nationwide exams held the year before. It was they who actually kept the books and conducted correspondences with the central government. Randrian and Toandro 1988. 30. Among these retired officers was a certain Rasovelo 6 honors, 31 the eldest son of Ramanosoa. Like many of the Sirs involved in the slave-raiding wars of the 40s and 50s, he had come into a bit of wealth. According to the census of 1880, his 24 slaves and 17 head of cattle made him far and away the richest man in Betafo. 32 of? Shli, he was just one of 23 Sakhizambahitra who all reported to a central of? Say established in Ambahitrambo. In practice, he seems to have established himself as the local police authority in Betafo, relying little on his commanding of? Sirs. 33 This must have been made in? Nightly easier by the fact that his eldest son, Ralait Sivri, had also been named as one of the district's secretaries. Ralait Sivri's name? RST appeared in documents a few years earlier, in 1875, when he was named as one of the top 3 students in Betafo's mission school. 34 A few years later he was one of its instructors. 35 This was aside from his duties as secretary to the Sakhizambahitra. It was Ralait Sivri who actually kept the Acta notebooks, preserving the evidence for his family's increasing wealth in carefully dated entries of sepia ink. It was Ralait Sivri, too, who conducted correspondence with the central government, and it was probably he who, for the ordinary farmer, actually represented the power of the state. His influence continued long after his father's effective retirement. Around 1885, for example, the regime decided to decentralize authority. The retired officers were relieved of their official duties, 36, and each Folkon Alona was in theory allowed to elect its own representatives and regulate their own affairs. Elections were held in 1886. In Betafo, no one from Tampontanana was elected to any of the posts, but nonetheless, Ralait Sivri continues to be listed in documents as secretary, apparently, with exactly the same functions as before. 37 The Acta books continued to be kept much the same way, and there's no change in handwriting between the two periods. The colonial period. By the mid-1880s, Rasovelo begins to fade into the background, as his sons Ralait Sivri and Andriantonga began to take his place as the chief gurus on Tampontanana. Ralait Sivri continued to keep the books and, it would appear, continued to assume that he would be able to go on doing so even after the French conquest of Madagascar in 1895. True, he was not chosen for the new colonial administration, but the post of governor of Madagascar, the admin. 114. Estrative of? Sir in charge of the district including Betafo, went to his younger brother Andriantonga. For the RSD few years after the conquest, between 1895 and 1901, the district of Say was in Betafo. Afterward, it was moved to nearby Andranovalona. Ralait Sivri accompanied his brother, to help him with his work. According to oral traditions, he also seems to have begun making himself a guru of traditional authority as well. In the early days of French rule, some old people told me, Betafo was plagued by witches, and it was Ralait Sivri who revived the poison ordeal to root them out. 38 Still, he seems to have been endlessly bitter about having been passed over for an official post. Or, what really irked him was not the fact that he received no position, but the fact that a younger man, a former student of his at Betafo's Protestant school, did. This was a man named Rakoto Varlavo, or Rakoto the Rat, a man who until 1895 had been a slave, but afterward was made Mpiatati, the governor's assistant. This story too has been preserved in oral memory. For almost a decade Ralait Sivri is said to have waged an endless campaign of persecution against the man, never missing a chance to embarrass or humiliate him, to the point where, in 1904, his victim could not stand it anymore, and hired 6 bandits to murder him. Ralait Sivri was beaten to death with rice pestles. Rakoto the Rat was arrested, tried, and deported, never to be seen again. This, however, is a story that will have to wait for Chapter 9. Of Andriantonga, there are few fond memories. Under the French, the main task of low-level administrators was collecting taxes, and he was notorious for his techniques of intimidation, of frightening and humiliating those who hadn't paid. Maidana, whose husband was his great-grandson, RST told me the most common story about him. It's a play on his name, which literally means the Andriana who comes. Maidana, this they say is what the man used to do. He would come to collect taxes. And he'd be carrying a belt. And belt in hand, he'd have all the inhabitants come out and this is what he'd do. If someone hadn't paid their taxes, he'd say, "What is my name?" The man wouldn't reply. I said, "What is my name?" And the man would say, "In Gay Andriana, sur?" "No, that's not it." I said, "What is my name?" So he'd answer, "Andriantonga, sir." "Ah, so I'm coming now to collect the taxes." And, she strikes the table, he'd crack the belt like a whip, right next to him. 115. One woman from Erivanamamo whose father had been a clerk in Andriantongas of Say told me he was notoriously cruel. Whenever he'd have to spend the night in a rural village, she said, he'd assemble the leading villagers and demand, "Where's my wife for the evening?" And the villagers would have to provide a woman for his bed. Here is a genealogy of Rasovelo's descendants. Shading indicates men and women who either held government positions, or who spent most of their adult lives away from Betafo. The senior line, then, essentially left and became, effectively, part of the urban bourgeoisie. Soon after the murder of his brother, Andriantonga was reposted to Amboanena. He doesn't appear to have spent a lot of time in Betafo after that. Rasovelo probably died a year or two later, and Andriantonga himself in 1915, relatively young. Still, for the several decades of the century, Dampontanana was mainly occupied by descendants of Rasovelo. Unlike the descendants of their old rivals from Ansahasoa, they managed to maintain something of an elite lifestyle, or at least, this is certainly how turn-of-the-century Dampontanana is remembered now, as a place of tall houses and majestic pillared verandas. Its men always wore shoes and its women carried parasols. At parties, they would appear in bright silk robes and wearing gold. 116. They never descended into the mud of the Elds, but watched from the hillsides as their former slaves labored below at harvest or replanting, having cattle slaughtered and cut into strips of meat to reward them for their efforts. Andriantonga's son Randrianarivelo, 1890–1926, trained as a medic in Erivanamamo, and was posted to Ambatalampi in southern Amarina, where he married and had two daughters. These two daughters, Elizabeth and Esther, were both still alive in 1990, but had only lived in Betafo for a year or two over the whole course of their lives. Both ended up marrying civil servants and living in the capital. It was much the same with their children. Elizabeth had 8, almost all functionaries or functionaries' wives, though one, Rambato Claude, became ill and had to retire early, and ended up returning to Betafo in 1985. He, of course, is married to Maidana. 39 of Esther's 2 children, the daughter lives in the capital, the son is currently in France. By the 20s, Dampontanana had lost a little of its former glory, and there were only 24 people living there in 6 or 7 houses when the destroyed most of it in October 1931. Few of the houses were ever rebuilt. Most of their occupants relocated to Andrianoni or Belenitra. One childless spinster, Rasa Malala, the governor's old daughter, refused to move, but when she died in 1937 the place was newly abandoned. Eventually her brother's inheritors hired a carekeeper for her house, but he was a black man not even from Betafo. He was still living there when Maidana and Claude returned in 1985. Part 3, Andriana Ivo the Younger. Not all of Rasovelo's descendants ended up government officials, or even, really, members of a leisured class. A fair number ended up having to get their hands dirty and descend into the mud. His younger brother, Andriana Ivo, was distinctly more successful in propelling his descendants into an entirely different social class. In 1880 Andriana Ivo was not quite as fabulously rich as his brother. He had 14 slaves, not 22, but if anything his fortunes were even more on the upswing. He does not seem to have gotten on all that well with the rest of the family. I heard some suggestions, again, from Elizabeth, that this was because of his marriage to a woman from Ansahasoa. 40 after the birth of his son in 1886, he moved away to build a house on a previously unoccupied strip of garden land to the south of Dampontanana, thereafter. 117. Referred to as Otsimonkati, south of the moat. Otsimonkati never consisted of more than a single house. However, it was an extremely impressive one, certainly the most impressive in Betafo, 3 stories tall, its second-story veranda supported by 8 stone pillars with elaborate capitals, the whole compound surrounded by a wall over 12 feet in height. The building has since fallen down, but the compound's walls are still intact. Raja Ona told me they had been made by mixing clay with milk. Others said egg whites, but all agreed it was wondrously strong. Andriana Ivo had 3 children before dying unexpectedly in 1894, 2 boys named Raleigh and Ivo, 1886–1945, and Rob Leon, 1894–1931, and a daughter named Rekataka, 1900–1945. Once again, for most of the family's history, it was a woman, his widow, Razanyabahoaka, who was actually in charge. She managed to ensure both her sons received an excellent education, because both had achieved the rank of administrator civil at a relatively young age. At RST, The family remained in the mansion in Otsimon-Katy, attended by a number of live-in Maindi servants. Rikitaka, like many daughters of successful men, never married but stayed on the paternal estate. However, the brothers soon began to receive postings further and further away from home. In 1921 Raleimanarivo, then 35, was already governor of Amboa-Trontanina, having achieved the same rank as his uncle Andriantonga a generation earlier. 5 years later, 1926-28 at least, he'd risen even further, becoming chef du canton at Ampahimanga. The rest of the family followed him to his posts, though they seem to have reappeared periodically in Betafo. Eventually, Rob too embarked on his own career, but he died young, after having been posted to Tamatave, on the malarial eastern coast, at the age of 37. The family, then, was already only an occasional presence in Betafo after the RSD decade or two of the 20th century. Like Andriantonga's descendants, Andrianaivo's children managed to break from the rural world entirely. Both had mainly daughters, almost all of whom ended up marrying members of the educated elite. None ended up in Betafo, few of their children have ever set foot in the place. Raleimanarivo's two sons both studied for advanced degrees. The younger one, Raobi, became an engineer, and spent much of his subsequent life commuting back and forth between Paris and Antananarivo. I never met him, he died a few months after I started visiting Betafo, but his family was every bit the prosperous Marina bourgeoisie. Their house in a wealthy suburb of 118. Antananarivo had a spacious garden, VCR, and expensive stereo equipment that would have seemed an impossible dream to country people. The one time I visited, in search of documents, it was full of attractive young people in designer clothing, several with electric guitars, affecting a blasé disinterest in anything that had to do with me. Raobi's older brother, Ricotone Auguste, was born in 1906. Ricotone Auguste, he's always referred to by his full name, studied medicine at the university in Antananarivo, and everyone expected him to become a doctor. He was, by all reports, an avid student. But in his year in medical school, something cracked. The word almost everyone in Betafo used in describing the phenomena to me was a French one: surmenage, overwork, brain fatigue, as if after a life of intensive study, he suddenly just couldn't do it anymore. Probably in America they would have called it a nervous breakdown. In the end, Ricotone returned to Betafo, and remained there for the rest of his life. No one was willing to be very explicit about the matter, but the consensus seemed to be he was somewhere between highly eccentric and mildly insane. Ranaivo the Bolt claimed his mind had been destroyed by witchcraft. "Ah, he was learned," he exclaimed, when RSD mentioned the name. But there was a weakness. His level of education was high indeed, but because of someone's act of spite his brain turned backwards, and he never received a high government position, but just degenerated. Ricotone lived in Betafo continually from 1925 until his death in 1970. He married 3 times, and had children. For most of his life he remained in the decaying mansion in Otsimon-Katy. Towards the end of his life its roof caved in, and he moved to Belenitra, spending his last few years near his last wife's family. About half of his grandchildren were still living in and around Betafo when I was there, the rest were in Antananarivo. Ricotone had many interests, I was told. He was the secretary for the church. He was very much concerned with the idea of maintaining an alarm bell in the church's steeple, to protect the town from bandits. 41 His greatest interest, though, was in local history. Throughout my time in Betafo, I had to sit through endless monologues about just how much I could have found out if only I had been able to speak with Ricotone Auguste. He had a comprehensive knowledge of every aspect of the history of Betafo. What's more, he kept track of everything that happened in his own day. He had written books. Many claimed that he had kept his own état civil, that he had a book in 119. Which he recorded everything that happened in Betafo, every birth, marriage, and death, every famadiana, every notable event. To some degree this was simply a re-action of rural people's image of Fahaizana, education, know-how. This was, as I've said, based on the bureaucratic procedures people were familiar with from dealing with the administration, deeds, registries, of documents. The one thing everyone knew about Ricotone was that he had immense Fahaizana, hence, they saw him as continually generating these things. But these stories are not pure fantasy. He did keep the parish records, which contained some annotations of this sort. 42 Like a traditional elder, he had detailed knowledge of oral traditions, but he told these stories with a very literate attention to names and dates. 43 If Evo never produced a comprehensive history of Betafo, the main reason was that his writings were so obsessively concerned with himself. The Book of Genealogies, for example, is mainly concerned with tracing back to each of Evo's raism, then tracing downward to everyone else who was descended from them, then doing the same for each of his 3 wives. He himself appears 7 different times over the course of the book. It is prefaced by a note demanding his descendants keep it up after he is dead. The notes on tombs are similar. Most of his other annotations either concern details of the life of his relatives, or, especially, proof of his ownership of elds, courtyards, wells, or buildings in and around Betafo, sometimes, accompanied by beautifully drawn maps and diagrams, precisely surveyed. As several people told me, none dared take him on in court. Even the early historical traditions were proof of his own exalted ancestry. It was as if, having been reduced to the tiny social world of Betafo, Evo brought all the vast reserves of technical knowledge at his disposal to bear on making himself as significant an elder as anyone could possibly be. In this he was not entirely unsuccessful. He is certainly remembered, for all his eccentricity, as an extremely venerable, ancestral guru. 44 In other ways too, he used his skills to bridge the gap between Vazaha and Malagasy forms of knowledge. I once asked if he had ever used his medical training to treat people in Betafo. Well, yes, I was told. Sick people would often come to him to see if their conditions were medical, or the effects of sorcery, whether they should go to the clinic or a medium. Armand, he also knew how to do astrology but he didn't do it professionally. And he was also a witch catcher, but he never told anyone about that, except for my father who had a pact of blood brotherhood with him. 120. I also heard that he was able to move tree stumps to do magic. 45 That's what my father said. Evo once told him he would do that at night, but I don't know if it's true or not. David, he was able to move tree stumps? What for? Armand, I have absolutely no idea. David, but I don't see why someone would want to do a thing like that. Armand, I don't know, but that's what Dad told us. Maybe he just did it for his own amusement. Finally, Asli? RSD told me, he could? And he lost ancestors. If someone needed to establish the location of an ancestor in a tomb, or the identity of one whose name had been forgotten, which, as I've pointed out, is often, they would always come to him, he would produce a handful of beads and a glass bottle, and use them to divine the answer. The surprisingly accurate dates in the president's notebook and on Andrian Ambulalona's tomb, as Armand did, now they admit to me, were ultimately discovered by the same techniques. Memory and Violence Revisited. With Evo Auguste, the means of producing history also becomes its principal subject matter, its producers, its chief protagonists. Even in the 1840s, the main sources one has for the history of Betafo are the products of bureaucratic procedures. My information on Andriamaharo's Betafo, for example, comes from a statistical breakdown carried out by secretaries trained in keeping accounts and ledgers in the earliest mission schools, a breakdown which carefully listed the number of households who had just one slave, the number who had two, and so on, indicating, in additional columns, the total number of slaves owned by households of each category, and the total number of cattle owned by each as well. These documents were created to make tax assessments. The same is true of the 1880 census, part of an effort to collect an emergency tax called the Vidambasi, for buying re-s to prepare for a likely war with France. The science of writing down names, of enumerating things and dating them, has always been the instrument of a coercive regime. When I asked who were the greatest men of Betafo's past, its true Rayamandrani or elders, I would almost always hear the same basic list of names: Ralate Savri, Andrian Tonga, Ralamanarivo, Rob Leon. 46 But if I asked about what these individuals were like, what I would usually get were one of two things: wondering remarks on their fahaizana, or accusations of injustice. 121. Ralate Savri endlessly abused his brother's assistant, and Nally was killed for it. Andrian Tonga extorted sexual favors and beat peasants with his belt. If Ralamanarivo and Rob Leon largely escaped the tar of people's memories, it was because they administered territories far removed from Betafo itself. Ratsai Safi, one of the few people left who had actually met them, described how one could bring a document to either of them, put it down on the desk, and they would read it upside down, before you had the chance to tell them what was in it. Beasts, they were, he said. But he meant it in the sense of amazing. More generally, these skills themselves were, as I have already argued, seen as inextricable from the coercive nature of the colonial system which trained them. The techniques themselves were means of extracting money and forced labor, The men who used them wore military uniforms and were backed up by armed gendarmes, even if the names and dates they wrote down were also the very stuff of history. This is not just my perception, people in Badajoz saw it that way too. Many were convinced there was an actual book, co-authored by some combination of these men. One common version had it that the RST section was written by Adrián Tonga, the second by Raul Manarivo, and the third by Ricotonarivo Auguste. Some imagined it to contain annotated genealogies, others, both genealogies and, carefully dated, historical accounts. There is no reason to think such a book ever existed, but many of Badajos's inhabitants insisted that it must. Actually, I heard about a lot of imaginary books when I was in Madagascar. Instances ranged from the wealthy lady from the capital who annoyed Chantal by telling us that instead of traipsing around the countryside asking about local history, I should just go buy a guide touristique, to the medium who insisted he had a book on divination which would set forth in clear, diagrammatic form all the wisdom that lay behind his art. Often all this was just a dodge. Guru out what the man wants from you, tell him there's a book that will reveal more than you could ever reveal yourself. The book, it always turns out, is in another town, in the possession of someone's cousin, but they can probably get their hands on it in a week or two if they talk to the right person, someone who should probably be passing through town next Tuesday, or, if not, then almost certainly the week after that. It would never actually show up. But all this was more than just a way of fobbing off annoying researchers. People often really did take it for granted that, whatever book it was they thought I was trying to write, someone else had probably already 122 written it. In the case of local history, of Badajoz, the situation is the exact reverse of what Benedict Anderson has called an imagined community. Anderson, of course, coined the latter phrase in arguing that modern nationalism creates a sense of community, one implicitly modeled on the experience of face-to-face community like a village, where everyone knows one another, among people who never meet, but are united only by their habit of reading newspapers, written texts. In Badajoz we have a real face-to-face community, a village, whose inhabitants imagine their unity to be embodied in non-existent texts. 47 I have described how memories become lodged in stones and tombs, and so contribute to the establishment of a sense of community. Standing stones, memorials to some act of communal agreement by the ancestors, continue to have a certain type of hasina, or force, sometimes seen as the force of ancestral intentions, sometimes, as something inhering in the stone itself. They embody a potential for violent retribution that underpins the continued moral solidarity of the community. Tombs are stones as well, but memories of the ancestors inside them can be seen in two ways. They can be seen as what holds the community of living descendants together, or, as the memories of dead individuals, trying to prevent their names from being forgotten. Insofar as ancestral violence enforces the one, it can still be seen as essentially moral, and ultimately just insofar as it is purely egotistical, it sets the living in an implicit battle with the identities of the dead. Effacing the memory of the ancestors becomes an endless struggle, and also, a very ambivalent one, since if it were ever entirely accomplished, descendants would be set entirely adrift from their history and, hence, tantamount to slaves. 48 Now, consider in this light genealogical texts and histories. Though people are perfectly capable of writing down the genealogical connections and placement of bodies in the tombs, they almost never do. 49 Instead, they make do with the rough genealogy of tombs which provides the hierarchical framework of a deme, culminating with the great ancestor, who embodies its overall unity. But as I've said, no one really knows how most of these tombs connect with one another. There is merely the feeling that somehow they must, and perhaps, the feeling somewhere, someone must know how. Perhaps the elders know it, though everyone would also insist most real elders were now dead. Or more likely somewhere, in town or in the capital, is an even more precise and comprehensive explanation. The precise links and connections between the living and the ancestors do exist, elsewhere, preserved in 123. The very words written down by the famous elders of the past. These histories and genealogies were the true history of Badajoz. Even as living humans gradually wipe away the traces of memory inscribed in the landscape, seeing it as ultimately a form of violence, they imagine the whole to be preserved elsewhere, the integuments and connections to be written down, in another type of memorial composed through a series of techniques which are, ultimately, just as much mediums of violence and coercion, if anything, even more so, by men who had found their homes in the coercive apparatus of the colonial regime. Even the location of the imagined books, always in a town or city, seat of government of? Cess and administrative center, away from the community itself, is obviously signi? Cant in this respect. Writing from outside is what uni? The community, which thus sees itself as peripheral, though this in its own way is nothing new. When speaking of going from a village to a town to the capital, one always speaks of going up. Places of greater administrative importance are always by definition higher places, whatever their physical placement, and the implication is that just as kings once looked down from their mountains, just as royal sway was net by the gaze between mountains and valleys, so still the administrative system is one of oversight, with the places of registering and writing being conceptually higher partly because those in them gaze down on the places below. Lofty things fall down. People in Betafo were usually reluctant to admit that Rakotonarivo was slightly crazy, but they would eventually mention it, a bit apologetically, if you discussed him long enough. There was one other issue no one talked about at all. I only found out toward the end of my time there, when I started asking in detail about the ownership of land. This was a very delicate issue at the time. For decades, as Ramanana had been telling me, the Andriana had seen their rice elds being slowly gobbled up by their former servants, occasionally by marriage, more often, by buying them. It was foddy to sell the Tanin Drazana, the land of the ancestors, but it happened anyway. Whenever a poor Andriana was short on money, some black person would offer them a loan. Always, the collateral was land. Always, the lenders moved to repossess as soon as possible. This was what she meant when she said the Andriana had been defeated. Armand often told me about the great friendship between Rakotonarivo 124 and his father, Renaivo. They had become blood brothers, just as Rakotonarivo had with several other Mandi. Once I asked him, how exactly did Rakotonarivo support himself after he left medical school? Did he farm? Well, he farmed a little, Armand replied. Later, we were going over a map my Adonis family had made for me, tracing out the history of each rice eld in the valleys immediately surrounding the village of Betafo. For almost half the elds in certain valleys, the story was the same. The eld belonged to Andriana the younger. Rakotonarivo inherited it, then he sold it, now it belongs to some black person. Armand, even our own lands to the west of the village, they all belong to Andriana the younger. Rakotonarivo sold them. David, so that's why you were saying he didn't farm his elds much, Armand, he just sold them. He was the son of a rich man, he wasn't used to the work, he wasn't used to anything like that. Because in the days of royalty, it had been easy to get slaves to do everything for you. So he wasn't used to working. Once the great men were dead, once the colonial regime was over and slavery was gone, he didn't know what to do. All there was left to do was just sell off his inheritance. It's not like it would have killed the man to do a little work, but he was lazy. David, so it was he who really sold off the ancestral land. Even though that's something that ought to be taboo. Armand, well, there were some he couldn't sell. Armand went on to explain that some of his possessions were held in common with his brother, Raobi. Those, at least, he did leave to his children. Armand, and it was he who was the last to live in that abandoned compound. And that too he didn't keep up, that's why the house collapsed, because if he'd taken care of it, it wouldn't have fallen. David, but he was lazy? Armand, lazy. Then later Raobi almost crossed it up, but before he could complete it, it collapsed. He had cleaned out the whole area inside, got the well working again, got everything working. He was about to repair the house when those huge pillars came rolling down. Those pillars they probably wouldn't be able to repair, because those were made in the days of slavery. Because those are all really huge blocks of stone. We return, then, to the self-destructive Andriana of the beginning of the chapter. He sat there writing out names and dates and documenting Betafo's history until the ceiling caved in and the entire house fell down. He was an aristocrat, an educated man. He wasn't about to go carrying baskets of manure on his head or wade ankle-deep through liquid mud. He had servants to do that. Nor was he particularly effective in managing his holdings. Instead, he 125 used all his knowledge of the law and the coercive mechanisms of courts and deeds and documents to guarantee his exclusive title to plots of land so that he could sell them to his workers, who were much better at handling the cash than he. One eld after the other, he sold his heritage away. Recall the way Ramanana told the story. The Andriana were abusive, they oppressed their slaves, ordered them around, they used to make them sleep among the pigs. As a result their hearts carried a guilt, they became brooding, obsessed, distracted, Sundriana. They were lazy, not used to doing their own work. As soon as their one-time slaves managed to get some resources of their own, those former slaves began taking over, buying out the Andriana's rice elds one by one. Stories about the Andriana's cruelty nowadays seem mainly encapsulated in the memory of Gurs like Andriantonga. The woman who told me the story about his demanding wives from villagers concluded by warning me that such behavior never goes unpunished. If you yourself don't fall victim, then it will be your descendants who will suffer in the end. Look at that woman Mayadana, she said. She was wealthy once, when she got here, she used to strut around like she owned the world. Now she's suffering. But if the Andriana's cruelty is now encapsulated in Gurs like Andriantonga, their decadence is encapsulated in that of Rukoton or Ivo Auguste. It was especially his image that lurked in the back of people's minds when they spoke of the Andriana as lazy, distracted, unable to compete. He was a man so obsessed by the past that he deprived his children of a future. His descendants that remain have nothing, they are smiths and simple farmers, even their great house has tumbled down. 50. 126. So far I have been talking largely about history, and particularly the authoritative version of the ancestral past in a place like Betafo. At first glance, this ancestral past seems a pretty dull place, having been carefully scrubbed of any element of conflict. The stories lack any possibility of drama. However, this is the thinnest of veneers, and particularly in a community like Betafo, all it takes is one or two pointed questions for the stories of rivalry and oppression to begin rolling out. In this chapter I want to proceed in the opposite direction, and talk about the mechanisms of day-to-day politics, which, in a place like Betafo, is ultimately about how such struggles and rivalry and forms of oppression are ultimately transformed into ancestral authority. Let me set out from a point that I made in the introduction, that in the parts of rural Marina I knew, there was next to nothing that could obviously be called a public sphere or political arena. I'm not the first to have observed this. In one of his more famous essays, Maurice Bloch describes how he arrived in Madagascar in the late 1960s, trained in political anthropology, only to discover that the objects he was trained to look for were not there. As the result of a long period of direct rule by both the French colonial government and, following them, the Malagasy government, there was no local political hierarchy of say holders which could claim any independence from a national hierarchy. As a result, problems of succession and the formulation of laws did not arise since most disputes were settled according to legal criteria which were totally independent and even alien to the people studied. Secondly, because of the particular nature of the Malagasy culture, the kind of disputes and dispute settlement which has been the concern of much political anthropology occurred only relatively rarely. I could therefore neither do a traditional political anthropological analysis, looking for a local political structure made up of 127. Anti-heroic politics. 6. Of, say holders and institutions, nor could I observe power conflicts when these emerged into the open, since they did not. My conclusion was that I had nothing to say about politics. Bloch 1975-3. At the same time, he continues, it was clear that people were constantly, in one way or another, telling each other what to do, and it was hard not to think of this as a political phenomenon. In the end, the conundrum led Bloch to study the problem of political oratory and formal genres of speech. His central argument, in fact, became that in a marina, the formal political sphere has become a sphere where nothing is supposed to happen. At formal meetings of the folk on Nalona, by then an essentially colonial institution, elders deliver speeches with practically nothing in the way of propositional content, full of proverbial wisdom, sentiments which no sane person would possibly disagree with. Nothing is openly debated, nothing decided, all real decisions have been made beforehand, behind the scenes. Once the public event begins, the result is predetermined. All this rather recalls Claude Lévi-Strauss' famous distinction between games and rituals, 1966 32-33, inspired by the fact that many Algonquian ceremonies feature competitive games which must always end in a tie. In real games, he says, the point is to take two things that start out the same, say, two football teams, and create a difference, winners and losers. Rituals, however, aim to create a higher unity out of different things, so the result is foreordained. His ultimate conclusion is notorious, that societies based on ritual reject history altogether because they do not allow the arbitrary differences produced by events to have permanent effects, instead, they simply reproduce the same cross-structure over and over again. Nowadays there is next to no one left who actually believes that there are societies without history. Certainly Bloch is not trying to say anything of the kind. He was trying to make a point about the nature of authority. The core of his argument is that all political speech tends to resemble ritual insofar as both place radical limits on what it is possible to say. In a marina, he argues, Authority comes down to repeating the words and sentiments of the ancestors in proverbial language, or in carrying out rituals that are also statements of their ultimate rightness and authority. In either case, it is basically impossible to criticize the established order, to argue, suggest alternatives, to enter a debate. I don't see much point here in entering into the debate which Bloch's arguments inspired. Suf? Say it to say they were meant to be provocative, and succeeded. But I do think it's worthwhile to point out that it was much easier for 128. Bloch to make these arguments because the marina political events he observed were, indeed, much more like rituals than like games. They are not supposed to produce outcomes that make a difference. 1. This is not the way politics is usually expected to work. One need only recall the phenomena of wars, elections, duels, debates, strikes, trials, legislative votes. Most of what we are used to thinking of as political phenomena, in fact, consist of game-like contests of one sort or another. No doubt this is one reason Levi Strauss could connect games to history. If the political sphere, in so many societies, consists largely of a series of little arenas in which important people, usually posing as representatives of larger groups, GHD out contests that will have broader effects on society as a whole, then history has consisted largely of accounts of the most significant of these contests, of their winners and losers, and of what effects their winning or losing had. Bloch also makes an important argument about gender. Many argue that all societies distinguish between a public sphere identity, and especially with men, and domestic sphere identity, and especially with women, and that one way that women are suppressed is by being denied full access to the public arena. 2. Bloch argues a marina is no exception. But one extension of the ritualized nature of public discourse in a marina is that, as I have already pointed out at some length, authoritative men tend to avoid displays or references to conflict, so that it is especially women who voice it, just as it is especially women who are publicly critical of established verities. Though Bloch never quite phrased the matter this way, it's as if the silencing of women's voices, and the silencing of colloquial criticism of the established ritual order, here become much the same thing. Part 1, Political Action, or, The Structure of Stories. When I did my eld work, some 20 years after Bloch, I didn't nd things to be very different. Even the collapse of state authority had not led to the emergence of new political cess or institutions to take its place. 3. On the other hand, this made the situation even more mysterious. In the 50s and 60s, people in rural villages were under the control of a fairly effective police state. They were not in a position to make many decisions for themselves. In the 1980s, the police were gone. One could no longer say that all the really important decisions were being made elsewhere. Somehow or other, the people who lived here were managing their own affairs. But how? Where does one? 129. Look, if the public sphere is a place where nothing is supposed to happen, how does one describe politics under such conditions? The nice thing about anomalous cases is that they force one to rethink one's definitions. It seems to me in this context at least, instead of starting from the question what is politics? Since that immediately evokes the idea of a political sphere, it would be more useful to ask what is political action? What is it about an act that enables one to say it is political? The most obvious response would be that actions are political insofar as they are intended to influence the actions of others, or, perhaps, just insofar as they do, because something can be unintentionally political. The problem with this is that it would mean that, with the possible exception of certain purely technical actions, all actions have some political component. This may not be a bad way of looking at things, but even when one says everything is political, one normally means something more. One implies that one's actions have a broader significance, that they relate to more general issues. So let me suggest a re-nement. As a minimal definition, political action is action meant to influence others who are not physically present when the action is being done. This is not to say it can't be intended to influence people who are physically present, it is to say its effects are not limited to that. It is action that is meant to be recounted, narrated, or in some other way represented to other people afterward, or anyway, it is political insofar as it is. Saying this is not a denial of the importance of a public sphere. Rather, one might say that this is what a public sphere actually is, that space in which everyone acts with the understanding that anything they do is likely to be more widely represented and remembered. If no such space is circled off, or, more realistically, if the legitimate ways of acting within it are radically circumscribed, the process will just become more diffuse and scattered, and, perhaps, a little more covert. Gossip and reputation, for instance, will probably take on a far more important role in the allocation of authority. The greatest advantage this definition has is that it makes it impossible to think about politics without also thinking about the issue of representation. Politics is the process by which people act in the knowledge that their actions will be reported, talked about, narrated, discussed, praised, or criticized by other people. This, in turn, allows us to look at all sorts of familiar issues of representation in a very different light. For example, we normally tend to assume that true power is the power to establish definitive texts or authoritative versions of events, and by extension, that the person who gets to tell the 130 story of what happened is in ultimate control. But kings are rarely storytellers. They don't need to be. The truly powerful usually endy other people to do the work of representing for them. Adventures in Narrative Theory. While I was living in Antananarivo, I still had a lot of time to myself, much of which I spent jotting down theoretical reactions in my journals. One of my great ambitions at the time was to develop a theory of narrative, and just before I left for the LD, I had put together the outlines of one that would seem to have been tailor-made to complement this approach to politics. The initial question I had started off on was, what is it that makes a story seem worth telling? What are the most common ways of framing daily events that would make them interesting enough to hold the attention of someone who had no prior interest in finding out about the matter? This struck me as a much better, or certainly, more anthropological, way to go about thinking about narratives than most existing theories on the subject, which tend to always concentrate on formal genres, fairy tales or novels, but rarely ordinary talk. My RSD thinking about the matter set off from a remark by Frederick Jameson, 1972-67-68, that in Russian folk tales the protagonists are always represented, at RST, as people who are clearly not up to the task in front of them. Often the hero is a simple peasant boy, perhaps a simpleton or cripple, anyway, certainly no match for the ogre or sorcerer or king who's the antagonist. It is only the intervention of a magical helper which allows him to succeed. But it is just this lack of adequacy, he suggested, which makes the thing a story. It provides an element of suspense. It struck me that this would have important implications for any theory of social power. Consider the differences between what in different societies is considered men's and women's work. This varies endlessly across the world, but there are also some surprisingly consistent patterns. The main one is that short and relatively intense tasks, particularly those involving moments of danger, are almost always relegated to men. The most repetitive and monotonous sorts of work, to women. A good example is swidden agriculture, which requires burning away the existing foliage on a piece of land before planting it. In some societies that practice swidden agriculture, planting, weeding, and harvesting is 131. Done exclusively by men, in others, almost exclusively by women. But even where women do everything else, it is always men who actually torch the elds. This is the one moment of the greatest drama, because when a is set, there's always the danger it might run out of control and wreak immense havoc. This moment of drama is always, everywhere, presided over by men. One way to state the matter would be this: men tend to monopolize the sorts of work framed in terms of an implicit dramatic structure. Men, one might say, tend to get the sorts of work one can tell stories about afterward. Women, the sort one tells stories during, to pass the time. Why though should this bear out so consistently across cultures? Here, I think, one has to bring in politics and power. In any society, gender marks the most elementary division of power. What such a division of labor does, one might say, is to attribute to men the sorts of activity net as memorable, narratable action, to men as actors, and women as non-actors. It is constantly placing men on little stages, while ensuring that most of the work of actually producing and maintaining these stages, and making it possible for the men to appear there, is relegated to their mothers, daughters, and wives. The pattern is not limited to gender. It continues, to a lesser or greater extent, through every social hierarchy. The more exalted a group or status, the more their typical activities will tend to take dramatic form, one which lends itself to being told as stories afterward. The political domain is usually the most dramatic one of all. For another way to say this is that the more powerful a person or group, the more their archetypical activities are likely to resemble games. Many years ago, Johann Huizinga, 1940, suggested that any number of common human activities tend to be organized like games. Games, he pointed out, are always characterized by certain basic features. There is always a eld of action, which is arbitrarily marked off from the rest of the world in space and time, b arbitrary rules, which apply within that eld, and c. a series of players, whose actions are motivated by d. some goal they are not certain to attain. 5. What I and especially interesting about this formulation is that its basic features precisely parallel a certain tradition of thinking about the relation of narrative and human action, one which goes back to Aristotle, reappears in Bakhtin, and whose most notable recent exemplar is probably Paul Ricoeur, 1984, cf. Danto 1965, Mink 1966, 1978, Galli 1964, Rosaldo 1989. A story, according to this tradition, begins by posing some problem and ends with its resolution. Stories too are always characterized by certain features. There is always a world, or eld of action, marked off in space and time. 132. b. Certain arbitrary rules which define the sorts of action possible in them. There are also, necessarily, c. a set of actors, and d. some goal, which motivates them, but which they are not guaranteed of being able to attain. The two models have exactly the same form. This not only makes it easier to understand what it means to say that certain types of action are intrinsically narrativizable, it also provides a clue as to why such narratives can serve as such powerful instruments of ideology, that is, why they not only determine who is an actor and who is not, but make it easier for those who are not to accept this situation. Aristotle stressed that a story is an imitation of action, which comes to an end when that action is resolved. It is not set in motion by characters. In fact, the characters in a story are themselves led through what they do and what they suffer. Galli, however, points out that while this might be true enough in the abstract, it is not at all true from the point of view of the story's audience. For the audience, the characters always come first, because if you don't identify with the characters, then you don't care whether or not they achieve their goals, and if you don't care about that, then you have no reason to follow the story in the first place. Galli is content to leave the matter at that, but it seems to me this is exactly why narratives operate so well ideologically to naturalize arbitrary structures of power. If you care about the characters and whether they get what they're after, you just automatically accept the eld and the arbitrary rules of the game as they are handed to you. If you care whether the prince rescues the princess, you do not wonder whether there are really dragons. If you care whether one middle-aged lawyer prevails over another in a legislative contest, you do not question why legislators are always middle-aged lawyers. If you identify with the heroic goals of your leader on the stage, you do not wonder too much about who is setting up the stage, or sweeping it up afterward, even if it is you. 6. There is, perhaps, a second ideological effect as well, rather a subtler one. If narrative and representation really are the medium of politics, why is it almost never seen that way? I suspect that one reason has to do with the role of violence. The dramatic, suspenseful sorts of activity which I've said are normally marked off as male spheres of action are often violent ones as well. Hunting and war are only the most obvious examples. 7. Insofar as these become the models for all action, violence comes to be seen as the exemplary form of human action. Insofar as these sort of stories are cast into a larger political stage, they are usually called heroic narrative, which are 133. Really little more than statements of the political signi? Cants of violence and violent men. But here is where one might say there is a kind of ideological trick going on. If words and representation are a necessary element of politics, then the emphasis on violence so typical of these stories is in its essence a way of denying this. After all, just about every other way one person has of influencing another's actions must involve some form of symbolic mediation, whether by words or images or what have you. Violence is about the only way to influence another that does not require some sort of mediation. 8. This has two effects. For one thing, it means that violence is one of the simplest forms of action to represent. Its representation requires the least psychological skill or subtlety. But more important, perhaps, by concentrating on violence as the ultimate form of politics, the narrators deny the very importance of what they are doing in telling these stories. It could even be taken as a way of disguising the actual mechanisms by which power is reproduced in the very act of its reproduction. 9. Second thoughts. At this point the reader will no doubt have realized what's going on in my own narrative. Armed with my new theory, I came to Erivanamamo, and then Betafo. But here my experience was similar to Bloch's. The object I was prepared to study was not there. Nobody told these sorts of stories, or if they did, it was only very rarely. This is perhaps surprising because Angano, fairy tales, many almost identical in form to the Russian tales discussed by Jameson, were once quite popular, Herring 1982. They also featured a young man or woman faced with a seemingly impossible challenge, and prevailing through supernatural help, or trickery. Some even took on cosmological dimensions. Obscure young men would challenge God, face him in trials and contests, steal away his daughter or win heavenly treasures such as rice to help mankind. Sometimes, when the heroes who married daughters of God found ruling dynasties, for example, Lombard 1976, Bujar 1989, 1991, they became explicitly political. Stories like this are still popular in many other parts of Madagascar, but in Erevanamamo had come to be considered old-fashioned, childish, and rather boring, the kind of stories everyone is forced to learn in school. 10. Of course, my theory was not primarily about formal genres. It was about 134. Informal talk, how speakers frame everyday experience to make it interesting. I spent a lot of time listening to ordinary conversations, at RST, trying to make note of narrative forms. But here things were if anything even more striking. Daily narratives almost never took what might be called intentional form. They were never structured around some individual's project of action, i.e., someone sets out to do something, it is not clear whether or not they will be able to, then you and out. 11. When speaking of their own experience, narrators were much more likely to represent themselves as passive witnesses to others' actions, implying as they did so that those others were not behaving quite as they should. Anecdotes were full of such phrases as "I didn't do anything," "We didn't say a thing," "We were just amazed." Maidana, for instance, had a tendency to represent Betafo as a community full of madmen, with her family and perhaps a handful of other reasonable people watching in dismay and confusion, waiting for everyone else to "Nally, calm down." But this was just an elaboration on the way most women represented men's affairs. Men in such stories were inexplicable creatures that alternated between lazy inaction and apparently whimsical bouts of activity, driven by bizarre passions or starry-eyed projects. The one thing of which they were incapable, it was implied, was steady productive work. 12. Since it is women who tended to make the freest recourse to narrative forms in conversation, the effect was to turn the very rhythms of action created by the division of labor between men and women, the kind which I had argued tended to knee men as actors, into proof that men were silly and impractical. The only genre of story that was organized around a protagonist and their intentional project of action were tales of transgression and retribution. My reaction at the time was to abandon the whole project. I didn't have much time for theoretical action anyway in Erevanamamo, all my free time was occupied transcribing tapes. In retrospect, I think my starting point, that stories hold one's interest through uncertainty, was reasonable enough. The problem was that I was working with far too simple a notion of where the locus of uncertainty can lie. The stories I took as my model were stories of suspense. Such stories are organized around their protagonist's intentions. Someone wants to do something, the main thing the audience doesn't know is how, or whether, they are going to be able to pull it off. But there are many ways one can organize experience to make it interesting enough to warrant listening to. As a preliminary approximation, I might suggest 3 very common ones. 1. Suspense, someone wants to do something, we don't know how he or she will be able to do it. 2. Mystery, something happened, we don't know who did it, or why, or what it was. 3. Reversals, someone wants to do something, we think we know what the outcome will be, but we are wrong. 13. No doubt a longer list of basic narrative forms could be made. 14, but even among these 3, one can detect some significant distinctions. In stories based on suspense, as I've remarked, the audience has to feel a certain empathy with the characters. In order for the story to hold their interest, they have to care about whether they attain their goals. In the other 2 they don't. The audience identifies spontaneously because following the story places them in exactly the same situation as its characters. In mysteries, both are equally ignorant. In reversals, both are equally surprised. No leap of identity cation is required because, rather than turning on intentions and goals, such stories turn on knowledge. This is certainly true of Malagasy stories, which, as we shall see, tend to dwell especially on the issues of knowledge, evidence, and truth. Anti-heroic history. My core argument so far has been that politics consists of actions taken in the knowledge that they will affect others not present when one takes them, and that political power is the ability to stop people from acting in this way. To put it less epigrammatically, political actions are actions which take place on stage, in the sense that they are meant to be more widely represented. The operation of political power in society is not to be confused with politics itself. Politics, as I've netted, is an inevitable part of human life. Power, the means of its partial repression. It is the system which regulates who is to be allowed access to these stages, and who denied it. It is a matter of preventing others from acting or speaking, or preventing what they say or do from influencing others. Its ultimate sanction is usually the threat of violence. The language of political anthropology is full of terms like elds, stages, and arenas. 15 In most societies, the pinnacles of power hierarchies are marked by game-like contests, marked off from ordinary society, with their own arbitrary rules. What happens in these spaces will be repeated, explained, and remembered. This is partly because the decisions made within them have repercussions on the society outside. Stories about the most important contests and decisions continue to be told, illustrated, even reenacted long afterward, and this is what history, in most societies, consists of. But in this light, the marina historical traditions I have been outlining in the last 3 chapters are quite unusual. It's not that game-like contests do not appear in these traditions. Sometimes they do. Often, too, they are said to have had enduring effects on society. What is missing is any suggestion that they should have. Instead, they are made to seem ridiculous. When ancestors stage GHTS between dogs or bulls, or engage in kicking contests, when several brothers come to blows because one of them was playing with toys when he was supposed to be working, contests that lead to major historical ruptures are being represented as little better than children's games. If these people had been behaving like adults, it never would have happened. If they hadn't been so childishly stubborn afterward, stopping off and refusing to have anything more to do with each other, it would never have had enduring effects. This way of looking at history can genuinely be labeled anti-heroic, because it takes the very sort of confrontations that would elsewhere be the main theme of heroic history, and presents them as an example of the way not to behave. All of this is a piece with the great disapproval for public confrontation. But the rejection of heroic history goes further. In historical traditions, as in ordinary conversation, there was a tendency to avoid presenting protagonists as intentional actors who actively make history in the sense of imposing their will upon the world. This had a powerful effect on basic assumptions about how politics was to be conducted, because people generally did not claim authority by identifying themselves with the desires or intentions of people of the past. Let me explain something of what I mean by this. The phrase heroic politics normally brings to mind visions of Homeric Greece or the world of the Icelandic sagas, or, if one is an anthropologist, perhaps, of the 18th century Maori of New Zealand, Solons 1985, Johansson 1954. In such societies, history is the story not only of wars, duels, and other contests, but also of oaths, alliances, betrayals, marriages and infidelity, insults and murder. People still keep track of whose grandfather ambushed who stole someone else's bride or rescued them when they were most beleaguered. As a result, the living are saddled with all sorts debts and unsettled accounts. And 137. The political world becomes a web of personalized obligations, favors to be repaid, insults or injuries that cry out for vengeance. This sense of debt is just what's dramatically lacking in a marina, where no one would admit to having traditional rivals or enemies, and situations of violence or conflict, when they are not considered foolish vanity, were represented as matters of systematic oppression which do not need to be avenged, because they will avenge themselves. 16 Toward the end of his life, the Marina king Andrian Ampoina Marina is said to have made a declaration that the sea was the only border for his kingdom. By saying so, he was expressing the intention to unify the entire island of Madagascar in one kingdom. At the time, this seemed a very distant goal, since he had only very tenuous control of the highlands, and none of the coast, but it was largely realized in the reign of his son Radama. For present purposes it doesn't make the slightest difference whether Andrian Ampoina Marina ever really made this famous statement, or whether Radama just said he had. The important thing is that Radama was staking a claim to authority by making himself the vehicle for realizing the UN-niched projects of people of the past. Most historical traditions are full of such un-niched projects and desires. Usually the projects are embodied in some sort of institution, a constitutional system intended to guarantee certain rights, an army built up with the mission of eventually reconquering occupied territory, a political party created with the intention of restoring the monarchy, or putting state power in the hands of the proletariat. Those who wish to claim political authority do so largely by identifying themselves with the purposes of the dead. Nowadays, though, stories like Andrian Ampoina Marina's vow have been relegated to textbooks. If kings appear in oral history, they are gurs like Andrian Cianica or Lelosa, either noblemen who abandoned their power, or oppressors who misused it. Rarely are they seen as the founders of political institutions. More often, They are seen as having put an end to them. Certainly they do not embody purposes which others seek to realize. Dissent group founders are a partial exception. Dissent groups are enduring institutions of a sort, and many people claim communal authority by identifying themselves with ancestral purposes, at least, in so far as ancestors want their names be remembered, and the groups they founded to endure. The stories told about them are the closest one is likely to ND to heroic narrative. At least they do act intentionally. They set out to migrate to a different part of the country, then they do so. Granted, there is very little drama in 138. These stories, when there is, it's usually covered up, but still, their actions are remembered, and those memories are seen as an active force which gives shape to contemporary society. Earlier I argued that the emphasis on violence in heroic narratives has an ideological effect, in that it obscures up the role of representation, including narrative itself, in political affairs. While stories about the foundation of demos contain little violence, they do something similar by denying the existence of a wider society in which deeds can be reported. The protagonists move through an apparently uninhabited landscape. While they are often said to have brought along a family or entourage, the latter usually play no role in the action. Most of the time, it's as if they don't exist. This is true even in stories about cursing, where the use of passive voice often makes it hard to figure out who is actually pronouncing the curse. The founder dies of overeating, the story says, and then his descendants were cursed never to eat peanuts. By whom? His wife? His children? We're never told. Insofar as these ancestral gurus exist in relation to a larger society, insofar as they say and do things that have effects on other people, it is not contemporaries, but people not yet born. 17. Consider two stories about how the founders of a community gathered together to raise a stone of imprecations at which to conduct ordeals. These are indeed stories about social interaction, even political action, and they concern the creation of enduring political institutions. But they contain a different sort of ideological trick. When people talk about these stones nowadays, they do not like to dwell on the ongoing institutional aspects. In fact, most do their best to avoid the entire subject of ordeals. Instead, they usually talk as if ancestral intentions, to maintain a moral community free of evildoers, had become a power inherent in the stone itself. Why are thieves unable to live here? They are driven off by the power of the stone. Ancestral desires have become a form of invisible Hasina. This too is a very common pattern. I have already described how 19th-century medicine could be thought of as the intentions or desires of their creators, externalized and translated into concrete form. These were often political desires. Royal Sampi, for example, preserved the desire to unify a kingdom, to protect it against its enemies. This logic has by no means disappeared. In fact, it is crucial to understand contemporary politics, because in rural Marina, a great deal of the most significant political action is carried out through the medium of medicine, and talk about it. The same is true of history. When past intentions are seen as having an effect. 139. On the present-day inhabitants of Betafo, it is largely in the form of objects that were given Hasina long ago. Part 2, Lost Intentions, or Stories about Trees and Objects. It is interesting to reconsider my analysis of Odi and Sampi in Chapter 2, in the light of what I've had to say about political action and its mysti. Kataan. Hasina, I argued, did not arise of its own accord, it had to be created by intentional human action. Often, like stones of imprecation, it must be dedicated by an oath, which is both a public declaration of intent, 18 and an act of collective agreement. Until the Pledge of Allegiance is given, an odi was nothing but a piece of wood to them. Coins were given as an act of agreement to royal rule. Always, there was some agreement or consensus, always too, an emphasis on the power of words. Persuasive words were themselves a form of Hasina. Even the powers of the elements of which an odi is composed are derived not from their forms so much as from their names. All of this implies a kind of social theory. One way to phrase this would be to say that Hasina is an intention or desire that can only be realized by being RST, agreed to, socially recognized, and then embodied in an exterior object, a piece of wood, a silver ornament, that represents it in some way. By carrying out the ritual and objectifying one's intentions through these means, one attains the power to produce effects which extend far beyond the context of the ritual. This would seem then to be a perfect case of what I've been calling political action. From one perspective, magical action might seem one of the purest forms of political action, because it can only have effects on others insofar as someone hears about it, or otherwise learns that it has happened. Unless you happen to believe that, say, Secretly rubbing bits of wood on a man's picture really can cause him to fall madly in love with you. It is clear that such actions can only have effects insofar as word gets around that you have done so. In fact, except perhaps for certain acts of representation themselves, speaking, writing, illustrating, magical action is the only kind that might be said to consist of a null set. It does nothing in the physical context of its enactment, but only insofar as it enters a broader, more political context of narration, discussion, and report. Surprisingly, to a certain extent, people seem to actually acknowledge this. Speaking in the abstract, almost everyone said medicine would only affect 140. You if you believe in it, many added, only if you actually knew that it was being directed against you. 19 Even professional astrologers would often talk this way. Rikudo, for example, used to reassure Claude that one would never be punished for violating a taboo they didn't know about. 20 But one can only take the analogy of a social theory so far. First of all, such statements were completely contradicted by ordinary practice. Sick people regularly went to astrologers or mediums in order to find out whether they were being bewitched, and who had done it. They did not assume that because they didn't know, they could not have been affected. When someone moved into a new community, people warned them about the local fati, and acted as if by doing so, they were doing them a favor. Certainly no one suggested that by doing so, they were placing them in more danger than they would have been had they not known about the taboo. 21 Secondly, however much the creation of Odi might have involved a recognition of the social signi, cants of words, representations, and perceptions, their effects, at least, the effects of legitimate Odi were not seen as being social at all. Legitimate Odi acted on hailstorms, iron objects, maybe crocodiles or herds of cattle, but not people. There were really only two categories of medicine seen as having direct effects on other people: witchcraft, which directly harmed its victims, and love medicine, the term applied to almost any medicine which had a direct effect on other people's actions. Both were considered morally illegitimate. Finally, once their creators' intentions had been objectified, Odi were seen as taking on a conscious agency or intelligence of their own, a sort of delegated intentionally. This was called its spirit, or Lolo. Under the right conditions, this spirit could take on a life and purpose of its own. 22, particularly, if its original owners had abandoned it. It was Madame Mariel, Betofo's schoolteacher, who told me the story of the beasts of Andrianoni, Ny Bibin Andrianoni. The quarter of Andrianoni, she explained, was actually named after Avazimba, an ancient aboriginal creature 23 whose descendants had later intermarried with Betofo's slaves. Andrianoni had some very powerful malicious medicine. With the ancient Malagasy, you see, everyone had their medicine, that he buried to the north of town. When he died and there was no one to inherit it, the medicine transformed itself into living creatures, two red, snake-like monsters that still live underneath the dam. Periodically they still reappear, surrounded by numerous tiny offspring. Always, when they do, it's a token of disaster. 141. Mariel, it was, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 years ago, when those creatures last came out and appeared. Near the edge of the water by the spring, they were rolling along drinking water when the former President Fontani and his little daughter ran across them, and sure enough, 1 or 2 days after that the little girl's sister died. In this case, it was as if the malicious intentions embodied in the charm became more and more autonomous until they took on an entirely independent existence of their own. But even Odi, which had been created for perfectly decent motives, could, if abandoned, turn, becoming evil. This was particularly true of Odi Havandra, hail charms, which were almost always treated as beings with wills and personalities of their own. 24 Often, for instance, such a charm spirit, Lolo, was said to select its guardian by coming to him in a dream. Rat Sizufi, himself the guardian of a hail charm, told me the story of one from a nearby village whose keeper had become religious and threw it away. In the end, it turned into evil medicine so devastating that the village had to be abandoned. People still avoid letting children or animals stray too near the ruins. Lolo is also the word for ghost. 25 And I think that's revealing. Forgotten Odi, like forgotten people, can still have effects. Spectacular cases like the beasts of Andrianoni may be unusual, but communities like Betafo are riddled with ghosts and lost intentions, and this is essential not only to the local theory of history, but to the game of politics itself. A village protected by trees. Most ancient villages are built on a commanding eminence, visible from miles around. Betafo is not. It's on a relatively low spur covered with greenery. As one approaches from the south, it looks like a small forest, with an occasional roof breaking through the treetops, and from some angles, one can make out the slightly crooked spire of the Protestant church. This in itself can act as a form of protection. Bandits or invaders coming from most directions would have little way of knowing an important settlement was there. As one approaches from the south, the main sign that one is coming on a settlement is the presence of other forms of protection, that is, the fact that one is continually crossing moats. 26 Some of these are quite dramatic, suddenly interrupting the grassy surface of the hilltop to drop 20 or 30 feet straight down. There are moats with trees growing in them whose 142 highest branches do not reach the top. After crossing the second ring, the path winds past Ricotona Ivo Auguste's ruined mansion, into a wood overgrown with sisal, huge stands of eucalyptus, fruit trees, and every sort of underbrush, so that even the edges of the moats here are invisible until one is almost on them. The elds are broken by red mud brick walls, some partly crumbling, some, like those surrounding the mansion, surprisingly pristine. When one nally crosses the last moat to enter Tampontanana, one has the sense of entering an isolated, sheltered place. As in most of this central area of Betafo, trunks, sisal fronds, the ruins of old walls, or foundations of ruined houses block any panoramic vista, so that one proceeds through a succession of closed, sequestered spaces, full of trees. People in Andrianoni, which is still densely crowded with houses and walled courtyards, sometimes refer to Tampontanana as the village in the Elds. But most of its trees are foreign, eucalyptus or pine, planted during reforestation efforts in mid-century. People say before it was largely abandoned in the 30s, it was a town of high walls, tall buildings with magnificent verandas, like a much grander version of what Andrianoni is today. But again, even in Malagasy times there was the same thick grass and sisal and underbrush, the same fruit trees, and a number of Malagasy trees as well, notably trees of the sycamore family called Davy and Montana. In 1990, there was only one ancient Montana tree left in Betafo, but it was considered very important, in part because such trees are said only to grow in Andriana settlements. It stands in a walled enclosure just to the west of Andrianoni, as one descends down toward the Elds. Chantal's father, who was among other things a practicing astrologer, told me that Montana are often placed in a ventana, destiny, opposite to that of the tomb of the local great ancestor. 27 The layout of Betafo conforms quite well with this model, if one takes the site of the present Protestant church as its center. Betafo could be said, then, to have two alternative centers. One would, of course, be Tampontanana, at the center of its three concentric moats, where, against the lip of the east moat, stands the tomb of the Razum. In front of this tomb is the cleared space which was once the site of the former Kianja, a public space for meetings and assemblies. But the enclosure which contains the Montana, and a different ancient tomb, is also said to have once been a Kianja. If we take the astrologer's suggestion and see these two Kianja as opposed poles, then the midpoint between them would be the area just to the northwest of Tampontanana, west of Avarakati, the exact spot Andriamaharos. 143. Family chose where, in 1867, they laid the foundation of Betafo's RST Protestant Church, and where the church has continued to stand ever since. From one point of view, then, Tampontanana is the center. From another, perhaps more technically astrological, perspective, it is the area around the church. Significantly, these were the two places in Betafo where there were stones of imprecation, Vanto, Tsitsihina, places for carrying out ordeals. One, about 2 feet high, stood immediately in front of the entrance to the church, along the path that lead up to it from the west. This is the only one that has been used in recent memory. A collective ordeal was held there in 1979. The 1987 ordeal was held not there but in Belanitra. The other was a smallish standing stone now largely hidden in the grass of the former Kianja in front of Andrian Ambulallona's tomb. Maidana claimed this one drew on the power of Andrian Ambulallona himself, and was therefore so powerful everyone was afraid to use it. Others wondered if it had any Hasina left in it at all. While I never found anyone who could draw such systematic connections between these artifacts, everyone saw them as significant objects, charged, or probably charged, with power of one sort or another. Many people, for example, claimed that the Montana tree was not only a mark of nobility, but was also the village's famito, a famito being a form of medicine that protects a community from thieves. By this they meant that, like the stone, the tree had once been consecrated. Sheep had been sakri, set or other rituals carried out to give it Hasina. Once Hasina has been created, it often lingers on. Therefore, if one continued to observe the taboos, Betafo would continue to be protected. Others denied that Betafo ever had a famado to protect it, or said there was, but the tree was not it, or that the tree had in fact been given Hasina for different reasons. But in Betafo, these kinds of arguments were the very stuff of politics. Buried Odi. Almost as soon as her family moved back to Betafo, Mayadana told me, neighbors on Tampontanana started scolding them for using fanalo, leafy reeds which country people often use as torches, after dusk. In Betafo, she said, one was not allowed to carry after twilight, or to carry ame across the threshold under any circumstances. Mayadana had apologized, and promised never to do it again. So of course I asked, what was the reason for this taboo? She wasn't really sure, but it had something to do with the famado, and perhaps, with the Montana tree, that huge old tree to the west of Andrianoni. Trees like that are a mark of nobility, you know. I decided to ask around about it, and Mayadana said she would too. The results surprised both of us. One neighbor who originally scolded them had since died, the other was unavailable, but other Andriana almost invariably claimed never to have heard of such a taboo. Or, to be more precise, everyone did know that, wherever there was a taboo on bringing out rees at twilight, it was always because of a famado. Most duly explained that famado were a type of protection medicine, typically buried in the ground or attached to some feature of the landscape, that they kept away thieves and bandits. One man added that during the colonial period they were also used to keep out tax collectors and gendarmes, or made stolen animals return home of their own accord. But all denied such a taboo existed in Betafo. Many denied there had ever been a famado in the Montana. Others were 145. More circumspect. Jean Marie, who was also from Andrianoni, claimed that there was a famado, but it was not the Montana but in a stand of very ancient eucalyptus trees that grow not far from it. It is absolutely forbidden, he said, to take an axe to them. Jean Marie, well, as for those Andriana settlements, you see, they tend to have lots of taboos. Because here and there's likely to be some kind of buried object, they're like soldiers posted all around the place, and so the places become taboo. Take Ratsaraka, he said, the Malagasy president. Wherever he goes, he's always surrounded by soldiers who protect him. Well, with the ancient Andriana, it was much the same with charms. Here Jean Marie was clearly evoking the image of the Andriana great ancestor, surrounded by the graves of his soldiers who were really slaves. Just as rulers surround themselves with soldiers, thus making themselves rulers by their ability to command others, so they used to surround themselves with Odi. In a way, Odi were to objects what soldiers or slaves were to people. They had a will and intelligence of their own, they were capable of acting autonomously, but their will was subordinated to that of their owners. Tampontanana remains riddled with buried charms, which, like the buried soldiers, are also extensions of their former inhabitants' intentions. Many people in Belenitra and Enosi, for example, insisted that they do not bring onions or garlic into their villages because of two Odi from former times, named Ramavalia and Rayfataka, that used to protect them against witches. The Odi were gone. At best, some suggested they might be buried somewhere, in the elds or the remains of abandoned houses, but it was felt wise to keep up the taboos. I told Jean Marie about them too. He hadn't heard of this, but he said that in Betafo there was a similar custom because of medicine, Odiafo. Many of the oldest houses in Betafo used to have Odi that would prevent them from burning, so that even if one put a candle to the roof, the thatch would suddenly become damp and wouldn't light. Those charms also tabooed onions and garlic. And while they themselves are gone, people who live in those houses keep up the taboos. We were discussing this at Mayadana's, whose mother-in-law Elizabeth was staying over for the weekend. So what about carrying torches outside the house? Asked Elizabeth. Because here on Tampontanana, that's nightly taboo. Well, you know how it is with Lolo, said Jean Marie, 146. Jean Marie, that is, if there's a place where a lot of ancestors used to live, then almost always, they cannot bring themselves to abandon it. They won't be visible to the eye, but still, they'll linger. Lolo, however, are always going to be afraid of once the sun sets, you can't carry a outside your house. Once the sun begins to turn red, you have to put them out, because once the sun is red the Lolo begin to come up to the places where they used to live. But they're not seen by the eye, and all of a sudden everyone was talking about ghosts. When ghosts see infant children, continued Jean Marie, they want to play with them. Unlike adults, though, infants can see the ghosts, and that's why after dusk, if you let them outside, they'll often start crying for no apparent reason. Elizabeth said she remembered when she and her sister used to come home in the evening, they'd often see a person with white hair lurking in the window. You could just barely make it out, and they'd all gather around trying to see her. To this day, said Jean-Marie, people often see apparitions in the area just south of the ruined mansion, either a man in a black three-piece suit, or three young women. You'll be sitting there eating lunch, after a morning in the Elds, and there they'd be, off in the distance walking towards you on the path. You look again, they're gone. Everyone was having so much fun swapping ghost stories that I didn't want to interrupt them, but the conversation puzzled me. You don't light Rees so as not to scare away the ghosts? Really? Everyone else insisted that normal people did everything in their power to keep ghosts distant. Did Jean-Marie mean to imply there was no difference between the ghosts, Lolo, that scare children in the night, and the ghosts, Lolo, that power medicine? It didn't seem impossible, since 19th century texts, which referred to the latter sort of spirits as Ronachondriana, were full of similar comments on how they can only be glimpsed from the corner of one's eye, and disappear if one lights a torch or stares directly at them. On the other hand, Jean-Marie had a rather impetuous rhetorical style, perhaps he'd just gotten carried off by his own momentum. So next I went around asking, was it ghosts then that lay behind the power of the Famido? No one claimed to know. Such things were inherently mysterious. One woman from Belenitra did tell me in her mother's village, there was, indeed, a ghost that protected the village. If intruders tried to come in at night, it would suddenly loom up before them like a gigantic black Senegalese soldier and frighten them away. For this reason it was taboo there to carry Rees outside the house, but she claimed never to have heard of such a 147 taboo in Betafo, and when I mentioned her story to others, the main reaction was amusement. Good story. Who knows? Maybe it's even true. The single most famous tree in the region west of the capital, probably, was the huge old Montana that stood in the main square in the town Arivanimamo, near the taxi station, the mark that Arivanimamo was once a royal capital. It was widely believed to have sprung from the remains of a human body. According to the most common version in Betafo, from the body of a young boy, the illegitimate son of a slave woman and her Andriana master, who was smuggled away from his place of birth and secretly killed there to avoid scandal. No such rumors surrounded the Montana in Betafo. But stories and images like this were common currency throughout rural Imerina. Andriana were surrounded by hidden charms, which protect them and their property, unmaintained, their locations forgotten. Such hidnoti might retain their benevolent power or they might turn, becoming malevolent charms or transforming themselves into malevolent animals. Andriana ancestors are surrounded by the buried bodies of their guardian slaves. Some trees are odi that protect the community, others, the bodies of murdered slaves. There were other stories about dead people turning into trees. The most famous by far was about a pair of young lovers from Montserrat, in the far south of Imerina, whose parents would not let them marry. They ended up committing suicide by tying themselves together and throwing themselves into a pool. Later, two trees sprang from the spot, and grew up coiled around each other so tightly that no one could tell where one stopped and the other started. Khaled 1908, 1008-1016. Rainib told me exactly the same story about two young lovers from around Betafo, one descended from Andrianum Beninalona, the other, from the Zanacondriamaso Andro who lived immediately to the west. They climbed one of the peaks of Ambahidradimbi, and threw themselves into a pool. Two trees grew from the spot. Sometime later they appeared to one of their parents in a dream to reveal what had happened. One man heard the story and didn't believe it, so he decided to climb the mountain and put an axe to one. The moment the blade broke its bark, blood started owing from it. Some trees were downright dangerous. Once, in the marketplace in Arivanimamo, one man told me the story of a child who climbed a tree to steal a bird's nest, and ended up temporarily unable to use his hands. 148. François, there are Vazimba spirits, and there are tree spirits, Lol and Kazo. There are trees people worship, because they have spirits in them. Even that a Montana over there, near the taxi station, there's a spirit in it. I will tell you a true story so you can understand. There was a child, half-grown, around the age of 9. And, do you know what foti are? David, the bird? François, they make nests in the spring, when they lay their eggs. Children like to play with the nests. And there's a rotra tree, a huge rotra, and below it, a hole with very ancient brickwork. And there are spirits there. The child saw the foti's nest and climbed up to take it. He climbed up, reached out, and then this is what his hand did. He shakes his hand spasmodically. Couldn't use it. It shook like this. He does it again. The family took him to one cure after another, but to no avail. Finally, they took him to a particularly skillful Zanyadrano, a medium. He invoked his spirits, stared silently into a mirror, then revealed to the child's parents what he saw. He said, "Francois, there is a big tree here. I don't know its name. And around it," he said, "it's thick with greenery." And that was really true, because there were crops growing all around the tree. That's how I knew that he really knows what he's doing, this Zanyadrano looking in the mirror here, and he said, his hand seized a Fodi's nest, and it irritated the spirit inside the tree, that's why he can't use his hand anymore. There was a shade in there, and he encountered it, and that's why his hand doesn't move. So then he called on the tree's spirits, to question them. He listened to what they said, then we all heard him say, "Who are you, and what are you tormenting this child so? Whose ancestors are you, anyway?" And then they spoke, saying, "We are soldiers, soldiers that surround that place. They were the souls of soldiers long ago." Then the Zanyadrano said, "Release the boy so he can go to school, because there's no justi cation for this." But this is what he said to us, "Go buy peppermint candies, 12 of them. But don't give any food to these evil spirits, Lolo Ratsi. Offer them to the Andriam. 28 There's a standing stone there in Ambohiman Arena which is called Andriam Bulamasina. Just you, the father of the child, go, and don't bring anyone else, and say here, 'Oh grandfather, this child has been tormented. Here are peppermints, so let him now be free of it.'" After the peppermints had been brought to the standing stone, that was all, the child has been free of it ever since. In some places, soldiers' ghosts are bound to one, the moment the blade broke its bark, blood started owing from it. Some trees were downright dangerous. Once, in the marketplace in Aravanamamo, one man told me the story of a child who climbed a tree to steal a bird's nest, and ended up temporarily unable to use his hands. 148. Francois, there are Vazamba spirits, and there are tree spirits, Lol and Kazo. There are trees people worship, because they have spirits in them. Even that a Montana over there, near the taxi station, there's a spirit in it. I will tell you a true story so you can understand. There was a child, half-grown, around the age of 9. And, do you know what Fodi are? David, the bird? Francois, they make nests in the spring, when they lay their eggs. Children like to play with the nests. And there's a rotra tree, a huge rotra, and below it, a hole with very ancient brickwork. And there are spirits there. The child saw the Fodi's nest and climbed up to take it. He climbed up, reached out, and then this is what his hand did, he shakes his hand spasmodically. Couldn't use it. It shook like this, he does it again. The family took him to one cure after another, but to no avail. Finally, they took him to a particularly skillful Zanyadrano, a medium. He invoked his spirits, stared silently into a mirror, then revealed to the child's parents what he saw. He said, "Francois, there is a big tree here. I don't know its name. And around it," he said, "it's thick with greenery." And that was really true, because there were crops growing all around the tree. That's how I knew that he really knows what he's doing, this Zanyadrano looking in the mirror here, and he said, his hand seized a Fodi's nest, and it irritated the spirit inside the tree, that's why he can't use his hand anymore. There was a shade in there, and he encountered it, and that's why his hand doesn't move. So then he called on the tree's spirits, to question them. He listened to what they said, then we all heard him say, "Who are you, and what are you tormenting this child so? Whose ancestors are you, anyway?" And then they spoke, saying, "We are soldiers, soldiers that surround that place. They were the souls of soldiers long ago." Then the Zanyadrano said, "Release the boy so he can go to school, because there's no justi cation for this." But this is what he said to us, "Go buy peppermint candies, 12 of them. But don't give any food to these evil spirits, Lolo Ratsi. Offer them to the Andriam." 28 There's a standing stone there in Ambohiman Arena which is called Andriam Bulamasina. Just you, the father of the child, go, and don't bring anyone else, and say here, "Oh grandfather, this child has been tormented. Here are peppermints, so let him now be free of it." After the peppermints had been brought to the standing stone, that was all, the child has been free of it ever since. In some places, soldiers' ghosts are bound. 3. Anything with the power of autonomous action also had the capacity to turn, to transform, to change in either form or disposition. This was particularly likely to happen after its creator died. Medicine created to protect a village might continue to protect it, or it might turn around completely and wreak havoc, or behave like a petulant ancestor punishing those who did not abide by their taboos. A corollary is that, in rural Marina, all agency operative in the world was human agency. This was not a world dominated by nature spirits. 30 To the contrary, if an object, a rock, a tree, had power, it was ultimately an extension of the purposes of some human being. It might be someone long since dead, an ancestor, a nameless ghost. More likely, it might be many people, the elders who dedicated standing stones, or the generations of Andriana who Sacri said sheep to give power to the tree that protects the village. This, I think, is the real meaning of the term Lolo. It refers to ghostly, nameless, abstract intentions or desires, whether it be the abstract will to dominate others' inherent and powerful love medicine, or the desires of the dead to see their old homes and play once again with children. Like most. 150. Malagasy spiritual forces, Lolo are invisible beings, formless and abstract. Earlier I made the argument that it is this very invisibility and lack of definition that can make them vehicles of power. 31 One can take this even further. Another word for spirits of the dead is fane, souls, but fane is also the word for character, the inner, invisible aspect of the person that is also the seat of intentionally, desire, and the will. 32 The invisibility of these ghosts in fact is entirely appropriate to beings that are really expressions of inner states, vestiges of ancient intentions or desires which linger even after the physical, visible person of those who felt them has long since turned to dust. Knowledge and power. Soldiers and slaves, of course, were not morally neutral images. In rural Imerina, there was felt to be something fundamentally wrong about reducing one person to the vehicle of another's will. In this light, it only makes sense that people would be reluctant to claim authority by identifying themselves with the aims and purposes of the dead. Doing so would be trying to win over others by claiming to be, oneself, the vehicle of another person's will. Politics was not a matter of rallying followers around a cause, or even, of claiming to represent group interests. It is this, especially, which contributes to the impression that there is nothing here we would normally think of as a political domain. It also created a certain rupture between the past and present. Let me illustrate this by returning to the typology of narratives mapped out in Part 1. Stories of suspense, I said, are structured around an intentional project of action. In order for such a story to hold one's interest, one has to be able to identify with the protagonists, to care about their aims and fears. Stories of mystery or reversal do not require this kind of sympathetic identification because they are structured around knowledge. One reason these latter two cropped up so much more often in conversation in Imerina was that local authority was not a matter of identifying oneself with past intentions, it was a matter of knowing about them. Since intentions can break off and take on a power of their own, most stories told in a political context are not meant to marshal sympathy, but rather to prove that they really did exist, to resolve mysteries or warn of the possibility of being surprised by unexpected dangers. 33 The beasts of Andrianoni were originally malevolent medicine, instruments of violence and a tool of politics. In the same way, the spirits of slaves and soldiers, or Beridoti, became gurs for the way politics was conducted. 151. In the past, coercion, bending of others to one's will, everything which made the ancients grand, and somewhat wicked. Still, the traces of these intentions remain to haunt those of the present day, mixed with much more benevolent intentions. The purposes of the great men of the past are indeed seen to shape the life of people in the present, but only indirectly. The problem is to sort them out. Hence the peculiar sort of capital tampon Tanana Betafo had become. Not many dared to live there. Like most such ancient settlements in Imerina, it had become largely a place of tombs and ruins, emptied of living people by the very force of the history that lay buried underneath it. Most of its inhabitants left after the Re of 1931, a catastrophe many said to have been enacted by ancestors angry that they hadn't been properly remembered. As people kept reminding me, it's very difficult to live in such a place. There are endless restrictions, it is hard to be sure precisely what's allowed, terrible vengeance awaits those who make mistakes. Many have had their lives destroyed by doing so. The center was like a mine? A mosaic of sequestered spaces, riddled with charged objects, tombs, trees, hidden medicine, each elds of force and danger that may or may not be real, full of ancient intentions and desires that live on in partial, transformed or fragmentary form. As one moved outward from the ruined center, history became less dense, and living inhabitants more numerous, but one was never entirely free of it. Much of the political struggle that did take place, on a day-to-day level, was over who could impose their interpretation of what these ghostly powers were, and especially, what restrictions one had to observe as a result. This was certainly what Mayadana's neighbors did when they scolded her about the local fadi. True, in doing so one might also say they were, to a degree, identifying themselves with ancestral purposes. The ancestors had created a famado to protect the village. By informing newcomers of its fati, they were maintaining it. But it was presented as an issue of knowledge, which others could deny on those grounds. No one debated whether this was a legitimate project. What one debated was whether or not there was really a famado, and whether that was really its taboo. It would have been exactly the same had the taboo been caused by an angry ghost. If no two individuals agreed entirely about the local fati, then, this was because this was one of the principal ways of establishing authority. Members of the same families would at least have roughly the same list, and by trying to impose their view on others, they were trying to extend a variation of ancestral. 152. Authority onto wider circles beyond their immediate family, if by claims to knowledge rather than of ancestry. In the end, though, it came down to much the same thing, telling others what they couldn't do. Part 3. The conduct of politics, or, stories about people politics, of course, is not simply restricted to arguments about the past. The reason it made sense to start with these examples was that these provide an illustration of the way that the game of politics is played more generally. The trick is to identify oneself with potentially harmful, even coercive, forms of power without at the same time becoming the sort of person willing to do harm to others, which would, of course, make one entirely reprehensible creature who could never be the holder of legitimate ancestral authority. Claiming knowledge of lost odi or powerful features of the landscape was perhaps the safest way to do so, since it made one more of an ancestral guru, not less. No one, however, limited it to that. Many took advantage of the ambiguity of taboos. Most taboos were fairly stereotyped. There was a fairly restricted list of animals and plants that were often the object of fati: onions, pigs, goats, snails, sarautra birds, and others, tomatoes, beef, beans, that almost never were. This ensures a constant level of uncertainty. If your companion suddenly refuses to eat the pork you've brought for lunch, and claims it is because of an ancestral prohibition, how do you know that she is really telling the truth? How do you know it isn't because she's carrying love medicine, or something worse? Some people seemed fairly clearly to be playing with such ambiguities. Take Irina's family. Irina told me that all Betafos Andriana were forbidden, by ancestral taboo, to eat an antsine, a rather bland leafy vegetable often eaten with one's rice. Everyone else I talked to in Betafo denied this. But in almost every case, they also remarked, normally, if someone is not allowed to eat an antsine, that's because they're playing around with lightning medicine, Odi Varadara. Now, lightning medicine is very dubious stuff because it is not used to protect people against lightning, it's used to cast it. It's basically a form of witchcraft. One cannot know for sure. One obvious interpretation is that Irina wanted to ensure that the suspicion that her family might, just possibly, have such powers at least existed in other people's minds, and that, for this reason, it might not be such a good idea to pick a GHT with them. This was not an isolated case. Politics, in Betafo, was full of such suggestive. 153. Ambiguities. I can't really say whether Irina or other members of her family were playing such games consciously in this case, but the point is that it doesn't really matter. Once the atmosphere becomes seeded with such possibilities, everyone is on some level aware that their gestures are always open to interpretation. Medicine and the range of public personae. In Chapter 3, I argued that public personae are largely defined by capacities, abilities, knowledge, skills. Again, the example of Irina, if one were to frame one's suspicions, one would not say she is lightning medicine. The presence or absence of some physical object is not the issue, but that she knows how to use it. What they are really talking about is a capacity based on arcane knowledge. This, however, is generally hidden knowledge. Its hiddenness is proof of power, and thus one can rarely be entirely sure about such matters. One does others, then, partly in terms of what they might know how to do. It was rare to see a GHT. When one did, occasionally, occur, it was almost between close relatives, two brothers, usually, maybe sometimes cousins. Why was that? I would occasionally ask. The response was immediate, a matter of common sense. Who would be such an idiot as to GHD a stranger? If it's someone you don't really know, how can you be sure they don't know how to throw lightning, drive you insane, or wither your rice crop at a single blow? It was only with one's family one could be relatively sure of their capacities. Within a small community like Betafo, political action consisted largely of the manipulation of impressions about oneself. One had to strike a delicate balance between power and authority. No one wanted to give the impression they were totally without resources. It is best to at least raise the possibility that one might have hidden powers, if only to intimidate others who might otherwise be inclined to hurt you. On the other hand, the more you are seen as entangled in medicine, the less you can hope to stake a place as Raymond Rennie, as a respectable elder and representative of the ancestors. At stake, in the end, is both one's communal authority, one's ability to speak, if not as an elder, then as someone on the way to becoming one, and, ultimately, one's reputation as a fundamentally decent human being. If one strays too far, one ends up a reputation as a witch, a person so depraved they ought to be excluded from the moral community entirely. One could in fact draw out a rough continuum of types, ranging from 154. Bona? To elders on the one side to recognized witches on the other. If the (RSD) represents the greatest possible respectability and social authority, the other represents the greatest reputation for access to means of coercive or aggressive power. Let me describe four, somewhat idealized, positions along this imaginary line, four types of political personae, each net largely in terms of characteristic forms of knowledge and ability. Elders. Knowledge alone cannot make one a true Raymond Rennie. One must be an elderly head of a large local family, or even better, a recently deceased one. But when talking about those who nightly have achieved this status, people would almost inevitably make a great point of their mastery of certain forms of knowledge, particularly those considered archetypically Malagasy. The most obvious of these was knowledge of the past, of ancestral custom and oral history, Loventso? Which elders were always assumed to have. But there were certain skills that were considered equally ancestral. RSD and foremost, the ability to use traditional rhetoric, Macabre, which drew on ancestral, proverbial wisdom. This is not to say an inarticulate man cannot hope to be considered an elder. But if a prominent old man was also able to speak well, and regularly gave speeches at famidiana or wedding negotiations, people would always remark on it. Another was astrological knowledge. Often I would hear young people boast that their family never had to rely on professional astrologers, because their grandmother or grandfather knew how, but almost always they would also add that this was not knowledge got through study, but which had been given by God, and that they used it only for their families, never to get money. Oratory and astrology were considered essentially male forms of knowledge, though some women had them. There were also skills seen as essentially female which did add to the prestige of older women in a parallel way, such as midwifery, fampivolonana, and knowledge of herbs for common ailments, which mothers often passed on to their daughters. I knew of two prominent men in Betafo, too, whose mothers had trained them as midwives, and no one suggested their expertise in women's lore did anything but enhance their status as elders, though it did not seem to be considered quite as impressive as, say, being accomplished orator would have been. Biblical knowledge, I found, used to be considered entirely appropriate to the public role of elder as well, but my impression was that for several decades. 155. The importance of the church in public affairs had been declining. When I was in Betafo, there had been no full-time pastor for several years, and church affairs, both Catholic and Protestant, were largely dominated by older women. 34 elders' authority was not entirely based on knowledge, but knowledge was its essential medium. One did not have to be skilled in formal rhetoric to admonish the young, but it made admonition much more effective. One did not need any knowledge at all to curse one's descendants, but people very rarely cursed their descendants. What they did constantly was argue about folly others had imposed by cursing. By being translated into a matter of knowledge, ancestral authority became more indirect, but in a way, it became even more legitimate, since it was entirely divorced from individual intentions. The forms of knowledge considered most diametrically opposed to that of elders was knowledge of medicine. To suggest that someone was playing with medicine, mila laoti, particularly, anything that wasn't obviously a harmless form of protection, cast any claims they might make to be an elder seriously in doubt. It was in fact especially in this context that the religious terms, in which all odi were morally tainted, was usually trotted out. One reason there were so few genuine elders was that there was almost no one around who was not at least suspected of having something to do with medicine. Astrologers, Mpanandro professional astrologers were by far the most respectable practitioners of medicine, Mpamasi. The vast majority were male. The core of their art, calculating destinies, determining the ideal locations for new tombs and houses, finding the proper days for ceremonies, was, as I've said, considered appropriate for the most respectable of elders. What set professional astrologers apart, however, apart from the fact that they charged for their services, was that they were also dealt in medicine, They diagnosed and cured the effects of witchcraft, provided protection medicine, and adjusted destinies, Manam Botra Vintana, which could mean anything from assuring the success of business venture to making a married couple more compatible. If a couple was quarreling, for instance, the astrologer might provide a certain set of beads, telling them to bathe together in water in which the bead had been placed at every quarter moon, or the scrapings of certain bits of wood to be eaten or rubbed on the body mixed with honey or castor oil. 35 Astrologers tended to develop local clienteles. One common synonym for palmacy was mpatiz olona, one who nurses, fosters, or cares for other. 156. People, and any notable astrologer would have a number of regular clients said to be their fosterlings, alonatizani. For some, the astrologer would become a kind of general mentor, providing guidance, help, and medicine for every aspect of their lives. The paternalistic idiom though was not limited to regular clients. Even when one simply came to help plan a ritual, or because one's child was ill, one would always address an astrologer as Dada, father, and use the same forms of address one would when speaking to one's parents, or addressing an ancestor. It was an extremely hierarchical relationship. Astrologers also resembled ancestral gurus in their ability to impose taboos. When they provided medicine, for curing or protection, there were almost always fati to be observed. Among their clients, too, astrologers were treated as the null authorities in all matters of taboo. In almost every way, astrologers tried to wrap their practice up in a cloak of ancestral legitimacy. Like mediums, most astrologers had some spirit or spirits that provided advice and assistance in their work, but where mediums would appeal to ancient kings, the astrologers I knew almost always claimed theirs were their own distant ancestors. Both Ratsizafi and his greatest rival, Dada Leva from the nearby village of Kianja, claimed to be descendants from the ancient Betsileo king Andrea Menelina, and both claimed a more recent ancestor, one of that king's many sons and grandsons, continued to appear in dreams and visions to help them in their curing. 36 astrologers were among the only people, in fact, who claimed to gain concrete powers from their ancestors, and by doing so many were able to boast of abilities no one else would have dared to openly admit to. 37 of all public gurus in a rural community, they were also the ones who most resembled Western politicians. If there were several astrologers in the same community, they were almost always rivals. Their clienteles would then resemble political factions. Since curers were expected not only to cure the effects of witchcraft but also to identify the witch, astrologers could have an enormous influence on people's attitudes toward one another. Here, though, lie an astrologer's greatest vulnerability. Because everyone assumed that knowledge cuts both ways. If you know how to prevent hailstorms, then you must also know how to bring them down. If you know how to cure a disease, then you must also know how to inflict it. As a result, in cases of witchcraft, astrologers, whatever their veneer of respectability, were obvious suspects. Admittedly, astrologers could have headed this off if, like Western doctors, had they made a rule of never saying anything bad about each other. 157. But this they definitively did not do. Mention the name of one curer to another, and the typical response ranged from non-committal shrugs to accusations of fraud, incompetence, witchcraft, or some combination of the three. Take Ratsizafi. He was in every way a venerable guru. True, he was of Mandi descent, but he was extremely rich, extremely old, 87 when I knew him, though many believed him to be at least 100, and his skill was renowned as far as the capital. His clients, and almost all Betafo's black people, referred to him not by name, but as the Ingahib, a title of respect reserved only for genuine elders. So did those Andriana who were among his clients. But most Andriana did not accept him as an elder of any sort. It was not simply his Mandi descent, since there were other Mandi, like Ingahirani, whose status no one challenged. It was more because Ratsizafi was seen as the political leader of the Mandi of Betafo, the leader of a faction. Therefore, if Ratsizafi's name were mentioned, many would immediately launch into moralistic condemnations of his use of beads and infusions of honey and bits of wood, the kind of pious Christian discourse no one ever invoked except against those they disapproved of for other reasons. Many suggested darker things. One story had it that in his youth, Ratsizafi and another Mpamasi used to travel in the newly colonized lands out west, a land full of nouveau riches, cattle, and easy money. At each new town, his companion would randomly bewitch people. The next day, Ratsizafi would show up and cure them. Then they split the fti. Most emphasized this was a long time ago, but some Andriana willing to suggest he was still capable of witchcraft. One went so far as to suggest he had acquired his latest wife by poisoning her husband, a former client, and slipping her love medicine, an accusation so extreme that I suspect very few would have given it much credit, but one which shows just how ugly some of the rumors surrounding such venerable gurus can be. Astrologers then were essentially respectable gurus, but unlike true Raymond Reni, it was rare to and one who was universally respected. But this too was part of what made them so resemble politicians. They had both supporters and detractors, a loyal following, and others who would publicly denounce them. People who have Vezimba. I have already mentioned that professional curers tend to fall into two broad categories, astrologers and mediums. Sanyadrano. Now, while in Aravanamamo or other roadside towns of comparable size, there were usually quite a number of publicly recognized mediums. Rural mediums were more secretive. There were two men in Betafo, for instance, who almost everyone knew practiced as Sanyadrano, but neither would admit they did to me. An astrologer, of course, would never be able to deny their practice, but rural mediums usually took patients from outside their communities. They did not develop local clienteles. Often, they denied having a practice even to their neighbors. Their neighbors, in turn, would rarely describe them as mediums. Instead, they would say they had a Vezimba being a kind of mysterious spirit which lurked in watery places, an anonymous, dangerous ghost. True, if one pursued the matter, and what does he do with this Vezimba? They would usually go on to explain that it gave them access to a larger world of invisible forces, including the royal spirits normally invoked by mediums, and that, yes, they did use those spirits to cure the sick. But this was always treated as secondary. While the mediums I knew in town all made a great point of emphasizing that the royal spirits would never allow them to harm anyone, even if to take revenge for witchcraft, Vezimba were not believed to be so fastidious. To say a man had a Vezimba, then, was to say he was a potentially very dangerous man. By being so coy about what they did, in public, such men seemed to play a very self-conscious game of manipulating impressions, to come as near as they could to suggesting they had deadly powers without therefore becoming entirely reprehensible. Or, it would probably be better to say the secrecy had a double effect. As with Odi, the act of hiding something was itself a way of saying it had power. In a sense, their coyness created the very thing that it disguised. Early on I was introduced to a man named Ramina, sometimes said to be the chief man of his village of Ambaraib. A man in his 50s, Ramina was a devout Catholic. He had been the local catechist for over a decade. 38 His house, well appointed by local standards, was full of Catholic paraphernalia. The walls were full of portraits of saints and bishops cut from magazines, the tables, of little plaster images and leather-bound psalters. The rst time I talked to him, Ramina professed nothing but disdain for pomacy, especially Ratsizophy, with all his elaborate apparatus of beads and woods and bottles of earth taken from royal tombs. Much of their practice, he said, was simple fraud, playing on people's gullible superstition. No ampoena. For example, he made a point of denying the concept of Sisika, that witches were capable of inserting tiny objects in the bodies of their victims, let alone that there were curers who could suck them out. It was all done with sleight of hand. He was particularly vehement on the subject of taboos. He took the position that there is no such thing as ancestral taboos, that all taboos derive from curers, mpamacy, and their medicine. For this reason, he said, he totally rejected them. He and his wife did keep a hail charm of sorts, he explained. It protects the eld surrounding Ambaraib, but this was not actually a noti, it was a simple herb, fanalo, that they would set on when hailstorms threatened. It was remarkably effective, but there were no taboos attached to it at all. No taboos of any sort observed by him and his fellow Catholics in the southwestern part of the territory. As others quickly pointed out to me, this latter wasn't true. And it seems obvious that the tone of Ramina's discourse had a lot to do with the fact that the only foreigners he'd ever met before were Catholic priests. But there was more to it than that. Each conversation I had with him, in fact, took a similar course. He would start by stoutly denying he would have anything to do with heathen practices, then slowly start introducing hints that this was not entirely the case. Actually, he was in communication with a spirit, not one of those mpamacy spirits, mind you, but an angelic girl dressed in white who would visit him in his dreams and teach him hymns and sacred music. Much of the music played at the local church was originally composed by it. He did know how to cure certain maladies. It had all started when his mother taught him her skills as a midwife. Once he began delivering babies, he found he had other skills as well, though, he hastened to insist, he only used herbal remedies, Rio Condro, and absolutely never chunks of wood. or any of that diplomacy stuff like smearing people with earth and honey and imposing taboos. His particular specialty, in fact, was curing a condition called embolavulona, caused by possession by an evil ghost. Such was his fame that patients flocked to him, sometimes, from hundreds of kilometers away. 39 The rst time I talked to him, Romina struck me as a refreshingly open and likable person, full of hearty good humor. I couldn't understand why my companions, both Parson and Chantal, neither of whom had ever met the man before, seemed so reluctant to share my enthusiasm. "Doesn't he seem like a nice man?" I asked. "Well, he knows how to talk well," replied Chantal. Parson too seems to have decided from the start that the man was hiding something. He was a bit too easygoing. It was forced. And friends from Betafo quickly there was good reason to be suspicious. "Romina," they said. "Have you 160. Noticed how whenever you see him, he's always wearing something red? Even if he's got on a green or yellow overshirt, he'll have a red shirt underneath, and red pants." "Why?" "Well, Vazimba like the color red. He has a Vazimba. Why else would a Malagasy dare to wear red clothing in the summertime, when there's a lightning storm every night and everyone knows red things attract lightning? Armand, with him there's always got to be something red. Especially in the summer, when there's lightning. Then it's all really red, whether his hat, his clothes, his pants, red. The bucket he takes into his house, red. Plates, red. Everything that's made of plastic, all red. You can't tell me he just does that because he's a curer. It's Vazimba who like that sort of thing." Parson, so probably he really does have a Vazimba, after all. Armand, Nightly does. Not probably he really does, he's got one. That water down there, there's a Vazimba in it. David, Vazimba like the color red then? Armand, Vazimba like red things. If there's a place in the Elds where there's a Vazimba, usually there'll be red there, or a red crab. Even his wife he makes wear red. Parson, according to what Romina himself said, though, there's just this tall, white guru who comes to him in his dreams, who teaches him hymns, explains what sorts of medicine to use. Armand, I wouldn't know about that. But you know, from a strictly social point of view, all this is just his way of pushing people around. There's hardly anyone dares get in a GHD with him. Hardly anyone. Nobody dares GHD with him. I'm thinking of even the church funds, which he stole, and no one said a word. He pocketed the money from the Farashana, nobody tried to get it back. No one had the nerve to. Bear in mind here the unusual makeup of the village of Ambaribe. In the late 80s, the vast majority of its households were headed by the descendants of a single man named Rasona. For most of his life, Rasona had been Romina's rival for prominence in the southwest. He had been president of the Folkontani 40 for decades, eventually rising to president of the Farashana, Canton. In 1990, 6 years after his death, 8 of his 11 children were still living in Ambaribe. All 3 of Romina's children, on the other hand, had moved away. He didn't really have followers there, neither family nor clientele. However, he had been the effective head of the church for decades. He was old and quite wealthy, even apart from delivering babies and keeping the local Hale medicine. Even some of Rasona's children would begrudgingly refer to him as the chief man, Loholona, of Ambaribe, insofar as there was one, and certainly none of them dared express open antipathy, or openly speak about his Vazimba. Rasona himself, I was told, had been the last person who had publicly opposed him. Since Rasona died, no one dares GHD with him. Tsi Misi Sahimi Adiamini. 161. Here too, though, there was a play of factions. Romina might not have had a regular clientele around Betafo, but he did have skill in astrology. He, too, claimed it was something that had come to him spontaneously, without study, and while he did not practice professionally, he was often asked to help dedicate houses, or organize rituals, by Andriana from Ansihaveri, Antanati, and Mbomanjaka. Rasona's descendants, that is, almost all his fellow Catholics in Ambaribe, never went to Romina. They made a point of always hiring Ratsizafi. When Rasona's children held a Famadiana in Ambaribe in the winter of 1989, Romina was hardly to be seen. It was Ratsizafi who led the procession. When Irina's family held their Famadiana in Antanati a month later, Romina himself was one of the 2 astrologers. There was a reason, then, for Romina's barbs about Ratsizafi. Ratsizafi, on the other hand, made no bones about his opinion of Romina. Everyone agreed that Romina had a Vazimba, but many said they weren't sure what he did with it. Others told me that he was a secret Zanyatarano. 41 But Ratsizafi, and all the black people I spoke to in Betafo, almost all of whom considered themselves loyal to Ratsizafi, would not even admit he was a legitimate curer. Once, for instance, I mentioned Ramina and his Vezimba to Armand's younger brother Germain. He seems to use it in curing, I said, but I'm not sure exactly how. Germain, but Vezimba, you know, Vezimba don't cure people. What they do is attack them. David, but they say he's cured victims of Ambulavulona. Germain, so how do you think he's able to cure them, then? Because it's something he did himself. If it wasn't he who induced it, he wouldn't be able to get rid of it. It's just a way of making money. And that, he does know how Dodo. In other words, he was in the same business as, rumor had it, Ratsizafi had once been, making people sick to be able to collect the money for curing them. It was common knowledge that anyone who infected Ambulavulona should be able to remove it. Here is Ratsizafi's son Noli. David, and what about Ramina, does he cure people? Because he's supposed to have a Vezimba. Noli, Ramina? Well, he does know how to work evil. If it's doing evil, he can hit the target. But if it's a matter of doing good things, like we do here, he can't pull it off. It's evil medicine we're talking about in his case. 162. David, then he really is a sorcerer, Mpamorika? Noli, he's a sorcerer, a witch. Take those people who were holding the Famadina at Embaribe, he tried to attack them, but he failed. We'd made such effective protection he was at a loss for what to do. But Ida? Nightly did try to attack the participants. He took little odi, bits of grass on which he'd smeared medicine, and placed them all around the area. Things which would make you collapse if you stepped over them. He was aiming for the sponsors of the ritual or the astrologer, and if it had worked, they'd have fainted, and then right away there'd be a wound there where it had touched them, then he'd only cure it, only remove the odi, if they gave him lots of money. Because that's what he does, he makes his living by getting money that way. In a social world dominated by an ethos of non-confrontation, a man with hidden powers can go far in taking personal advantage, even, if Armand is to be believed, to the point of looting church funds, without a word being pronounced in public. Ramina's case reminds one of nothing so much as James Scott's Haji Broom, 1985 13-27, miserly landlord of the Malaysian village of Sedaka, in private. No one tired of telling stories of his outrageous stinginess and abuse of power, still, no one dared say anything to his face. The difference is that in Haji Broom's case, the fear was ultimately the effect of an elaborate apparatus of state coercion. Haji Broom had power over others because of his wealth. His wealth was guaranteed by laws of property. Laws of property were enforced by armed police. In Betafo this entire apparatus was lacking. Instead, the fear emanated from Ramina's own manipulation of impressions, his skill at political action, at acting in ways calculated to give rise to an endless circulation of stories, endless speculation about what he was capable of. His opponents were quite explicit about this. When I mentioned the red clothes or hail medicine to Noli, his RSD reaction was to say, "Oh, that's just something he does to frighten people, Zavatra Ta'aranalona Fosaniazani." But it was certainly effective. As a result, one can also say that Ramina had power, political power in the sense in which I've netted, because the effect of these manipulations was precisely to prevent others from speaking and acting in response. What he gave up by doing so, though, was the possibility of ever becoming a truly respected Amand Reni, of being loved and trusted by his neighbors, or even, really, of having them consider him a basically decent human being. Since Ramina had no descendants in Embaribe, one might imagine his was an approach resorted to mainly by those who had no chance of ever being considered elders anyway. This is not necessarily so. In a small settlement of 3 houses to the northeast of Betafo lived a man named Rainib. 163. Mainty, about 60 years old, who had had 11 children and managed to keep quite a large number of them round him. The settlement, called Njikalambo, was entirely made up of his descendants. Rainib too had a Vezimba. The Vezimba lived in a spring in a nearby rice eld. While he publicly denied everything, sometimes he would even deny having a practice as a curer. Every night when there was a new moon one could hear the sound of drums and singing as he and his family gathered around the spring to give it Hasina. As with Ramina, it was not a particularly subtle game, but a very effective one. Of Rainib too I heard the exact same comments: "No one dares GHD with him. If he diverts much of the water from neighbors' elds to his own, which he has been known to do, neighbors try to look the other way. If ownership of a eld is contested, best forget about the matter." On the other hand, despite his age and progeny, I never met anyone who considered him Raymond Rennie. In private, Many called him little better than a witch. The secrecy seems to have been essential to having one's power seriously. There was one young man, an occasional resident of Betafo, who openly boasted of being a Zanyadrano, but no one really took his claims seriously for that very reason. If you really have such powers, Armand remarked, you don't go around talking about it. Here too ambiguity, what is not said, was the ultimate proof of power. In this, of course, they stood in marked contrast to astrologers, who were very much public goers. Noli suggested that in the end, even Ramina didn't really know what he was dealing with. Noli, he found this spring with a Vazimba in it, and, he doesn't even know its name. It's just there. So he decided to give it Hasina, even though he doesn't really know what it is. In a case like that, the thing might even suddenly turn around and kill you. Vazimba were unknown beings, ancestors whose names and histories were lost, whose descendants no longer existed or no longer remembered them. While astrologers like Noelle's father Ratsaisafi used named, legitimate ancestors as their points of access to the invisible world, Vazimba were the very negation of descent. 42. Suspected witches. People were always going to curers. Curers were always telling them that their illness had been caused by relatives or neighbors. As a result, everyone in 164. A rural community like Betafo was, at any given time, likely to be in daily contact with at least one or two people they had reason to believe had tried to kill them or their husbands, wives, or children. If these suspicions were almost never voiced publicly, it was in part because one could never be quite sure. Curers often got it wrong. In fact, suspicions could shift rapidly. One month a woman might suspect her neighbor of trying to make her children waste away and die. The next month, she might go to a different curer and discover the neighbor was entirely innocent. The actual culprit was a ghost or an uncle from out of town. Some people did develop particularly bad reputations for having knowledge of love medicine, for example, or even sorcery. The obvious question, did anyone actually encourage such rumors? Were there people who intentionally set out to make others think they might be witches? It's impossible to know for sure, but my impression was there were. 43. Certainly, there were attempts at anonymous intimidation. In the marketplace of Arivanamamo was a hotly whose proprietor was widely suspected of using medicine to increase his business. 44. A few weeks before I met him, he had been running about in a rage because one of his workers had noticed an object lodged under the stairs leading up to his establishment, and pulled out a bundle of silk cloth, filled with bits of wood. It was obviously meant to harm him, but almost anyone would have been able to leave it there. Here the object was a mere token of communal hostility. It was much the same as, say, when absentee landlords discovered suspicious objects in their elds when they came to collect their third of the harvest. Other threats were more direct. Maidana's son Damien, for instance, told me about the time he had bought some rice cakes from a roadside stand in Arivanamamo, a stand run by an Andriana woman herself originally from Betafo. After taking a bite of one, his teeth hit something hard, and he spit out an inch-long chunk of wood. Obviously, the woman had planted something. For what reason? He claimed to have no idea why she should have had a grudge against his family. When later I talked to the woman herself, she certainly did not express any, but she also told me in some detail about a house in Betafo she felt was rightly hers. She was afraid to make public claims on it, she said, for fear of witchcraft. It is, of course, impossible to say how many people really go about slipping bits of wood into other people's food. It seems obvious it does, sometimes, happen. Still, even when it does, there's no way to know how often it's just a bluff, a splinter peeled from the nearest fence, how often, an object genuinely. 165. Believed to have harmful powers. What is clear is that such behavior is just an extreme version of a game that almost everyone plays, on some level or another, in situations of potential conflict. Always, the problem was how to hint that one might be more than one seemed, that one might have access to powers others did not, without going so far as to give rise to rumors that would endanger one's standing in the community. It would probably be impossible for an outsider to pick up on the cues. 45. Why exactly was it so obvious to my companions that the former catechist was more than he seemed? It might have had something to do with his robust manner, his indulgent expansiveness, which Rainib shared but which was otherwise unusual in older men, who tended to be more quiet, self-contained, and circumspect. Or then again it might have been something insincere about his laugh, maybe he avoided eye contact when he talked, or maybe he was too aggressive in initiating it. I don't know. I do think people were searching for such cues all the time. A young man's consistent neglect of proper forms of deference, for example, might be enough to start one wondering, Why is it Ranona always seems to be out of town on nights with a new moon? Have you noticed how he never drinks directly from a stream of owing water? True, he says it's because a cure gave him medicine to ward off evil ghosts, but then, he might be lying. There were all sorts of ambiguous gestures, a sudden unexpected gift where it would not normally seem called for, a sudden curiosity about another person's habits, rhythmic music in the middle of the night. I don't mean to suggest that anyone is playing music in the night simply for the sake of intimidating others, but the existence of such a climate meant that people had to think constantly about how their actions might be interpreted. Usually, this was to avoid suspicions, but in some situations it would clearly be helpful to foster them. As in the case of Romina, such manipulation could be considered both a form of political action, since it was intended to generate rumors, and a way of exercising political power, since its ultimate effect was to frighten and intimidate. Usually, this was to prevent others from interfering in one's own projects, as the woman who gave Damien the suspicious rice cakes, for instance, might have been trying to intimidate other Adriana from Betafo to ensure they did not interfere should she ever try to lay a claim to that house. In its actual effects, then, it was similar to the logic of protection and negative authority, even if it was considered its very opposite. The game, however, had to be played with subtlety. If you brag about 166. Having secret powers, no one will believe you. If you violate norms of non-confrontation too blatantly, it will rebound in other ways. In Betafo, for example, there was a 40-year-old man named Norbert. Norbert had a temper. Some said it was a bad ulcer that really was to blame, he'd get stomach pains and everything would irritate him, others made other excuses, but all acknowledged he was always picking GHTS, most often, with his younger brother Martin, a math teacher in Aravanamamo, and his son's bias RST marriage, who he had disinherited. When he got into GHTS he would shout and, often, threaten violence. One Sunday morning, toward the end of my stay, he interrupted church services by getting into a shouting match with his oldest son so naive that ended up with Norbert chasing him around the pews and threatening to kill him. The churchgoers said nothing, they stared at or tried to make believe nothing was happening. This sort of behavior never led anyone to make suggestions of Norbert's having unusual powers, or being a witch. To the contrary, they mainly served to con widespread suspicions that his wife was. I heard about a couple notorious Mpamosavi of years past who were men, but the ones I heard about in the present were always women. The classic is younger or middle-aged women who dominate their husbands, or older, socially marginal ones, particularly elderly women living alone. Here, of course, images of witches who go out at night to ride men like horses. Out together with those of the sorcerer, women suspected of love medicine are also much more likely to be suspected of using aggressive magic. Norbert's wife, Juliette, the former model. She was the woman who had convinced Norbert to disinherit his 3 sons by a previous marriage, and adopt her own instead. Several of his neighbors suggested Norbert had only really become so contentious after falling under her sway. All of them, including members of his family, seemed to assume that she was at least using love medicine. There is some reason to believe Juliette herself did encourage this impression. Nevo told me a story told her by her former neighbor, Rasoa. One morning, Rasoa woke up before dawn and went down to get water at the spring to the east of town, only to see Juliette walking away from some tombs on the other side of the valley. This was odd. What business would anyone have over there, so early in the morning? She strolled over to investigate, and there, at the entry to one tomb, was a frog impaled on a needle, its head pointing toward a house in Betafo in which one of Juliette's neighbors had recently fallen ill. Several days later, that person died. Nevo was inclined to believe the 167 story. She herself had gone down to the same spring one early morning and stumbled on Juliette, lurking about in the elds. When she noticed Nevo, she suddenly looked extremely disconcerted, turned around, and took a different path back home. Whether or not Juliette was intentionally trying to start rumors, such stories had effects. On the one hand, people were nightly afraid of her. She was a frightening person, and people would occasionally even refer to her that way, a Taorana, frightening. Hence they were also afraid to cross her, or, by extension, to object too strenuously to her husband's behavior. On the other hand, every time a major quarrel arose within her family, which was often, it was an unusually contentious family, unspoken suspicions started pouring out. One afternoon there was a terrible brawl, which climaxed with Norbert and Martin grappling on the ground in the middle of their father's house. As soon as their mother managed to separate them, Juliet started accusing her and the rest of the family of hating her because they were all still in love with the memory of Norbert's RSD wife. She replied that if people didn't like her, it was because everyone knew she was a witch. 46 Among older women, too, the word mpamasavi tended to imply knowledge both of love medicine and of more aggressive sorts. Two women can serve as examples here. One was the older sister of Ramanana, the matriarch of Antanati, who after an infertile marriage had moved next to her sister, old and childless. 47 She was notorious for knowledge of love medicine, and Mayadana's children all told me they were afraid to eat at the woman's house, particularly if they had any reason to believe that anyone in her family had sexual designs on them. Another, even older woman from Anosi, whose children had long since moved away, was notorious for her long romantic entanglement with an equally elderly man. The story was she had used love medicine to win him over, and had ever since been going out at night. People were respectful enough to her face, but behind her back, gossip was continual. Any power such women might have gained from this reputation was hardly significant in comparison. In another time, they would probably have been the RSD to be put to the poison ordeal. Witch-catchers and other powerful people. Actually, the preceding sketch only includes a few of the most striking social types. There were other ways to make claims to hidden power, without 168. Necessarily Sakri? King one's reputation. For example, one might foster the reputation of being Mpisambotram Pamasavi, or witch-catcher. I knew a couple of witch-catchers from Betafo. They were oddly ambivalent characters. Witch-catchers were men 48 who, armed with powerful medicine, ventured out at night to do battle with witches, but they did not do so in order to protect the community against evil. They did it to get money. They would place medicine on the roofs of tombs, then hide in the bushes waiting for the witches to come out to dance naked on top of them. When they did, the witches would be caught by the medicine, suddenly cross to the spot, unable to escape. This, of course, put a witch in a terrible position. Unless she was released, she would be discovered there at sunrise, naked and covered with grease, by everyone who happened by. So the witch-catcher could appear and demand money. In fact, witches were said to keep a collection of hidden funds 49 for just this reason: take the cash, and let the witches go home. A number of local historical gurus 50 were said to have been witch-catchers. Mayadana said her grandfather had been one. He was also a Protestant evangelist, and now and then would end up trapping one of his own parishioners, to their great embarrassment. A number of men alive today, mainly men in their 40s, continue to have this reputation, though most prefer not to talk about it. Solifo, the Andrina Smith from Belenitra, is one. I didn't even try to interview him on the subject, it would obviously have been fruitless. But people assured me he had to keep a special set of foddy because of the medicine, that whenever he got drunk with friends in Aravanamamo and ended up eating sausage with garlic in it, his wife had to prepare a special bath with the scrapings of medicinal woods to undo the damage to its hasina. It is not entirely clear what social advantage Solifo gets from this, but the logic of witch-catching is clear enough. It is about the only way one can openly claim knowledge of aggressive medicine without becoming morally reprobate. The most famous witch-catcher of Betafo's past was a man named Rikotoamboa, who once lived in the now abandoned Catholic village of Fiatanana, above Mbaribe. He had been a minor of Shul, Mpietati, under the colonial regime. He was also the uncle of Ramina's great rival Rasona. While Ramina himself would almost always tend to play down anything having to do with medicine when talking about his half of the territory, he didn't at all mind talking about Rikotoamboa. In fact, he seemed to take a special pleasure in it. Once I asked him whether he had ever heard any stories about Tangina being 169 used in the western half of Betafo in early colonial times, since I'd heard it was, occasionally, in the east. He immediately replied that there certainly were not. However, they did have witch-catchers, like Rikotoamboa. Ramina, here, they never used to kill people by making them drink Tangino or anything like that. They would just catch the witches, take their money, and then they'd just let them go. Laughs. David, you mean they only did it for the money? Ramina, only did it for the money. David, so would he need medicine to do that? Ramina, oh, he'd need medicine all right. He would have gone out there without any? I must admit, though, the man was truly skillful, Tenemahabi. For my part, I was held up by witches quite often. At that time I was a practicing midwife, and I'd have to travel at night. People might come to my house to get me at 11 at night and then I'd go home again after the baby was born. So I'd be heading home, and they'd hold me up. But he was skillful, he'd go out ahead and even though just one person he'd become as high as a house. He would go out front and he'd become huge when you looked at him, He'd be the size of those ox carts over there. Truly skillful, absolutely he was. But if those Lola get to you, you won't be left alive. Once, long ago, Ingahibrandrianyanaka and I went out to do some blacksmithing in Ansahaveri. They intercepted him on the road right before you get to Belanitra, took him away and dunked him down bubbling under the water down there to the north. Dunked him all the way down to the top of his head. And he was sick. He couldn't work a forge, he couldn't do anything, he was just sick from that time on. There was also the late Ingadina, the younger brother of Razanya Kelowna Bernard from Mboa Majaka. He was driving an ox cart and Ringa, the owner of the cart, met him and took over driving. He started saying, "Hold up a bit, Firinga." He was saying, "Or you're really going to kill me." But it wasn't Ringa there at all, it was a witch. She'd got on near Belanitra and, she was both driving the cart and yanking at Ingadina's tongue. The cart went careening along but it didn't IP over, it kept going and Nali arrived safe and sound at Mboa Majaka. On it went, but it was a woman driving the ox cart. Then, when the cart Nali arrived by the entry of the village, she sent the late Ingadina into his house and left. And as soon as Ingadina went into the house, his tongue came rolling out as long as this, showing the length of his forearm, and then he died. Truly evil, those witches. When it was transplanting season, or autumn, there would be people sick with fever here in Ambaribe, and the witches would be playing, knocking on their doors at night. We were still living in Antanatibe back then. Ingahibrakotoembo would go circling around the rice elds with bits of medicine that looked like a tattered mat, placing some in every eld, thrusting it in, thrusting it in, thrusting it in. They say some of them would actually send for him. I'm speaking here of a certain Rainimanansi Kivi who would send word to Rukotoemboa, "If you're 170 going to be fooling around with medicine, then come see me." They'd have their little contests down there to the south. Let's test our strength against each other, then. So they'd start wrestling each other down there, stripped down to their loincloths, and each would be catching each other, the witch and the catcher. Just a cloth around their hips and they'd be grappling, wrestling away, that is, Rukotoemboa would be wrestling with the witch, with Rainimanansi Kivi. Chantal, this was a woman? Ramina, yes, a woman. They'd be ipping each other over, back and forth, till in the end, still she couldn't overcome Rukotoemboa so enough already. She would say, "How about we make a date, and you come back again tomorrow?" Laughs, they'd always be making those dates, until one day Rukotoemboa Nali defeated her. He threw her, "Get out your money," he said, "because I've got you." He laughs again, that's the story. We're hardly going to have seen such things ourselves, but that's the story. With its juxtaposition of horror and whimsy, Ramina's narrative captures perfectly the feel of the night world that surrounds Marina villages, a world of vaguely Ned dangers, in which even grown men do not dare wander freely about. Of course, he is deploying all this to make a point about his rival's uncle. First he evokes images of witches' evil, the damage they can do, then, tells a long story about Rukotoemboa's rather collegial relation with them. The Nal anecdote uses the familiar motif of the game-like contest to imply that there's not much difference between catcher and caught. Hence the image of the caught and catcher, rolling back and forth, indistinguishable in the grass at night. The sexual innuendo of the wrestling episode, for what purpose would a man and woman normally make repeated assignations at night, let alone one involving their taking off their clothes and grappling with one another? Only serves to reinforce the equivalence. 51 Even witch catchers, then, open themselves up to a degree of suspicion. There are any number of other ways to claim access to hidden powers. Some claim to be in communication, not with Vezimba, but other lost spirits who had revealed themselves in dreams. Others openly admitted to magical knowledge, but of a relatively innocuous sort, say, having learned certain way of curing enchanted teeth, say, or having an odi which allows them to treat wounds made by animals. Knowledge of this sort might not make a person particularly imposing, but it opened up the possibility one may be familiar with more dangerous forms as well. Almost everyone kept some kind of protection medicine, usually provided by an astrologer or medium, at the very least, something to protect their elds from thieves. Some had obvious aggressive potential, such as medicine which protected the owner from being harmed by blows, or knives, or an opponent's words in lawsuits. 52 There were also commercial odi, which were more dubious, and shaded into love magic, which shaded into outright sorcery. There were endless gossip and speculation about who had access to these different forms of knowledge. But to understand the pattern of speculation, it certainly was not random. One has to examine typical careers and life trajectories. Life trajectories. So far I have been arguing that persons are largely net by their knowledge and capacities. These however are seen as varying over the course of one's life. The ideal male life course, perhaps, is that typical of 19th century fairy tales. For example, Cousins 1963, young man breaks away from one's parents at a relatively young age, goes to seek his fortune, and then, successful, settles down and manages keep one's own children and grandchildren from leaving home in turn. Armand, for example, spent most of his time away from Badajoz, amassing money, but however cosmopolitan in his perspectives, the walls of his apartment in Aravonimamo were covered with photographs cut out of French news magazines, tableaus of wars, movie stars, rock stars, world leaders. His ultimate ambitions, unless there actually was a revolution, were entirely traditional. His ultimate aim was to acquire enough land to settle his children in Badajoz, his most cherished ambition, to be someday known as a consummate traditional orator. While it was understood that young men and women would spend long periods away from home, it was also expected that they ought to grow more sedentary as they got older. Young men would work as drivers in the taxi cooperative in Aravonimamo, attend distant schools, seek work in the capital. Even those in their mid-30s and 40s usually had some regular trade to supplement their income. In Badajoz, most adult men were either smiths, or involved in trading wrought iron goods, but by one's late 40s or early 50s, around the time one's children start to marry, one should ideally be able to set these things aside. The mark of true success was to be self-sufficient in rice by this stage, not to have to buy any during the months before harvest, when most families were experiencing a shortfall. To be successful, then, was to be able to largely withdraw from the cash economy, at least when it came to food. The fact that very few families were actually able to do this did not detract from the ideal. 53 I have already contrasted Fahaizana and memory as forms of knowledge oriented to the future and past, respectively. Both money and medicine were seen as future-oriented in this way. They were also seen as the particular medium of young people, especially young men just beginning their careers. 54 It was almost always young men who were suspected of knowing about medicine to protect against blows and knives, or sorcery meant to avenge sexual rejection, usually young women who were suspected of love medicine. But people would also tend to assume that children in their 20s were unlikely to have any general mastery of medicine. It was only when one was in one's 30s and 40s, at the point of establishing a family, that such suspicions might arise. But at this stage, though, any particular remarkable success, particularly financial success, was likely to be interpreted as evidence of arcane knowledge. Medicine in its essence was the stuff of individual realization, of the domain of desire and personal achievement. It was most appropriate to the age when one is engaged in individual projects, when one moves in the medium of the cash economy. Even such a hoary as Ratsisafi might be suspected of having engaged in dubious financial pursuits involving medicine in their youth. Such stories were amusing and scandalous, but they didn't do anything, really, to damage his present reputation. He was just a child at the time. When older people were still behaving like that, as Ramina or Rainib were said to, though, the implication was that they have abandoned any possibility of being considered representatives of a large community because of their immoral pursuit of gain. Often, those whose claims to invisible powers were taken most seriously were men in their mid-40s, men at the cusp of their ambitions, not yet sure whether they would be able to fully realize them. The same time as others would be pursuing political love, say. Here was when the game of balancing a reputation for power against the suspicions of evil deeds became the most delicate, because it was the point where individual power and wealth had to be converted into ancestral authority. It was at this stage people began having visions of lost ancestors, creating Hail medicine, or becoming witch catchers. Those who did were almost always people trying to establish a new family in a new place. For instance, Slee, who had moved back to Tampantanana, intending to found a new prominent family, widely rumored to know about hail and even lightning medicine. Irina's father, who had moved to Antananarivo, and created a hail charm for his family. Even Rainib, who founded his own settlement at Anjikalambo, could be included on this list. If one is successful in founding a family and acquires ancestral authority, intimidation becomes less important. There are other ways to prevent others from acting. When men in their 50s and 60s do admit to having medicine, they tend, like astrologers, to identify the medicine with ancestral authority, and to use it to establish some kind of wider clientele. The most common way of doing this was to operate an Odi Havandra, or hail charm. I heard about at least 4 of these in Badajoz territory. The most famous by far, named Ravatamaina, was kept by Ratsaisafi, the astrologer. It protected almost all the crops in Betafo's eastern half. It was also by far the most ancient, and Ratsaisafi made a great point of its antiquity, which, he said, had been passed down from father to son for more than a century. The others were just recent inventions, Zavitranambarini Vauhangana, anonymous things created long since Malagasy times. This was true, but in each case the current holder did claim some sort of pedigree, and allowed the holder to impose taboos. 55. Not only were they inherited from ancestors, then, they allowed their owners to extend something very like ancestral authority beyond the con-ness of descent. 56. Women's careers. So far I have been describing the ideal male career. Obviously this represents only half the story. In their broadest outlines, women's careers are not so very different. There is the same tendency to move from relative mobility to relative stability, though it is not nearly so consistent since a number of older and quite successful women moved around quite a bit. Part of the reason is because they had usually married more than once. Armand's mother Rasa Ndravau, for instance, had 3 homes, an apartment in Arivanamamo, a house in her natal village of Ilalamalaza, about 20 minutes walk from Arivanamamo, where she had descendants from one marriage, and a place in Betafo, where she would often stay with her children by her second marriage, who also, however, spent a fair amount of their time in Arivanamamo. To move around between the homes of one's scattered descendants was an option taken up by a 174. Fair number of older women, often ones who would have to be considered the most successful, but not, as far as I could tell, a majority. The political role of women is an especially interesting issue. One might imagine that if the subordination of women comes largely through their exclusion from a formal public sphere, then the Marina situation would put women in an unusually advantageous situation. Especially since, in the absence of a competitive public arena, politics was largely played out through gossip and the of stories and impressions, a medium dominated, in fact, by women. But this is not what happened. At least when it came to establishing an independent, public persona, women were at a decided disadvantage because of the very importance of covert forms of power, and subtle games of insinuation. It was precisely here that women were hobbled by suspicion. Women were far more likely to be accused of witchcraft than men, particularly, those with powerful or charismatic personalities, who would have been most suited to taking on a political role. Even more, suggestions of witchcraft seemed to weigh more heavily against women. They were more likely to completely deprive women of public legitimacy or a public voice. The exercise of the sort of subtle implication of power regularly indulged in by men was much more likely to lead to destroying a woman's reputation completely. What's more, the likelihood of this increased as one got older, to the point where any woman over the age of 50 or 60 who was not firmly ensconced in a position of authority, who was not fronting for some man, usually a dead husband, as head of a local family, was likely to indeed that almost any way in which she asserted herself would lead to being labeled as a witch. It was still possible for women to achieve communal authority, but it took far more political savvy and psychological acumen for a woman to achieve this than for a man. 57. Magic and history. Again, so far, I have been representing life trajectories as if most of them were successful. But very few men actually become Signy? Cant elders, even when someone's life actually did approximate the fairy tale ideal, I rarely heard it told as a story. Those stories I did hear were much more likely to be stories of personal tragedy, usually, framed as tales of transgression and retribution. This is Signy? Cant because it was especially through the lens of such personal dramas that people thought about wider historical change. Take the village of Belenitra, the settlement just to the south of Betafo. 175. This is a place that had been undergoing a broad economic decline during the years leading up to my visit. Its inhabitants were all Andriana, mostly farmers or smiths without much experience of commerce or working for wages, or much taste for it. When the economic crunch set in the 1980s, and the cost of living soared, they were in much worse position to adapt than most of Betafo's Maindi. The result was a steady decline in standards of living, and even, with medical services becoming more expensive, increasing illness and disease. 1988, the year before I arrived in Madagascar, saw a massive epidemic of malaria caused by the government no longer being able to afford the maintenance on the mosquito eradication project begun in colonial times. Thousands died across Marina, and several in Belenitra. Many, however, seemed to think of Belenitra mainly as a community of sinners. This certainly was the impression given by Rikoto Haona, a part-time resident, whose wife, Mariel, was the local schoolteacher. The most important ancestral Fadi, he once explained to me, were not to steal, not to marry slaves, not to sell outsiders one's ancestral land, or Tanindrazana. Rakotohaona, the late Rob, Razofi's husband, that Rob was one of the richest men in Belenitra. He sold his ancestral land, and now he is poor. Now, his wife Razofi is in terrible distress. Manioc in the morning, manioc in the afternoon, manioc in the evening, I've seen it myself. That man who lives in that one little isolated house you pass right after leaving Belenitra, he too sold the ancestral land and became poor. Rainizanyana, Rob, Ray Colonna, they're all people who sold their ancestral land, none got away with it. Neither do you see any thieves survive here. Randomby, he was one of Raber's family, died when he was still a young man. Raitfi here in Belenitra, dead. One shouldn't stand in judgment over the dead, but it's true. Tozi, he stole, and died when he was still young. He also didn't respect his father. Solofo, the smith, was proud before his father. His father tried to set him straight, but he refused to take his father seriously. The father would say, just work those rice? Eldza, don't be like that. But you're nothing to me, he'd say, you'll be dead before I ever do it. That's what he said to his father. That's Solofo, he's just grown poorer continually ever since. It is easy to see how continual, gradual impoverishment can come to be individualized this way. Everything becomes more expensive, everyone is working harder, struggling, scheming, poverty exacerbates all the little rifts and tensions of ordinary life, people quarrel, families quarrel, some people are driven by desperation to steal, others are forced to sell some of their lands, and, of course, one can ask a much higher price if one sells it to outsiders. In the 176. Common perception, however, effects become causes. In any given case, the desperate state of individuals is seen as punishment for the very results of their desperation. I don't want to imply that this individualization is simply an ideological screen, disguising the real origin of people's problems. Actually, most people in rural Imerina might not have known much about the details of international politics, they may or may not have heard of the IMF, but I found them to have a very accurate understanding of their situation. Almost anyone would be able to expound on the fact that Madagascar was an extremely poor country, with little access to technology or technological knowledge, that the powerful nations of the world had no interest in seeing this change, or that the Malagasy government was made up of thieves who cared about little more than lining their own pockets. It's just notoriously difficult, anywhere, really, to relate the understanding of processes on such a large scale to events which affect the lives of see individuals, or, anyway, to make it something that can make the course of individual lives seem meaningful. 58. This same way of conceiving individual trajectories, that some people are able to marshal hidden arcane forms of knowledge which make their actions effective and thus can become prosperous and prominent, that others offend ancestral powers and are punished by a downward slide, can also be applied to much longer historical processes. On another occasion, for instance, Rakotohaona suggested I might find it worthwhile to study the phenomena of Andriana decadence. He used the French word, déchéance. I have already mentioned how most people saw the Andriana of Betafo as a group as sinking into exhaustion, poverty, and defeat, but most also saw this as punishment for the way they treated slaves, or simply the fact that they had them. In doing so they were applying the same rubric Rakotohaona did to individuals in Belenitra. Transgression. Retribution. In the same way, a number of Andriana would suggest that the success of the Maindi, as a group, was mainly due to their successful manipulation of medicine. That village of Morafeno used to be an Andriana village, said Lala, also from Belenitra, but those people took it over with their, making a little gesture with her hands as if scraping bits of wood. If the focus was not on their own decline but on their former slaves' advances, Andriana speakers were most inclined to borrow the fairy tale rubric of the young man who starts with nothing but then makes good by dubious practices involving money and medicine. 177. Conclusions. I began this chapter with a discussion of narratives, RSDval, because I wanted to make a case that narratives always play a central role in politics. I suggested that political action itself might be is action meant to be more widely recounted or represented, and so to influence other people's actions, or, if not that, then perhaps it is action which plays some part in the overall process of recounting or representing action in order to do so. This was not meant to be a nalda nishan, no doubt it could bear re-nement, but I thought it was a useful way to frame things because it raised all sorts of interesting questions about gender, the relation between actors and narrators, historical memory, and how action itself tends to be Ned. By raising the issue of narrative, I was also trying to create a set of tools that could be used to examine how politics works in a place such as rural Marina which, as Bloch, RST noted, appears to lack formal political institutions. Most dramatically lacking were any explicit arenas of public competition or conflict in which decisions were made which would have broader social effects. 59 Far from recording and celebrating such contests, Marina historical traditions seem to go out of their way to ridicule them. Similarly, there was little sense that one could gain authority by identifying oneself with the intentions of heroic gurus of the past. To do so would have been making oneself the vehicle of another person's will, to reduce oneself to the status of a soldier or a slave. It was partly for this reason I developed the whole elaborate argument about suspense, mystery, and reversals, that while narratives of the RSD sort hold the audience's interest by encouraging them to identify with the characters' projects of action, the other kinds cause the audience to identify with the characters by placing them in the same situation with regard to knowledge. Most people avoided the suspense form even when talking about everyday events. It's not that people in Betafo believed the intentions of people of the past no longer affected them. But the assumption was that historical intentions lingered of their own accord. Communities like Betafo were full of ghosts. The desires and purposes of its past inhabitants had a tendency to break off and become lodged in the landscape in the form of hidden medicine, tombs, rocks, trees, endless varieties of displaced and alienated powers. One of the main ways of establishing one's authority, then, became a matter of knowing. 178. About these things. This, I said, had an effect on narrative form. Stories about the past rarely took the form of suspense, and were much more likely to take the form of mysteries or reversals. Actually, if one goes over the various narratives that I cite in Part 2, 1. NDS that the form of stories is if anything even more exable. If one Nessa's story is an account of action which holds the audience's interest by making them want to know what happens in the end, then many are not stories at all. Some are simple descriptions. Most of what Jean-Marie says, for instance, is descriptive, not narrative, in form. But some do take a clearly narrative form. One of the most obvious of these is François' story about the child who lost control of his hand. This is nightly structured as a mystery. The story starts with an event whose explanation is mysterious. A child snatches a bird's nest, his hand becomes unusable, the audience continues listening from a desire to know what really happened and why. The question is resolved when the medium discovers that the child had disturbed some ghostly soldiers who lived underneath the tree. Since the matter is posed as a mystery, it is the explanation, not the cure, which acts as the real resolution of the story. The cure, in fact, mainly serves as proof that this curer's explanation was indeed correct. 60 In fact, this was typical of stories about curing. Anyone with a sickly child, I found, was usually able to recount a long and detailed history of the various astrologers, mediums, and other specialists they had consulted, but the stories almost always focused, not on the treatments given and whether or not these had led to improvements in the child's condition, but on the process of discovering the condition's ultimate cause. Again, the narrative was structured in such a way that the null improvement of the child's condition acted as a sort of coda, proof this curer had now gotten the answer right. However, many of the other accounts in Part 2 eliminate the element of mystery altogether, and strip things down to the explanation and the coda. Take Mariel's account of the beasts of Andrianoni. She begins by saying what happened. There was a man with evil medicine, he buried it near the dam, when he died the medicine transformed into monsters, when the monsters appear to someone, that means someone in that person's family will die. She follows with a concrete example. Not long ago Andre's daughter saw the creatures and someone in her family did indeed die soon afterward. This is a very common style of exposition. First comes the account of distant wonders, things which might seem incredible and which can only be known by hearsay. 179. Then follows a much more recent piece of concrete evidence, almost always, something a living witness has seen with their own eyes. The movement is from mere words to visible images, Zavatra Hitamaso, things seen with the eye, which is in rural Marina the common sense definition of incontestable truth. 61 Now, by my own definition, this style of exposition is not really narrative at all. These are really more forms of argument, direct efforts to persuade what is assumed to be a skeptical audience. But other stories, for instance Rainib's, about the lovers who turned into trees, takes this simple two-part structure and transforms it into something very like a narrative. Rainib's account also begins with an account of rather unlikely events, set in the distant past. In this case, the important news, The fact that the lovers have transformed into trees is revealed only through words, when one of them explains what happened to a living person in a dream. But then a new character is introduced, a skeptic, who, having heard the exact same account Rainib's audience has now heard, refuses to believe it and sets out to demonstrate it wasn't true. Finally, when his axe draws blood, his actions lead to incontrovertible, visible proof that the verbal account was accurate, or if nothing else, that something extraordinary had truly taken place. Here, the audience's presumed skeptical reaction to hearing the account is embodied in a character, one with whom they will feel inclined to identify exactly insofar as they are dubious about the veracity of what the narrator has already said. Then that character is presented with a reversal of his expectations so dramatic that even he's convinced. In Beethoven, at least, this was an extremely common narrative form. An account of wonders is followed by uncertainty. The story ends when skeptical witnesses are confronted with visible proof. 62. The evidence moves from words to visual evidence. It is not clear whether such accounts should even be called narratives, because what ties together their various episodes is not a course of action, a desire on the part of the audience to know what happens, but an attempt to convince the audience of something. Insofar as they use narrative techniques, mysteries, reversals, it is by injecting the skeptical listener herself into the con-ness of the story, where the narrator can make the effect they would like to have on the audience an explicit part of the plot. In Part 3, I turned from the political importance of knowledge of hidden powers to a discussion of the circulation of rumors about hidden powers in 180. The present. The accounts cited in this section of the chapter are very different from those collected in Part 2. None of them, in fact, are narrative in form. It might be useful here to consider Ramina's long account about Rukotoemboa, the witch-catcher, since this has the most obvious resemblance to a narrative. It consists of a number of episodes, and some of these episodes actually do take the form of narratives. For instance, the story of the ox cart that was actually driven by a witch, which contained elements of both mystery and surprise. However, it is not the resolution of some chain of action that binds the episodes together. If the audience is paying attention, it's not because they want to know what happens in the end. The episodes have no chronological or causal connections with each other. Descriptions of habitual action blend into accounts of singular events. Rukotoemboa used to save me from witches. A witch once killed Ingadina. He used to meet with them in the Elds at night. Several times he met Rainimanansikivi. What connected the episodes together, and made the account into a unity, was not action but how each contributed to process of establishing Rukotoemboa's character, and gave the audience a way to think about how they should judge him. This is why Ramina begins by emphasizing his skill with medicine, incidentally admitting the man had saved him from witches, then provides two episodes which serve to emphasize just how wicked and murderous witches really are, and then, after an odd little interlude where he reintroduces the theme of Rukotoemboa using medicine to protect against witches, but adding what seems to be a gratuitous sexual innuendo, thrusting, ends with the account of Rukotoemboa's dates with Rainimanansikivi, an account which takes the sexual innuendo to an almost ridiculous extreme, as a way of underlining how Rukotoemboa and these extremely evil witches could often be rather difficult to tell apart. All of this is even more true of the accounts of Ramina himself, which are also contained in Part 3. They are not there so much for narrative interest as to provide evidence of character. And this seems typical of most of what we are used to calling gossip. Gossip consists almost entirely of prolonged meditations on character. It involves a constant exchange of bits of information which are of interest mainly insofar as they help one to assess other people's moral qualities, a task most people find pleasurable in itself, even when it is not also of practical relevance to them. 63. By my definition, this circulation is obviously a political phenomena. But the main point of Part 3 was that in 181. Beethoven, it had become a medium of politics in an even more important way. Since almost everyone was trying to balance a reputation for moral decency against at least the suggestion they might have access to potentially destructive kinds of knowledge, the very circulation of gossip, of information which would help others to stand in judgment over others, had also become one of the most important ways of establishing power. It would be very interesting to know how unusual this really is. The next chapter, told mainly from the point of view of Mayadana and her family, will provide some very clear examples of how accounts of recent events tend to be organized for political effect, how the characters the audience is asked to sympathize with are usually represented as utterly passive, and how those who initiate the action are almost always represented as being clearly in the wrong. 182. Let me return to Mayadana's family, and recount some of the difficulties they faced on moving to Beitafo. They are particularly useful witnesses because, As they continually pointed out, they arrived in Betafo understanding very little about how authority, in a rural community, actually worked. They too had to start from scratch. Hence, when I showed up they felt an immediate AF. Nitty. In fact, they clearly relished the opportunity to tell another newcomer all the things it had taken them so long to learn. Learning the story from the point of view of such anomalous people obviously had its limitations. For one thing, Mayadana and her family were not real participants in most of the delicate games I've been describing. At least, they did not go around dropping hints about their possible access to hidden medicine. But their situation was not so very different. Much of their power was based on being able to make similar intimations of power on the basis of their identity? Cation with the government. Instead of the ghostly intentions of medicine, their presence evoked the ghostly image of the state, and while they never openly suggested they might have access to unusual powers by dint of their contacts in the government, neither did they do anything to discourage such speculation. In this too, their strategy was typical. Almost everyone, when speaking of their own role in local politics, would present themselves as passive spectators, speak in awe or indignation of other people's self-assertion, without ever suggesting they might be capable of such a thing themselves. Fadi. Mayadana's trouble with Fadi began even before her family were living in Betafo. It was around 1980 that Claude began having serious medical troubles. 183. The Trials of Mayadana. 7. And was forced into early retirement from his administrative post. At RSD he got a part-time job in Arivanamamo, where life was cheaper, their property in Betafo closer, and there were still good schools for their children. Their oldest, Heingo, was still attending high school at the time. Eventually, though, he had to abandon even that. At that point, most of their elds were still being worked by sharecroppers, and Claude's mother's old house on Tampontanana, which her father had built in 1940, was occupied by an old Mandi servant. When the family did visit Betafo, it was with the sense of a pleasant country outing. Like most inhabitants of the capital, one of their RSD thoughts on ending themselves in the countryside was to end a nice secluded place and have a picnic. There was a beautiful spot just below Betafo to the northeast, invisible from all around, where waters from a hidden spring run softly between huge rocks, forming little pools, a place overhung by ancient trees. Mayadana, the second year we took a trip, and came here. And when we took trips, we were still living the life of Antananarivo. We'll be able to do a little shing. We can have a picnic. So we brought along everything, plates, pots, and had a picnic down there by the water. Afterwards we washed the dishes by the waterside. What did we know? We washed the cloth, washed the pots there. People came to speak with us. You're not allowed to wash things here, not anything. Especially not the blackened bottoms of pots. We were really amazed. Oh. So what is it about this water that we shouldn't be able to wash things in it? We'll tell in Gay Rat's Isophy. We were really amazed. So the rest of the pots, this is what we had to do with them. We had to carry them all way up the hill and wash them there so as not to dirty the water again. It was a scene that would repeat again and again, as her family became more of a presence in Betafo. The RSD step came when they decided to take some of their elds back from their sharecroppers, and begin working them themselves, at RSD, with the help of hired laborers from town. Then in 1986, they moved into the house on Tampontanana. At the time, there were two other occupied houses there. One had belonged to Ray Izaka, and was now occupied by his widow. The other was Slee's. He had recently separated from his RSD wife and married his former servant, a black woman named Rasoa, and had 2 children by her. Slee and Ray Izaka were born country people, from a village to the west of Betafo, connected to its illustrious center by what were considered rather tenuous female lines. They had built their social position as mediators between 184. The great Andriana of the capital, who still owned most of the best land around Betafo, and the more humble people they had left behind. As organizers of sharecropping, they had every reason to be a little disconcerted when a family of great Andriana actually appeared, and started working there. Elds themselves. Scolding them about local foddy was one way to establish their seniority. Claude and Mayadana felt they had no choice but to defer, at least in public. The result was that, 3 years later when I showed up and started asking questions, by which time Raso Manano was dead, and Slee a broken shadow of his former self, they had for years been observing a number of foddy most of Betafo's residents had never even heard of. Now, it is Signy? Can't I think that about the only person willing to back up Slee about all these foddy was a man who was actually his greatest rival. Augustine, 3 Former President Fontani, 1975–1982, also based a good part of his social position, and living, as a mediator with wealthy absentees. Augustine was of Mandi descent, and lived in Andrianoni, but his reputation for energy, Graeber, sciency, and almost comprehensive local knowledge made him much more reliable, in the eyes of most absentees, than Slee. Over the last 6 years he had been slowly taking over the management of much of the sharecropping. For he wasn't likely to be very happy about seeing former absentees reclaiming their elds either, even more so because he was trying to knee himself as spokesman for Betafo's black inhabitants, who actually worked these same elds. Maidana ultimately came to the conclusion that his real aims were to make life so difficult for anyone who tried to live on Tampontainana that they would all leave, and the place become a wasteland. It is probably not insignificant that Augustine was also one of the RSD people to tell me that story about the Andriana ancestor burning down the town. He actively wanted the center of Betafo to be an empty space, destroyed by the weight of history. At any rate, he always encouraged as broad a view as possible of what was not allowed there. The most onerous fati, though, were the ones imposed by Ratsizafis Hail Medicine. These were, indeed, stricter than any other I ever heard of. No onions or garlic in the growing season, no voanhobori, Cape peas, one of the 2 most popular varieties of bean. If one wants to open a gourd one has to take it outside the limits of the village. There were all sorts of restrictions of crops that could not be grown or not be grown at certain times, restrictions on making noise or sleaze. He had recently separated from his RSD wife and married his former servant, a black woman named Rasoa, and had 2 children by her. Slee and Raeli Izaka were born country people, from a village to the west of Betafo, connected to its illustrious center by what were considered rather tenuous female lines. They had built their social position as mediators between 184. The great Andriana of the capital, who still owned most of the best land around Betafo, and the more humble people they had left behind. As organizers of sharecropping, they had every reason to be a little disconcerted when a family of great Andriana actually appeared, and started working there. Elds themselves. Scolding them about local fati was one way to establish their seniority. Claude and Maidana felt they had no choice but to defer, at least in public. The result was that, 3 years later when I showed up and started asking questions, by which time Rasomanano was dead, and Slee a broken shadow of his former self, they had for years been observing a number of fati most of Betafo's residents had never even heard of. Now, it is significant I think that about the only person willing to back up Slee about all these fati was a man who was actually his greatest rival. Augustine, 3 Former President Fontani, 1975–1982, also based a good part of his social position, and living, as a mediator with wealthy absentees. Augustine was of Mandi descent, and lived in Andrianoni, but his reputation for energy, Graeber, sciency, and almost comprehensive local knowledge made him much more reliable, in the eyes of most absentees, than Slee. Over the last 6 years he had been slowly taking over the management of much of the sharecropping. For he wasn't likely to be very happy about seeing former absentees reclaiming their elds either, even more so because he was trying to knee himself as spokesman for Betafo's black inhabitants, who actually worked these same elds. Maidana ultimately came to the conclusion that his real aims were to make life so difficult for anyone who tried to live on Tampontainana that they would all leave, and the place become a wasteland. It is probably not insignificant that Augustine was also one of the RSD people to tell me that story about the Andriana ancestor burning down the town. He actively wanted the center of Betafo to be an empty space, destroyed by the weight of history. At any rate, he always encouraged as broad a view as possible of what was not allowed there. The most onerous fati, though, were the ones imposed by Ratsizafis Hail Medicine. These were, indeed, stricter than any other I ever heard of. No onions or garlic in the growing season, no voanhobori, Cape peas, one of the 2 most popular varieties of bean. If one wants to open a gourd one has to take it outside the limits of the village. There were all sorts of restrictions of crops that could not be grown or not be grown at certain times, restrictions on making noise or a fati is true, marina, if transgressing it produces a disastrous effect. Maidana was appealing to one very common way of talking about Hasina. I often heard about people who had tested fati or other customs in this way, though doing so is also considered very risky, since everyone knows there's nothing that more riles the spirit than some skeptic intentionally testing it. But that's what Maidana did, and by doing so, she produced an anti-narrative. We violated the fati, There was not a trace of hail. These customs aren't real. They're not really ancestral customs. Talk of spite, Ankasamparna, took matters even further. Ankasamparna was a synonym for witchcraft. Claude in particular was inclined to suspect even if one transgressed the rules and something did happen, it would probably just be that. If the body of Ratsizaphi's ancestor was ever exposed to sunlight, it was often said, his spirit would grow angry and bring down hail on the crops. When Mayadana RST told me this story, Claude made it clear he was unconvinced. It's the descendants of Rainitamina that would bring down the hail, not him, he muttered. In general, he suspected Ratsizaphi's pretensions to ancestral authority were so much nonsense. Really, he was just making up all these restrictions, then imposing his will through the entirely illegitimate threat of force. 186. It was not difficult to maintain a sphere of autonomy in their relatively isolated house on Tampontana. After Raikatamanana died in 1987, they were left with only one real neighbor. Anyway, there was little way anyone had to know what they were eating in the privacy of their home. But people were suspicious. In fact, even during the time I was there, the family was coming under greater and greater pressure. Mayadana began telling me they had to go to ever greater pains to disguise their violation of taboos. I was a bit insulated from popular opinion in this matter, since I was so worried about betraying my friend's trust that I tried to avoid ever letting the topics of taboo and Mayadana both come up in the same conversation. But I did hear rumors that Ratsizaphi had been sniffing around there. Toward the end of my stay, even Armand made a point of uncomfortably remarking to me that a lot of people were very upset about the possibility of damage to the crops. I passed it on to her. 2 weeks before I left, Mayadana herself suddenly announced to me that she had discovered there was really something to those warnings after all. One evening, she said, they had sat down to a meal spiced with liberal amounts of garlic. Almost as soon as they had put the spoonful of rice to their lips, a splatter of hail came crashing against the rooftop. It was a small, localized attack of hail that seemed to primarily affect the area of their own house. We were amazed. She said it's really true. I dutifully told Armand. Illness and attack. By the early 80s, there were few white people left in the northeastern quarter of the territory, which contained the ancient capital and the oldest and most productive rice fields. In the southeast were 3 Andriana villages, 5 in Betafo. There were of course the 2 households on Tampontanana, but very few others. The last of the old Andriana families of Andrianoni, Andres, had now abandoned the place, founding a little hamlet of their own across the fields. That left one childless Andriana woman, Rasa Soa, in Andrianoni, and one Andriana family in Everacati, most of whose members were only occasionally around. The vast majority of those who maintained tombs in the old village were living elsewhere, the most successful, in government positions in the capital. For most of the latter, Betafo was a token of prestige, proof of Andriana status, but little more than that. They did not have any real objection to seeing it dominated by the descendants of slaves, especially if these were 187. Responsible individuals like Augustine who took good care of their ancestral tombs and rice fields. Things changed a little by the middle of the decade. By the mid-80s, government salaries had sunk so low that a typical civil servant wasn't paid enough to buy a full year's worth of rice. Everyone was pursuing additional sources of income. Suddenly, access to good agricultural land became a much more significant resource. The RST to return to Betafo was Solo, the son of a public servant from Antananarivo. In the late 70s, his father, descendant of the great family of Antsahasoa, had rebuilt his family's house in Andrianoni, apparently toying with the idea of retiring there. It was not entirely unheard of for civil servants to retire to their ancestral lands, though as it happened, he never got around to it. When he died, however, his son Solo, who was having a very hard time making ends meet in the capital, decided to move in and take up farming. There were rumors others would soon follow. Some did, Mayadana's family for instance, others who filtered back to live with relatives in Belenitra, Anosi, and villages farther west. A few more moved to Irivanamamo, and began working there, else in Betafo, or hiring others to do so. Even those who did not began to take a much greater interest in their fields. Rakotonarivo Auguste's younger brother Raobi, for example, an engineer who spent a great deal of time in France, and Claude's aunt Esther, began visiting Betafo regularly, paying much more careful attention to who was working there fields, and what they were producing. In the long run, however, the number of returnees was quite limited, particularly in the northeast. One reason for this was that the black people of Betafo had set up a concerted campaign of resistance. A key weapon was the fear of sorcery. First, there was a systematic effort to keep absentees from actually entering Betafo. If one came to Erivanamamo and sent word ahead, sharecroppers would ensure their one-third of the crop, or at least, some near approximation, was duly sent to town by ox cart the next day. If they insisted on coming themselves, there was nothing but problems. Someone, they would hear, must have snuck out and harvested their corn. At night, the beans were ruined, half the rice had disappeared and the man in charge was not at home. There were endless runarounds, accidents, excuses. Those who persisted began to encounter hints of sorcery, strange objects appearing in the elds, snakes appearing in their houses. It wasn't so much the crops they were concerned about, said Narcisse. 188. Maidana's son, what they were really afraid of was the possibility of Andriana returning and taking back their land. Raobi, the engineer, had begun driving up to Betafo fairly regularly after his brother's death. When he was overseas, his wife would come instead. Sometimes they would even stay overnight. It was around this time that Raobi devised the project of rebuilding his family's mansion in Otsi-Monkati, and started coming once or twice a month to see how work was progressing, and to inspect his elds. Rumor had it he was thinking of retiring to Betafo, with some of his family, at least part-time. Then suddenly, work stopped. Somehow, he had been intimidated. After that, neither Raobi nor his wife ever stayed overnight in Betafo again. They didn't even come to investigate when their crops started disappearing. Claude's return, then, was the very thing Betafo's Maindy residents had been trying to prevent. And their RSD major problems began even before they moved to Betafo, when they started trying to take control of some of their own elds previously sharecropped by the Maindy contractors from Andrianoni. The RSD was one that had previously been worked by Norbert. They hired a workman from Erivanamamo to do the hard work of preparing the soil for transplanting. Within a matter of days, he fell ill and had to be replaced. They hired another. He niche digging up about a third of it when his son in Erivanamamo also became ill. The next day, he arrived for work only to confront a strange snake staring at him from the middle of the eld and left, refusing to return. And we'd already paid the whole of his salary, Maidana complained, so there was nothing we could do. It was only after they had hired a third workman and paid the salary all over again that the eld was made ready for planting, and in a state where the family could handle it themselves. No one in the family had any doubt that Norbert, or his wife, had something to do with this. And it was intimidation of this sort, combined with endless stalling strategies and ing of papers, complicated legal arguments made in the knowledge that there was no judicial apparatus to appeal to in order to enforce property claims, that were responsible for the fact that, even when I knew them, the family had still not been able to take control of all of the elds registered in their mother's name. Those worked by Augustine were especially difficult to get their hands on. Aside from Claude's ulcer, the family insisted, they had never had serious health problems while still living in the capital. Since they had been living in 189. The country, they had been falling sick continually. This wasn't just envy, Narcisse insisted. It wasn't even just intimidation. It had become a way of establishing authority. Black people bewitched white ones so the white people would be in constant distress. That way they have to come to them as suppliants, Tsimaintsi Mangataka and Yamani. After all, just about all curers were descendants of slaves, and patient-curer relation is one of great hierarchical formality. One must beg their help, treat them like an aged father, not to mention follow their instructions and allow them to impose taboos. By ensuring that his family ended up constant suppliants at Ratsaisafi's door, Narcisse was saying, they were once again attempting to reverse their former relationship. When they RSD arrived, Ratsaisafi had been one of the RSD to welcome Maidana's family back to Betafo. He told Claude's mother that he had always considered himself a friend of the family. Her own father had once been among his fosterlings. 6 at the time, his reputation was just beginning to he was already beginning to attract wealthy clients from the city, people just like Maidana, in fact, aside from his regular Andriana clients from Betafo, and he was clearly hoping they too would submit themselves to his paternalistic care and protection. At RSD this did not seem impossible. The family was soon regular visitors at Ratsaisafi's house in Morefano as one after another their children fell ill, and the doctors in the clinic at Erivanamamo seemed entirely incompetent to cure them. The RSD was their daughter Nevo, then 13 or 14, who developed fevers and strange rashes on her legs. Ratsaisafi told them that the former caretaker had dropped something in their water pot. 7 He gave them herbal medicine, and the condition went away. As time went on, however, The relationship grew more strained. Part of the problem was that while Mayadana's family would always come to Ratsizafi for medical problems, they never consulted him about anything else. They never became real clients. But part, too, was the fact that Ratsizafi was beginning to sour on the local Andriana in general. He was spending more time with wealthy clients from the city who had nothing to do with local politics, but who paid a lot of money. Mayadana was convinced he began to milk her family for cash. When someone got sick, he would give them something to clear up their symptoms, but never provided a native cure, so they would be back again every month paying the same fee over and over. Finally, she said, after a younger daughter had been racked by periodic fevers for most of a year, she had to go. 190. And claim poverty. Really, father, I really don't have a penny left, and beg him to help them anyway, whereon he gave them something that cured the disease entirely, and it never returned again. It seems to have been around this time they began hypothesizing that it was really Ratsizafi's friends who were responsible for their falling sick to begin with, and not, as he would usually suggest, Andriana relatives. Finally, the demands Ratsizafi imposed along with his cures grew more and more absurd. The last time they had come to him for a cure, Mayadana told me, was a year before I arrived. It was Mayadana herself this time who was sick. He consulted his spirits, playing the valiha and staring through a bottle full of water, determined the cause and culprit, and, Nally, scraped away at several pieces of wood and presented them with the powder. This powder, he said, must be taken with water, but not just any water. The water had to be gathered from 7 different springs, which he carefully specified. Each was on the top of a different hill or mountain around Aravanamamo. It also had to be gathered in a single day. After that, 7 singala had to be added to the water. Singala is the name for a species of long-legged insects that skate on the surface of the water in ponds and rice elds. They are notoriously quick, darting instantaneously back and forth between the water lilies. Mayadana described with great amusement how they ran panting from hill to hill before setting out to catch the insects, armed with an old plastic yogurt cup. After about 3 hours, they had managed to catch just 1. 7? She said. This is ridiculous. There's no way they were going to catch 7. They went off to and another cure, Dadaleva in Kianja, who managed to solve the problem with a simple fumigation. Ratsizafi, some told me, was known to be fond of practical jokes. 8 since then the family had not been back. When Mayadana was struck by Ambulavulona 6 months later, she began having delusional DS where she would pretend to eat but not actually put food in her mouth, then act like her children were insane when they told her what she had been doing. Classic symptoms of being possessed by an evil ghost. They didn't even think of consulting Ratsizafi. They went to a spirit medium in town. Entanglements we were used to the life of the capital, Mayadana and her family kept telling me, in talking about their RSD experiences in Betafo. What did we know? It 191 was a somewhat plaintive refrain. They were clearly embarrassed, now that they knew just how arrogant some of their initial behavior must have seemed. Andrianoni, the main quarter, was made up of 3 large families. 9 The only one they really got on well with from the start was Armand's, mainly because Armand himself always made a point of being friendly to Mayadana and Claude, with whom he felt something of an AF nitty at RSD glance. This might seem surprising. Armand had grown up the grandson of slaves. Much his youth was spent doing the most demeaning manual labor. He had worked his way through college. Now, he doubled as enterprising businessman and revolutionary cadre, a dedicated member of the Trotskyite MFM, then the party most devoted to the possibility of a radical transformation of Malagasy society. Then in comparison, Mayadana and her family were people who, had they been from the United States, would have been considered classic liberals. They were born to comfortable surroundings and privileged access to education, but they had also thoroughly internalized the universalistic principles on which that education was based, particularly, the ideal of enlightened tolerance which, for all that one might argue it was ultimately rooted in a presumption of superiority, was nonetheless perfectly sincere. To many, they seemed mirror images. Of all the black people of Betafo, none had risen so far so fast as had Armand. Of all the Andriana, none had so quickly fallen low. But as people, they shared much the same set of categories. Even more, they shared a belief in social progress, which in practice came down at least to the notion that hatreds and divisions born of past inequalities could and would be gradually surmounted by trying to build a more reasonable society. If nothing else, they could agree that discrimination, racism 11 was a bad thing and that any decent person should actively oppose it. Armand's family generally followed his lead, but the other 2 families were much more suspicious. One was headed by Augustine, 12 the other, by the ancient Ingahirani, most of whose descendants they found to be especially insular, closed, suspicious, and impossible to befriend. Much of this tension clearly had to do with land. Before the family's arrival, both Augustine and Ingahirani's oldest son Norbert had been working elds owned by Claude's mother, which they soon took back to work themselves. But most of the inhabitants of Andrianoni also considered the newcomers extraordinarily arrogant and presumptuous. They saw their overt protestations about wanting to treat everyone as equals belied by 1,000 unspoken messages, habits of 192. Dress, styles of speech, or even posture, which, in a social milieu so attuned to unspoken messages, seem like intentional affronts. It might help to recall the image of the ancient aristocracy of Tampontanana, the great Andriana whom Maidana's family and other absentees were assumed to represent. This was not simply a distant, mythologized image of silk-robed noblemen and women in tiaras. Every few years, Betafo would be suddenly, outed by their modern incarnations. Every year, of course, representatives of the great Andriana families would arrive to collect their crops, but these were only a few and they could mostly be Ned to Aravanamamo. They only really came in force when one of them was to be buried. 13 in September 1989, for instance, Raobi died in Paris. His body was on back to Antananarivo to be deposited next to his brother in the Teller Milohadara. That one day, the village of Betafo was entirely transformed. Every wide path or open space was packed with cars and rented vans. Everywhere around the tomb were knots of grave-looking men in three-piece suits with bulky expensive watches, ladies in silk tresses, pearls, gold and silver jewelry. There were several hundred of them in all. Most were not descendants of Betafo, they were friends of the family, but these were some of Madagascar's most prosperous people, making a calculated show of their magnificence. It certainly seemed dazzling to me, compared to what I was used to. One should bear in mind here that many rural people went around on a daily basis in shirts and dresses halfway ripped apart, sometimes literally hanging in shreds across their backs. Even their Sunday best was usually no more than, for men, a malabari, a long plaid overshirt, and for women, jackets and simple cotton dresses. From their perspective, this was unimaginable luxury. The previous inhabitants of Tampontanana, Raili Izaka and Sli, had intentionally tried to identify themselves with this image of luxury, and by extension, with the ancient aristocrats themselves. Sli, for example, was famous for always wearing shoes where most people walked barefoot or in sandals, frequently wearing formal attire, his shirt and pants always clean and pressed with a charcoal iron. In a rural context this was more than anything a comment about the control of other people's labor. Sli alone did not have to descend into the mud, but hired laborers. He alone of the residents had a full-time maid servant to wash and press his clothes. With such a neighbor, Maidana's family must have assumed that if they, real representatives of the great Andriana, made a point of wearing simple clothes and getting their feet dirty digging their own elds, everyone would realize they did not mean to put on airs. 193. There were a few, I found, who did respect their efforts. For some inhabitants of Andrianoni, however, the family was so completely identified with the former masters of Betafo that the gestures were seen as a form of condescension in themselves, and perhaps because they were putting themselves on the same level, every small accoutrement, a nice pair of sandals, pressed trousers, an expansive and confident walk, could be seen as an assertion of superiority, something rubbed in their faces. Shortly after they moved in, said Maidana, she decided it would be nice to brighten up Tampontanana by planting oars. They decided to make it a collective project. Their children helped rally a number of others, from Andrianoni, who brought spades from their own houses. Within a little while, however, Norbert got wind of this, and arrived to order his family's children home. Maidana, he told them, don't do the Andriana's work for them. Then he came up to us. We hadn't been giving anybody orders, and I asked him why he was doing that. I said, look, there's no discrimination here, we're all just people who live together in one place. So he sat down and told us a story. Your grandfather's father had a man thrown in the pigsty because that man had lost his pigs. He had our grandfather tied up and thrown in the pigsty when he went off looking for the pigs, threw him pig's slops to eat, and he left him in there until he found the pigs. I was embarrassed, and frightened too, because he was saying don't do the Andriana's work for them, let the Andriana have to act like slaves. I was amazed because the thing was so completely unexpected. And then he told the story. After a little while we tried to talk to him. That wasn't our doing, we said, but something that happened long ago. We're not the ones responsible for it, apparently though, not to very much avail. Most of Norbert's family wanted nothing to do with hers. They resisted every effort she could make to open them up and try to convince them she wanted to get along. Every time they tried to start a conversation, it was, "What are you anyway?" They said. "You're the descendants of the man who used to put people in the pigsty." 14 Norbert was, as I've pointed out, unusual, but his family largely followed him, and such incidents set the tenor of expectations in which Maidana's family's acts of self-presentation were received. Within the framework of historical injustice, nooshes took on a new meaning. Feelings of envy, suspicion, and desire twisted around each other to create a triangle of resentment between Norbert, his wife Juliet, and Maidana herself. It took a while for them to notice. But every time Maidana appeared wearing elegant-looking shoes, or a new dress, or carrying a parasol, within a few 194 days, Juliet would appear in something similar. Apparently she was putting intense pressure on her husband, who was not a wealthy man. He spent much of his time, especially in winter, away from Badofo peddling ironware. Now, he was expected to nance Juliet's rivalry. The solution seemed obvious. I have already described how such rivalries were assumed to end up becoming mediated by sexual intrigue. Anyway, this was the form of mediation that seemed most appealing to Norbert. If Maidana was serious about not wanting to be haughty 15, not wanting to place herself above the community, then she could prove it. Maidana was not prepared to go that far. Shortly thereafter came the public reverberation. It started with a quarrel between children. Here's how Maidana told the story to Ramanana, Irina's mother. Maidana, it was Sunday. Back then I wasn't going to church in Badofo yet, I was still going to church in Erivanamamo. And I told Nevo to go for water, go fetch some water for when we put on the rice. We still didn't have water in our own well. Here's what happened. Here's Nevo coming back with her bucket. Not again, mother. I'm not going back there to get water anymore. But what's the matter? I'm not going back for water until Norbert's daughter goes back home. It was the children who overheard it all. They were on their way to the east of the village, and they had just got past Perline's house, in Avarakati, when they saw them there below the house. There were the two of them, Norbert's oldest daughter and Nevo, standing there, arguing. They both had pails of water. And one was saying, "If you're Andriana, why aren't you living in the Rova? The palace in Antananarivo, let's not start talking about each other's ancestors." But Norbert and Renaivo the Bolt were talking to each other up in Perline's window above them. The children didn't see them there. This is what she said: "If you had what it takes, you'd still be living in the Rova in Antananarivo, so how come you're coming down here to the countryside? But don't let's start talking about each other's ancestors, I say." But the other told my girl here, "If you want to be fat like I am, because she's really fat, you know, let's see you eat 10 canisters of rice." Then this little girl here, she says, "Give me 10 canisters of rice, then. It'll only be rice you got from our grandmothers? Elds. And that's true, too. It's mom's rice? Elds anyway that are making you so fat. If you want to GHT with me, then eat 10 canisters of rice." And then she said, "Don't bother me," she said, "because this is what I'll have you know, you're nothing but our ancestors' slaves." Norbert's daughter suddenly looked upward, maybe she saw her father up above. Then she took off. Nevo was surprised to see her go so abruptly. She had no idea what made her run off like that. Then she headed straight off back here, complained to me, "I'm not going to 195 get water there anymore, mother." Soon after, Norbert appears and says, "So I suppose that's your water there to the east of the village? It's our ancestors who made that spring. You don't need to get water there anymore, you can go get it to the south of the village. He was telling us it was forbidden, you aren't allowed to go there anymore." We didn't answer, we just clawed, but what really amazed me at the time was the way he showed up the next morning, trying to make a scene. Maidana, we really didn't argue. We just listened. But this is what he was saying. "Send your children out here in the yard so I can beat them. Come out and GHT. Whoever loses gets a beating." Bad words he was using too. TSK. If you don't want to be cows, then come out and GHT me. If you're not little dogs, I say, then come out and GHT me in the yard. "Oh, go home," I said. "He's trying to start some kind of GHT there in the yard. As for your kids," he says, "whoever stands tallest, I say, will be the one to take a fall. And you had better watch out, you'd better not come back there anymore. Maybe that's why they say you on Tampontanana used to spit on everyone. Maybe in the past it was you who bested everyone around you, but this time it'll be you who will be the losers. For 3 months after that, before they got their own well working, it was very difficult to get water. Norbert had threatened to chase off any of their children he found there, even when he was out of town. They weren't going to challenge him. But there were no easily accessible springs nearby. Maidana concluded. Maidana, it was like that at the start of he wanted to start a GHT, to make clear that there were nightly 2 camps. The whole thing cast a shadow, because, I guess it may well be true that they were our ancestors' slaves. I mean, I don't actually know if it's true, Claude. Oh, of course it's true. Maidana, so that's what happened. We haven't gotten along ever since. Now if we meet them on the path, we don't even exchange greetings anymore. This story is framed so as to make Norbert seem the very antithesis of a responsible adult. Children are egocentric and contentious. It was inevitable that they would have their petty spats. The essence of legitimate authority was the ability to tell them not to, and above all, to ensure childish contests do not lead to more lasting, divisive effects. 2 teenage girls? Ting at the spring is not much of a scandal. Under normal circumstances, their parents would admonish them a little and the matter would be closed. A lot of everyday gossip in Betafo was in fact concerned with squabbles between children, and efforts to patch them up. For a father to instead take up the battle as his own, let 196. Alone to pick a GHD with teenagers, shouting insults, imposing restrictions, actively trying to divide the community into 2 camps, was the very essence of pig-headed stupidity. Of course, Norbert was already notorious for this sort of thing. Other black people from Betafo clearly found his behavior embarrassing. Armand in particular seemed exasperated by it. Norbert, he said, just can't get over the fact of slavery, Tsimahuzaka and wife Ananjzovana. At one point he even called him a racist, but mostly, he didn't want to talk about the matter. On the other hand, Norbert was ultimately quite effective in dividing the community into camps. He had it known that he did not want to see members of Maidana's family using the same spring. He didn't even want them passing by his house. No one in the family intervened to admonish him. 16 In fact, the incident put an end to even what little relations the 2 families previously had. Members of Armand's family were frequent visitors to Tampontanana. Members of Augustine's came by occasionally. Most of Norbert's refused to even use the path that lead past, though not all of them. There were some significant exceptions. At this time, Maidana's daughter Heingo was still living in Arivanamamo, attending high school, a school also attended by Norbert's oldest son Sonai Ivo. Heingo was a very attractive young woman, but unlike most of her sisters and brothers, was beginning to end school intensely boring. She and Sonai Ivo fell in love. Within a year, she was pregnant. This is the kind of situation that puts abstract principles of tolerance to the test, and it must be said that Maidana and Claude did not hesitate. From the beginning, they were more than willing to treat Norbert's son as theirs. They had no objections to their daughter marrying a descendant of their former slaves. On the other hand, such a marriage was hardly going to improve relations with Norbert. Sonai Ivo was one of Norbert's sons from his RST marriage, 17 the ones he had disinherited on marrying Juliet, and who lingered, poor and helpless, in an apartment on a RST, or of Norbert's house in Andrianoni. Relatively few people in a marina have church weddings, and even fewer have their marriages officially registered, since it is extremely expensive and difficult to get a legal divorce. For a royal person, a marriage is legitimate if the vodiandri has been paid, a fairly modest sum of money presented by the suitor's family to that of the prospective bride. What's really important, even more than the money, is the ceremony of presentation, in which the suitor's representatives make hourly speeches explaining that the money is a token of 197. Request for the woman's family's sodrano, their blessing for the marriage. It is a ceremony in which the wife-givers are treated as in every way superior. One man told me that, in former times, the suitor's delegation had to literally crawl on their bellies up to the house. Since Norbert was Sonai Ivo's father, it would normally be his responsibility to lead the delegation that asked for Heingo's hand. But Norbert was not about to crawl on his belly before the Andriana in any sense, literally or figuratively. He was not about to go begging, Mangataka, even if it meant his son's marriage would not be legitimate. Heingo moved in downstairs with Sonai Ivo. Shortly thereafter a baby boy was born. Particularly after Maidana herself had spurned him, Sonai Ivo's marriage to Maidana's beautiful daughter must have been one of the most annoying turns of events he could possibly imagine. It must have irked him all the more because as soon as they were married, Claude and Maidana transferred control of several large elds to the east of the village to their son-in-law and his brother, Little Jean, including the ones that had once been sharecropped by Norbert. A month or so later, Maidana said Norbert appeared at their door, and, as curtly as he could, asked if the two could give him their blessing. Maidana immediately went off to get her husband. They took some water and leaves and performed a brief benediction. When it was over, he thanked them uncomfortably and left. The end. Raobi's funeral was itself a little contest of power. He had died, remember, in France, where he had been consulting on some engineering project. His devastated family immediately began plans to have the body own home and placed in his ancestral tomb, the Telo Milohatra. Augustine was the caretaker for that tomb, so he was the RST to receive word about Raobi's death. The body was to be owned on a Monday, he was told. The mourners were going to hold the usual vigil over the corpse that night, then conduct it to Betafo for burial on Tuesday afternoon. Augustine immediately consulted Ratsaisafi for astrological advice, and Ratsaisafi, sure enough, determined that this would not do at all. There was no appropriate time for opening the tomb until Thursday. If they wished to avoid disaster, the mourners would have to wait. The chief mourners, Raobi's widow and his son, decided this was ridiculous. No one could be expected to sit over a corpse for 3 whole 198 days. They were going to bury it on Tuesday no matter what Ratsaisafi said. That afternoon, as the wealthy elite descended on Betafo, while most of Betafo's inhabitants were shut up in their houses, ceding the village to them, Augustine and Ratsaisafi remained a conspicuous presence, consulting in Andrianoni across the moat from the tomb, messengers shunting back and forth as they negotiated with the funeral party. Apparently, in this case, their efforts to use ritual power to impose on the Andriana came to nothing. The Andriana simply ignored them. On the other hand, the other striking thing on this occasion was Claude, who appeared once or twice to greet friends and relatives, but otherwise had little to do with the ceremony. While his wife was padding around Tampontanana wrapped in her old crazy quilt blanket, which was her everyday informal wear when it was cold, he appeared in the most ragged clothes I had ever seen him in: battered grey trousers, a dirty brown Andella Malabari, his head covered in a simple wool cap of the sort which, to city people, was practically emblematic of a peasant. He was making it clear to everyone that he was so determined not to associate himself with his wealthy cousins that he was willing to make himself ridiculous in their eyes. It's hard to say how much of an impression this sort of gesture made. Most of their neighbors, I think, did not really consider Claude a genuine member of the community for the simple reason that they assumed he would get out soon as he had a chance. A week after the funeral, for example, I caught him in the taxi stand in Erivanamamo dressed in a very nicely turned 3-piece suit, hurrying off to a government of, say in the hope of renewing his expired pension, and possibly, of ending a position for his eldest son, Dami. His main concern when I knew him was to ensure that the children all finished high school, and had access to further education. One of them would certainly land a government position within the next few years, and when they did, the family would have a cash income again, and they would presumably start thinking of moving to the capital. 18 On the other hand, Heimgo's marriage provided at least the possibility of a more permanent presence. Of course, she and Sonaiva might well leave Betafo too, eventually, but it is quite easy to imagine them staying on, perhaps moving into the house on Tampontanana, looking after the elds, becoming the new mediators between the great families and the descendants of their former slaves. There is no way to know for sure. In the meantime, Maidana had more or less taken over the local Protestant church. The last pastor 19 had retired 2 years before and there was no official 199 replacement, but Maidana was pastor in all but name. What she was really noted for was teaching Sunday school. This was what Nidhi, Armand's wife, told me about her the RST time I talked to her about Maidana. There are some Alona Hafa Sina, people with twisted minds, in Andrianoni who still won't have anything to do with her, she said, but she's made up for it by trying to teach tolerance to their children. Sunday school had become enormously popular among the children of Andrianoni, and I must say that anyone who was that good a storyteller must have made an exceptionally entertaining teacher. Take Andri, she said, pointing to her 4-year-old son. He would throw a total tantrum if I told him even for one Sunday that he couldn't go. Andri looked non-committal, then giggled and ran away. It seemed a logical solution, from Maidana's point of view. Ix often percolated upward from petty spats between children. Liberal that she was trying to do the opposite, to bring people together from the bottom up, through universalistic education. Since it was cast in a Christian idiom, it was hardly something anyone's parents felt they could order their children to stay away from. The church was considered something one could ignore, but not actively oppose. 200. As to the miseries which these continual wars brought to the provincial people, that is indescribable, for by but more deceit, that is, the offer of life and pardon if they yield and submit, thousands and thousands have thus been murdered in cold blood, and their numerous wives, children, and cattle seized and reduced to slavery. Mothers are separated from their tender offspring and other relations, as they are divided and distributed amongst different masters, and are thus taken into different parts of the country where they never discover one another again, with very few exceptions. An Sir who is a real Christian informed me that the pains in hell could not be more than the pains suffered by these unfortunate people in being separated from one another to be taken away to their different masters. Their cries, their weepings and their lamentations, said the above Christian, is such as almost suffice to raise the dead from their graves for to take their parts. Rayambana's Annals, A2, No 5, p. 74, 693-696. So wrote Rayambana, secretary to Queen Ranavalona I, around 1855, in a history which he wrote in English so that no one else at court could read it. For its victims, brought as captives to be sold in markets in a marina, the very thing slavery meant was a complete rupture of the ties of love, kinship, and shared experience that had bound them to a home, to parents, friends, lovers, everything and everyone they had most cared for in their lives. Even when it was not brought about by wholesale mass murder, which it usually was, enslavement meant being ripped away from all of the objects that made life meaningful. It was and foremost a loss of human relationships, but people at the time tended to speak of it as a loss of place. Slaves were lost people, alone and very, wrenched from their ancestral lands, in an alien place among people who did not know them. Even those born as slaves in a marina found it extremely difficult to create. 201. 8. Enduring ties to people or to places. Slaves were always the most mobile part of the population. Few lived with their masters. Most did not even live in the same settlements. Free men and women lived in towns or villages on high ground, slaves, in makeshift hamlets in the valley bottoms, near the paddy fields. One astrologer told me the reason people tend to shun low places nowadays was for fear of Lolo. At night, ghosts travel through low places, they tend to follow the current of moving water, along the damp bottoms of the valleys or sweep through the depths of moats. If so, slaves were exiled to confused tumultuous places full of chaotic memories and intentions, dislocated powers. But even in such places, few established themselves long. Most hamlets were structured around a handful of older men or women. Most younger slaves had no crossed abode at all but circulated between several hamlets in different parts of a marina, often between different masters, as well as between scattered family, lovers, and friends. They made up most of a murky, commercial, semi-criminal underworld whose inhabitants were considered intrinsically suspicious because of their very mobility. Slaves dominated petty commerce. They also made up the vast majority of burglars and highwaymen. This mobility made it easier to slip away from their owners' claims on them, but it also ensured their uprooted condition remained permanent. I never found anyone, for instance, able to tell me how slaves were buried. The little I could glean suggested most had to make do with makeshift tombs, sometimes little more than covered pits, near their settlements. Almost always men and women of very different ancestries were buried together. It was only in the decades after liberation that some families were able to begin pooling their resources to create solid and substantial tombs. Most of the slaves emancipated in 1896 abandoned these hamlets, either returning to their ancestral homes, if those places existed and they still remembered them, founding new villages, or moving off to town. Those who stayed on were almost always encouraged to do so by gifts of land. Remember that most rural communities like Betafo were dominated by a relatively small elite of wealthy families. After the French conquest, the children of these families largely abandoned the countryside, becoming doctors, engineers, or minor officials in the capital. Most, however, continued to be buried on their former ancestral lands, and to do so, they had to maintain land there. Most chose a few responsible, middle-aged men from among their former chattels and offered them gifts of land, on the understanding that they would also work for them as sharecroppers. 1. 202. For others, winning access to productive land was an insuperable problem. White people would not sell it to them, their ancestors forbade it, or if they did, only for vastly inflated prices. In Betafo most Mainti families trace their presence back to some financial windfall, if not a gift of land, then a military pension. 2. An ancestor who married a local heiress. 3. When one managed to win a foothold, kin were soon to follow, looking for similar opportunities. Occasionally, this could lead to a kind of white-ite. The more the children of the Mandi prospered, the more the children of the Fatsi would move out. To the northeast of Betafo were several villages whose white inhabitants had ultimately abandoned them entirely. But such cases were unusual. The desire for land was not simply economic. Farming was not all that lucrative. Nor did former slaves seek land in order to escape a life of wage labor. Most, in fact, continued to engage in wage labor even after they acquired land. The desire for land was RSD and foremost a desire to create a place for one's descendants. Once there was land to pass on to one's children, one could begin to think about a tomb. In Betafo, the RSD substantial Mandi tombs, ones built on hilltops, rather than in the valleys, were constructed in the RST 2 decades of this century. Building tombs was extremely expensive. In most cases several families had to pool their resources in order to be able to afford to build one. It is hard to imagine how many schemes, struggles, and how much monotonous, grinding labor must lie behind these simple structures of earth and stone, structures which represented the possibility of a permanent place for their descendants, that their names might be remembered after they had died. As one might well imagine, all this ensured that tombs and the practices surrounding them took on a rather different meaning for black people than they did for white. Ancestors were not felt to be nearly such a constraint for those who were struggling to end a solid place. History was not such a burden for those who'd had theirs stolen. According to any conventional anthropological definition, black and white people shared a common culture. The language they spoke was identical. There was no substantial difference in marriage customs, clothing, use of deferential speech forms, the kind of music each enjoyed. Certainly I never heard anyone refer to Mandi customs. For what made the two groups different was a difference in historical experience. The existence of slavery was, certainly, central to how white people saw themselves in history. For them, the scene with which I began this chapter, in which bearing Marina soldiers rip families apart, could almost be considered a moment of original sin. Such scenes, endlessly repeated, ended up creating a population of hundreds of thousands of lost people who have remained among them ever since, a kind of permanent accusation. After the defeat of the Marina army at the hands of the French, however, images of soldiers and victims began to merge together in the popular imagination, until the word soldier became an emblem for the moral perils involved in any relation of command. Now, in a way, one could say this is a very insightful conclusion. If what one is trying to do is to understand how such endlessly repeated acts of treachery, mass murder, and destruction had been possible, the existence of structures of command in which individuals completely abandon their autonomy of judgment and subordinate themselves to another is just the place to look. Obviously, we are not talking about an explicit theory, it was more of a deeply felt, but only vaguely formulated suspicion of certain types of possible social relation. Still, it resonated throughout almost every reaction on history, and contributed to a much larger sense that the past was somehow laced with violence, that it was a terrible constraint on living human beings. For the descendants of the victims, history looked very different. Like wage labor, relations of command were considered the inevitable result of poverty, so much so that many black people would hire and be hired by their own close relatives. Attitudes toward ancestors were also rather different. Ironically enough, many Ilona Mainti, especially male heads of household, appeared to genuinely accept the very ideal of benevolent ancestral authority that for most white people often seemed more an uneasily maintained facade. All this comes much more clearly into focus when one looks at the history of particular families. The most dramatic contrast in the family histories that follow is between those families that actually did manage to secure a toehold, and ultimately, to turn Betafo into their ancestral land, and those who were permanently set adrift, and whose histories turned into stories of endless dissolution and displacement, a kaleidoscope of images that always centered on the murky Gura of the Vezimba and Dandrakambi. Two of Betafo's three most prominent Mandi lineages hark back to a tiny settlement called Antandrakambi, now long since abandoned, on a spur of land near the rice Elds to the north of Antananarivo. Early colonial records suggest that together, three noble families probably owned about half the rice Elds. 204. Immediately surrounding Betafo, including all the land surrounding Antandrakambi, and the vast majority of that hamlet's slaves. After emancipation, the leaders of these families appear to have chosen two of its prominent men and granted them the entire stretch of valley. These, then, were the good and faithful servants Ramanana referred to in Chapter 6, the trustworthy slaves who had not strayed too far from their masters, and were granted land and a place in the community as a reward for their years of mending walls, fetching wood, and carrying manure, and as assurance they would continue to do so in the future. Their names, Ranizanyabahitra, b. circa 1870, and Rainamananandro, born 1872, were still remembered by just about everyone in Betafo, because each is now a great ancestor of a prominent lineage. 5. The RSD appears to have converted to Catholicism. Anyway, most of his descendants are Catholic today. In 1916, shortly after his death, his widow joined together with several friends and relatives to build a tomb on the ridge above their hamlet, called Ambohimacina. 2 years later the other man, a Protestant, contracted to have a tomb of his own built at a place called Ambahitramaninyana, further east along that same high ridge. 1918 was also the year that Antandrokambi was abandoned, for fear of bandits, I was told. Most of its population took refuge in Andrianoni, the quarter of Betafo where most of its Mandi population already lived. Ranizanyabahitra's descendants, the Catholics, all moved out again in 1935, to the newly founded village of Antanadi, on the high ridge above where their ancient hamlet used to be, and there they remained when I knew them, a population of roughly 60 people in 11 houses. 7 Rainamananandro's descendants were, at that time, still living in Andrianoni. In fact, Rainamananandro's son Ingahirani was still alive. While Ranizanyabahitra's wealth was quickly divided up among 4 daughters, Ingahirani was his father's only son, and as a result he quickly became one of the wealthier men in Betafo, certainly the wealthiest of its Mandi inhabitants. He has managed to collect a very large family around him. In his own house, placed as is appropriate to the north and east of those of his descendants, live his wife and her childless brother. Nearby are 2 large houses owned by his eldest son, Norbert, and while I was there, work had just begun on building a new, huge, brick house for his younger son, Martin, recently posted as a math teacher in the public high school in Aravanamamo. 3 more houses clustered around them were occupied by daughters or grandchildren. All in all it was the largest single family in Betafo, 7 households, all descended from one man. Not surprising that he was also the one man who everyone in Betafo, black or white, was willing to consider a genuine, bona de Raymond Rennie. It's interesting to note that members of these 2 relatively successful lineages had little to say about their history. Their ancestors were people who grew rice, married, built tombs, had descendants, moved a bit from place to place. It is also interesting that, while Ingahirani's descendants owed their position to having been considered the most faithful and trusty of the Andriana's ancient servants, they were now considered among the most bitter and suspicious of Betafo's black population. We have already heard about Norbert's relations with Mayadana. The paradox is nicely revealed by the 2 little snippets of history I did manage to tease out of them. One I was told by Norbert himself. The reason his family found refuge in Andrianoni, he said, was because of the love between his grandfather and a simple Andriana farmer named Rajanra. Worried about the danger of bandits, Rajanra had convinced his friend to abandon the old hamlet in Antandrokambi, and helped build a new house for him in Andrianoni, directly adjoining his own. Later, the 2 men sealed their friendship with a ritual of blood brotherhood. 9. This is a story members of the family always cited, publicly, to describe their past relations with Andriana. On the other hand, this history had a hidden underside, because this was also the family who, after Norbert's quarrel with Mayadana, constantly reminded her of their ancestor, Rainamananandro himself, his father, who had been tied up and thrown among the pigs. It was a token of the success of the family, one might say, that the history was itself so uninteresting. It took something very much like the form of the Shalandriana histories, a placid facade with all the elements of conflict and violence carefully hidden away. The story of Rakotovo Alavo, Rakoto the Rat. The story of Rakotovo Alavo and his brother Rainili Miza, 2 slaves who also remained behind in Betafo after liberation in 1895, and who stand at the head of another major Mandi lineage, is much less uneventful. Here, the violence is foundational. As remembered now, the story centers on one shocking event, a brutal murder, committed, in Betafo, in 1901. Rakoto the Rat's story is particularly dramatic because it has come to embody the limits of possibility. 206. For former slaves, he was a man who came very near to transcending the agrarian world altogether, by the same path as the sons and daughters of the wealthiest slaveholders took, by establishing himself among the educated colonial elite. In the end, he was brutally stymied. The story begins with a woman named Black Rangori, a slave apparently, but one of an unusually high status. She might have been a local woman who'd been sold into bondage because of her parents' debts or crimes. Tenshi appears to have been owned by a resident of Avarakati, a relatively modest Andriana farmer named Rakotandrianav, but unlike most slaves, She and her 2 sons actually lived with their master. They apparently had some money, too, since according to ACTA records, Rangori bought a paddy eld in the adjoining valley in 1893. The price was $20, an enormous sum of money for a plot of land, larger than most ordinary sales by a factor of 10. 11. Even more unusual was the fact that her eldest son Rakoto the Rat, born 1872, was by 1880 already a registered student in the Protestant mission school. 12. It was extremely rare for the children of slaves to be allowed to attend primary school, particularly in rural parishes. In Betafo, Rakoto may well have been the only one. Perhaps he had an unusually indulgent master, or his mother had greater influence than most, but by all accounts, he was a brilliant student. Rakoto the Rat never had any children, and he is not buried in Betafo. The only reason anyone still remembers him is because in 1901 he murdered his former teacher, Raleigh Sivery. I have already alluded to this story in Chapter 5. For some, particularly amongst the Andriana, this murder is seen as the defining moment of the history of Betafo. Ranaivo Karatsaka, Ranaivo the Bold, who though seldom in Betafo is the head of the one Andriana family that still remains in Everacady, seems to feel it as his particular duty to remind his fellow Andriana that the murder took place, to tell the story as a kind of admonition, a way of inveighing against the evils of internecine hatreds that have, in his opinion, racked and shattered Betafo ever since. Others claimed never to have heard the story. Armand, for example, seemed honestly surprised when I told it to him. Others, descended from Rainy Limesa, Rakoto the Rat's elder brother, undoubtedly knew a lot but guarded their counsel on the matter. To be honest, I didn't think it would be very nice to press them. First, background, recall Raleigh Sivery's history, which I sketched out in Chapter 5. He was the eldest son of a captain in the Marina Army, who had been made a kind of local constable when he retired. Raleigh Sivery himself had gone in 2 or 207 years from being the most promising student in Betafo's school to one of its 3 teachers. When Rakoto the Rat was a precocious Mandy student in the school, Raleigh Sivery was one of the men who taught him how to read. For almost 20 years, between 1878 and 1895, he was also the man who kept the local government accounts. When Madagascar became a French colony, Raleigh Sivery did not receive an official post. Instead he followed his younger brother Andrian Tonga, who was made Governa Madinka, in charge of the commune that included Betafo, Kianja, and Andrinovalona. He seems to have assumed he could continue to keep the books much as he always had, even without an official post. He also appears to have reinforced his authority by presiding over a revival of the Tangina, the ancient poison ordeal that had been officially illegal since the time of Radamatu, 1861 to 1863. By this time, his former pupil was 23, and apparently so renowned for his learning and so popular with the community that he was elected Mpiatati. In the colonial system, the rank immediately below Governor Madanica, a sort of local assistant responsible for Betafo itself. 13 While Raleigh Sivery was capable of generosity to former slaves, at least, he was one of those who gave the Ntandra men their land. He seems to have drawn the line at the idea of a slave being granted public say or any role in government. The fact that Rakoto the Rat could have an official title, and he could not, infuriated him. For the rest of the story, I will simply reproduce Ranaivo the Bolt's account. Aside from a few dramatic details, there seems nothing in the story that is intrinsically implausible. In fact, I found many of the C.S. confirmed by some very tattered French legal documents from 1902 that Maidana managed to nd for me in a chest in her neighbor's attic. 14 Ranaivo the Bold, as I mentioned, seems to think of it as his role as elder in Betafo to remind the other Andriana of what occurred. He rarely passed through town in 1990, and when on one occasion he was in, my friends on Tampontanana quickly rushed me over to Avaracady, taking me up the winding stairs of the one tall house that now dominates the quarter, to a vast bedroom in the top. There he greeted me, a large wry man with something of the appearance of a Hollywood Roman senator, and almost immediately launched into his story. It never occurred to him that there would be anything else I would be interested in knowing from him. Ranaivo the Bold, according to the elders that lived here, we were stubborn people and badly behaved. The sort of people who would push the weak out of the warm spot by the who spoke without thinking. And there was a 208 functionary who once lived here, someone who did government business, from that part of town, pointing to Tampontanana, who lived in that empty house there. And there was another person of learning, a black person. When the French came in 1895, and all of Madagascar fell under the colonial regime, he was among those who had received education, who had learning, who the government enlisted to become of shells and to carry out its affairs. Because in this town in which you live, many were the educated people enlisted to do government business. And here too there was another educated person, Maidana, their names? Ranaivo, yes. There was one person in town who was murdered because he was savage, of a savage destiny, and he said things without thinking. His name was Ralaitsiveri. And the one who murdered him, Rakoto the rat. There was a certain Rasovelo who lived here, the father of Ralaitsiveri, and his wife was Rasorivau. And his younger brother was named Ranaivo Zandri. It was he who owned that abandoned compound to the south. So later, another son of Rasovelo, named Andriantanga, became the governor of Madagascar. He was the younger brother of the person who was killed. Maidana, of Ralaitsiveri. Ranaivo, Ralaitsiveri was the older one. And there was a very educated man who became Pietati, because back then there used to be a Nov. Say of Pietati. He was even more adept than the governor. And so the governor's elder brother was envious of him. He insulted them Pietati. Bad words, insults on his sister, insults on his mother, the kind of insults that put people to shame, the kind of insults you just don't use. So the murderer, would say you shouldn't act like that, sir. It isn't right. We are people of the same ancestral lands, the same community, the same work for your brother. So don't act like that, it's not right. So get out of here. Get out of here, I have nothing to say to you. Get out of here because it's you who should shut up. What is this sister foo, this sis? He used the worst possible kind of insults. 15 So starting in 1901, the say that used to be here in Betafo during 1896, 1897, and 1898 moved to Andrinovalona. It was in Andrinovalona until the 31st of December 1930. So the victim's elder brother went to Andrinovalona, and the murderer also worked there, as he was the Pietati. Maidana, this is to say he followed him there? Ranaivo, he followed him there because it was government service, and one was governor of Madagascar and the other Pietati. And the house of the one murdered was where Ray Eliizaka's house is now. There were 4 houses here, in Avarakati, and 6 houses to the west, on Tampontana. The people were all trotting on each other's corns, with no space in between them. So everyone was just incredulous, Maidana, because everyone saw everything? Ranaivo, everyone saw everything. Why does Ralaitsiveri treat him like a dog? Why does Ralaitsiveri insult him when there's nothing wrong he's done? In the end, Rakoto the rat decided he would murder him. For 3 years, he 209 had been constantly humiliated. And the murderer, he didn't answer back. He didn't say anything. He was mild-mannered, well-behaved, popular with the folk on Nalona, always good with his neighbors. The murderer. This was a major scandal at the time, and something I can't help but know about because my parents really saw it, because the murderer lived right next to them, and the victim, right across that moat. The murderer said, I am hereby informing the elders and the folk on Nalona that I have to go off on a journey. Really he was going off to hire some bandits to help him kill the man who had humiliated him. On Tuesday the 19th of December, 1903, the people were all replanting the rice. It was that time of year. The people were all off in the elds replanting. It was early evening, dusk. Rakoto the rat arrives with 4 bandits. He happens to catch at home the man who humiliated him. And his father. But they didn't kill his father, they didn't do anything to him but just lifted him up gently. Ingahibe, out of the house with you, Ingahibe. They carried him off to the east of the house. Then, Deepa, with rice pestles, it was rice pestles they used to kill him. From the bottom of his throat on up, there was nothing left to bury. Because they gnashed off his jaws with the pestles and smashed his brains. There was nothing left to bury because the things that had come out of his mouth were just too evil. Deepa. Smashed, they didn't stop, not one. His shoulder bones, his chest bones, his 8 bones as we say, were broken in 100 places before they were through with him. His ribs, broken in 100 places. The bones of his jaws, broken in 100 places. His arm bones, broken in 100 places. There was nothing to identify him by because it was all mashed into his back before they were through with him. That is the evil history where you live, this is the kind of place in which you live. Then, come the end of the month of December, 1903, the killer was caught, arrested and taken before the government. They held the trial in Farvohitra. The whole folk on Nalona was called up. They interrogated them, what was the reason? So the folk on Nalona said, this was the reason, Ralaitsiveri, the victim, had humiliated Rakoto the rat. He had insulted him in the worst way, shameful insults, words, and Rikuto the rat didn't answer back, he just went right off and killed him with a rice pestle. "You all go home now," said the government. Rikuto the rat had been arrested, and then the decision came forth, life imprisonment. And Rikuto the rat having been sentenced to life in prison, the Fokanalona went home. That was, in 1904. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1910, 1911, 1912, 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 18 years. On the 28th of October 1920 a letter came for his brother, down there, that's the house of the killer's older brother, and this was the writing on the address on the envelope because I looked at it like this, squints up close because the killer was sharp as a tack you know, whether in French or Malagasy or transcription, Inge Rainy Misa, resident of Andrianoni, Betafo, Canton Andranovolona, district of Erivanamamo, province of Antananarivo, Madagascar. And there was a big stamp on the envelope, which said Guyane Française, South America. 210. Such was the story then, said Renaivo, at the end. And now? Pué. He turned and pretended to spit, pué. Pué, 3 times in an overblown, comic opera gesture which seemed only half self-mockery. Then, smiling. Renaivo, even now there's still some nasty shit down here. Theft, it's been done. Destroying other people's property out of spite, it's done. Bewitching, sorcery, it's done. There are Sisika, needles placed under people's skins. He laughs, but that was the RST history from here. One of the most striking things about this story is its extremely factual style. The account is full of numbers, facts and gurs become the medium through which the characters live their lives. But this in itself is quite accurate. It was. They were both men who lived their lives surrounded by printed textbooks, slates and rulers, ink bottles, leather-bound ledgers, blotting paper, loose-leaf binders, filled with rafts of printed forms. Such were the reasons for their prominence. If it were not for these technologies of accuracy, they would not have been characters worth telling about. Of course, all this was not simply a way of evoking a milieu. The narrator, after all, went through the same educational system geared to producing petty bureaucrats as the characters in his story. After finishing it, Renaivo the Bolt immediately began asking me where I went to school. When I told him I attended the University of Chicago, he leaned back and began to recite the names of each of the vague Great Lakes. An itinerant trader, Renaivo, I discovered, carried a paperback pocket atlas of the world with him wherever he went, and seemed to have memorized at least half its contents. For all that, the story's form is very Malagasy. Take the null episode, the odd little coda in which a letter arrives from French Guiana. Stories of extraordinary deaths, in particular, almost always took the form I described at the end of Chapter 7, they tended to end with a null episode that served to provide visible proof that something extraordinary had, indeed, happened. A skeptic hears the story about the 2 lovers who have become trees and refuses to believe it. He puts an axe to the tree and sees blood springs from the bark. A man dies and reveals to his children he has ed the tomb and become a Vazimba. Later, they open the tomb and see that the body, indeed, has disappeared. In each case, what would otherwise be mere words are proven by incontrovertible visual evidence. The reason such episodes are crucial is that, as I have said, these stories themselves are all about proof. They are ways of establishing authority through knowledge. The skeptical reader identity? S with 211. The skeptic in the story, and then is chastened and surprised. The arrival of the letter in Renaivo account serves exactly the same function. He actually saw this with his own eyes. It gives him, retroactively, the authority to speak. 16. In this way it functions in much the same way as the evocation of names and dates itself. It is a strange sort of way of claiming authority, because rather than making himself the embodiment of a ed community, Renaivo was ultimately claiming the authority to speak for a twisted and divided one, to remind its denizens just what kind of community it was. Hence his tendency to slip into phrases like "in this town in which you live," even when he was speaking to me, a foreigner who did not live there. Now, in many places in the world, a direct assault on a man's honor can be seen as completely justifying murder. It is important to remember that a marina is not one of them. As I have said, the logic of the feud, which ultimately rests on a sense that male reputations need to be guaranteed by violence, was explicitly rejected in a marina. Why, then, is the narrator so obviously sympathetic to the murderer? Because he clearly is. In fact, By making him the silent and long-suffering victim of Raleigh-Sivery's abuse, he is deploying the same narrative techniques Madonna used when she talked about Norbert, posing the silent, long-suffering victim and the thoughtless aggressor so carried off by his angry passions that he loses any sense of shame. But in this case, it is far more extreme. Norbert at least could claim to be the victim of an historical injustice. Here it was as if Norbert had been the rich Adriana, and Madonna the slave. In the end, Ranaivo's attitude, Madonna's as well, when she told me the story, was not that different than what most readers is likely to be. Murder is obviously wrong, but in this case, the victim was at least equally to blame. The real theme of the story, of course, is envy, the archetypical Malagasy vice. Here too is a reversal. Normally, when one speaks of envy, the implicit model is witchcraft. Often, when speaking of such things in the abstract, the assumption is that an envious witch would typically strike out at some man or woman who had, by endless fortitude and effort, managed to scramble up above the common lot. But in this story, we are presented with the envy of a man who feels he really ought to be a hierarchical superior, against someone who has managed to scramble up. The Guru of Raleigh-Sivery, then, brings together the two most common moral evils. He is both envious witch and arrogant oppressor. In this light, the backdrop of foreign Fahaizana, the names and dates. 212. And Gurus, which is always, ultimately, the idiom of coercive authority, represents the chimerical promise that common subjugation could really have make equals of former masters and former slaves. It wasn't really true. Ultimately, the story becomes one of the definitive checks of efforts of black people to raise themselves up too far. It is about the impermeability of social class. Much of the imagery of the story subtly reinforces the association with witchcraft. The most dramatic detail is the finoto, the long, stave-like pestles used for beating rice, as murder weapon. Almost any Malagasy listener would have been aware that this was also the way people were killed when found guilty by the Tangina. Once it was clear they were not able to vomit up the 3 pieces of chicken skin, and thus, that they were guilty of witchcraft, executioners immediately beat them to death with rice pestles. It is quite possible that this really was the method used to kill Raleigh-Sivery, in which case, it would be a very pointed irony considering the fact that Raleigh-Sivery himself had been responsible for reviving the Tangina ordeal, ostensibly, to cleanse Betafo of witches. One way or the other, it allowed Ranaivo to indulge in much hoary-see detail, which drove home just how wicked was the whole affair, and also, provided the background for the narrator's insistence that Raleigh-Sivery could not be properly buried as a result, just like a witch found guilty by the Tangina would not be allowed to enter their ancestral tomb. 17 Ranaivo the Bolt had his own interest in this story. This will become clear as we proceed. The descendants of Rangori, Success and Dissipation. Rakoto the rat himself had no descendants, unless, as some speculated, there are some in South America. His older brother, Rainili Miza, had quite a number. 1. Rasa Ndramisa Miriam, born 1922. Rakoto Safi Albert, born 1922. 3. Ranaivo Ravalona, born 1929. 4. Raizana Manana, born 1936. 5. Rasa Ndrake Daka Celestine, born 1938. 6. Ray Ferrano Jean-Baptiste, born 1942. 213. Almost everyone in this lineage grew up in the same house, in Andrianoni, the one Rainili Miza built when he moved there from Avarakati. It is still there, notable as one of the few with a roof of corrugated tin instead of thatch. After he died, his 2 daughters occupied it jointly, apparently with enough land to support a modest family. His only son, Rakoto Joseph, followed in his uncle's footsteps, worked very hard at school, and eventually, in the 30s, was posted as a minor functionary in the Sakalava country on the west coast. He married a Sakalava woman, and never returned. 18 His nephew Rakoto Miza followed almost exactly the same path in the 50s, eventually marrying a woman from Betsileo. No one in Betafo today knows anything about their present descendants. It was Raizana Mino's children, almost all by different fathers, who remained in her father's house. For all their bloody history, the family has always had remarkably good relations with Betafo's Andriana, and with the ones from Avarakati in particular. Actually, by 1935 or 40 Avarakati too was reduced to a single household, its head, the father of the current Ranaivo the Bolt. It was just around the time that Raizana Mino's eldest daughter Miriam 19 and Ranaivo the Bolt's elder brother fell in love, married, and ended up moving off together to 214. The capital. 20 This, of course, does a lot to explain Ranaivo's sympathies with their family, and his distress over the ongoing divisions within Betafo. Even more surprisingly, though, was Miriam's brother Albert. Albert ended up marrying two different Andriana women in succession, the second, from the same wealthy Tampontanana family as Raoul Siveri himself. By 1990, the only one of the siblings still alive was Ranaivo Ravellona, a good-natured old man of very modest means, who lived with one half-crazy son and two tiny, orphaned granddaughters in the upstairs apartment of the old house. Downstairs lived his nephew Jean-Marie. Just to the north was a handsome new house built by Albert's son Augustine, whose father's marriage to a wealthy Andriana has left him in control of a quite respectable inheritance. Augustine was universally considered one of the leading men of Betafo. He had served 2 terms as President Focontani from a very early age, and his house had become the main social center of Andrianoni. Almost every night there were men and women gathered there, chatting, playing cards or dominoes. Prominent among them was Ranaivo the Bolt's nephew, Ricotoni Ivo, at that time, with his wife Perline, the real full-time occupant of the great house that remained in Avaracati. The two men were good friends. They often collaborated in business, since both spent some time away from home marketing iron goods, and one often saw them in the late afternoon, riding the same bicycle, or trying to, up the muddy roads that led from Marivanamamo back to Betafo. Ricoto the Rat's mild-mannered dedication to learning as a mode of social advancement thus became a model for his family. Actually, they did remarkably well for themselves, establishing a permanent alliance with the long-standing Andriana family, many passing to the same sort of government service jobs that became the refuge of the nobility. But it's one thing to raise oneself up. To pass that status on to one's children is quite another. Marriage between Andriana and their former slaves was, technically, forbidden. When it did occur, one had to either leave town or live in the constant awareness that one's neighbors saw one as a object of ancestral vengeance. Marriage outside the system meant being lost to one's ancestral lands entirely. The descendants of Rainitaba. I now turn from some of the more successful Mandi families to one of the least. Rainitaba appears to have lived his life in Antandrakambi, but his family was not among the good and faithful servants rewarded with tracts of land. Still, everyone in Betafo had heard Rainitaba's name. Because after he died, Rainitaba abandoned his tomb and transformed into a snake. He had become an animal, some said, or turned into a Vazimba. Some would repeat the story with amusement, others with a trace of scandal, but everyone knew it, despite the fact that, as most were quick to add, his actual descendants had mostly abandoned Betafo long ago. Madame Mariel? RST told me the story. Mariel seemed to have a penchant for stories involving snake-like monsters. She? RST outlined it at a party in the middle of a wedding in Belenitra. I didn't catch the whole thing at the time. Later, I asked when visiting in her house in Sonorano, which is the very most northern quarter of Aravanamamo. Mariel, that's what I was telling you once, David. This fellow Rainitaba was buried, but later when they opened the tomb and looked inside, only the cloth was still there. The body had disappeared. David, so is that what makes him a Vazimba? Mariel, yes, and he came in a dream to his child, saying I've become a Vazimba to the east of the village. Rather close to where the beasts of Andrianoni are still. And at the time, you couldn't take babies down there to the washing place because they'd die. Later on though he left, and headed west, he followed the river to the west of the village of Betafo. They say the spot by the spring became dirty, so he abandoned it and moved out there. David, and Rainitaba's descendants, are there any still around? Mariel, there are a few down here in Sonorano, but they're really just his sons by marriage, Vin and Talaini. The ones that used to live in Betafo, they're all dead. Just as everyone knew the outlines of the story, so too could most of them point out the course of Rainitaba's meanderings since death. From the tomb, he descended to the waters around the spring to the east of the village, the same secluded spot, full of quiet pools, where Maidana was once scolded for washing off her pots. Later, he followed the river to the north of Betafo downstream until he reached to the ruins of Antandrakambi. Near it is a small reedy pool, where he was supposed to have resided. After that, most added, he abandoned that pool too, but no one is quite sure where he went. Certainly, he is not in Betafo anymore. Now, there is every reason to believe that a man named Rainitaba did indeed live in Antandrakambi in the 1870s or 80s. 21 His daughter, Rabako Manga, was still living there with 3 sons of her own when she died. 216. Probably at the age of 40? Vayor? 50. In 1912. She was apparently the one who had the dream. It was only after I had been working in Betafo for some time that I discovered that there were still several descendants of Rainitaba who did still live in Betafo, off and on. The most frequent was Razanamavo, an old, poor woman who spent most of her time doing odd jobs for her slightly better-off neighbors in the Maindy quarter of Betafo, or seeking work in town. Even the house she stayed in wasn't really hers, it was an outbuilding of Armand's, little more than a shed, really, which Armand would let her use. Most people in Betafo seemed unaware of her ancestry, some, of her very existence. RSD met her in Armand's apartment in Aravanamamo, which was a single long room set on a courtyard which opened on the street. The apartment had 2 beds, wall hangings, and, just outside the door, a little bamboo fence with a charcoal brazier, where Nitty or other family members would cook. It was sort of a collective apartment, most everyone in Armand's family used it at one time or another, and people from Betafo would often drop by if they happened to be in town. When I chanced by while Razanamavo was visiting, Nitty seized the opportunity to see if we could get her to tell us something about her ancestor. Actually, Nitty had previously wondered whether Razanamavo would be willing to talk to me at all. She might consider it embarrassing, having an ancestor who was a Vezimba. But at RSD she seemed quite happy too. Rainy Taba, she said, was originally a nobleman from Betsaleo. Back then, you know, people would be bought and sold, she said. And that was the origin of Rainy Taba. He was a lost person. He had been captured and sold into slavery in Betafo. The fact that people referred to him as a Vezimba did not bother her. What bothered her, she told Nitty, was that people said he had turned into an animal. Rainy Taba is not an animal, she insisted, but a Vezimba, a person like a Kalinoro. 22 Haven't you ever dreamed of him? Nitty said no. Well, many have, said Razanamavo. He used to appear to her grandmother and her father regularly. He had appeared to her, too, before the birth of her RSD child. 23 Razanamavo had an oddly distant manner of speaking, somehow absent. She crouched wrapped in a yellow cloth staring off into the courtyard as she talked, as if looking at something far away, or maybe nothing, and never once gazed at the other people in the room. No doubt she was exhausted from an afternoon at work, but still, her manner seemed to complement the content of 217. Her discourse, which was much more evocative and dreamy than the usual, matter-of-fact style of historical narration. After telling her story, and answering a few of Nitty's questions about her relatives, she seemed to fade away, staring off as if so lost in thought that she didn't even notice we were talking to her, until after a little while, we gave up and started talking about something else. Razanamavo, you know, our grandmother said that when he was about to die, he said, I am about to die now, so take me to the north of the village, to the dam. And as for me, he said, don't bury me in a tomb but just release me in the current of the river. And get a lamba air and drano, 24 he said, like you would for burying a son-in-law. And they said, maybe we won't put you in the river, because we'd be embarrassed. No, don't be embarrassed, he said, because you'll receive a great blessing if you do it that way. But they didn't do it. They just buried him normally and left him there. Someone, this was Rainy Taba? Razanamavo, a little hole like that they buried him in. There was no tomb, no entry to the west. Later they got ready to do a famadiana, to move him into a proper tomb, and looked for the cloth, and they set the cloth around him nicely. If you do this thing, then a great blessing will come to you. Then the water? Ooded, he was dead. I don't like Lamamina, he said, but Lambarindrano, and, those were to be the mourning clothes. So your children will never become poor, nor the generations of your descendants to come. This is something they all dreamed, all of them absolutely. But we didn't get the blessing because we didn't do it. They put him in the center of the top shelf to the north of the tomb, and he still hasn't been moved to this day. Once, there were a good number of descendants, but there are few left anymore. She too told how he had moved from the pool to the east of the village to the one near Antandrakambi. She wasn't sure where he had gone after that, but she suspected he had. Now he returned to his original home in Betsaleo. The little hole she refers to was a temporary grave. When he died, it seems, his daughter simply buried him. This was often done by slaves, until such time as a group of them could pool enough money to create a proper tomb. The opportunity only arose around 1910, when several Mainty families got together to build a collective tomb on a hill overlooking Betafo to the northeast. Rabako Munga contributed some money to the effort, and when the tomb was done had her father's body wrapped properly in cloth, then transferred to one of its most prominent shelves. It was after this, the RSD time they returned to perform a famadiana, that they discovered it was gone. 218. At that time, Rabako Munga was by no means penniless. She and her sons had received a small amount of a land from her former owners, and passed it to her sons. 25 her sons apparently were not able to hold on to much of it. Most of it was sold or mortgaged off. Those who remember her sons, Inga Hivalona and Rakota Nanahari, remember them as landless laborers, and desperately poor. In fact, the history of Rainey Taba's family was always represented as one of loss, poverty, and dispersal. They never received the blessing that they were offered. They scattered, now they're gone. In fact, it is one of the ironies of their history that it took me a long time to realize that the lineage had been really quite pearly. See, most of Rainey Taba's grandchildren had numerous sons and daughters. Some died in infancy, others were fostered by relatives in other places. Almost all of them would leave before they were 30, there being no property to speak of or reason for them to stay. When once or twice I tried to make lists of their names, I found it was impossible. People would just shrug and said something to the effect of, "Oh, there were lots of them. Who remembers? None of them live around here anymore." 26. The nature of Vezimba. Unrealized promises, currents, dispersal, disappearance. The traditions surrounding Rainey Taba seem to echo the sense of loss and displacement inherent to the experience of slavery, and to make it a gur for the lineage's own eventual dispersal, its withering away as a presence in Betafo. In fact, it is a very complicated story which draws together a series of very old ideas and images, some Marina, some Betsileo, into a narrative so powerful that it has gone from an obscure piece of family history to an essential part of the historical consciousness of the community, a story everyone could repeat. Part of how it could do this was by seizing on the richness of the term Vezimba, a term which has cropped up periodically over the course of the book, used to refer to ancient aborigines, lost ancestors, or dangerous spirits of the water. It is not easy to summarize the meaning of the term. In fact, depending on the context, it can be any or all of these. The Vezimba problem has also become the subject of a very long and confusing intellectual history, most of which seems to me a total waste of time. It all begins from the assumption, on the part of early missionaries, that the stories they heard about Vezimba spirits must re-ect the memory of an ancient aboriginal race that had occupied the highlands of Madagascar before. 219. Its present-day inhabitants thought the logic seems to have been this: since the people of Amarina tended to have straight hair and more Asian-looking features than most other Malagasy, they had to be the descendants of recent immigrants from the Malay archipelago. The Vezimba, then, would have to be the people already living in the highlands when they arrived, backwards, dark-skinned savages, originally from East Africa. Little if any evidence was ever produced to back up any of this, and there would be little reason to go into it, were it not for the fact that this is the picture of Malagasy history still being taught in Malagasy schools. Occasionally, I would, ND people who would, when I asked about Vezimba, reply with something to the effect of, "Well, you have to understand that the Vezimba were really an entirely separate race," always using the French word, race, and then go on to cite things they had read in books or heard professors discussing on the radio. Even Armand did this the RST time I asked him about Vezimba, but it was a one-time thing, a kind of bout of scholarly authority which seemed to have nothing to do with anything he subsequently had to say. For the most part, popular conceptions seem to have changed little from the ones Gerald Berg, 1977-7-12, documents for the early 19th century, the stories that missionaries RST seized on and misinterpreted. Let me summarize these. First and foremost, Vezimba were ancestors whose bodies had been lost. If a man or woman drowned or died in a far-off country and their body was not recovered, they were often said to have become a Vezimba. This could be a simple gur of speech. One did not necessarily mean anything more than that the person would never become a proper ancestor, never be wrapped and placed inside the tomb. But more often, the term Vezimba was applied to the ghosts of such unfortunate people, dangerous spirits, angry because they were cut off from proper relations with their descendants. For all they lacked bodies, Vezimba were always identity ed with a specky see place. Most often, their ghosts inhabited marshy places far from human habitation, little springs or pools between the rice elds, grottos often marked by the presence of red or red crabs, knots of bamboo, reeds and rushes, sometimes, in certain kinds of tree. One might occasionally encounter a Vezimba by a rock or spring on an isolated hillside or even amidst the crags of a mountain, but it was unusual to nd them far away from water. There were all sorts of speculations about the origins of Vezimba. 27 Many would not even speculate. The important thing about Vezimba, said Germain. 220. Armand's brother, is that you don't know what they are or where they come from. They are by definition mysterious, invisible, a kind of unknown power. Germain, Vezimba are a kind of thing that isn't seen. They don't show their bodies like, say, people do, or the divine spirits who possess mediums and cure people. If you carry pork to a place where one is, then that night, as soon as you kill the light you look and there's this hand moving towards you. As soon as you light the candle again, it's gone. Or, say you're washing your face and you don't know what it is, and likely as not your face will swell up hugely like this, and it absolutely won't go away until you burn incense over it. You take it to someone to give it Hasina, and then you're cured. But that's all you know, you have absolutely no idea what was in the water. As this quotation makes clear, normally, when people thought about Vezimba, it was as a matter of immediate practical concern. One discovered that a place was haunted by Vezimba because someone had taken ill. A child playing in the elds drank some water from a reedy pool, or took shees that they shouldn't have, or they had been tending pigs or taking some other polluting substance to the place where a Vezimba was. The child would fall into a fever, or parts of their body would swell up. Usually, they would be tormented by dreams or apparitions. Vezimba were normally invisible. When they did appear, it was almost always in the nightmare visions of a child. The ritual for expelling them was similar to rituals for expelling hostile ghosts. The curer would burn things, there would be incense and smoke. But one would usually also manasina the place, leaving almost exactly the same sort of offerings one would give to ancestors at Famadina: rum or honey, candies, ginger, suet, bananas, bread. If nothing else, these rituals would clean the place of the pollution that had offended the creature and made it erche, to soothe it, placate it, and at the same time, ensure it remained con ned there. The basic underlying logic was not all that different from that of Famadiana. I knew at least 7 different places in the eastern Focontani of Betafo where there were rumored to be Vezimba. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. Often it's not entirely clear, because people differ on whether there is still a Vezimba in a given spot, or if there is, whether it is still Maziaka erche, still a force to be reckoned with. For present purposes, what is really important is the long-standing relationship of bamboo, reeds and rushes. Sometimes, in certain kinds of tree, one might occasionally encounter a Vezimba by a rock or spring on an isolated hillside or even amidst the crags of a mountain, but it was unusual to and them far away from water. There were all sorts of speculations about the origins of Vezimba. 27 Many would not even speculate. The important thing about Vezimba, said Germain. 220. Armand's brother, is that you don't know what they are or where they come from. They are by definition mysterious, invisible, a kind of unknown power. Germain, Vezimba are a kind of thing that isn't seen. They don't show their bodies like, say, people do, or the divine spirits who possess mediums and cure people. If you carry pork to a place where one is, then that night, as soon as you kill the light you look and there's this hand moving towards you. As soon as you light the candle again, it's gone. Or, say you're washing your face and you don't know what it is, and likely as not your face will swell up hugely like this, and it absolutely won't go away until you burn incense over it. You take it to someone to give it Hasina, and then you're cured. But that's all you know, you have absolutely no idea what was in the water. As this quotation makes clear, normally, when people thought about Vezimba, it was as a matter of immediate practical concern. One discovered that a place was haunted by Vezimba because someone had taken ill. A child playing in the elds drank some water from a reedy pool, or took shees that they shouldn't have, or they had been tending pigs or taking some other polluting substance to the place where a Vezimba was. The child would fall into a fever, or parts of their body would swell up. Usually, they would be tormented by dreams or apparitions. Vezimba were normally invisible. When they did appear, it was almost always in the nightmare visions of a child. The ritual for expelling them was similar to rituals for expelling hostile ghosts. The curer would burn things, there would be incense and smoke. But one would usually also manasina the place, leaving almost exactly the same sort of offerings one would give to ancestors at Famadina: rum or honey, candies, ginger, suet, bananas, bread. If nothing else, these rituals would clean the place of the pollution that had offended the creature and made it erche, to soothe it, placate it, and at the same time, ensure it remained con ned there. The basic underlying logic was not all that different from that of Famadiana. I knew at least 7 different places in the eastern Focontani of Betafo where there were rumored to be Vezimba. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. Often it's not entirely clear, because people differ on whether there is still a Vezimba in a given spot, or if there is, whether it is still Maziaka erche, still a force to be reckoned with. For present purposes, what is really important is the long-standing relationship. 222. Of worship ever since, and her present-day descendants continue to maintain a fadi on putting salt on their food. In fact, many versions add that any salt that comes near the grotto instantly dissolves away. This is a very famous story. One reason it is so well documented, no doubt, is that Ranoro's sanctuary is practically inside the suburbs of the capital. In Arivanamamo, the Andi-Haroko were famous mainly for having the most difficult fadi anyone had ever heard of. It's hard to stay away from garlic, they aren't even allowed to use salt. Clearly, the salt itself is important. In fact, I suspect the whole story is a kind of play on a Malagasy proverb, Siralatsaka and Drano, Tsihempadiansani, like salt fallen into the water, it will never again return to its previous form. As with Rainy Taba, a broken trust leads to a very literal dissolution. What was once a single object breaks into an infinity of tiny things which away in all directions. Already in the 19th century, Ranoro's sanctuary, like her husband's tomb, had become places where people came from far and wide to make vows and ask for favors. Ranoro is still famous for helping infertile women to conceive. 31 But in the 19th century, these were places that slaves were not allowed to enter. Their presence was considered to be polluting, in much the same way as pork. This makes it all the more surprising that the most famous disciple of Ranoro of that century was, in fact, a slave, a woman originally from the Betsileo country in the southern highlands of Madagascar. During the reign of Ranavalona I, this woman, always herself referred to as Ranoro, began to periodically fall into trance and be possessed, seen Triana, by the Vazimba's spirit. Her fame began to spread after she cured a woman who had been struck blind after sullying Ranoro's grotto. Soon, even free people were beginning to frequent her seeking advice and cures. According to the story preserved in Kalat, the news eventually reached the queen, who ordered the woman put to the poison ordeal. When she survived, Ranavalona recognized her claims to be legitimate by granting her an guard of 30 Marina soldiers. The mortal Ranoro appears to have become a gur of some fame and influence, although she remained a slave. She is said to have slept on an elevated bed suspended from the rafters. When possessed, she would walk across the room on a tightrope and perform other remarkable feats. For her last miracle, she went to Ranoro's grotto and dived into the water. It was only 3 days later, we are told, that she emerged. When she did, she told her followers that she'd been living with Vazimba in the bottom of the cave. They fed on 223 raw sh and crabs. They tried to make her join them in their meals, but the food repelled her, and having refused them, she was returned to the surface. The spirits had rejected her. Claiming her contact had thus been broken, Ranoro left her home, and went back to Nd her father, who she believed was still alive somewhere in Betsileo. In her case at least, and hers was very unusual, it was possible to use access to Vazimba not simply as a way to embody and conceive the severing of bonds of descent, but as a way of restoring them. Snakes. Nowadays, Alona Mandi and Marina almost always claim to be Betsileo. Most, in fact, claim to be descendants of the famous Betsileo king Andrea Manalina. I must have met 30 different people who claim to be his descendants. It is not hard to see why this identity would seem both appealing and plausible. Betsileo is the name given the people who occupy the south part of the vast plateau that forms the center of Madagascar. They live directly to the south of Imarina. In the 18th century, their country contained a number of independent kingdoms. In the beginning of the 19th century, it was conquered by the Marina king Andrian Ampoina Marina. From the point of view of present-day Marina, the Betsileo are a bit of an anomaly. On the one hand, they are considered black people, like the people of the coasts, and most Betsileo could be said to be rather more African in appearance than most Marina. However, they are seen as obviously different from coastal peoples. In fact, in most ways, Betsileo are almost indistinguishable from Marina. Their way of speaking is similar, so are their houses, clothes, and ritual practices. If any differences are widely remarked upon, it is that Betsileo tend to be more easygoing, and are much more sophisticated farmers. Their skill at irrigation and terracing, for example, is famous throughout Madagascar. In the 20th century, though, Betsileo also became famous for labor migration. By the 60s, after agricultural reforms had intensified the demand for labor, each March and April would see tens of thousands of Betsileo women moving from village to village across Imarina. Following the replanting, each January tens of thousands of men would come for the harvest. Some married local people and stayed on. Several villages around Arivanamamo were almost half Betsileo. It is easy to see how Mainti laborers already living in Imarina would identify with such people and, also, wish to blur any distinction between 224. Them, especially since white Marina tended to think of Bestilio as affable, industrious people, they had no compunctions about marrying. To understand the story of Rainy Taba, though, one has to understand that most Marina believe that Betsileo, when they die, have a habit of transforming themselves into a species of water snake called Fanini. 32 Fanini rarely venture onto dry land, but when they do are easily identifiable by their striking coloration, orange, white, and black, which is said to resemble that of a Lamba Arandrano. Should a Fanini happen to appear near a Betsileo home, the family would immediately carry it inside and try to find out who it was, listing off the names of everyone who had recently died until it nods its head at one of them. After that, they feed it rice with milk and honey, sometimes play music or otherwise celebrate its presence, but afterward, the head of the family makes a speech, thanking it for coming, but asking it to leave now because, as Nidhi put it, you're frightening the children. Not only that, most people have also heard stories about penniless old Betsileo laborers who died and were buried in graves next to the elds, then later disappeared. Ramina told of an old cattle herd whose dying wish was that he not be wrapped in lamamina, or bound, but simply buried in a giant basket. Later they found the basket open and the body gone. Another man told of a harvester buried in the ground above a rice eld, who emerged as a Fanini to be fed by his former employers. Later he came to them in a dream to say he had returned to his ancestral lands. Such stories already overlap with ideas about lost travelers who die away from home and become Vezimba. But in this case, transformation contains the possibility of resolution. A number of people told me that Betsileo who happen to die and are buried far from home will almost always turn into serpents and go home. The story of Rainy Taba, then, fuses elements taken from Vezimba stories with those about Fanini. His descendants say he was a Betsileo noble who had been kidnapped and taken to a marina. When he died, he refused to be tied down and contained like a marina ancestor. Instead, he wanted his children to release him in the currents of the river, wrapped in a Betsileo cloth that was colored like the coat of a Fanini. When they couldn't bring themselves to so completely offend the sensibilities of their marina neighbors, he made the transformation on his own, but, as a result, they lost the blessing he would otherwise have given them. His subsequent history had him following the course of the waters downstream, but also in a sense, moving backward. 225. Time, from Betafo to his old settlement of Antandrocombe and Nali, back to Betsileo once again. But as with Ranoro, who was also sometimes said to have moved steadily downstream, ever farther from her former home, returning home meant orphaning one's own descendants. It's only now that his descendants have almost entirely dispersed that people say he's abandoned a marina entirely. For decades, he lingered in the waters around Betafo, visiting his grandchildren in their dreams, suspended halfway in a movement of escape he could not yet bear to bring to its conclusion. One reason the story seemed to strike such a chord with people was that it encapsulates something fundamental about the experience of slaves and their descendants. Perhaps one can even say, the experience of slavery itself, at least, insofar as one accepts the common argument that slavery as an institution is founded on the destruction of social worlds. According to this argument, slaves are by definition human beings that have been wrenched from the society which formed them, the web of social ties which has made them what they are, and left kinless and alien, living a sort of social death. Mayasu 1991, Patterson 1982, etc. By this logic, it is the moment described by Ray Ombana, the moment when children are torn from their mother's arms and families broken apart, which makes a slave a slave. It is difficult to assess the full implications of such a moment for the historical consciousness of those who pass through it. Rarely do large numbers of people go through a rupture so utter and extreme. It brings to mind Elaine Scarry's 1985 observation that physical pain empties worlds of their meaning. In normal life, one is invested in 1,000 ways in one's surroundings, in people, places, projects, things one cares about, so that one's sense of self expands outward to imbue and become entangled with a much larger social world. One effect of extreme physical pain, she says, is to empty these investments of all meaning. One's sense of self collapses into the narrow consciousness of the hurting body. For that moment nothing and no one else is real. The scene described by Ray Ombana in a way reverses this. The victims are, for the most part, physically unscathed, but as they are lead off from burning villages, most of the men they have ever known lying dead in bloody pools, women and children dragged from each other's arms, in a matter of hours, the entire universe of social relations in which they have come into being was utterly annihilated. The result, as Ray Ombana's friend observed, was a trauma so intense that no mere physical pain could possibly surpass it. 226. All this does not mean that memories of such a moment are likely to become a part of historical consciousness. In fact, they are just the sort of thing one would normally suspect survivors would prefer not to talk about. Certainly the memory of them is not preserved in oral histories of the present day. But if for slaves and their descendants, that one moment, when worlds dissolved away, seems to have reverberated endlessly, it is because such experiences did not stop. Dispersal, families drifting apart, people uprooted from their memories, for most, it was repeated with every generation. It also happened within a cultural milieu which placed an unusual emphasis on the politics of memory, particularly, memories of parents and ancestral homes. Ritual action was especially concerned with the manipulation and transformation of such memories, particularly in women. In marriage negotiations, for instance, the suitor's family offered a series of cash payments which compensated either for the nurturance and care the girl's mother had provided her, such as the valimbabina, the answer for having carried an infant on one's back, or services the daughter herself would no longer be able to provide, the akanakite, gathering rewood, or alana volofatsi, pulling out white hairs. In the latter case especially, an image so intimate, of a daughter poring over her mother's head, searching for white hairs to pluck out, evokes a whole world of domestic sentiments, protective affection, the fear of aging and resultant loss, the pain of ruptured domesticity when the woman moves away, the money, actually meant to ask for the parent's blessing, can equally be seen, I think, as recognition of that pain. 33 For women who had been carried into slavery, evocation of such memories could only serve as a reminder of acts of irreparable violence, of the fact that the entire world of those memories that had been brutally destroyed. It is hardly surprising that the Betsileo woman should have felt such an affinity with the Guru of Ranoro. Ranoro was a woman who could not bear to hear her father's name because it evoked such painful memories. It was a story about salt dropped in water, things that could never be brought back together or attain their previous form. In this one case, of course, the story may have taken on a different level of poignancy because the woman possessed by Ranoro believed her father was still alive. At least, in the end she managed to win her freedom so as to try to end him. Though from this distant vantage, it is hard to avoid wondering whether the dream of ending her father was really just as much a phantasm, a projection of her imagination, as Ranora herself had been. 34 The Andriana, I have argued, suffered from a surfeit of memory. History. 227. Was crossed to the soil so densely that it became almost impossible to live on it. Slaves had had to struggle for every bit of memory they could. For them it was not the imposition of memory, cohesion, of constraints that held people down to a central place that is felt as a form of violence, but the very lack of it. But this rootlessness could, sometimes, open opportunities. Vazimba were not always only gurus of dispersal. They also held out the promise of a kind of power, if one rather dangerous and unpredictable. Here too the story of Ranoro provides a precedent for what is still happening today. Slaves, or their descendants, continue to convert images of their own sense of loss into points of access to another world, through which they can the means to reconstruct a place for themselves, to bring things together rather than let them drift apart. The descendants of Razinamanga. Were it not for Rainiban's Vazimba, the story of this lineage might well look much like Rainitaba's. But in fact, it now represents the second largest family in Betafo, Rainib's own, located since 1973 at the end of a narrow valley of rice elds that stretches to the east of Betafo, in a hamlet called Njikalambo that he founded himself. I originally met Rainib on the invitation of his wife Razafi, a woman of at least 50 who would walk down the bad road that lead to Erivanamamo 2 or 3 mornings a week, with a huge metal canister of fresh milk, balanced on her head. She had several well-off families in Erivanamamo who paid her to supply them. When she didn't go, she would usually send one of her daughters or granddaughters, depending on who happened to be around. It was a numerous family. When I met her in Erivanamamo, I had been coming to Betafo for a while. She knew all about my interest in history and enthusiastically invited me to come visit her family in Njikalambo. During my visit, Maya, Donna and Claude volunteered to accompany me, in part from curiosity, in part, I think, because they were a little suspicious of Rainib. Not that I could perceive anything worrisome about my reception. Rainib was a relaxed, avuncular sort of fellow with a deep voice and robust gestures. As such he made the perfect foil to his wife, whose manner, despite her age, was almost girlish. Her every contribution to the conversation, no matter how innocuous, always sounded as if she thought there was slightly impertinent about it. Rainy Band. 228. Razafi seemed one of the most genuinely happy couples I had seen in Madagascar. Not only happy, but demonstrably so, surrounded as they were by veritable legions of descendants, in a house where one could hardly a place to sit without a child walking or crawling up to you. Rainib began by telling me about his family, which, he explained, went back to his grandmother Rainamanga. Rainib, the way Grandma told the story, she was Betsileo. She was Betsileo, but when she came here, the RSD place she settled was on the village on top of Mount Ambahi Trambo, Mayadana. What was her name? Rainib, Raizanamanga. Raizanamanga, and her husband was Rainiza? Betalo. So at RSD she lived there, and then she asked permission to move to Betafo. Then she lived down there, on Tampontanana. This was before it was abandoned, with those Andrianamban and Alona. Raizafi, because back then, the people here used to be what they call servants, Mpanampo. Rainib, then later still, there was an end to the days of working for the Andrianamban and Alona, so she moved to Avarakati. Such were our origins in former times, because I was already more or less grown up by then. By the time the poll tax was set at Vaisakaji and 4, I was more or less a grown-up, and my grandmother told me the story of her origins. 229. Very numerous children, many with children of their own, very numerous children, many with children of their own. Rakotomanga Rumarole Ramarole. Rainib Raizafi 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 Raizanamanga 8.2. Rainib. Claude, so, what's this? Vaisakaji and 4, then? Rainib, laughs, 4 Ryri, plus? Vaisakaji Raizafi, because you know that's what money was like back then. Rainib, and that's where it was set when I started to pay the poll tax. And it got to be more after that, it kept going up and up and up from there. And back then, when you people were in power, this was to me. I was just talking about this the other day and I was saying, so tell me, my good man, I said, as there were 3 other people I was talking to, which do you prefer, the old days or now? Because as for me, I said, I dream about the old days because back then, there was lots of money. Nostalgia for the colonial era was a theme that ran through much of Rainib's conversation. 35. It was not one I heard much of from anyone else, though at least among many of the Maindi, there was a vague feeling that the French had always been sympathetic to their cause. On 2 separate occasions, for instance, Rainib remarked on how the French medics who came to inoculate Betafo's children would always make a point of praising the black babies as stronger and hardier than the white ones. But there was also an element of particular family history. The story came out when I asked him about causes of the Re of 1929, which Rainib remembered much differently than anybody else. Rainib, now that was an act of spite. Someone burned down the town out of spite. The Re started here to the west of town. And it was all because our grandfather had been exempted from the poll tax because he had so many children. People said those Rainiza Betalos don't have to pay anymore, and that was the real reason for it. One day he went to Erivanamamo, since he would always come to work there, and went to see the civil administrator, a Frenchman. He came in with all his children all swarming around him. And the Frenchman looked at him like this, a quizzical sidelong glance. And Dad looked back at him like that too. And, no, this one doesn't have to pay, said the Frenchman. And inside, because this Frenchman, you know, had lots and lots of children's clothing hanging around inside. The whole house was nothing but clothing, so each of the kids who'd followed him there got some clothes. Mayadana, so you're saying, people made out like he had done something wrong. Rainib, people made out like he had done something wrong, because he'd been exempted from the tax. Raizafi, because the Frenchman had realized that. Rainib : this guy is living the life of a dog here. Rainiza? Betalo and Raizanamanga indeed had quite a number of children, Rainib laughingly suggested 24. Claude's mother remembered Raizanamanga from the 1940s as the mother of of adolescent boys and 230 girls who used to work there? Elds. Like the descendants of Raini Taba, this was a family with next to no resources, who had to get by almost exclusively from the meager fruits of sharecropping and wage labor, wandering to town or other villages when an opportunity arose, following every possibility. Like them, too, few saw any reason to remain in Betafo by the time they were adults. By 1959-36 practically all these children had scattered except Rainib's mother Raizafi, born 1907. She married a local boy named Rakotomanga and bore a number of children, who also scattered, though according to Rainib, they did have children of their own. All he noted share in his tomb, most in fact were already dead and buried there. As for the children, there were one or two in Arivanamamo, others in Amboanana, Ainlobe, or other parts uncertain or unknown. They all scattered. I alone remain here to watch over the ancestral lands. It's interesting that Rainib began the story by talking about his grandmother, even more interesting, that he left his own father out of it completely. When at one point, later on, I did ask him about his father, he made it clear he found the subject distasteful. Rikoto manga, he said, never took care of me. Not so much as a pair of shorts would he give me. Despite all that, when he died and the time came for a famidiana, there was no end to the children carrying cloth to wrap him with, asking for his blessing, even though he never loved them. As his wife explained, Rainib's parents had never got along. His mother continued to live in Raizanamanga's house in Everakati, his father was usually away, off looking for work, and never lived with them. This is not the only reason Rainib chose to begin his family history by talking about his grandmother, however, it was also to establish a link to her former home atop Mount Ambahitrambo, though it seems unlikely that Raizanamanga did really live on top of a mountain. 37 Perhaps Rainib is compressing several generations of family history into one. The point of the story is clearly to draw a connection to the mountain itself, and the shrine that is still on top of it. While there is no settlement atop Ambahitrambo nowadays, there is a very famous shrine, or doani. At the top of the mountain is a long, gentle plain of granite. At the highest point an ancient tower rises abruptly, with a twisting stair curling around it, and on its top is a compound containing a very ancient tomb. It is said to contain the body of Lailosa, the cruel prince who had made his subjects build a bridge of silk between two mountains. 38. 231. Since at least the 1960s, it had become a place of pilgrimage. People would come to make vows, to ask for wealth or children or other favors, or to sakri, say candies, chickens, even cattle if their prayers were answered. Mediums would come to ask the spirits help in their invisible battle with the witches who have caused their patients to fall ill. Rainib's main fame in Betafo, as I noted in the last chapter, was as one of these mediums. 39 Not that he ever admitted this to me. In fact, when RSD met his wife and casually remarked I'd heard her husband was a curer, she immediately denied it. But in speaking to me he played much the same game as Ramina. RSD deny everything, then spend the rest of the conversation doing everything he could to make it clear these denials were untrue. Most of the times I talked to him at home, he would be wearing an old Malabari half unbuttoned at the top, with a necklace of brightly colored beads would be clearly visible underneath. No one would wear such a necklace who was not adept at medicine. As I have said, this kind of gesture, an ostentatious display of the fact that there was something hidden, was itself a way of making a claim to Unde? Ned, and potentially dangerous kinds of power. At any rate, Rainib was perfectly willing to admit that he knew a great deal about Lailosa and his tomb, even, that some was from personal experience. David, so is he the only ancestor buried in that tomb? Rainib, well, there are, I guess you could say that certain people made mouth as the saying goes. If I had lots and lots of children, they'd say, then the RSD of my children I will give to you. So the babies are in there. Ray Zoffy, since he is Hasina, they vow when I have my second child I'll give the RST to you. Rainib, my own request now, when I said if I have children, I didn't say I'd give them my children if I succeeded in begetting any. I just did like normal people do, just vowed a bottle's worth of rum and some candies. I don't know if even Rainib really expected me to believe that there were people who made human sakri cess atop this mountain, let alone of their own babies. It doesn't really matter anyway. What's important here is that he claims that his own Prilly C family, he has had 12 children in all, 4 of whom were then living in Anjikalambo, many more of whom have children of their own being fostered there by aunts or uncles, came about as the result of a vow to Lailosa. For a long time he and his RSD wife had no children. It was only when he was in his late 30s, after a visit to the peak of the mountain and the vow of rum and candies, that they managed to conceive. The origin of his 232 own fertility goes back to his grandmother's former home, a rather striking convergence with Raizanamavo's story that Raini Taba, the Vazimba, always came to his descendants before they gave birth. In fact, the connection is even stronger because, as everyone other than Rainib was perfectly willing to point out, Rainib was not only a medium who regularly communicated with Lailosa, he also used a Vazimba spirit to make contact with him. Actually, Rainib was willing to admit, however coyly, that his family had a long connection with some of Betafo's Vazimba. For example, underneath the little concrete dam to the north of Betafo was a pool notorious for housing one Rainib. As for the dam, now, That's not entirely clear to me, but they say my late grandfather was taken into it. They say he was inside there for a week. For a week he was underwater, and crabs were all he had to eat. Madonna, and he wasn't harmed in any way? Rainib, no. Madonna, and he didn't tell the story afterwards? Rainib, and he didn't tell the story afterwards, so I don't know what it was that took him in there. But he was in there for a week. The rock there has a little opening, and he came there and he said, it was as if I were being pulled in through the hole. He even slept in there. Where did Dad go off to? He was nowhere to be found, because he'd been drawn in and he just stayed in there like that and ate crabs. Claude, raw crabs? Rainib, I don't know if they were raw or cooked. Well, I guess there wouldn't have been cooked ones. Claude, because if you eat those, then you become fast friends with them. Rainib, yes. Claude, if you won't eat them, they might even kill you. Rainib, might even kill you. Yes. And he absolutely did eat with them, he said. The Vazimba down there had innumerable children. And the chief one, their father, had a huge beard. He did say that. Madonna, but it wasn't like he was really wandering around outside, in a trance, all this time? Rainib, no, it was like he was carried off by something, Nentanjavatra. It was like this, say it's this afternoon, and here's me, and suddenly, it's as if there's something pressing down on me. And then it just carries me off, down the road and into the water, suddenly I just ND myself entering the water. This particular Vazimba was well known in Betafo. A number of people told me they had dreamed of him. Armand had once, he gave me almost exactly the same description of an old bearded man surrounded by innumerable small children. A teenager from the same family who used to wash there. 233. Close near the dam had visions of him as well. She said the children were all dressed in red. 40 But as Claude's reaction to this story made clear, the story Rainib was telling was even more familiar. Everyone had heard stories about people who had been mysteriously drawn into Vazimba pools. Everybody knew the real meaning of the crabs. These were stories about mediumship. If you agree to eat with the spirits, you become their friend and companion from then on. When you need them, you can call on them for help. Usually, you become a curer and a medium. If you refuse, as the Betsileo woman did in the story of Ranoro, your relationship is broken. They might even kill you. The imagery surrounding Vazimba, the forms they take when they appear, are so diverse that it is extremely difficult to come up with a simple, coherent account of them. Vazimba seem to contain an incredibly varied jumble of ideas and images. The best way to start, I think, would be to return to what I've said about Lolo as disembodied desires or intentions. When ghosts appear, they do so because they embody frustrated desires, a yearning or a longing, the desire of the dead to live again, to play with children, or the sheer desire for children, to be children, manifesting itself in the urge to snatch them, to seize them as the visible emblems of everything the dead have lost. Vazimba too are a kind of ghost, and they too are notoriously fond of children. Like other Lolo, they are nameless and normally invisible, they lack city or identity and can thus become pure representations of potential, and, hence, power. But they embody not only the capacity to act, but also the sense of lack that moves one to take action. Vazimba are more than nameless, it is the very absence of anyone to remember their names that causes their anger and bitterness, that makes them Erche Vazimba, their lack makes them what they are. The image of the old bearded man surrounded by constellations of little children might be taken as an abbreviated icon of this relationship. An old dead man with no descendants, or whose descendants are all dead, or are lost, or somewhere in another country, surrounded by innumerable images of what he doesn't have. 41 The old bearded man was an unusual Vazimba. Normally, when Vazimba appear in visions, they are either hideously deformed, or they appear as extremely attractive members of the opposite sex. Either they are, like the female Vazimba that haunted the Rotra tree below the village of Anosi, Shema, hair-lipped, noseless, horrifying, lacking parts and thus representing a yearning to be whole, or they are images of that wholeness of perfection of beauty that inspires desire in others. 234. Irina recounts an incident that happened in 1967, when she was 13. Irina, I was minding the pigs. Down to the north of that nice tomb there. That land doesn't like pigs, but I didn't know that, and the Vazimba happened to come out. And I became completely unaware of what I was doing, and started stripping off all my clothes, panties, bra, no clothes whatever but stark naked I went off wading into the water. And after that it carried me off home like that, to the village with all those people, me naked. I certainly haven't forgotten that. What a disaster. She laughs, After a while my parents realized I'd been struck by the Vazimba to the north of Mbohimondroso. I never developed a fever, but I did dream of him that night. There was this gendarme, really black, absolutely black. And his hand was blunt, fingerless like this. She holds out a hand, fingers extending only to the knuckle, and it greeted me, "How do you do?" That's to say, it was like, me it happened to have taken a fancy to, it was just the pigs it didn't like. Her face was terribly swollen afterward, but her family brought honey and candies to the spot, and although they were Protestant, got hold of some Catholic holy water to sprinkle on her cheek, and around the area of the pool. Soon enough the swelling disappeared, but from then on, it is strictly forbidden to go into that water. In this case, desire for children is clearly beginning to shade into sexual desire, even if the hoary, mutilated gendarme is hardly himself an alluring Graeber. An elderly medium from Aravonimamo, who like most mediums was of Mandi descent, told me a similar story. She had been tending sheep as a girl, and was almost drawn into a rocky pool full of bright red sh. Fortunately, her father was not far away. He heard what was happening and dashed down to rescue her. Afterward she was bedridden for over a month, and haunted by fever visions of the pool's Vazimba. This was a woman who always made a great point of her Christian piety, and who was rather unusual for her blanket condemnation of Vazimba. They were all demons, daimoni, she said, minions of the devil. But even so, after telling me the story she couldn't help but add, with a dramatic sigh, "But he was so handsome." Behind any medium, in fact, there was likely to be some such story of a Vazimba and a pool. One medium in Aravonimamo, a young man named Rene, also of Mandi descent, told me he had become a medium as a direct result of being drawn into such a pool. He was a rather offbeat medium. He insisted that he only invoked the spirits of Sakalava kings, because all the Marina ones were witches, while he had a small devoted clientele in town. Most of the more established Zanyadrano considered him a rather silly person. 235. Still, his story conformed perfectly to traditional motifs. This pool, he explained, was not far from the village he had grown up in to the south of Aravonimamo. It contained the spirits of several Sakalava warriors who had died in a marina, fighting the French during the revolt of the Menelemba, and who, being lost, had become Vazimba. 42 among them, he said, was another, female spirit, who in life had been the sister of the RST Malagasy saint, Rassomenarivo Victoire. 43 She was a small woman, shapely and delicate with long, owing hair. What's more, her spirit had developed an enormous crush on him when he was a teenager, and began following him around. At RST he was chary of her propositions. What would my mother think if she found out that I was being followed by a ghost? But in the end she succeeded in luring him into the pool, and there he remained submerged for several days. 44 It was during this time he met the Sakalava warriors, who asked him whether he wished to become a medium. When he agreed, they put him in contact with a series of other spirits, including a former gendarme named Patrick, and ultimately, the most famous Sakalava kings. In René's story, and others like it, mysterious pools were things of in-night possibility. They opened up on an alternate landscape that threaded across the entire island of Madagascar, full of invisible forces and personalities. As several mediums explained the process, a Vazimba can open the way to a minor king like Lailosa, or any of the other curing spirits whose compounds are scattered across Imarina, Andrianoni, Andriancianica, Renoro herself. From there one can appeal to minor spirits, often, the companions or assistants of such royal spirits, or else move further upward to make contact with famous Malagasy kings like Andrea Nampoina Marina, the founder of the Marina state, King Andrea Manolina of Betsileo, Andrea Masara of Sakalava. The compounds that include their tombs are all called doani, which, I was told, is simply the Malagasy transliteration of the French word douane, customs house. Such shrines, then, are very literally seen as portals to another country, a country more or less coterminous with the past, Malagasy times, which still lurk as an invisible potential behind the visible world of today. At least in Imarina, the cult surrounding these doani is now overwhelmingly dominated by the descendants of slaves, who make up the vast majority of mediums, men like Rainib himself, and presumably, his grandfather and grandmother as well. 236. The flesh of crabs. So one can see why all of us listening to Rainib tell his story about his father's disappearing under the dam assumed this was really a story with a subtext. That was what Claude was really getting at when he asked about the crabs. Rainib ducked the question. Of course, it is possible that he was not being completely disingenuous when he said that he didn't know the story's full significance. Rain is a Betalo died when his grandson was still young. It was his wife Raizanamanga who had been head of household when Rainib was growing up, and continued to live until the early 60s. Rainib's current practice is derived from her Vezimba, not from his. Rainib's Vezimba was located in a spring, in the middle of a rice eld called Mbaratara. 45 There was a small mound there, surrounded by reeds, and underneath, I was told, a hidden pool. Inside this pool, Rainib told us, lived a crab. Rainib, this crab, it's a red crab about so big, he holds out his RST. And it's a really deep hole there, a real pit. And it came to me in a dream. Put up a barrier around that spring, it said. Put up a barrier so the crab can no longer wander off. So he's in there. Inside. If we were to dig drainage gutters for that eld, he'd be likely to get into those, you know. He'd be able to break through, it says. Pigs we don't let touch the place. If there's any pig shit in the manure, then we can't use it. Ray Zoffy, did you notice how we were spreading manure lately, a week ago today? And sure enough on Monday it came in a dream. Put it far away, at least a meter away, because he doesn't like anything that sturdy. But we, you know, we've just inherited this thing. When the late Raizanamanga was still alive, then each year when the rice was still green she'd buy suet at the market, and once the rice was about to sprout, you couldn't touch that place anymore, because she'd put down the suet. But we have absolutely no idea what the real origins of the thing may be. Raizanamanga used to take care of it, Rainib told us, in order to protect the surrounding crops and guarantee a bountiful rice harvest in that valley. Nowadays, his family has taken up the responsibility, though instead of buying suet they make do with a half bottle of honey every year. But that's all, he added. Claude did his best to draw him out on the subject. If it visits you in your dreams, he suggested, doesn't it do anything else for you? If there was someone trying to do you harm, perhaps, a witch, wouldn't it warn you of the danger? Rainib was adamant. He was not about to be led into any traps. No. 237. He said. There was nothing like that. I absolutely do not serve it, si tenamanam poesi mihitsi. Of course, just about everyone else in Betafo was of a different opinion on this matter. Not only did he use his Vezimba in his curing, it was the reason he had moved his entire family out to Anjikalambo in 1972, and created that little village there. It was not, as he had claimed, because open spaces were healthier for the children, it was so that his family would be near Mbaratra, so they could spend each waxing quarter moon out in the elds there, beating drums and giving it Hasina. Nitty. In the past, there were people who saw it, all decked out in beads, he was. And that rice eld used to be really savage, no one used it. But now that they've been giving it Hasina, it's gotten a lot milder. In fact, the place had almost become a Doni in its own right. One theme that emerges in most stories about Vezimba is of containment. When one RSD becomes aware of one, when it plagues some child in its dreams, one gives Hasina to contain it to a certain spot, to keep it from following the living. The imagery of underground pools, too, is all about containment, not only of the people pulled into and kept inside watery caverns, but even, Rainifara's insistence that his own Vezimba was mainly concerned with ensuring that barriers were installed so his crab would get into the drainage ditches and thus escape his pool and be able to move freely in the current of the river once again. Etampo Cole Pascal. Rainitaba used to visit his descendants in their dreams, but there was at least one who was periodically possessed by him, or, anyway, by some Vezimba. His name was Rakoto Malala Pascal, one of the last of the descendants of Rainitaba to reside in Adrianoni. Pascal had died only a few years before, an old, poor man who spent most of his time working other people's elds or doing odd jobs for them. According to Germain, Pascal was epileptic. Usually his seizures were easy to control, but every now and then they'd strike when no one else was around and he'd be badly injured. Once he was hired to repair somebody's second or veranda, had a seizure, and fell on his head. He had to be rushed off to a doctor in the capital. On another occasion, he was cooking and ended up badly burned when his foot got caught in a charcoal brazier. That 238. Time, too, he had to be taken to the hospital in Antananarivo. The last time he had been hired to dig up another man's rice elds, and had a terrible fall across his own spade. That killed him instantly. Everyone knew about Pascal's epilepsy, but most of the people who knew him, including Armand, did not mention it immediately. What they would say, if you mentioned his name, was that Pascal would be periodically seized by a Vezimba. Whenever someone died, it would carry him off into the waters below the dam, the same waters where Rainib's grandfather had once been carried. He would jump into the water and stay there until morning was over and the body had been placed inside the tomb. 46 According to Jean-Marie, Pascal's episodes began one day while he and few friends had finished work and were taking a swim in a pool a little to the north of Emberottera. Pascal dove underwater, and when he came up, told everyone he had heard the sound of rooster crowing there. He went down again and heard the same thing. No one else could hear it. The spirit remained in contact with him, but it never developed a normal, articulate relationship. It would simply seize him unexpectedly and send him into TS, or diving off into the pool. Sometimes, when he could feel it coming on, and he would call up the folk on Nalona, as Jean-Marie once put it, effectively, the whole black population of Andrianoni to tell them that soon he would be going into the water. I still remember this, said Jean-Marie, it was something I really saw with my own eyes. It was usually around twilight, and people would come out bringing French bread and other offerings. Jean-Marie, they'd carry out a fanasanana, the people would clap, the people would sing, and then he would slowly start to move, as the thing arrived, and started to come over him. And then suddenly he was gone, the thing would carry him off running into the night. And everyone, all those people, would all go tramping after him. These were genuine fanasanana, with a chorus and rhythmic music and all the accoutrements of spirit possession. But the possession was peculiar. It seemed to only go halfway. Jean-Marie was confused about the nature of this particular Vezimba. Jean-Marie, he hadn't been in very good health, and then he honored the thing, but you'd think the upshot, if it were a real Vezimba, then its spirit really ought to have given him the means for curing. It should have said, let's make materials together that can cure people, so even when it seems like it's in 239 incurable condition, I will be able to advise you what kind of herb to use, but this Vezimba didn't do that. It just brought health to those that already happened to have AF. It did. So when it came out, it would say, these are the foddy, the things that I don't like to eat, things I don't want you to do. So, I don't know if the Vezimba happened to like this particular person, or, that too isn't clear to me at all. I don't know. Perhaps the Vezimba simply liked Pascal, much as it might take a fancy to a child, but in this case it couldn't be expelled, just propitiated by being periodically allowed to come out. Miva Waka. To come out in this context means to take over a human being, who loses consciousness and becomes a vehicle through which the spirit can speak and reveal itself. But Pascal's Vezimba was oddly inarticulate. It never spoke through Pascal's own mouth, or if it did, its words were incomprehensible. Instead, Rainib had to interpret them. In fact, it seems to have been Rainib who really organized the entire business. His relationship with Pascal was the closest he ever came to accepting a public role as Zanyadrano within Betafo, calling on everyone to assemble, interpreting the spirit's incomprehensible language, which usually, it turned out, consisted of demands on Pascal to refrain from chicken, pork, and other sorts of food. If anyone got real power or prestige from all this, it was he. Pascal himself remained a passive victim, taken to the threshold of power and simply dangled there, never quite able to turn the relationship around. Or, perhaps this is not the best way to think about it. There are other things beside power, or anyway, beside the power to intimidate others or to bend them to one's will. Whenever Pascal announced he was about to have a seizure, crowds of people, almost the entire population of Andrianoni, apparently, would dutifully lay out across the twilit paths between the elves to assist in the ceremony. They were moved only by benevolence and neighborly concern, as any Malagasy would have said, because of love. What Pascal ended up doing, then, was to create an ephemeral community of healing, in which he acted out the collective sense of dislocation and dispersal they all shared, suddenly running off in random directions to throw himself in pools and currents, in order to let them chase after him and collect him back again. For years, the same little drama of dispersal and recovery was enacted almost monthly, again and again and again. In part, Pascal's Vezimba confused Jean-Marie because it was neither one thing nor the other, not quite a force of desire one can STI, not quite a 240 companion who gives access to another world. It seemed suspended in some unstable way between the two. But Vezimba were essentially confusing. They did not so much represent an alternative between two things, or even a gradual transition where two things shaded together, but often, a zone of extreme confusion where things were capable of ipping back and forth unexpectedly into their opposites, anger and desire, love and hate, seduction and renunciation, healing and assault. Vezimba are confusing, admitted Sonai Evo, Norbert's son and Mayadona's son-in-law. Take Rainib himself. Once he was out there with his family invoking his Vezemba, everyone was singing and clapping, and suddenly the thing settled on his teenage daughter and possessed her instead. It's all very unpredictable. Sometimes the spirit will settle on you because it likes you, and then usually you end up becoming a curer. Other times it seems it's because it doesn't like you, and it will just fasten onto you and give you problems for the rest of your life. Some people tried to make sense of it by speculating there were good and bad Vezemba. The good-natured kind would help you, offer to make you a curer. The malicious sort would simply attack or kill you. Most, though, considered Vezemba to be essentially unknowable and unpredictable. It was their ambiguity, after all, that gave Vezemba much of their importance. This was something I already pointed out in Chapter 6. Unlike royal spirits, Vezemba are capable of both killing and curing, therefore, a man who is one is not to be tried with. In fact, many Kelly drew attention to this fact when talking about Graeber, and explaining why people from Betafo itself were reluctant to turn to him when they got ill. He charged quite a bit of money for his services, and if you went to Graeber, you had to pay in full, because if you didn't, the Vezemba would not hesitate to punish you. On the other hand, this very capacity to reverse themselves, to turn into their opposite, made them dangerous even for those who made use of them. As Noli pointed out, if you're playing around with nameless spirits capable of violence, you shouldn't be surprised if one day the thing just turns around and kills you. Suf? Scion to raise the dead from their graves. I began my discussion of Vezemba with images of dislocation and dispersal. Vezemba are spirits that have lost their place, bodies, memory, their city, their name. They exist in water, unmoored, cast on currents instead of anchored. 241. In the ground like the proper ancestral dead. But images of humans pulled into watery caverns, or even of Rainfar's crab walled into his underwater pit, are images of Nement. They are about sing things in space. By containing something which is the essence of UX and dislocation, one creates the possibility of overcoming that dislocation and ning oneself a place. Another theme that has emerged periodically throughout this book has been the connection between invisibility and power. The power to act and transform the world tends to be represented as something essentially ambiguous, unknowable, that which cannot be Ned. It is essentially something negative, in the sense that it is Ned primarily by what it is not. This suggests one way to think about the nature of Vezemba. The victims of ongoing violence and oppression, one might say, have been, in certain ways, negated. They have been denied something, a place, the autonomy to create themselves, to act of their own accord. But by capturing this negation, sing it in certain powerfully effective images, like Vezemba, who are also Ned almost entirely by what they lack, it is sometimes possible to transform it into a kind of power. Mediumship itself can be seen in exactly the same terms. 47. In most of Madagascar, mediums are overwhelmingly women. In a marina, I found, they were if anything slightly more likely to be men. On the other hand, the overwhelming majority of Zanyadrano were alone amandi. For most white marina, relations of command, in which one party is reduced to a mere vehicle of another's will, are something to be avoided, and the relations between kings and their soldiers are the very archetype of relations of command. Zanyadrano, however, actively seek such relations out. After all, it is hard to imagine any state in which one is so completely the vehicle of another's will than in possession. Mediums insisted that when the spirits truly moved in them, they lost all consciousness, and even afterward had no memory of what the spirit did or said. What's more, mediums were quite explicit about evoking these idioms. Not only did they always refer to the spirits as kings or at least Andriana, they referred to themselves as the Miramila or soldiers of those kings. It was a way of using an image of absolute negation as a way of claiming power and authority. One need only think again of Chapter 7, and the political importance of astrologers, mediums, and others with access to invisible powers, to realize how effective this kind of move can be. In this game at least, everyone agreed that black people had all the advantages. In her life, Razanamanga had been among the poorest of the poor, a mother of laborers. No one I spoke to remembered clearly whether she had 242 herself been a Zanyadrano, but she probably was, and her son Rainib too was already beginning to practice by the time she died. Ever since, Rainib has been manipulating the ambiguous powers that surround his grandmother's Vezemba to gradually win himself a solid place in the community. With the money he has earned through curing, he began buying up land in the valley around Ambaratra, to the point where he could settle his family there, and found his own little patriarchal community. At the time I was there, this was an isolated one. Everyone was suspicious of him, Many said outright that he was a witch. But he was also a man surrounded by children, many of whom are likely to stay on. He and Razafi were careful to ensure his children got proper schooling, just as they always had their eyes open to commercial opportunities, investing in cattle, for instance, and selling the milk in town. They had already built a substantial tomb. If Anjikalambo does not break up over the next 10 or 20 years, there seems every reason to suspect that within a few generations the scandalous talk will have been forgotten, and Rainib will be remembered as a venerable Razum. To create a place and a legacy is, I have to stress, extraordinarily difficult. There is no guarantee that even Rainib will be successful in the end. But when things are this almost anything can happen. Toward the end of the time I was visiting Betafo, I discovered there was another of Rainitaba's descendants in Betafo. This was one of Razanamavo's sons, named Tratara. A few years before he had built a small house near where the settlement of Antandrakambi used to be. Everyone referred to Tratara as just a boy, by which they meant he was in his late 20s and as yet had no children of his own. Most of the time he was away in Aravanamamo, or off traveling, earning money, trading, looking for work. I have already had occasion to mention him. He was the young man who claimed to be a medium, but whose claims were not taken seriously. I never managed to catch up with him, myself, to ask him questions. I really wish I had. Still, his very existence points to possibilities. If nothing else, it could hardly be coincidence that he chose to build his house only a few meters away from the reedy pool Rainitaba is said to have inhabited before he disappeared. If Tratra NDS himself the means to establish himself in Betafo, if he becomes a little more adept at manipulating impressions, who knows what might come of it. Even Rainitaba's lineage might well once again become a presence, and its history, back to its origins, entirely reformulated once again. 243. The descendants of Rainitamina. 244. At this point we can now return to the problem posed in Chapter 1, how it is that Betafo has come to be divided between two ancestors, one Andriana and one Maindi, so inimical to one another that mixing them together could only lead to catastrophe. The Maindi ancestor in question was named Rainitamina. He was said to have been a wandering astrologer who, sometime in the early part of the 19th century, chanced to be passing through Betafo, and ended up locked in a magical battle with the Andriana and their leader, Andriamaharo. In the end, he prevailed, and as a result his descendants stayed on and have had control of the weather around Betafo ever since. Yet at the same time, he has always had a difficult time sharing the territory with the people he once fought out. To this day, Rainitamina's body was not to be removed from his tomb to be exposed to the village of Betafo, or terrible things would result. Even during funerals for his descendants, when the dead had to be carried there, it was forbidden to pass through Betafo on the way. This much, everybody knew, though other elements of the story were certainly contested. People were also aware that his descendants now are by far the most numerous and important Maindi lineage of Betafo. When I was there, they included 14 households, grouped in 3 large families, between Andrianoni and the village of Morafeno, and another in Aravanamamo, and ranked among their most prominent members Ratsizafi, the astrologer, Augustine, and Armand. Ratsizafi was in every sense the head of the lineage. He was a man of extraordinary stature. Not only was he the richest man in Betafo, and one of the oldest, he was an astrologer and curer famous as far away as the capital. What's more, he was the direct successor to Rainitamina. It was he who kept 9. Rainitamina's Hail Medicine, who continued his avocation as astrologer and curer, who had built his current tomb of seated over its ceremonial. So close was the identity Catine that a number of people actually had trouble telling the two apart. The identity Catine also took on political signi cants because many people spoke of Rainitamina as if he was, in some diffuse sense, the ancestor of all the black people of Betafo. As a result, Ratsizafi himself became a sort of grand ancestral Gur, their leader, a token of the unity of all those descended from Betafo's former slaves. It was rare for anyone to know much about other people's ancestors. Rainitamina's story, and Rainitaba's, were probably the only two everybody knew at least a little of. One, this was because both gave shape to something that would otherwise be diffuse and inarticulate, Rainitaba's story, to the experience of loss and dispersal which is the legacy of slavery, Rainitamina's, to the profound ruptures it had created within the historical fabric of the community. 2. But Rainitamina's, at least, also had an ongoing political importance, and this poses certain problems of presentation. When describing the history of the lineage, the obvious thing is to begin at the beginning, with the story of its founder. But this would be very difficult to do. Different members of the lineage told this story in very different ways, and to understand why they did so, one has to understand their place within it, their interests and perspectives. In other words, one has to know a lot about the end in order to get at the beginning. What I am going to do then, is this. Try to reconstruct the history of the lineage, then, tell the story of its raism. Rainidamine almost certainly did exist. He appears to have lived in the early part of the 19th century. Descendants still remember the names of his children and grandchildren. The genealogy below is highly schematic. I have only included those born in Betafo, and even left out several people whose descendants have all left. Still, it provides a framework for understanding the connections between those who still remained in Betafo and Aravanamamo when I was living there, and some idea of what the group has looked like over time. Early documents suggest that Rainidamina was indeed a contemporary of Andriamaharo, III, and in fact, the earliest mention I could ND of anyone included. 245. In the genealogy above were from ACTA notebooks from the 1880s, which record how each one of Rainidamina's sons, along with his granddaughter Rangoratsizarhana, were sold, in every case, by member of the Andriamaharo family to some other Andriana. 4 oral traditions insist that Rainidamina himself had lived in a hamlet called Anosi, located on a kind of island of raised ground in the middle of the rice Elds at the head of the long valley that runs through most of the southern part of Betafo's territory. There too he was buried, in a primitive chamber by the side of the Elds. Ratsamasilaka is said to have been Mpampakatra Rano Valona, an expert in manipulating streams and watercourses to transform the landscape. It was he, Ratsisafi told me, who had created most of the moats still visible around the local countryside, including the 3 around Betafo. His work kept him traveling. Oral traditions have less to say about the other 2 brothers, except that they were both at least occasional astrologers and Mpamasi. When his father died, it was Raini Salama who got the Hail medicine. When he died, it passed on to Raini Baka, who also received the family's modest estate of rice. Elds around Anosi. 5. The children of the RST2 brothers did not, for the most part, stay on in the territory of Betafo. Raini Salama had only one child that anyone still remembers, his daughter Rangoratsizarhana. Her daughter Ravelo Rayasira spent much of her life as a wandering peddler. Ratsamasilaka is said to have had quite a number of children, all of whom, except for the one daughter whose descendants are still alive today, have been entirely forgotten. Ratsisafi claimed their line had been effectively destroyed as a result of Rainidamina's Ozona. Almost all of those children had been thieves and ne'er-do-wells of one sort or another. Because of their ancestors' cursing, most died young or ended up in jail. Even those who didn't died childless. Raini Baka himself had sons and 3 daughters, who apparently moved from Anosi to another hamlet called Morafeno, somewhat to the north. According to Ratsisafi, the only person old enough to remember this period in any detail, the eldest son inherited the medicine, but eventually grew tired of Betafo, and after a few years set out west to end his fortune. 6. The Hail medicine passed to his younger brother, Raini Kotoma Monyi, also an astrologer, who died soon afterward, perhaps in 1910, passing it to his sister Ravo. Ravo lived in Morafeno until she died in 1937 and brought up children there. For a long time she was the only representative of the Rainidamina lineage who was a full-time resident in Betafo. Most remember her as a rather colorful local personality. Apart from protecting the crops, she was a midwife and specialist in women's medicine, and, according to some, a skilled amateur astrologer. Even so, her family was poor, among the poorest in Betafo. Ratsisafi had few fond memories of his mother, David, and who was her husband in those days. Ratsisafi, she didn't have one. Don't remember, husbands in the grass. She was a real harlot. Chantal, so there were different fathers? Ratsisafi, different fathers, I have no idea. None of them had fathers. Oh, she was a badly behaved woman, she was. David, Ravo? Ratsisafi, really badly behaved. There weren't any men dared push her around. If she got mad they'd run away or she'd turn them upside down absolutely. She was big, you know, our mother, big and tall, and really violent. David, but she brought up a lot of children, I guess she did it well. Ratsisafi, nah, she was hard on her kids, too. Beat on them. David, oh, that's rough. Ratsisafi, the woman was badly behaved. In Aravanamamo there used to be a fair, this was in French times. And there was one of those boxers from over in Antihanab, a big guy, really skillful with his STS. She happened by, and decided to enter the competition. Don't enter in that if you're a woman, you'll get yourself killed. Don't enter in there. They tried to stop her, but no, she said, let me go and try my skill. She wrapped the cloth around her loins. You're going to get yourself killed, you lunatic. Enough. Fine, then, if I die then my daughters will bury me. Let's GHD it out. The guy went at her, they say, but he couldn't hit her. Then the one time she landed one on him, he fell tumbling on the ground there to the south of the big Montana tree, and that's where he went a-rolling. That's when they said 1, 2, 3, gone. And the Frenchman gave her the prize for her victory. And it was from then that people said watch out for that big Ravo from Anosi. Watch out, because she's a disaster. Actually, Rat Sisyphe appears to have spent much of his childhood outside his mother's house. While the old hamlet of Anosi was abandoned in Malagasy times, around the turn of the century a number of Andriana, almost all descendants of Andriamaharo who owned land in that valley, had left Betafoot to found a new Anosi further up the hill. By the 1910s and 20s, when Rat Sisyphe was growing up, this village consisted of 5 or 6 households, among whom perhaps the most prominent was that of a man named Ramurozaka. 7 Rat Sisyphe spent much of his childhood minding Ramurozaka's cattle, doing his chores and running his errands in exchange for shelter, food, and clothing. Ramurozaka died childless, but Rat Sisyphe still remembers the man fondly as someone who fostered him. Nitizazi, he always contributes cloth if there's a famadina at his tomb. In 1929, Morafano consisted only of Ravo's house and one Andriana household farther down the hill. Around 1935 Rat Sisyphe's older sister Razana Pane built a house there, and his younger brother later built one as well. For a long time, then, Morafano was made up almost entirely of Ravo's descendants. It is not clear, though, how often Rat Sisyphe himself was around. According to his own account, he had been a very sickly child. In his 3rd year he was so desperately ill that everyone considered his death inevitable, and his mother was forced to tote him on her back from cure to cure. Finally, at the recommendation of an Andriana astrologer from Anosi named Rainy Kotozefi, she trekked up Mount Antongana, a famous mountain to the east, where there lived a famous Mpamasi named Ngavolo. Ngavolo no sooner saw him than he pronounced a Rabava, a prophecy, that the child would someday be a famous astrologer. Rat Sisyphe, within the year this child will be cured, he said, and it was truly Masina indeed. And the people were afraid then, for they saw Ngavolo was truly pronouncing words of prophecy. This is what he said, he shall be a great astrologer he said, he shall work medicine, he said, he will not do evil, he said, so take him home once he's cured. So we went up to the west, me carried on my mother's back, and sit still. My mother started saying, are you shitting on my hip, or what? Sit still. Sit still, she said. Rat Sisyphe drawing back miming a savage gesture, open hand poised to slap, Chantal, and you were cured? Rat Sisyphe, and I was cured. But it was that Ngavolo, from Mount Antongona, who ultimately became my teacher. He and Rainy Batokalimaso used to go at each other, back and forth. The two men both lived on Antongana. One on the north side, the other on the south side. Chantal, I take it the two of them were rivals? Rat Sisyphe, they were both Mpamasi, the two of them. Rainy Batokalimaso was building a tomb. As soon as he'd have the ground all dug out, Ngavolo up on the north side would have it all undone, break all the rocks into fragments. 2. He'd send down the lightning and smash 'em all to bits. So then Ngavolo up on north side would try to make his own tomb, and all the rocks, all of them would be stripped away, stripped away, stripped away. Come morning, all the stones would be dancing around in 4 pieces each. He'd come back from work and there they'd be. That's how the two men used to entertain each other. Chantal, you were already grown up by then? Rat Sisyphe, oh no, I never saw any of that. Ngavolo told the story. That Rainy Batokalimaso, too, he used to dream without sleeping. If there was someone was coming to steal something from his house, it was, get out the baskets, if you will. So the thief would be able to carry his manure for him. Take out the shovels, please. Because there'll be men working here tonight. Chantal, they'd end up having to work on his rice? Elds, Rat Sisyphe, oh. It's a disaster, when it's medicine. Put the shovels out to the west of the house. He'd say, and the thieves would be out working his lands for him. It is Signy? Can't, I think, that Rat Sisyphe never once mentioned the fact that his mother knew astrology. The positive? Gurs and his reminiscences were always knowledgeable men, Ramurozaka who fostered him, Rainy Betsarazaka and Rainy Kotozefi, another aged Andriana from the village of Anosi, who introduced him to the RSD principles of astrology, Ingavolo himself who prophesied and later became his teacher. While it was Rainitamina, he said, who had given him his abilities, Ingavolo was the one who taught him the substance of his art. Apparently, after Nishing Primary School, he did know. 249. How to read. Ratsaisafi returned to Mount Antongana and spent years as Ingavolo's apprentice. It was there he learned his techniques of curing and divination, of astrological calculation, the art of placing houses and tombs in such a way as to avoid harmful destinies, which colors, plants, and properties corresponded to each of the 12 lunar months. Even after he left Antongana, Ratsaisafi did not return permanently to Morafeno. He practiced his trade all over Amarina, and even took voyages outside it. This is the time, remember, when according to the more scandalous rumors he used to go from town to town curing people his traveling companion had ensorcelled. In part, it was because he was never allowed to take the place he felt he deserved in Betafo. His mother died in 1937, when Ratsaisafi was 31, but when she did she passed the medicine to his older sister Rezana Pane, who she had also taught everything she knew about astrology and midwifery. Rezana Pane, in turn, lived on until 1961. Ratsaisafi only got control of the family medicine at the age of 50, by which time he had already, by all accounts, been the preeminent astrologer of Betafo for as long as anyone could remember. He lived most of his life, then, in the shadow of powerful and independent women, and clearly resented it. The one thing he always insisted on when speaking of the Hail medicine was that it was always handed from eldest male son to eldest male son, something which was clearly not the case. When I once started asking him about Rezana Pane, this was in fact before I knew that she had ever kept the medicine, his son warned me I would do well to avoid mentioning her name. You'll end up upsetting Daddy. Not only was Ratsaisafi shunted aside as head of the family, for a long time, he was also childless, which must have reinforced his sense of infantilization. In the 30s, he married a local Mandi named Rasovaini. The marriage never produced offspring, and they eventually drifted apart. It was only later, after he had Nali come into his own and married an Adriana woman from Belenitra, that he had his two sons, Pano, born 1968, and Noli, born 1970. By this time his fortunes had begun to turn in more ways than one. He was becoming wealthy from his curing, and buying up rice elds in the valleys surrounding Morafeno. This story, though, must wait for a little later. Noble wives and military pensions. Most of the lineage's members quickly scattered, at best spending some years of their lives working as sharecroppers or wage laborers in Betafo itself, eventually. 250. Needing better opportunities elsewhere. Those whose descendants still remain always turned out, on investigation, to be people who had some unusual stroke of good fortune. Raini Salama's great-grandson Ranaivo, 1904–1982, for example, was lucky enough to marry an heiress from Tampontanana. The marriage was infertile and she died a few years later, but through her, he came into land. Ranaivo, he was called Ranaivo the Nail because he was always puttering around, saying things, was much remembered around Betafo as a good-natured old man, always full of minor projects, whose decency and good sense made him the RSD person anyone would turn to if there were quarrels, whether Mandy or Adriana. He married times before producing any children, but they were all still around in 1990–10, by which time the family was headed by his widow, Rasa Ndrivao born 1949, and eldest son, Armand, born 1961. Similarly, the descendants of Ratsamasilaka have been forgotten, except for the descendants of Rafarabako. Rafarabako herself was a peddler. Her main occupation, I was told, was traveling from market to market trading in hot peppers and spicy condiments. But her daughter, Rasa Ndrinozi, 1887–1987, married a Malagasy soldier just before he embarked to GHT in the First World War. When he died in France, she ended up receiving a widow's pension for the rest of her very long life. While she never lived in Betafo, Rasa Ndrinozi kept up an active interest in the place from her home in nearby Iravanamamo, where she worked as an occasional grade school teacher, never missing an opportunity to buy up rice elds, and two of her children, one son and one daughter, still live there and work the elds their mother bought. Finally, there is the curious case of Ravella Francois, Ravo's nephew, born in 1894. Ravella joined the French army in 1914, and is said to have spent many years overseas. He returned in the early 20s, Lived for a while with Rezanamino 11 in Andrianoni, just long enough apparently to produce a son, then disappeared again. Later Ravello reappeared, armed with a substantial military pension, and took his son off to his current home, in a town somewhere in northern Amarina. The son, Ricoto Zaffi Albert, thus grew up in a relatively prosperous milieu. He got something of an education. During his periodic visits to Betafo as a teenager, he must have been an alluring, sophisticated, worldly, well-dressed. When I was in Betafo, everyone remembered him only as he was in the last years of his life, wealthy, a little proud, given to self-destructive romantic passions, but he must have once been an 251. Unusually charming and attractive young man. Anyway, there must be some explanation of how a black man who was not really all that wealthy managed to convince two different Andriana women in a row to marry him. His RSD wife, originally from a village several kilometers to the northeast, was of a grade of Andriana 2 levels above even those of Betafo. About the only thing most people really remembered about her is that she bore him one son and died almost immediately afterward, probably because of her ancestors' wrath for having married him. A year or two later he married Rosa Soa, an Andriana Boninalona from Betafo. This was an incredibly advantageous match, because not only was she an Andriana, but a fabulously wealthy one, the orphan granddaughter of a former village notable and brother of the governor, Andriantonga. She was, in fact, the last of the descendants of the great Dampontanana Andriana. The marriage was infertile 12, but Rosa Soa adopted Augustine, the son of his RST marriage, and Augustine in turn grew up to marry an Andriana woman from outside Betafo as well. By the time I knew him he had a number of children, all of whom he had managed to keep around him because of the resources his adopted mother put in his hands. Land and tombs. For most of the century, then, there weren't more than 3 or 4 families of Rainitamina actually living in Betafo at any given time, and most of its most prominent members were women, or, in 2 cases, men who had married Andriana heiresses. It is only quite recently that their numbers had expanded. All this has only been possible because of the gradual accumulation of land. Much of it was made possible by Ricotone Ivo Auguste, who, as noted in Chapter 5, toward the end of his life gradually sold off almost all of his vast possessions, mostly, to descendants of Rainitamina. It is hard to reconstruct what happened, but by the 1990s, almost all the land to the north and east of Morafena was in the hands of members of the lineage. Most of it in fact was owned by Ratsizafi himself, as well large chunks of the best land to the north, east, and west of Betafo itself, perhaps half of it. Ratsizafi and Augustine, who usually had access to cash, were both notorious for approaching impoverished Andriana and offering to loan them money, hoping to seize their elds as collateral should they default. Armand's family was less unscrupulous, but were always looking for opportunities to buy. By 1990, the recognized leaders of the lineage were all men, starting with 252. Ratsizafi himself, in Morafeno, Augustine in Andrianoni, and Armand. 13 only they, Armand once explained to me, could really be considered close to their great ancestor Rainitamina, the founder of the lineage, because they were the only ones who dared to take that ancestor's body into their own hands during Famadiana. All others were afraid. This way of presenting things is significant. After all, if the group did manage to cohere, during the early years, it was because of the existence of a common tomb, which Ravo and some others apparently founded sometime around 1910, on a hill overlooking Betafo to the northeast, called Ambahitramaninyana. As the lineage gained in prosperity in the 60s, the RSD reaction was a burst of new construction there. The original earthen tomb has transformed into a complex of 4-inch shiny white concrete, at their center, a vast new tomb dedicated to the Razam himself. The history of the original tomb, called the Tsiidarambanendo 14, was known to everyone. It had been created jointly by descendants of Rainitamina, Rangoramendi, and Rainitaba. Most of the people who pooled their resources to found it were middle-aged black women, interested in preserving the memory of fathers or grandfathers recently deceased. The hill they chose is a shelf-like foothill of the mountain chain that looms behind Betafo's territory, an excellent location since it is not only to the northeast of the village of Betafo, the ritually favored direction, but clearly visible from most of its territory. It seems to have stood alone there for over half a century, squared adobe reinforced with stone, with granite door and chamber hidden underneath. In 1968, however, Rezandrinozi, the woman with the military pension, had it rebuilt in stone, and rededicated with a particularly ostentatious Famadiana many still remembered vividly. This was, however, just the beginning of a wave of expansion. A few years later Augustine's father Ekotozafi Albert, by then one of the wealthier men in Betafo, got together with Armand's father to build a shiny new stone tomb a few meters to the northwest, removing his own ancestors to be its Razum. In 1974, Ratsizafi built an even larger stone tomb of his own, directly to the north of the original, and transferred the body of Rainitamina itself. Finally, in 1978, Inga Hirani relocated his own family tomb, which had been on the other side of the same hill, just to the north of Ratsizafi's, so that there were, now, 4 different white stone tombs all clustered together on the same hill overlooking the village of Betafo. 253. If a traveler approaches Betafo from Aravanamamo, the grassy expanse of Ambahitra-Maninyana with its sparkling white tombs is the RSD corner of Betafo's territory likely to catch her eye. As one draws closer, though, the central tomb is by far the most imposing. Most people from town immediately knew what I was talking about when I described it. Many remembered it as having an odd, exotic, vaguely Moorish look. From very close it is equally impressive, a massive structure of unpainted granite blocks, fastened together by white concrete. What really made it stand out however was the fact that it had, effectively, 2 stories. Above the tomb itself was a smaller granite structure with a peaked granite roof, resembling a house, which is where only Rainidamina's body rests. Such a structure is referred to as a Tronomanara, a cold house, and is a mark of royalty. In fact, it is forbidden for any but the most exalted Andriana to put one atop their tomb. 15 Ratsizafi of course Justi? Edit by claiming that his ancestor was the son, or maybe grandson, of King Andrea Manolina of Betsileo. 16 From an Andriana perspective, then, for a black person to build such a thing would be an act of almost unimaginable pretension. I never heard anyone spontaneously bring up the matter. Certainly, Andriana did not go around muttering their indignation. But on the 2 or 3 occasions when I mentioned it to an Andriana, the response was always a look of hopeless dismay, a depressed shrug. What could one even say? 1 reason these tombs are so bright and well kept up is that they were the object of almost constant famadiana. Since the late 70s at least, there has been at least one there every year, often 2 or 3. The beauty of the tombs is thus the visible evidence of incessant ritual activity, which has transformed the hill into a shining display of the newfound power and prosperity of Betafo's Maindi. Certainly the Andriana themselves have nothing like it. Besides them, even the tombs in the very center of Betafo, the most prestigious noble tombs, looked shabby and unkempt. But this display had another effect as well. The hill could at least be imagined as a place of origins similar to Betafo itself, and while no one actually claimed their ancestors had ever lived there, people did sometimes talk about those people from Ambahitra-Maninyana just as they might those people from the Tello Milahatara. And this, in turn, made it possible to imagine Rainitamina, its central and most ancient Razum, as the Razum of all Betafo's Maindi. This was also a center very much net against the village of Betafo. The tomb rituals surrounding Rainitamina seemed especially designed to maintain this opposition. When one of Rainitamina's descendants died there. 254. Bodies could never be carried through Betafo on the way to the tomb. When the Razum himself was to be wrapped, it was forbidden to take his body outside the tomb. In fact, a cloth had to be hung across the doorway because if he was ever exposed to sunlight or caught sight of the village Betafo, either all rain would stop, or whirlwinds would strike the town. Andriana could attend tomb ritual, but they could not take part in the actual wrapping of the bodies. One key thing the stories about Rainitamina did was to explain the origins of this opposition, why Rainitamina and the Andriana still did not get along. Let me go on then to the story. Rainitamina, who gets to tell the history? While just about everyone knew that Rainitamina had fought with the Andriana, and most, if asked, were quick to tell me this, usually throwing in some details about his tomb, few would go beyond that. Only a handful felt they had the right to tell the story. Now, as the reader will no doubt have noticed, in rural Imerina, long continuous historical narratives are rare. For the most part, history took the form of little stories or bits of information attached to speci. See places, the family that owns this tomb, the odi that was once buried beneath this tree, the event this stone commemorates, knowledge which almost anyone could claim. Since such places were constantly being discovered, reinterpreted, forgotten, history became a broken, scattered thing. There were few overarching frameworks connecting things together, even where there was, as in the half-effaced history of tombs, most people did not feel entitled to lay claim to it. All the more so with actual narrative accounts of the origin of Demas or ancient kings, which only the most authoritative gurus felt entitled to set forth. 17 As the reader will no doubt also remember, such of Shall histories tend to be almost completely purged of con?Dem founders move about over an unpopulated landscape, situations of con?Ict are shunted aside, made ridiculous, or covered up. One of the things that makes the story of Rain-Itamina so interesting is that it completely violated these principles. It was a story about a heroic contest in which the protagonists were not dismissed as childish, which had repercussions lasting to the present day that are not dismissed as foolish out of hand. But this made it a very difficult story to tell. It made everyone uncomfortable. As a result, it took me a very long time to figure out exactly what the story was supposed to be about. 255. What follows then is in part a history of how I learned the story, taking each of my informants in turn. In the process, I also try to suggest why each narrator chose to tell me the story as they did. Ratsizaphi. I have already described my meeting with Ratsizaphi, how Armand lead me to meet him, and more Afeno, how he came up the hill with a woolen cap and a spade over his shoulder, an ancient man with a graying mustache, drinking freely from a hip. It is difficult to provide a broader summary of the man and his importance. In Betafo, Ratsizaphi was a guru of almost mythic proportions. Not only was he the oldest man in Betafo, he was also the richest one, and an astrologer and curer whose fame attracted clients from the capital and beyond. He was also someone who no one claimed to completely understand, whose power was in fact to some degree derived from that fact, the sort of person whose neighbors spent a good deal of their time discussing, exchanging gossip about, speculating as to what he might be up to next. Perhaps the best way to describe Ratsizaphi is not to start with the man but with the place where he lived. Ratsizaphi lived in the northernmost of three houses that made up the village of Morafeno. 18 from inside, Morafeno is a maze of walls, sheds, outhouses, sheep and cattle pens. Almost any time you come there are likely to be workmen hammering or digging or climbing up and down on the steep paths that lead to the surrounding elds. Ratsizaphi's own house was palatial by rural standards, painted white, with a pale green trim on its numerous doors and windows. Inside, an elegant central stairway leads to spacious rooms tastefully appointed with what looked like antique French furniture. It was the sort of house where there always seemed to be something vaguely furtive going on. Half the time, while I was visiting, I would catch sight of people who were obviously from the city, in designer jeans and leather jackets, usually looking slightly embarrassed, and carrying little presents for the Ingahib, as he was always called. People would periodically disappear upstairs to a private room for consultations. Often one heard muffled laughter in the distance, or sometimes, arguments. Young women would occasionally appear in doorways to peek at the foreigner, giggling, only to be shepherded away by one of Ratsizaphi's two teenage sons. Bottles of rum, full or empty, were everywhere, and at any given time most of the people in the house were drunk. Ratsizaphi himself was always in a greater or lesser state. 256. Of intoxication. This is what everyone always said about his household: those people don't even keep water in their house. Where other people would drink water, they drink rum. The moment he wakes up in the morning, the thing he does is drink. Conducting interviews in such a house was challenging to say the least. During the conversation with Chantal cited a few pages back, for example, when he told us about how he became an astrologer, our conversation was interrupted on 3 separate occasions by a man who claimed to be a distant relative of Armand, who would stumble in and, in a long-winded imitation of formal oratory, announce that he was leaving. He kept asking us for our blessings so he could go. We'd comply, he'd disappear, 20 minutes later, there he'd be. The third time, Ratsizaphi, interrupted in his anecdote, responded by softly intoning a little poem, a Haintani, which sounded like an elaborate blessing but actually was a series of very elaborate insults to the effect that he was a babbling fool. Often Ratsizaphi would slip in and out of consciousness. Half of the interviews I had with him were mainly with his sons. Ratsizaphi would be passed out on his bed, until something would catch his attention and he would icker to attention, toss out some amazing fact or anecdote, then drift away into a self-sottis haze, or else, seized by some unknown impulse, abruptly rise and leave the room. Occasionally too his wife would pass through, looking very demure and upright, giving orders to the workmen, but always too busy to talk. I really cannot say how much of the apparent randomness was spontaneous, how much of it performance, an intentional effect. I do think Ratsizaphi rather enjoyed having the appearance of chaos all around him. It suited a man who lived in the knowledge that his political significance manifested itself largely in being the constant topic of other people's conversations. Everything around him exuded the possibility of stories, and anyone who paid a visit to his household was sure to leave with something new to talk about. But clearly, this was not all calculated effect. Ratsizofy gave every sign of being a man who combined an unparalleled mastery of performance with a sense of not being entirely in control of himself or his surroundings. During the last 4 months of my research, I never got to talk to Ratsizofy because he was laid up sick in bed. He had broken his hip while drunkenly trying to kick the cat. Now, the very fact that Ratsizofy had a cat was something I found peculiar. Ratsizofy hated cats. RSD picked up on this. 257. While his son Pano was explaining the Malagasy attitude toward God, that God is not purely good, he had created both the good and the evil. After all, it was God who made rats and vermin. Ratsizofy raised his head from the pillow, calling out, "He made cats." "God," said Pano, "who created the plague, malaria, Ratsizofy, he created cats." Yet unlike almost everyone else in Betafo, Ratsizofy had a cat. Supposedly it was just there to catch mice, though everyone had those, a scraggly, undernourished creature that would sometimes tentatively try to slide into the room while I was there, always to be greeted, if Ratsizofy was conscious, with sudden bursts of hostility, the old man sitting up and growling, open hand drawn back savagely as if to strike, a gesture I only otherwise saw in him when recounting his mother's beatings. Often, I was told, when very drunk, he'd run after it trying to kick it, often he'd miss, it was thus he broke his hip. Soon after, he developed a violent fever. The progress of his illness was, of course, closely followed by everyone in Betafo. He was always about to recover, then he would revert. He knew the medicine required, he would send his sons off to fetch this herb or that, the body would recover, but as soon as he was capable, he'd immediately start drinking heavily and within a day or two the fever would return and he'd be on his back again. Even in the stories that he told, he would represent himself as small and vulnerable. When he spoke, his voice would start out quiet and subdued, as was typical of elders, but once he began to warm to a topic, it would usually alternate between impertinent and odd. Almost everything he said had an element of wonder in it, every anecdote something not entirely easy to believe. He might have been willing to boast of his ancestors' powers, to speak openly of X, delivering bold assertions, outrageous stories with a kind of impish smile. I half-cocked to monitor audience reaction, but even then, he would quickly switch to his typical pose, dazzlement, tinged with fear. His signature expression, one I never heard from anybody else, was a kind of soft, astounded hoo-oo sound, which he would throw into his stories constantly, as an expression of speechless awe before some astounding force beside which he felt small. Ho! It's a disaster, if it's medicine, a comment which seems to sum the man up, coming as it does from a man who has based his entire career on being an expert in the stuff. Even before I discovered that he had only become a full social adult at the age of 19, that he had spent most of his life as the brilliant prodigy. 258. Who nonetheless always had to defer to powerful and authoritative women. It occurred to me that Ratsizofy acted a little like a naughty child. It came out especially in his interaction with found peculiar. Ratsizofy hated cats. RSD picked up on this. 257. While his son Pano was explaining the Malagasy attitude toward God, that God is not purely good, he had created both the good and the evil. After all, it was God who made rats and vermin. Ratsizofy raised his head from the pillow, calling out, "He made cats." "God," said Pano, "who created the plague, malaria, Ratsizofy, he created cats." Yet unlike almost everyone else in Betafo, Ratsizofy had a cat. Supposedly it was just there to catch mice, though everyone had those, a scraggly, undernourished creature that would sometimes tentatively try to slide into the room while I was there, always to be greeted, if Ratsizofy was conscious, with sudden bursts of hostility, the old man sitting up and growling, open hand drawn back savagely as if to strike, a gesture I only otherwise saw in him when recounting his mother's beatings. Often, I was told, when very drunk, he'd run after it trying to kick it, often he'd miss, it was thus he broke his hip. Soon after, he developed a violent fever. The progress of his illness was, of course, closely followed by everyone in Betafo. He was always about to recover, then he would revert. He knew the medicine required, he would send his sons off to fetch this herb or that, the body would recover, but as soon as he was capable, he'd immediately start drinking heavily and within a day or two the fever would return and he'd be on his back again. Even in the stories that he told, he would represent himself as small and vulnerable. When he spoke, his voice would start out quiet and subdued, as was typical of elders, but once he began to warm to a topic, it would usually alternate between impertinent and odd. Almost everything he said had an element of wonder in it, every anecdote something not entirely easy to believe. He might have been willing to boast of his ancestors' powers, to speak openly of X, delivering bold assertions, outrageous stories with a kind of impish smile, I half-cocked to monitor audience reaction, but even then, he would quickly switch to his typical pose, dazzlement, tinged with fear. His signature expression, one I never heard from anybody else, was a kind of soft, astounded ho-oo sound, which he would throw into his stories constantly, as an expression of speechless awe before some astounding force beside which he felt small. Ho-oo! It's a disaster, if it's medicine, a comment which seems to sum the man up, coming as it does from a man who has based his entire career on being an expert in the stuff. Even before I discovered that he had only become a full social adult at the age of 19, that he had spent most of his life as the brilliant prodigy 258, who nonetheless always had to defer to powerful and authoritative women. It occurred to me that rat's eyes if he acted a little like a naughty child. It came out especially in his interaction with